This is where the great separate themselves from the rest.
This has been building up. This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
And so it begins.
We have our Apex champions.
This is amazing for boys. Look at us.
This puts so much on the line for a lot of these squads that need to perform.
On the fast.
It is go big or go home.
Watch it crack. I'm down.
This is absolute carnage. Oh! They need that type of performance. I cannot believe what they have just done.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Now, can we get another goal?
Everybody has been waiting for this moment.
This is what I was built for.
Hello everybody and welcome to day 2 of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs live from the City of Royalty, London, United Kingdom. 120 of the best Apex players traveled from far and wide for a chance to become Apex royalty and join the ranks of TSM and Dark Zero as the only Apex LAN champions. We are live from Copper Box Arena with the best crowd in esports here in London. Fallout joined alongside Glitter Explosion and Genome, and boy, oh boy, what a pleasure it is to be kicking off day number 2. Glitter, how we feeling?
I don't think I could be any more hyped for today. Yesterday was just the first day. It was a half day, really, and we got 30 kills, back-to-back wins out of Exet, the back-to-back 1v3s out of Zane on Jailings. I mean, if that's how we're starting the event, I can't wait to see what happens today.
Absolute insanity. Genome, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, we had an amazing amount of action here on the main stage. There was another match going on, and we're going to get to see some of those teams that we didn't quite catch on the mainstream right here today. So I'm very excited to catch up. Iron Blood Gaming, Dark Zero, you know, some of my favorites here. I've been chatting to them before, and I'm so keen to see how they do today.
No bias whatsoever from your boys from down under.
Not
The
at all.
Apex South region representing as always, that is for sure. But hey, look, there's a lot to break down, a lot to talk through. First things first, if you're maybe new to watching Apex LAN competitions, let's talk about this tournament and how it's going to work, how it all goes down. It's my favorite format in all of esports. It's a group stage turned bracket stage, turned match point finals. That's right, a double elimination tournament in a battle royale, the only BR to do that. We're kicking off though with our group stage. Every group will face off against other groups, each group of course with 10 teams total. And as a result of that, well, the groups and teams with top 20 points overall will make it to the winner's bracket, where they will have a chance to compete for a top 10 spot to secure a spot in the match point finals. The bottom 10 will go down to the elimination bracket, where they'll have to battle through a grueling elimination lower bracket. The bottom 10 from that eliminated from the tournament. The top 10 will work their way back to the match point finals. And speaking of which, it's the match point that you know and love as a fan, as a viewer of Apex. You gotta reach the 50-point threshold to unlock match point, and then you have to win a game. So you avoid that awkward moment where a team is so significantly ahead and you know who's gonna win going into game 6. No, we might have 11. We might have 12 games in our match point finals. We might have 3, which is what we saw, 4, maybe 5 in throughout the entirety of our pro league. I mean, you love that match point.
We have been here for long days before, but we talked about it yesterday. If we have the type of performance that we see out of Exet from any of our teams, where they get those back-to-back dubs and put themselves on match point in literally 2 games, then people are really gonna have to scramble.
And we've seen both extremes of it just coming into this LAN, right? You know, Apex South, we had the back-to-back-to-back wins from Moist to take it out in 5. Meanwhile, over in APAC North, it just went on forever. I mean, into the double digits. So who knows what will happen here on Sunday.
Yeah, our record on LAN is 11 matches. We will pray for that. That was at the Krakow Poland preseason invitational where match point was introduced. But hey, let's talk about the stakes right now. Glitter, walk me through the prize pool for this competition.
Listen, we've got a lot of money on the line. $1 million in total, which means first place is going home with a cool $300,000. Okay, you know they want to take home that prize. Second taking home $160,000, and it goes down from there, paying out all the way down until 10th place. So you definitely want to make sure you are making your way to those finals.
And this is just the playoffs, by the way. This isn't even our
Exactly.
championship competition with a milli on the line here. Insane to think about, life-changing money for these players. Gino, talk me through the schedule, though. I know a lot of teams have certain groups, or a lot of fans have certain groups circled in their bracket. Talk me through the schedule for the competition.
Yeah, so we're starting off with that group stage we talked about before. We've got the four groups. They're all playing each other once, and then at the end of that, that's where it moves on to the losers bracket, the winners bracket, and then again to the match point finals. That'll only be the top 20 teams, but as you can see there, that is just on the Sunday.
That's right. We'll see Group D on display today for the very first time. We'll talk about those teams and the matchup here in just a little bit. But guess what? Yeah, we might have Group B versus D behind us here in the main stage. We also have our side stream, our B stream, where Nicewig and Greek are holding it down. You have a chance to catch Group A versus C action if you'd like. And guess what? We got actually a little message from Nicewig. Let's take a look.
What's up, guys? Nicewig here.
Hey, everybody, it's Greek.
We are heading over to the B stream right now for day number 2 in London. We're walking on over. It's a little cold out, but we're excited for the groups today. We're going to be watching A versus C. Make sure you guys come check it out on my channel, twitch.tv/Nicewig. Greek, any words for everybody?
We watched Fnatic pop off yesterday. Let's see who dominates the leaderboards today. Hope to see you guys there.
See y'all there, man. Peace.
Yeah, Greek called it. I mean, they got blessed with APAC, lovely action. Top 4 out of 4 teams coming from the APAC region, APAC South and APAC North dominated in that side stream yesterday.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance. I mean, Fnatic was one of the teams, we called out right at the start yesterday, so it was no surprise that they came out on top. The fashion in which they did it, though, is... they're absolutely title contenders. And, when we were talking about TSM being one of the other ones coming into the weekend, but, look, a lot of the players were actually touting XSET, so maybe they had the beat on that after their performance, especially in those first few games on Storm Point yesterday.
That's a great point. 8th place yesterday for TSM. Meanwhile, XSET was the best team in North America, undoubtedly. Well, hey, we're talking about placements. We're talking about standings. Let's take a look at the overall standings as a result of both groups yesterday. Glitter, walk us through it.
Listen, we're talking about them, XSET at the top, but just by 1 point after an incredible comeback performance on World's Edge by Jailings, closing out the day with a very strong second place finish and some impressive plays. Moving on down the list, though, that's where the other groups start coming in. Fnatic coming in at the 58-point mark. Impressive margin, to be fair, set by XSET and Jailings, but then the other groups were so much closer. Another 1 point separating down to EXO, only a couple more down to Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Genome, this is going to be so close throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, I mean, if it's close here in the group stage, then going on when we start cutting some of these teams away, it's, surely it can only get better from there, right? The teams that were at the top performing when it is that close, when it is on LAN, I think that that really says something about them versus how they perform in the regional ones. This is so much more important and so much more impressive.
Yeah, I completely agree. The biggest thing in the second page here is EMEA. I mean, you see teams like Alliance, Kansas City Pioneers, Ascend, teams that are the best, most dominant in that region. Obviously, we wish Aurora and other squads were here. They were not able to make it, but nonetheless, these teams are not performing, Glitter.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you called that out because I think we're going to be keeping a very close eye on some of those squads today to see if they are able to make that comeback performance because it's about to be that do or die moment. There's only so much time left in the tournament, and when you're talking about the likes of Ascend, a team that got 4 wins on a day during the first split, unprecedented before, and then Alliance, I think, had very big expectations. We've talked about them before. We need more.
Yeah, I mean, you were calling out KCP there. That's a team that went for a lot of contests yesterday, and they have had their ego battered and bruised. They lost a lot of them today. I believe they've come out and said they're going to be going for some of the lesser POIs, just because, look, if you come 20th and you get 0 kills, you're not going to be making it out.
Yeah, that's true. But look, Dark Zero was contested, and they still found a way to, at least place top 10. So interested to see how they will bounce back. But hey, enough of the big picture. Let's focus in on these teams right behind us, and let's talk about some of the teams that we are going to see on display here today. Which ones are you guys kind of looking forward to most? Give me some initial thoughts here.
For me, definitely having a look at Iron Blood Gaming.
Love it.
The guys from APAC South, they came 4th yesterday, had 46 points. They were averaging 4 KP a game, which is really good. They've actually they've changed their playstyle very much for the 2 different maps, right? So on Storm Point, they're playing a more hard rotate style. They're playing from Command Center, which allows them to get those really early Valk ult and just go straight for zone because you get that height and that extra range from that Valk ult. On World's Edge, however, they're actually looking to play it a little bit slower and come into zone when everyone else has bled through their meds, and they can just bully them out because they've been staying around, crafting, and just getting all the loot for themselves. So it's interesting that they're playing that differently on both of the maps, but it's really working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I missed the chicken sandwiches team name, not gonna lie, but big shout out to IBG picking up a great squad, that is for sure. Hey, for me, my team to watch, well, I gotta start with Singularity. This is a squad that needs to perform. The best team, so dominant in the APAC South region, and it's because of this man on your screen right now, Elysium. So incredibly talented, but the problem is Singularity plays around him. They rely on his ability to fly around, make plays, one of the best, actually probably the best roller player in APAC South, one of the best support players in APAC South. Artin, of course, the IGL most experienced, but the issue is Elysium can't fly around and make plays the same way on this international LAN competition because the skill level is so much higher than the APAC South region where he can just dominate everybody because he's just that much better. So I want to see them adjust. I want to see them change their play style, but for me, it's all eyes on Elysium for the South American region to see how he can perform and how he can try and carry this team to success. I'm looking for Singularity to have a big day here. They need it. Glitter, who do you got your eyes on?
I love that pick. I'm not going to lie. I might give a little bit more love to APAC, which will make Genome happy, but I want to talk about Crazy Raccoon a little bit. Okay, obviously, on a very high level.
Oh, they're vibing out right now. Look at them.
Third place.
Oh, what do you think they're listening to right now? Is that some techno?
I need whatever it is. I need it in my headset too, so I can get on their level.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah, same. I'm trying to get on that level for sure. Maybe tonight. It's Friday night in London.
Right.
Oh, look, the mixing.
Oh my,
mixing?
he's mixing.
Got the scratching going on.
Oh my, he's a DJ.
Who even cares why I even want to talk about them because this is just pure entertainment.
Exactly.
Right
Honestly, you had a whole thing prepared.
I did.
You had all this. You spent so much time, and they completely stole the show.
It's fine. That's kind of their job. That's what they're here for. But they
Break it
did
down.
third place overall after their group plays yesterday. But I wanted to talk about the addition of Whisper. Now, I want to hype up Raz too. Whisper's new to this squad though. I think a lot of people were kind of questioning the untested addition to this team. Now, when we're talking about Raz, currently the kill leader with 19 kills after yesterday, but when we're talking about the untested addition of Whisper at 12 kills. So that's actually doing a phenomenal job. It's the first day, but seriously pulling their weight. And I would like to see if they're able to kind of continue that momentum moving through the rest of these group stages.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions about him, right?
Yeah.
I heard a lot of the players wonder why CR would go for that pickup. Because honestly, these guys have the pick of the litter. I mean, they're huge names, the org, but also just, as a team that dominates that region and has for a long time. So surely anyone they want to look at, right, would take that invite. So Whisper, he's a lucky guy, and I think he has to prove it here. And as you said, he's doing pretty well.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was brilliant analysis, but I'm not going to lie, I didn't hear a word you said as I'm watching these guys have the time of their lives right now on screen. This is just, an immaculate thing to see. But no, jokes aside, you're spot on. I mean, Raz has been widely referred to and considered by pro players around the world as one of the best players in the world. He's certainly showing why right now. Mouse and keyboard player, the kill leader right now in the overall tournament, absolutely dominating is Raz. But look, I'm the host of the show. I get to break the rules a little bit. I'm going to have a second team to watch because guess what? We're in London. And we got a hometown team that needs your energy. Make some noise for Vexed Gaming if you're a fan of Matafe and the boys, because guess what? They need your help. Dropped a goose egg, essentially. Last place, 20th overall yesterday. Could not get anything going for themselves, but we all know their lows are low, their highs are as high as this gravity lift right now from Horizon. Tyler FPS, UK controller player, so incredibly talented, joined alongside Unlucky, the absolute demon 18-year-old coming from Austria, and of course Matafe, one of the best IGLs, one of the most well-known IGLs. They are so much fun to watch. They play pure edge, pure fight all the time, and they're running Catalyst, by the way, because they love the opportunity to use Catalyst to push any building and take control of doors if they can. So of course, we all know how skillful they are. Tyler FPS leading the way as a top fragger and one to break ice for this team. They need a big day today, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, if anybody's paying attention to social, we saw that they are
cuddling in a bed.
Bonding. That's team bonding, John.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and that's going to help improve their performance here today, or at least that's what they're hoping. I think that's what we're all hoping.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty shocking start to yesterday, guys. I mean,
say the least.
Teams to watch, but, because we're hoping that they jump up the scoreboard, right? I think unlike some of the other ones we'd highlighted so far that have done really, really well, Vex are kind of on the opposite end of that spectrum. They really need to step it up or they will find themselves in that losers bracket.
That's right. This is kind of the middle point, right? Your second of 3 group stage matches. If you fall behind here, if you have another bad performance, then you're going to be seeing yourself in the elimination bracket overall. So we'll see how Vexed can perform. Tyler, of course, is holding it down for the hometown crowd here in London. But look, I'm interested to see, of course, I just say London, these people go crazy. I love this crowd, by the way. You guys are the best. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Thank you for bringing the noise. It is Thursday morning, by the way, and we're already filling up almost every seat here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in from home as well. If you're joining us from North America, I know it's bright and early. Thanks for watching, and thanks for tuning in. But guess what? We're getting the players ready to load in the lobby here in just a moment. We're going to be jumping to gameplay in just a moment. A lot going on, but let's first talk about the maps we're going to see, and it's going to be World's Edge to kick things off. Matches 1 through 3 on World's Edge, and then we'll switch over to Storm Point for matches 4 through 6. And of course, to call the action, we'll be throwing over them in just a little bit. We'll have Onset and Gaskin kicking things off. And I think we got Vicky and Spider Tiff as a duo. We'll be casting the second half of this series. So it's going to be an exciting matchup. We got a great show lined up for y'all. That is for sure. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts here. We don't have the formal, official, predictions and graphic, but I like to ask the hard questions.
Oh no!
I'm gonna ask all predictions for this series. Who's gonna take first and why? You look confident, Gene. I'm starting with you.
Well, my prediction is that Dark Zero are going to get contested by NorCal, which is going to be a fun one
at
to
Harvester
start
on World's Edge, right?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. So Dark Zero have had to deal with so many contests so far. They're not very happy about it, but they've handled it pretty well. As of yesterday, at least, right? NorCal, honestly, should be a walkover for these guys, I believe. So Dark Zero, unfortunately, it just changes their whole playstyle, though, right? That said, for the audience, it's fantastic because we just get a fight from the drop, right? And we get the action just right from the get-go. So you love to see it, but it'll be interesting to see, as we go through and move through towards the bracket stages, whether some of these contests start clearing up because, teams have, got a little bit more on the line. When it's elimination, right, you might not necessarily be taking those fights.
That's right. Glitter, quick prediction from you before we throw it.
All right, speaking of having a lot on the line, we see this happen before in previous seasons. Alliance, okay? They do tend to play better when they are behind a little bit. They had a really rough start to the day, so I'm looking to see if they can bounce back here in the next day.
Ooh, I like that call out, giving your love and energy to Mandy and Hockey's and the crew. We'll see if Alliance can go big today. For me, well, I want to show some love to Crazy Raccoon. They showed up really, really well yesterday. I mean, clearly whatever they ate for breakfast or whatever caffeine they're consuming, they're feeling themselves right now. That's not even a question. So we'll see what CR can do. APAC North has looked really, really good so far. So I got Crazy Raccoon personally. But guess what? Just got the word in my ear. That gameplay is just about ready. Ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, make some noise and get ready for game number 1. And guess what? To call the action, we got the hometown boys. It's Gaskin and Onset. Take it away, guys.
Dan. It's time to get this going. I'm so excited for today. Yesterday was a wonderful start to the day. We had some amazing moments, some amazing clips, but now we see one new group joining us here on the main stage, alongside the group that we saw yesterday, Group B, and we get to see some of the teams that we didn't get to see on the main stage maybe step it up, because there's a few teams in this lobby who already, just one day into this competition we have in front of us, need to right now.
Yeah, we have a couple of teams that have been struggling a little bit. The desk mentioned it. Vex didn't have the best of days yesterday, and maybe we'll see a composition change coming into today. You had seen something on Twitter that might suggest that, so I guess we'll see whether that comes into fruition. But we've also got several teams who had a lot of success yesterday that now need to carry on that momentum. Just power through, get as many points as possible, get closer to getting into the winner's bracket.
And a reminder, we're starting off on World's Edge today. So 3 games on World's Edge to kick off day number 2 here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. And then we move over to Storm Point after that. But there's so many stories to talk about in this group, right? I mean, Genome was talking about Iron Blood Gaming. What a great day they had yesterday. And you look at this group and you see Dark Zero in there as well. Obviously, he moved over to NA. You have to see this season as the opportunity for Iron Blood Gaming maybe to just move out of that shadow a little bit. And now maybe take the mantle away from Dark Zero, who have been kind of the highlight team of the APAC South region.
Yeah, with Dark Zero moving away from that region, moving to North America, it just put Iron Blood Gaming on a pedestal, right? It gave them the opportunity to flourish, and they really have shown that with an amazing performance yesterday, whereas Dark Zero struggled a little bit, but as Genome said, have been contested and likely to be contested again here by NorCal in Harvester. Not the only contest we might have, though, here on World's Edge. Remember yesterday, Flora versus Alliance happened 3 times in a row. row, and I'm expecting it to happen again.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see for sure, but I think we have to talk about Crazy Raccoon as well, because the performance they put in yesterday, not just showing us a little bit of entertainment on the main stage to kick things off, but it's great to see APAC North and APAC South turning up. A lot of talk about North America, a lot of talk about EMEA, as it normally does coming into this event, has been put to the side a little bit, because APAC has been the standout. We're going to have to see if that continues today for the region, though, and it looks like we're ready to get these games underway here, Dan.
Match number 1 is locked, it's loaded, they're in the dropship. Well, actually, half the lobby is out of the dropship already, and I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on the southwest side of that map, down towards Thermal, and also at Harvester as well, where we have 2 potential contests, 2 potential early fights, where a lot is going to be on the line. And as soon as we have that circle information, of course, we will try and work out where teams are going to be rotating and who's going to be in trouble.
Well, it looks like we have got 2 contests off the break. It is the 2 that we talked about. One of them is going to involve Alliance, and of course, one of them involving Dark Zero over at Harvester. We're going to start off here by looking at Alliance. That's not one member of Alliance, we will say in the player cams. We'll get that fixed for you as soon as we can, but it's interesting to see Alliance have taken this fight numerous times so far throughout this tournament. You'd think maybe there's a little bit more strategy, but we're also keeping our eyes on the top right, because Dark Zero lose that contest over a Harvester.
Did I hear Genome on the desk saying it was going to be a bit easy with NorCal? It was not the case. We didn't see it, but Dark Zero eliminated an already 1 point to NorCal in that battle of Harvester. Here, though, Alliance looked like they've gone for a different strategy, Mark. They were landing at the bottom of Thermal Station before. They were having a horrible time battling against Flores. Yes, they won 2-1. Yesterday in those contests, but they weren't really better off for it. They ended up rotating late, they weren't getting much loot, and instead they've decided to take the southern side of Thermal and rotate towards Tree.
And Tree is completely open. That's the great thing here for Alliance. They're going to be able to pick up some loot as well as those extra little bits and pieces that we've just seen them pick up. But, I mean, Dark Zero, one thing I did want to kind of highlight is they've never done it the easy way, Dark Zero, right? It's been match point. It's been deep into tournaments that they've picked up those tournament victories. Go back to Split 1 Pro League. If you weren't following what happened in North America, it went all the way down to that regional final for Dark Zero to qualify. People saying, was this the right decision to move over to NA? Should they have stayed back in the homeland and maybe had a bit more of a comfortable time qualifying? Don't count them out yet. Even though it's game number 1 of the day and they lose that contest, Dark Zero know how to get it done with their backs against the wall.
And also remember, we go into bracket play. There is an elimination bracket as well, so there's always going to be an opportunity for Dark Zero. As we look at the map, though, now we have an idea of where this circle is going to be going. We are going to be heading kind of east, middle east of this map. Geyser might be an area where people try and head towards. You've got to imagine this is a good circle for the likes of TSM, who had beacon information at Lava Siphon. And now we're going to see all these teams try and rotate quickly to the center of this circle that you see on your screen. All these northern squads, I imagine, have to play it quite late here because they would have been beaten to the pip by those squads that are landing in the middle of the map.
Interesting to see how teams actually approach this one. This could be a ridge finish, maybe one of those finishes just kind of north of there, just kind of the other side of the choke towards Fragment East. We're going to have to see where that Zone 4 pool does take us. A little bit of guys are involved though. Might see a little pool over to there. It's going to be interesting to see where a little bit of beacon information is going to take us towards that end game. But we're looking at IG International. They were one of the teams yesterday from the EMEA region who did have a pretty good day.
Yeah, International. These are guys that, you know, we saw absolutely dominate World's Edge, IG, right? Invictus are a team that are very consistent with their placements. They know exactly how they want to approach the game. And when they get to the late game, they really know how to kind of put that into a victory. They have something ridiculous, like an 85% win rate when they get into the top 3. And they seem to have found themselves in a good spot here at Geyser. You can see they have Beacon 2 information. They know where they need to be rotating to. They may have more information than some of the other teams have around them, and now they need to use that to their advantage.
Well, it looks like IG, always a good team to watch if you want to know where you think Zone's going to go. Like you say, a very hard Zone team, but it looks like it's going to be a skyward dive from them to find maybe an even better spot.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot from this skyward dive. As I said, they are one of the better World's Edge teams. They know exactly where these final circles are going to be ending up. They are going to look for a priority spot right here, right now. And it looks like they want the house building.
Yeah, this is Hill House, and they want to make it their own at the moment. One team looks like they've left, and the old Hermit Crab, as Hodzik would say, they take the shell from them, and this is going to be where IG set up for now. They will have maybe access to stretch and maybe just about hit that beacon with that drone coming in as well. So we'll have to see how they play it. But everybody else on their journey towards where they think that circle's going.
And then Esports Arena, where you can't forget how incredible they were during the regional finals. Of course, they won the regional finals. Previously, they had never won a World's Edge map throughout regular season, and they won it twice back to back to make sure they qualified. And we're here today through victory, and I'm sure they'll be looking looking to try and get a little bit more success coming into today as well.
Of course, welcome Coddy to the team. He's going to be the most recent pickup for Esports Arena. But now we're going to have a little look on what's happening outside of the circle for now. This is a fight going down just to the north of Harvester at the moment. And you can see FC Destroy, a team who did win a game here on World's Edge yesterday. They're going to be involved in this.
Ignore me. I'm hungry.
Looks like they're very much hungry for this fight, as you get the voice line from Valkyrie as well, saying she is hungry.
Let's check that quadrant.
And because of where they are on the map right now, they are looking for edge fights, our FC Destroy. They are looking to try and see if they can pick up any extra kills, knowing maybe that some of these priority positions already in the center of the circle are going to be taken. And that's some of the fights you have to go for. Otherwise, you're just going to get to that late game and then probably fall victim to being gate kept.
Interesting battle might break out here. This is NorCal Esports. This is the team that took down Dark Zero, but we'll go back to that in a second because Passion are making some plays here. Zero, nothing's going to go down though. Even after he did a bit of damage himself, a little spray coming in with the R301. It's more than little, it's huge. And Iron Blood Gaming, they will be eliminated. Our second team to fall out of the lobby and a couple of extra bullets from Urban.
And I feel like that is just Passion getting rid of a bit of frustration from yesterday. Remember, it wasn't the best of days for them. They were on the receiving end of a 1v3 from Zane. So this will be very good for them to just kind of put that behind them, move on, and start focusing on today.
This is the one team who did not enjoy seeing that clip on
They did
social
not.
media yesterday. This is the only people. And for Passion, an opportunity maybe to step things up a little bit. A little rotation coming in now. You can see in front of them from the Wrecking Ball from the Mad Maggie, but Mimu hitting some decent shots himself with that longbow.
It does look like a lot of teams are moving to the west side of Geyser and even further down towards the northern side of Lava Siphon here to make sure they try and find the best positions possible. You don't see many teams banking on Geyser at the moment. It still could be a Geyser shift, but it's unlikely.
Well, I'm telling you what, Passion, they're showing it right now. I'm hearing it in my ears. It's time for us to jump into a listening provided by WD Black.
Go down. This guy on me. Oh, there's people on me. There's somebody in front. They go right side. Can we take the guys here? Yeah, they're on the other building.
Why do we just chill here? Oh, no, man.
I want to play here.
Come and get that. I've got Valko.
Yeah, use Valko. Yeah. Why are we taking guys here? Go before nobody comes behind.
Yeah, let's go.
We can play the choke or the stairs, you know? You know the big mouse stairs, what I'm talking about.
It's an edge lobby, by the way. We get free placement and shit.
I don't see anyone on the stairs either. This is more flexible though. Nobody close. Oh well. Game in big mod.
It's gonna pull out, no? It's gonna pull out here. Why don't we
finish the choke.
Why don't we just play the choke and then drop the
finish this choke and we play the...
Let's check that.
Princess. No.
A crypto team here.
Let's check that quadrant.
Don't go down though.
That'll be IG, no? IG would be in a good spot here.
I'm getting short. Do I set up in the...
We jump back into the gameplay and then Passion. I was promised, by the way, by the producer. He said they were hyped. Maybe we're just a second late after that fight finished, but they sounded pretty good. They sounded pretty clear in those comms. And Alliance, they're a team who had a little bit of an interesting day yesterday, Dan. And once again, we talked about that contest. I love the change of approach that we saw today, making sure that they get to play the game. That's the most important thing, right?
Yeah, even though Tree was a little bit of a gift, I think it was a wise decision anyway to just not be taking that straight fight over and over again. We've seen historically throughout Apex Legends, it doesn't work out for you if you are taking contests every single time. There is more confirmation of where that circle is kind of heading. You can see the area I was talking about just to the northeast of Lava Siphon where IG, ESA and TSM currently reside. That's kind of where we're expecting a finish here. Those who are able to get Beacon 2 information will be purposely landing there when they go into the Skyward Dive just to make sure they've got one of the better spots. There will be teams though on the edge who don't have Beacon 2 information, and that's why they're maybe being a little bit cautious with their positioning.
Yeah, you can see it's interesting, right? You presume a lot of teams don't have that information because we have quite a big spread of where teams are setting up at the moment. You've got Crazy Raccoon, they're over in Geyser at the moment. We saw Passion, they're kind of playing the choke between Big Maud, and a couple of teams stacked up on each other. 3 teams actually stacked up on each other over at Big Maud. But Alliance, they're playing outside of Lava Siphon at the moment, just inside of one of these buildings that's central, trying to hold out a team that's rotating in towards them, and that's going to be Flora. So this team fight between the two teams, it's not over. Speaking of team fights, you can see we've got one on our screens now.
Yeah, FC Destroy and E6 just posturing up against one another, puffing their chests up a little bit, and throwing some frag grenades as well to tag some damage. Actually, big damage coming from FC Destroy. They would love to push up on this, and maybe they will, but they also recognize they're in a good position right now to gatekeep. Are going to make sure they get some ultimates down though.
Yeah, this is an isolated fight they can take as well. You can see E6 don't want any of it though. They're going to try and back away as quickly as possible. FC Destroyer want to try and hunt this KP down, but it looks like E6 are trying to disengage or maybe just reposition to find better angles to fight from.
It's a long old rotation though for E6. They have to go all the way down past Harvester, and then they're just going to naturally meet other teams. It's kind of a one situation where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't here for E6. You either have to take a very difficult fight head on where you're constantly being pressured here. FC Destroy are ruthless right now.
Well, it looks like E6 are just running. No one's trying to hold here for E6. They're not trying to do damage, slow this down, and now you're going to see FC Destroy don't need to be asked twice, but they've got to win this fight now. Amphi's going to come in first, he's going to get the first knock, and E6 are holding their ground here.
E6 doing very well, Revenant ult comes down, Totem is deployed, and E6 hold off the push from FC Destroy. FC Destroy just kept on coming, and E6 said, come into our trap, come into our lair.
Golden rule of esports, never chase a kill if it takes too long to get it. E6 make them pay. E6, like you say, with that Revenant, like they'll be able to pick up those kills. Such an aggressive comp, and Swinny's on the octane.
I mean, I haven't seen the Revtane combo for quite some time in competitive Apex Legends, but I tell you what, when you put it in the right hands, it can still do some serious damage. And now with E6 winning that fight, they could be a real threat as we get to the mid-game here.
Tell you what though, this might not be as easy as they think on the rotation, because there's a team who are waiting for them. Speaking of traps being set, here comes fun 1, 2, 3, and it's anything but fun here for E6.
E6 cannot catch a break. They thought they were just going to be able to easy breezy walk themselves into the circle now, but unfortunately, when you hear shots ringing out on World's Edge, you know full well someone is going to be having a little peek.
The good news here for fun is that they will be able to get back towards that zone, and they will be pretty safe for now. No one's gatekeeping then. Two members of E6 did manage to escape though. Slayers has gone all the way into Fragment East, and Amphi's like, do you know what, I'm out of here. I'm going the complete opposite way. So E6 completely split. Luminosity, haven't talked about them today, Dan. They're set up inside of Lava City, and Jaguares, oh, welcome. Maybe we should have been talking about you.
Oh, it's Vexed on the other side though. It is a 2 versus 1 at the moment. Tyler and Unlucky still alive here, whereas Jaguares is just going to have to try and survive, maybe get into a position where you can isolate this fight.
Jaguar is trying to escape for now. Oh, but look at this, Vexed. There's a third party in the vicinity. And they've got to be extremely careful. It was not a good day yesterday for Vexed, and it's looking like a shaky start to the second.
Yeah, this is crunch time now, where a lot of teams are forcing fights because they realize they're not in the best positions for where this zone is pulling. So instead, they're picking up KP. So Vexed, they're down to 1. You saw Unlucky was the last remaining player as well. Jaguares was able to instead run away. Now we're going to see several teams just having to take fights. Crazy Raccoons over towards Guys are also doing the same.
Crazy Raccoon and SSG, this is inside of the Snake building. Enemy close. Damage being exchanged, but Crazy Raccoon will be able to reset here. At this point in the game, 3 blues, not the best, you would say, as far as the Evo shields being charged up to what you would want for one of these fights. Just waiting for that exhibit to maybe expire for a few moments before they try and make the push. Don't give that information away. But they have to be careful here, because also Passion are in the vicinity. This is why you're seeing 3 teams so standoffish, but now they're going to use their exhibit. Raz is going to send in the riot drill, and now he's going to send in the boys.
Elsewhere, Luminosity do get eliminated. Arcstar is going to do some damage. No, they managed to escape it. And now Crazy Raccoon just need to time this correctly. Avoid grenades, wait for them to be depleted, and then you push in.
Crazy Raccoon looking to take this fight. Black Hole's going to go down. Not the damage they wanted off the back of it, and now they're expending so many resources here. That's 2 ultimates being used. There's the riot drill again, just to chip away at the damage, but there's a thermite in response.
Both teams just using every little bit of weaponry they may have to try and do that initial damage so then they can push in, but both of them being held up against one another.
Crazy Raccoon trying to make this push. We do have a listening lined up for this fight. Let's jump into the comms of Crazy Raccoon.
가자, 나 큐어 뺄게. 큐어 줘. 와봐, 그냥 형.
오케이, 알고 있어. 나 왔어. 노트 보지 마.
혼나게. 오케이,
나 왔어. 오케이, 그만. 얘들아, 나 이거 얼티비 한잔 먹으면 궁차. 천천히 해봐.
나 얼티 하나 있어.
얼티 한잔 먹으면 궁차.
나 얼티 없어.
앞에 봐줘.
온다.
나궁 있어 얘들아 궁 있어 천천히 해봐 궁 56번
천천히 연기해 천천히 나 큐 5초 야 내가 얘네 2층 오면 나 큐로 갈라줄게 오케이 얘들아 2층 오면 큐로 갈라준다 오케이
준비됐어
오케이 준비됐어
하나 둘 셋 지금 뭐 나왔다
야 큐렸어
So jump out of the comms, back into the fight. This fight is still going. Every single bit of resource is being expended, but you have to say Crazy Raccoon made a good play to take that high ground, stay inside of the zone, not have that at their backs. That means this fight will continue, but here come A6.
I love how they forced their way into the top of this building, but as you say, there are more teams in the area here, and Space Station are down low, E6 are on the outside, and remember, it's the Revtain combo back on its full force. All three members are up, and they're trying to do some work here.
Got Swinny back into the game, and they have managed to influence this fight massively. Crazy Raccoon did lose some players. Here comes Anaya with a Peacekeeper. He is chunking away. Crazy Raccoon eliminated. E6 like desperately trying to move in to pick up the pieces here. But it looks like SSG will be able to stabilize for just a few moments.
Can they manage to get them back on their feet, though? This is going to be a big revive if it can happen, but E6 looks to deny. They come flying in. Ruthless aggression, but is it going to be enough? Drop just popping off.
Amphy left on his own. Drops, what have you got for us? Have you got a highlight to start off the day? That's the question, and the answer is yes! Another team now approaches. It's going to be Passion. Looking to clean up the final member now. Team Singularity out. Esports Arena out as well. And Passion, I tell you what, after what happened to them yesterday, I think they want a few clips of their own.
The kill feed just exploded, and it's not done yet. Passion also under a little bit of pressure from behind. SSG are still alive. Dropped, was able to escape ever so slightly. All teams now are going to have to move east here. This circle is pulled over yet again. There were several teams predicting a kind of circle pull, but maybe not this far east. And now Passion trying to make up for yesterday. All three still alive, and they're certainly doing damage here.
Just a reminder, this team at the last hour answered the call to come and play in this tournament. Here they are now starting to pop off, all dressed in red as well. The Evo shields fully charged up, the heartbeat sensors there. Just checking their back, it's clear, and now they will be able to move towards Big Moor. They have complete control of this choke down. They'll be overlooking all of the paper area outside of Big Moor. This could be a big opportunity for Passion to win this game.
Just a couple more shots required here, and I think needs to stay alive, but goes down, and now Passion are going to have to take this fight. Fun on the other side, doing serious damage. SSG get eliminated, but here comes the finish. Passion still kicking. Fun 1, 2, 3. They are out of here.
Amazing stuff. Amazing hold here from Passion, and what a turnaround it's been from yesterday. But now we take our attention towards the bridge, outside of that little dome that we see in front of these two teams. One of the teams who is involved, TSM. Yesterday, by their own standards, not good enough. This is a time to answer back.
Well, it is a perfect circle pull for Passion. We go back up to the north side, so that hill they were holding is where we're going to be heading, but Northeption are also there. And Alliance and Flora still alive on the southern side, still having their battle against one another, but at the moment, they're cohabiting.
Funny how these stories continue. It doesn't matter, it's not the drop, it's an end game this time. We'll have to see if that's going to work out. Oxygen holding that low ground, but a difficult position to fight from here. No real way to get up on height unless they want to use that Valkyrie. And the sky would die, but so risky to do at this point in the game. Everyone's going to be looking at you if you take to the sky. So Oxygen really in a sticky spot here. Is TSM who are looking down on them, and here is the rest of the field here, Dan. Alliance Flora continues, and Mandy goes down.
Alliance really struggling. It's going to be a 1 versus 3 now in this situation. Make it a 1 versus 2. Flora being griefed from elsewhere. Northeption are getting involved, and that might be the saving grace here for Alliance.
If Alliance can back up and they can survive for just long enough, like you say, then maybe Northeption are going to be the team who can influence if they survive or if they will die in this situation.
One member of Flora, one member of Alliance, but a full squad of Northeption, and TSM finally doing the damage onto Oxygen and will get the wipe. Just about, no, on Crook. There is still one remaining player, excuse me. Oxygen just about surviving. 6 squads remaining. TSM, though, they don't want to worry about Oxygen anymore. They need to be thinking about circle positioning.
Moving up late onto this rock. It will be safe here. Watson fences aren't going to intimidate them too much. They see the exhibit go down as well. They know a fight is breaking out here, TSM. They know now they can walk in without being challenged. Alliance out, Oxygen out as well. We're down to just a few remaining teams.
This could be easy pickings for TSM because you can see Northeption, Passion, they're fighting. We've got 4 squads left and they're all going to be weak. TSM just have to walk up on this, surely.
Timing has to be everything here for TSM. 0-0 does what he does. Passion will go down. Flora have 1, Northeption have 2, but it's TSM, surely, like you say, Dan, who are going to win game number 1.
It's going to have to be a miracle here. It's a 1 versus 3. TSM, surely it's just a matter of time here. Just hit your shots. TSM pop off on day
number 2. Questions answered. A wonderful start to the day for TSM. They bounce back after a little bit of a shaky start on day number 1, but you can see it in the faces of all 3 players. Completely laser focused. They know game 1 does not win you anything.
It's just another day in the office for TSM, right? They had a good day 1 in terms of their start yesterday. They had a good game 1 yesterday. As you can see there, the evil villain Raven sat in the background watching his minions. But I tell you what, this TSM squad is exactly what they needed to kick off today.
Wonderful, wonderful execution in that end game. But I want to give a shout out to Passion as well. I mean, we talked about some of the fights they were taking. We heard from our producer that they were popping up in the comms as well. And I'm going to say, they definitely would have been in those end moments as well. But game 1 is done and dusted. TSM take home the win. It's time to hear from the desk their thoughts on that game.
Thank you so much, guys, and what a game number 1. TSM walks right into it with a 6-kill first place finish, a moderate first place win for TSM. Obviously, a lot of their storylines. Passion comes out with a vengeance after not showing up yesterday, and a lot of crazy fights on Edge that you wouldn't necessarily expect. A lot of teams not necessarily prioritizing rotates, Gino.
That was one of the most unhinged games of Apex I've seen on LAN, Fallout. I mean, most of that, all the fighting happening in that building at the end of Geyser, like, that wasn't in zone.
Like, why?
Why were there, like, 8 teams there? Like, I looked down, zone was over, like, Big Maud and Dreamfire and North Eption. 2 of the more Edge teams were over there, kind of just being like, hey, where is everybody? And they were all too busy fighting up north, man. That was weird.
Yeah, it's like every single team was like the dog from Up, you know, just chasing the squirrel that they quickly found. They're like, I can third party, and then another team said, I can third party, and next thing you know, it was like a 7th party in the same house in Geyser.
You know, if ever a time there were to do it, it would be in groups. Some of those squads were the teams that needed to get some points, right? Groups are always a little bit more chaotic. They offer a little bit more flexibility in some of that aggressive play style for some of these squads, but I'll take it. If that's how we start the day, the games can only get better.
That's right, and it's been a big highlight of the weekend, right? Right now, we have the most aggressive meta we have ever seen in Apex Legends, and you'll see it right here in the highlights, kicking things off with Dark Zero getting eliminated.
Yeah, they did not have a good start, unfortunately, with NorCal Esports taking out that contest, and, you know, later on we'll see some that you were just talking about some of the comps you were seeing, right? We are getting to see Revtane. It has been a very long time since Revtane has been seen in a high-level ALGS competition, but E6 are bringing it back, and I don't know if that comp is just like, that's what sent everybody over the edge. They saw Revtane and they were just like, oh, we're just playing like that again, are we? And we're like, all right, we'll just send it, whatever.
Yeah, you're spot on. It was absolute madness. Big shot to NorCal with the initial win. And what's interesting about that NorCal fight, we'll break it down in a second. Harvester is a fairly 50-50 type of POI in terms of, you know, who gets the better loot. You saw Spitfire in the hands of Frogs. You know that's exactly what he's going to want there. But this is the fight we were alluding to, Glitter. Madness in the Geyser house.
You know, and what I love about this fight is that there are a lot of squads that coming into today were actually not in a position where they needed to make this aggressive push. It was a choice that they wanted to take these fights. SSG making some serious moves here. I mean, the fact that everyone started off the day so hot, though, does lend me to believe a little bit, Gino, that things will cool off as we start into, at least into the map switch.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if it gets any wilder than this, Glitter, I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to throw all of our preconceived notions out the window at that point, because, yeah, it's been a pretty crazy start here, but very entertaining. I'm loving it.
Yeah, and the opposite of crazy was, again, TSM just kind of walking in and getting an easy cleanup for a win.
And yeah, and why did that happen, right?
Exactly.
Because everyone
was fighting each other.
had gone somewhere else, and TSM just walked in and was sort of like, oh, Godspot's just free. Like, all right, I guess I'll just chill here. And yeah, everyone else had cleaned everything. Man, that was very strange.
The brainless or brain dead comms from Imperial House saying, what is everyone doing? No one's playing the game the way the game's supposed to be played. TSM does, and as a result, well, they get the dub. Again, a modest win for them. I think it was only 6 or 7 kills total to their name, but nonetheless, a first place 12-point win is certainly going to help TSM to start here, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's got to feel a little bit better to get the win, to close that out, because we saw so many incredible saves, some serious fights yesterday out of TSM at the beginning of the day, and then they didn't clutch up the dub. So this has to feel much better for them.
Or is it a bit of trepidation, right? Are they like, well, we started off well yesterday, and then like, we couldn't quite keep that momentum going. Is that in the back of their heads? I don't
No,
know.
it's TSM.
Yeah, but you know Hal, the most confident person in the entire history of Apex Legends, something tells me it's the last thing he's thinking of. Now, you saw the tweet from him. We're locked in today. I was chatting with him yesterday in the hotel lobby, and he spoke to the fact that, look, at the end of the day, the first day jitters what really affected them yesterday was teams are just playing weird, and that's the interesting thing. It takes time to adjust to LAN because you go from scrims, which is the exact opposite of what we're seeing, 10 teams in ring 1, ring 2, and sometimes to LAN where everyone's scared, cautious, not playing by the book because maybe nerves and other things are at factor here. So it takes time to kind of adjust to that change in playstyle, Glitter.
Not to mention the groups.
Yeah,
Obviously,
exactly.
you're thrown into your first matchup group-wise, and then the second you kind of find that rhythm and that comfort that you're talking about, it gets switched up on them. The rug gets pulled out right from under them. The adaptability is so important.
Yeah, that's a great point. Being able to adapt on the fly, that's always been a big criticism of Sweet Dreams, right? Sweet is an IGL that, on paper, by the book, is the best IGL in the world. He's the smartest and best IGL in the world when it comes to making the right mechanical calls, the right plays. But the problem with that is when you're too structured and rigid and you predict teams to make the right plays, that affects you on LAN because teams are no longer making the right plays on LAN. Teams are playing scared. So, Sweet is making a call expecting a team to make the right play. They don't, and that affects an IGL, so you got to be able to adapt.
Just want to check something here, John. How many championships does Sweet have?
Hold on, though. I didn't say he is the best IGL. He said on paper, he is the best scripted IGL.
On paper. Oh, okay.
Peep the IGL list I tweeted. I had him like 6th or something. Like fourth, third? I think I'm 3rd. But nonetheless, that's the issue, is you got to be able to be adaptable, and I think Sweet has learned that. He's grown as an IGL over the years, and that's one thing I think Hal has traditionally, historically had over him, is his ability to kind of adapt to LAN versus always being by the book.
I do agree with that, but I also love your sass. You're for the genome sass today.
I mean, look, talking about making some changes, we saw a little bit of Fun 1, 2, 3. Didn't get to see them on the main stage yesterday. They made some changes as well, right? They brought Karampu in, who came over from Crazy Raccoon. Yep. So it's been interesting. We talked about how, Whisper, that's big shoes for him to fill, right? But at the same time, Karampu's made that change, and, we had some expectations for Fun 1, 2, 3. They haven't quite shown up here yet at LAN just yet.
That's right. We're going to see if they can from our 80 Raccoon squad. But hey, that's going to be it for us on the desk for now. We're going to jump to a very quick break. When we come back, we'll have Onset and Gaskin ready to call game number 2 right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Game 1 done and dusted, Game 2 just around the corner, but what a Game 1 it was. TSM taking home that win in the first game of the day. And just to keep you up to date on what's going on, we're going to bring you the standings as well, just to show you how those points were accumulated and who ended up where.
Yeah, I think we know where first place was. It was TSM, 21 points in total. They got 9 kills on their journey. Flora, after being kind of free of the Alliance battle, able to get second place, 12 points for them, and then a solid performance from both Northeption. And we have to talk about Passion on the Rev-Tain combo have turned up today. Maybe they just needed a little bit of a warm-up after being a late addition to this tournament.
Yeah, Passion looked good. Oxygen Esports as well, working their way towards that final circle. But if you're looking at those stats, and I know it's a very small sample size, yes, but that's kind of been something they've been working on, trying to work on, right? They get into top 5s, top 6s, but the KP sometimes doesn't come across at the same kind of pace and the same kind of speed. That seems to be the case for them in that game number 1, but we're looking down at the bottom of it. Dark Zero is the story, Dan, and we have to start worrying if they don't win this next contest. If it even happens, will Dark Zero give this up? Will they try and play from Tree, which we know is a free POI? But if they do that, then maybe they're going to run into an Alliance team.
Yeah, I could see it in the chat in the pre-game. People were saying how Tree was free. Do Alliance then try and claim it again? Are we going to see Dark Zero back away from Harvester? Where is Dark Zero's ego at, right? Back-to-back LAN champions, just taken down 20th place in that first game. Do they say, look, this is our POI, we need to dominate it going into the rest of the tournament, or do they back away? It's a very big decision here going into game number 2.
That's a good point as well, right? Even if they win the next one and then the game number 3 contest doesn't go their way, other teams who are landing a Harvester, maybe in their region, they're going to think, hey, even though Dark Zero are here, we've seen they haven't been too hot in the contest. So maybe we're trying to force them away, and then that's more questions for Dark Zero to have to answer. So a lot on the shoulders of those 3 gentlemen that you can see on your stage here. But again, like I mentioned, Dark Zero don't do it the easy way. They like to do it as hard as possible, and they have success doing so.
They do have a lot of success, but haven't been able to find a win just yet, especially on World's Edge as well. We've actually only got 2 teams that yesterday found a World's Edge victory. That was FC Destroy and that was Dreamfire. Of course, now TSM have joined them in this lobby. Even though we've got a lot of teams who are quite World's Edge dominant when it comes to the regular season, it just seems like there's a few teams that are a little bit off the pace when it comes to LAN, but that can very easily change and can certainly shift the further we get into this tournament. Remember, these games very quickly start to disappear right in front of your very eyes. If you don't get results here, you've got, what, 1 set of group games left, and then suddenly you may be finding yourselves in those elimination brackets.
And the elimination bracket is the last lobby. It could be for you if you don't manage to scrape your way through and push your way up to the top of those leaderboards, then unfortunately you'll be watching from the stands, much like some of these wonderful people that we see here early in the morning here in London. By the way, shout out to everyone who was here when the doors opened, because you guys are the real MVPs. I mean, we were in pretty early this morning, but there was already people waiting outside, so I mean, we can't really complain.
Yeah. Always appreciate the support in UK LAN events. Everyone always turns up, and that's what we absolutely love about UK-based events. But now we need the UK-based teams, maybe, too.
And the UK-based travel for us.
Yes, UK-based travel is nice. But UK-based teams, Vex did not have the best of games starting in it. They were able to pick up some kills, but I was seeing, again, chatter in the game chat, people saying, hey, Vex, what's going on? Why did you grief us? They pushed an LG team who had Caustic, which is always going to be a difficult push anyway. But it just seems like Vex haven't really found their rhythm yet so far in this tournament.
Yeah, they haven't. And I have to say, coming into this LAN, I did have some question marks about Vex, right? Because the games and the game days that they've succeeded a lot in the Pro League has been when there's been, with all due respect, some weaker teams in the lobby. They've been able to feast on them. It's been easy pickings for them on an edge of zone. Now you're in a lobby where every fight you're going to have to work hard for, right? It's not just a case of there's a couple of teams who have made it through the qualification, made it into Pro League, looking for a place to drop, and whatever it might be. Now every single fight is a war between these teams. We've seen it between every single fight that we've seen. No team has got run over, apart from maybe Passion yesterday, but that was an outstanding circumstance, and they answered back today. But I think they're starting to learn that you've got to pick your fights a little bit smarter here. It's not just a case of seeing a team and thinking this is a 3v3 we win.
I mean, I was chatting to the Vex kind of coaching team yesterday. They said that's one thing they've been working on leading up to this tournament is knowing when to pick their fights, to not just have mindless aggression. But maybe yesterday they went a little bit too deep into that, really struggled. They were trying a new composition. They were utilizing Catalyst. Now they're shifting away from Catalyst going into today, maybe trying to find something a little bit more familiar to their rhythm. But sometimes that mindless aggression isn't always the worst thing, right? If you start thinking about things too much and you overcomplicate things, sometimes you just need to shoot your gun, and perhaps Vex just needs to relax a little bit, and they might be able to find some of that success.
That's the passion I want to see, by the way. That was a serious, that wasn't even a cheer, that was a roar. I want to see more roars today from the crowd. He agrees with me. He does agree. Shout out to you. While we wait, by the way, we do have an opportunity to look at the final circle from our game number 1, where, as you can see, TSM, perfect shot from the cameramen and the fans with the TSM shirt on to see how TSM did close things out.
Yeah, and TSM were probably very happy to hear all this commotion that was happening on the northeast side of the circle. It just allowed them to walk up for free, and even though it could have been a little bit awkward just because of the rocks they had to climb over to finish off these kills, because everyone was so weak and it was only 1 or 2 players from each team, as long as TSM strategized correctly, it was never really going to go wrong. You can see Reps was quite far away from Furholst and Imperial Howl, but they spread themselves in a little bit of a triangle just to try and get around those final players and be able to hit all angles.
I love the end of that game as well. It's like the wind's up here. Just take this last player down, he's hitting the grab lift, and you're seeing that champion banner appear on your screens. And TSM, like we said yesterday, strong-ish start in game number 1, good KP, worked their way towards the end zone, but even in that game came up short against Exet, didn't take home that win. Exet did have an amazing game, by the way. Hopefully we can catch their POV at some point to see exactly how that went down, but this is the same story. Gino mentioned it on the desk, right? Yesterday, TSM had a pretty good start. They've had a very good start today with that win in game number 1, but we would need to see the consistency. That's what they've been famous for throughout this split of Pro League, the rejuvenation of TSM, so to speak. Without a doubt, the best team in North America, week after week, consistent points. It wasn't one week where they just put up a monster score. It wouldn't surprise me today to see that start to come back.
Well, if yesterday is anything to go by, in Groups A versus B, we saw Exet win Game 1 and go on to win the entire group, as it were. In C versus D, we saw Fnatic win Game 1 and go on to win the entire group. If history is going to repeat itself, it's a good sign here for TSM, but I think you're completely right. We need to see that consistency from them. Even though we follow TSM a lot, we always talk about the TSM. They are due a win, right? A LAN victory would be everything. I think no one would doubt that they are the best team in the world if they were to win LAN, but suddenly if Dark Zero come back in, or if someone else comes into the equation, things change. I would like that as my wallpaper.
Well, I mean, I can't compare. I mean, I try and hit a double bicep sometimes, but it's not as strong as that one, Dan. I got to be honest.
And Dreamfire will be looking to try and replicate some of their success from yesterday. I mentioned during yesterday's broadcast that Dreamfire, a very successful World's Edge team, as the look towards camera suggests that maybe Dreamfire aren't feeling it as much this morning.
They're logged in, they're focused, all right? I mean, sorry, I had to giggle at that. It just looked funny, let's be real. But I mean, one man who's looking serious. Wow. Doing his best Dwayne Johnson impression right there. That's going to be Hill on Oxygen. And Oxygen, like I mentioned, found their way towards that end zone. And that's important for them, right? Finding their way towards end zone. But like I mentioned, the question for me about Oxygen always coming into this event was getting to end zone, getting in a great spot. They've been brilliant at it. It's what they're known for. Can you turn it into a win? And if you can't, are you able to pick up the KP necessary to put consistent scores from game 1 to 6?
Oxygen still haven't won a game on World's Edge so far throughout this season, like in regular season and including LAN yesterday, and that worries me a little bit if you are relying that much on Stormpoint. You need to make sure you are consistent across both maps, but everything can change, and I do think that they have shown those elements of success in certain areas, but you've just got to get to these final circles, right? You can see that if you can get into the right area, sometimes final circles can be very easy for you if you're in the right spot.
One cool thing about the copper box as well is if you do have the awesome hairstyle that we can see on our screen right now, the green, you always find a chair that's going to match the color, so the camera shot looks great. I kind of like it. Looks like we're about to get ready to go into game number 2. Thank you for staying with us, everybody who's here in London and at home. And it looks like the game is loaded and we're ready to go. Game number 2 is about to get underway, Dan Gaskin.
And we posed our big questions, right? Are we going to see the contest yet again? Is Tree instead going to be occupied by one of these squads? I think Dark Zero have to respond to what happened in game number 1. Whilst we didn't see it from our POVs, it looked like a relatively clean fight on the kill feed. It wasn't any knocks going on the other side from NorCal. So Dark Zero need to better position themselves, maybe try and drop a little bit differently.
Sometimes it can just be what gun you find as well. You know, you can land on the same pill twice, and one's got Peacekeeper in, one's got a couple of syringes in. Yeah, cool. I guess I'll deal with this.
A syringe can only get me so far.
A syringe can get me back up for a few seconds, but it's not going to win me a fight. But it's going to be interesting to see how this game progresses. The story you have to say coming into this, though, is initially what's going to happen in those contests. Are we going to see a little bit of a kind of concession from some of these teams who are thinking, okay, that's one game now, we need to think about points, total across the 6 games, but also are TSM about to be able to find the consistency that they've been looking for?
I do appreciate there's a lot of different representation of teams in the crowd as well. There's a lot of support for various different teams. I still feel like it's a TSM heavy crowd, and that seems to happen everywhere we go. Even in the UK, it seems like we get TSM.
This is a UK heavy crowd, let me tell you. Do you not learn anything from the desk? You say the word London, everyone starts cheering. Well, let's get into game number 2. Let's see who is going to come out on top. Will we see one of the EMEA teams step up a little bit as a region? You've been quiet so far, teams. We need to see a bit more.
And also, we've got quite a diverse legend selection in this lobby. We didn't see much Caustic yesterday, but now Caustic coming into the equation. Of course, we've got the Revtain being a factor. We have a Newcastle on NorCal. We've got plenty of legends that can influence late-game decisions and can really change these final circles as well.
Well, let's see what happens then. It's time for us to jump off of the dropship and into some POIs. Let's see if we do see those contests. Will we see concessions, or will we see a little bit of ego being flexed by some of the teams who didn't manage to get the win last time?
I mean, Thermal Station is a hot drop, and we already know it could be a very hot drop. But look where Dark Zero are heading. Are they going to go into Harvester, or are Dark Zero saying, hey, let's take Tree? Alliance will see that as well. You can see the little arrows looking over towards, and Dark Zero say, well, if Tree's free, we're taking it.
This is very, very interesting indeed. And Lava City as well, completely free. So that's interesting to note. But Alliance now, this is interesting for them. They could be pinched by two teams, Flora and Dark Zero. So Alliance, who went away, strategized overnight. How do we want to play this contest? Do we want to just get out as a three-man, get the loot that we can, and rotate towards Tree? If they do that this time, Dark Zero might be waiting.
Yeah, this is very frustrating for Alliance because you are relying on all of the loot at Tree. Where you're dropping right now in Thermal is not going to provide you with much to actually fight against Flora, because Flora take the high ground, and I tell you what, that one player has only got a slither of health.
You do, just single tapping. Hints of flesh damage. And you can see in the kill feed as well, we have another fight going down. North Epsilon are involved. And they're picking up a couple of kills as well. That's over by Geyser in the respawn village just outside of it. So interesting to see already aggression being shown. And Genome said, I'm not quite sure what's happening in this lobby. I have to agree with him. Everybody looks like they're ready to throw down.
Well, it is going to be a circle that's heading southeast this time. I mean, we kind of ended up southeast, to be honest, last time, but it was maybe more middle east. And at the moment, Lava Siphon looks like it's going to be a heavy area for contest, and that's where TSM are dropping, so they're going to be more than happy. As for Alliance, where do they go from here, right? They either have to try and fight their way back through Thermal, or they're going to go to Tree. Their hope may be that Dark Zero rotate away from Tree because they've got the beacon information.
Looks like Dark Zero are rotating away, so Alliance will be able to at least hit that beacon that is over at Tree and get a little bit of zone information, but the difficulty for them now is there's no loot left over at Tree. They're going to be picking up the scraps, and they're going to have to maybe think about making a rotation towards a crafter, maybe completely altering the way that they would like to rotate in order to continue this game. But looking at where the teams are heading, looking at where that beacon information teams are heading as well, it looks like launch site might be the place that we're going here, Dan.
Yeah, everyone now trying to get as south as they can. And it looks like TSM even considering going to Dome at the moment, and they might set up just on the eastern side and hope to see that pull. We have seen that pull across towards the lava outside of Dome.
Well, one place that TSM like to play is kind of the rocky high ground, just outside of Dome. They can use Dome to back up. They can also hold the teams coming in from the low ground of Lava City through that Vault Tunnel choke as well, and they can approach and clear out that side of the map towards the end game as well, while all the other teams kind of have to engage with each other. So TSM doing what they do best, sticking to a rotation they're confident with. Dark Zero, though, you can see them on the screen, and they're already taking a little bit of damage, and it's Luminosity who are firing down.
Yeah, Dark Zero, it was never going to be an easy journey here into launch site, and unfortunately, when they find out who they might be running into, as soon as you see those caustic barrels, you probably avoid that fight. You don't want to be taking it, because even if you were to win that engagement, you're going to be so weak from all the caustic gas, you are just victim to then a third party that potentially could happen, and let's be honest, will happen from what we've seen so far in this lobby. Teams have been pretty relentless with their pushes as soon as they smell an ounce of blood.
I mean, the one good thing for Dark Zero here is, they've decided we're going to go Tree. Zones help them a lot here. They do have quick access and a good prio to where that zone is going to be, so you see them, they're holding down that kind of southern building in and around launch site. They can fire down on all teams, rotating down through Lava Siphon. Speaking of rotations, this one's a little bit later. This is a team who drops right at the north side of the map. It's Crazy Raccoon. Good day yesterday, but they're going to have to work hard here to get Whisper back up.
You've got to work so hard, and here's Alliance and Flora finally re-engaging. Then it looks like this fight is going to eventually happen here.
Mike is going to go down here. A little bit of hit fire from the Hemlock's going to be good enough to do damage, but it looks like Alliance maybe have the advantage here, but now Hackers goes down. Mandy goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch for Alliance in so many moments. Oh, and it's clutch again! Yuki loves to win those kind of fights.
A 1 versus 2, a wingman versus a peacekeeper, it doesn't matter. Elsewhere, still action happening, it's fun. Taking down Vexed again, eliminated in the early stages. And they are two huge fights that have just gone down, and it is going to be fun. It's going to be Alliance to come out on top.
A little bit of hip fire coming in from the 30-30 there from Karampu. He manages to pick up that final kill, but like you say, Vexed again. Points just scarce, almost impossible for them to find at the moment.
It's all well and good being an aggressive squad, but sometimes when other teams are set up, when they're poised, when they're expecting the push, you can situate yourself to ensure that you get those angles, that you can do those damage and punish teams who are relentlessly pushing towards you. Crazy Raccoon, though, have been able to get back on their feet, so there is good news somewhere in this lobby, because it was looking pretty dismal at one point. As ESA now will take to the skies, they will make their rotation. Can we see some of the success that we saw right at the end of those regional finals?
Pretty smart decision this from Esports Arena as well. Not just using the Skyward Dive from the top of the construction building to get the maximum distance, but they saw how many battles seem to be breaking out inside of Fragment. By taking this opportunity to rotate, they're now ahead of all of this. They can hold down this choke. They can gatekeep all of these teams. Might be an opportunity if they do have some range weaponry here to pick up some KP on those teams trying to make a move.
And this next beacon information is going to be huge for these teams because we've got a pretty even split between launch site and dome. People are banking on either of the kind of east pool or the south pool here. And whoever actually predicts this correctly, you're going to be in best chances to try and win this game. If you don't predict it correctly, suddenly you've got to fight your way across the lava, and it's not going to be fun.
Well, Esports Arena, they're going to be chilling for now. They do not have beacon information, so they're just going to be maybe looking to hold out, gatekeep, and look to make a late move, and maybe see if they can spot a couple of teams making a rotation and base what they think is going to happen off of the actions of another team. But
We can scan this
for now, Luda's going to be picking up a little bit more ammo for that wingman as we move over to Geyser and Passion, who had a pretty good time over here last game. They're looking to have a bit more fun.
Yeah, we're seeing the Eastern teams just kind of rotating around, meeting each other in Geyser. It may be a case that Passion just run away from this one, but we saw what happened last time when they ran away. They very much can set themselves up and they can get ready for things. On the other side, you've got all these teams maybe banking towards Harvester to try and get a little bit of beacon information as well. So there are a few teams trying a very different strategy on the edge at the moment.
Attacking here.
Looks like Passion have decided to readjust here. Passion featuring K-Swinny from E6. Now Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be in a little fight. You can see the exhibit is down here from the Seer as well. E6 are going to be using that Revtain to try and get the advantage once more, as we do get a little bit of face cam action now from Swinny. E6, the IGO on your screen, he's going to make the calls for his team.
And E6 can very much influence how this game goes with this combination of legends. They can really ruin people's day, and they're looking like they're trying to push up. It's FC Destroy on the other side of things yet again. Remember, these two went toe-to-toe before. It was FC Destroy chasing after them previously.
And it's Crazy Raccoon who are trapped in the middle of this. This is completely being pinched by both teams, and Hammer Drill's just firing down. He's going to throw down that Rolling Thunder as well, as E6 will finish off the final members now of Crazy Raccoon. The greatest news here for E6, didn't take any damage. Nobody down, which means that they can hold off this push coming in.
Yeah, Swinny's not in the best of shape when it comes to health, but it looks like he's got a med kit. He'll be fine, and I don't think we're going to see FC Destroy push up on them just yet, mainly just because the circle is going to be coming in a minute of 44, and you could argue FC Destroy in a better position. Circle has moved down further southeast as we were expecting. Launch Site and Dome are both still in it at the moment, but Lava City, Big Mord, you can see a few teams are going to be rotating late down from this east side.
Yeah, interesting to see. E6 should be okay here, because FC Destroy will have to make a move. Fun 1, 2, 3, they're rotating through the storm at the moment, but Iron Blood Gaming, they've got a little bit more attention in front of them to deal with. Scans are going to go down from the Bloodhounds, give them the information they need to see where that team is, and it looks like they're ready to fight here. The exhibit is down. They'll get those player outlines and strafe in with that Heartbeat sensor and a PK that's loaded. He's ready to go.
Oh, and they are pinching as well, and the shreds do come through. The assistance is going to be there, and it looks like Passion are going to be shut down immediately. Only one remaining play.
Yeah, no real opportunity here for Passion to make something magical happen. A couple of knockdown shields to play with, but they'll get whipped away nice and quickly, and it will be Iron Blood Gaming who step up here for their first KP in the lobby.
And they needed to, right? Game number 1 didn't go well for them, but we were expecting a lot from Iron Blood Gaming, especially considering the success they had in regular season on World's Edge. In fact, 62% of their points were from World's Edge rather than Storm Point. So when they do transition over to Storm Point, you need to be setting yourself up so you have a healthy point total going into arguably your weaker map.
And this is the team who want to move out of the Dark Zero Shadow, right? This is the team who won their split in Pro League over in the Apex South region. They're the team who have looked extremely strong doing so. So for Iron Blood Gaming, an opportunity in game number 2 to start writing that story a little bit more. They have control of Big Mord. They're going to make a move, of course, as they won't be safe for that next circle. And you can see Singularity are actually going to be inside of Lava City still, so they're going to have to deal with them.
Yeah, Singularity are in Lava City, but they're on the western side of Lava City, so it should allow Iron Blood Gaming just to kind of creep in behind them and at least hold a building for now. As we go back to E6 and their attempts to get into the northern side of this circle, they're still being held out by teams. It's ESA that are on the other side of this.
A couple of interesting things to note just on our map overhead as well. TSM have moved out of Dome right towards the southern tip, outside of the Dome, and everyone else who is coexisting inside of it now, at some point, is going to have to engage when that zone moves. So I like this positioning, not just from TSM, but from Oxygen as well. This is that small eggshell. We've seen finishes over there where Oxygen are at the moment, but I've got to say, not for some time.
We also have to point out that LG have beacon at launch site, and they're still at launch site, right? So do they know something that maybe other teams don't? Is it going to be finishing down maybe in that lava area just east of them, or are we going to be pulling further towards Dome? A lot is going to be said in this next zone shift that's going to happen in about 10 seconds.
Fun 1, 2, 3. They're making their way through Lava Siphon now. They will be safe if they want to just set up and call this place a little cozy home for now. But they will have a tough move to make, especially with a couple of other teams inside a Lava Siphon for now. ESA making their way just to the northern side of this zone. You can see them sneaking in on your map overhead right now as well. And Singularity, the team who are holding down that Vault Tunnel choke.
And there's the pull. Okay, we still don't know loads, but we also know we're going away from launch site, and those who were focusing on Dome have been rewarded. Singularity actually still okay in the Vault area they find themselves in as well.
Game 1 was a little bit crazy and reckless, right? This one is looking like a more traditional lobby. Everyone has found somewhere to play. 16 squads still alive. And only a couple of early teams going down, you would say. A couple of contests that we saw, a couple of people getting caught on rotation. But nothing too kind of untoward as kind of ruthless aggression, if you want to call it that. That hasn't been the case now.
We are going to lose a lot of teams in this next circle shift, though, because there's not much playable area that's left. All the Dome positions have kind of been taken, and now we're going to only have open areas that all these teams are going to be forced into, and then naturally you have to fight. So if you are one of these teams who's on the edge, you need to be thinking about, all right, where are we picking up our points? Are we going for a risky skyward dive to try and take a priority position? Or are we looking for kills? And if we are looking for kills, is it third parties, or are we going to have to push the initiative here? Do we need to start getting aggressive on teams?
One of the teams who has to make a pretty tough rotate, not just because there's teams in front of them, but also you can see the terrain in front of them is going to be esports arena. We have a listening queued up. Let's see what the next move is going to be.
I was looking for you guys. Cypher's not putting up?
No, they're not. No, I think they went this way. Fighting in zone right here. They're getting shot at. They're rotating. I think they're rotating into the eggshell though.
Rotate eggshell.
No, on bridge, on bridge.
Turn around. I'm crossing back.
They know.
I got an angle on the right.
Cracked Octane.
Yeah,
I cracked him.
That's all you.
I queued him.
Popping one cell.
They're down low.
They
down
dropped.
in this. Yeah, they're down here.
I'm getting an angle on this right.
We're gonna have to kill these guys if they keep pushing this. 70 on the Revenant.
Queuing him.
I might have an angle. Revenant cracked. I'm gonna Horizon ult.
Look at that kid. Yeah.
Horizon ulted.
We're just gonna have to look to clear this 100%.
Not a good Horizon ult. They have to run it. I gotta get a bat off.
Go for it. Get the bat off. We're gonna have to walk it in. Cracked Rev. Bottom. 1 HP Rev. Rev's actually won. Knocked Rev.
They're trying to send Cody.
Yes, play again. They're bottom. All you one.
I stunned.
Run his own.
Yeah.
Cut left. Come
Coming.
Just keep cutting to me. You should be fine. This team's not gonna gatekeeper in here, okay?
Turn. Popping a cell while sliding. We got bang ulted from the right. They're gonna walk down on us.
Just come. Valgo right here. 100%.
2 seconds. Go. Get in. Go.
Who needs a turbocharger? That's all I can think. It will be Esports Arena who take down E6, and now they take to the skies, but the oxygen is thin up here, Dan, and there's not too many places to softly land.
They're one of about 5 teams that have just gone into Skyward Dive to try and find a position. They do land, they do find a space, but the circle keeps moving down towards Dome. So you spoke about TSM, who positioned themselves on that southern tip. They are in a fantastic spot at the moment, but we'll have to revisit that later as FC Destroy are having to fight their way out of a troublesome situation.
Oh, they're getting stuck in the mud at the moment. That black hole's doing all sorts of damage and causing all sorts of problems. Hammer Drill will go down. It's down to Ubichan. But I don't think he's going to be able to survive for quite enough time to really have an impact on this endgame. Fun123 looking to have a little bit of a save. Karampu will also go down. They are eliminated. 7 teams now out of this lobby.
But we have to commend Esports Arena. They landed late. They've been able to force their way against all of these teams whilst doing damage, whilst picking up kills, but it is not done yet. They still have to fight tooth and nail here.
They have to fight, but they've got a couple of armor spots to play with as well. So even if the team needs to send it, they're going to have to fight for their lives. Connie will go down. Phonyhead's going to do big damage with that Volt. Gets the reload as well. He's going to be hitting some big shots. Now he has to swap out once more. Hits the reload and hits nearly another to the floor. Luda now left on his own, thinking about one of those armor swaps. Goes fishing in those boxes and finds himself a blue.
There are other teams that are in the area that are doing damage as well, so Luda has a lot to do, but he's being griefed from a distance. Frex, the other remaining player, but Luda will pop up, but unfortunately then falls straight back down because Team Singularity also in the area to do the damage.
And that is why that rotation is so tough. Everybody moving uphill, everybody shooting down from height. Look at the bodies, it's a graveyard down here.
Singularity might be the next ones to be falling into said graveyard as well, because FC Destroyer on one side, NC on the other side. It is an absolute collapse under Singularity, who eventually, even though fighting their very hardest, are not going to be able to escape. And I think NorCal are going to be the last remaining team here. They are the kings of this mountain, and they can now relax for a short period before they have to
Very, very short period of time. More fights now breaking out in and around Dome, because Dome has now been completely cut in half. Half will be safe, half will be inside of the zone. JMW, my goodness.
Invictus find themselves within Dome, but look, they have to move still. The circle is going away from them, and unfortunately that means they have to force themselves into a bottleneck out of one of these doorways. There are going to be teams watching them. Where do IG go?
IG make the play. IG make their move. Are they going to be able to find somewhere to play? JMW takes height and will be safe up here as well. He's got a couple of players to deal with as well and has to drop back. It will be NC who are up on that height.
This is mayhem here in Dome, as now IG down to 1. Graceful, the last remaining player, the old guard of IG, one of our oldest players at the tournament. Ironblood Gaming go down, so did Northeption.
Northeption out. Graceful still alive, and the longer that he stays alive here, the more placement points he's going to start picking up. So a solo player can still do so much damage. But who are the team that won game number 1? It's TSM. They're on the other side of this, and Hal's going to have a little poke here through the zone, and he's going to pick up some KP as well.
But TSM are on the other side of the eggshell, right? They are not seeing any of this action, which is great for them as another team falls. Dark Zero, though, still alive. It's going to be Dark Zero versus LG here at Dome. IG get eliminated.
IG out, but what a performance this has been from Dark Zero. What a turnaround from game number 1. They didn't even get to play the game for more than 30 seconds or so, but now they're involved in a final circle, and this is one of those final battles that could decide who's coming out on top. On one side we have Alliance, on the other we have TSM and Verholz. He's been taken down, shields broken, and a little bit of health damage being done.
Oh, he manages to get the bat off. That's huge for Verholz, huge for TSM. Mandy versus Hal. Oh! Mandy wins, but the assistance is there. 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2. Reps and Verholz. Hal has gone down. Couple of teams here in this commotion going down, going to have a little look as well. M&K and Controller combining together to try and make something beautiful happen, but the grenades are landing, there's explosions everywhere, and it's all up to Reps now. One of the most experienced players in the Apex Legends Global Series to go massive here for TSM, but here comes Yuki. He's clutched once, but he can't clutch twice. It will be Alliance eliminated.
TSM survive, but we still see DF in the area. Are Reps and the rest of TSM able to stay alive? Yes, okay, he can just avoid DF here, but now needs to do something. They're going to try and hold him out. As smoke comes in, but unfortunately, he's going to be peppered through it. TSM go down, but they did the damage. They got the kills as DF. They've done what they set out to do. They get the achievement of taking out those squads who were on the other side of the eggshell.
Dreamfire, Dark Zero, Luminosity, your final 3 teams. As now Dreamfire try and make their move in towards Dome. We are still in and around Dome. This is a finish again that I haven't seen for quite some time here on World's Edge. A little bit of ammo being distributed between the players to make sure in this final fight they can contribute.
Remember, Dreamfire were one of our teams who found a victory yesterday on World's Edge. Throughout the regular season, they dominated on this map as well. Now we need to see more of the same. It's about biding your time. It's about picking the right moment. We saw it so many times in so many instances yesterday. Dark Zero are going to be up on this higher side of the dome, guarding themselves from smoke at the moment. LG are going to be stuck between two teams, but at least they've got the freedom of being inside.
I mean, Dreamfire should be in the position to take this game home, right? Because Dark Zero are going to be forced to move because of that zone. LG have to leave that building. However, the one kind of thing that could throw a cat among the pigeons are those smokes coming in from Bangalore, cut off those lines of sight, causing a little bit of mayhem, almost like the reason that people play on Storm Point, right? Turn 60-40 fights into 50-50s.
Well, I think LG know they're in one of the most difficult spots because they have to escape through this doorway, which they would imagine is going to be watched. And you can't trust Bangalore smoke, right? A digi threat could be very much on a gun, or if not several guns, when you see a Bangalore team in the area. It's about patience. You can throw as many caustic barrels down as you want, but you've still got to get out of that doorway.
Now the question is, who has the ultimates up as well? What are they looking like in this situation? What has been expended by these teams? Is the caustic Nox gas available? Can Nizel have a real impact? Can he throw that down on Dark Zero? Completely stick them in the corner, play for those KP. It looks like they do have that Nox gas to play with. It's gone down now. LG have to make their move and the gas is doing damage. But look at this. Also doing damage is Dreamfire. Dark Zero, they're going to be eliminated. Luminosity might have a chance now. However, it's a slim one, and it's going to be Dreamfire who clean things up. Game number 2 belongs to Dreamfire.
I think LG and Dark Zero knew that game was Dreamfire's, and it was a matter of just trying to hold the other one out to try and secure second place. And as soon as LG noticed there was considerable damage down onto Dark Zero, that's when they pounced and they gave the game to Dreamfire there. Remember, it was Dreamfire who pushed the eggshells, that pushed the message onto TSM, onto Alliance, to not allow the freedom of that southern side.
So well played in that end game. The second time that we've seen Dreamfire being announced as champions so far in London. They are loving life in London at the moment at Dreamfire. And I tell you what, they're making a fan out of me as well, Dan, I have to say.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more screenshots, there's going to be more wallpapers made throughout this tournament because Dreamfire are going to be turning up game after game. They always seem to find themselves in these late circles, especially on World's Edge. My biggest question that I'd have to pose to them is, what are we going to see on Storm Point? Are we going to still see that consistency carry through?
Well, that's a question certainly for them to answer, and I'm sure that they're looking forward, to be honest, to getting on to Storm Point. But before we get there, we've got one more World's Edge map to be played. Let's send it down to the desk, though. Dreamfire will be the team who take home game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Fallen Light here. I'll join alongside Glitter Explosion and Genome to break it down. I know, Genome, you're excited to see an APAC South team on top in game number 2.
Yeah, Roy coming up big there. As the boys at the desk were saying, it was kind of in their hands. You know, Dark Zero, they switched up their drop spot. So they get beaten by NorCal to start with and then actually decide, look, yeah, we're not playing ego here, we're here for points. They go down south and actually get rewarded. Zone pulls over there, nice easy rotation into Dome. But yeah, as it sort of changed out towards there at the end, you could see they were just hiding in a corner. They're like, well, we can't really look at Dreamfire here. And that makes it a very easy target for the caustic gas coming out of LG.
Yeah, agreed. And I love that decision. Put your egos aside. Alliance did the same thing. They decided to split the drop and thermal station, and guess what? Instead, they make it to the top 5 as well. So a wise decision here, as this man here on Dreamfire making fans live from this crowd with all types of hand signals here, Larry.
Listen, I am waiting for more of the hearts from Roy, okay? That's all I want right now, because those are some of my favorite screenshots from yesterday. But phenomenal performance from Dreamfire. We heard the boys talking about it as well. They performed well on World's Edge yesterday. This is clearly their comfort zone. Storm Point could be a massive determining factor for them.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, everybody in the crowd, can we do a quick little heart here for Dreamfire, everyone?
Yes.
Rep your Dreamfire real quick. That's what's up. Make some noise for Dreamfire, ladies and gentlemen, live in the audience. Making plays today, that is for sure, is the Dreamfire squad, and that's a big game for them in game number 2. But Mark hit the nail on the head, onset. How are they going to perform on Storm Point once we get there is a key question here. You know, I'm not sure if you know how they, you know, obviously you casted the region for a while, the difference between them competing on World's Edge and Storm Point.
Yeah, it's we've seen a lot of differences. I talked a little bit about it yesterday, right? You know, they've been playing differently throughout the season, so how it's going to be on LAN, honestly, completely different question, especially considering it's only one of the 3 members we saw throughout the split, right? But considering you know, how they played in Rally, we're seeing similar themes come through there, where it's really Bolin and Roy who were picking up the pace, right? 4 and 6 kills for those guys. Tao really being the supportive player there in that game with the goose egg.
That's right. We'll take a look here. Alliance opts not to drop in 50-50. They drop on the outskirts, but they find themselves a late fight in that play from Yuki in a 1v2 perfection with the wingman, Glitter.
Those shots were beautiful. I mean, at this point, it's just Yuki being Yuki, able to clutch up that situation, but that's got to feel good for Alliance because that was a little bit of a rough start, so those extra KP are going to be super useful.
Yeah, Yuki doing Yuki things indeed. Meanwhile, Ironblood Gaming doing what they do best. Spanayi, the rookie, coming out of Apex South, controller player, absolute demon. He showed it right there. And of course, ESA found themselves in the mid-game fight as well, Gino.
Yeah, you can see a lot of teams, you know, it wasn't, you know, there was a bit of fighting going on, but it seemed very different to game 1, right? It wasn't just this absolute bloodbath out in Narnia. A lot of teams did get into Dome and play it like you'd kind of expect them to. A lot of teams inside TSM, you know, taking the bottom of the Dome itself there. Really smart way for them to play from. Didn't quite work out, but...
Yeah, and speaking of the teams able to hold the spot in Dome, LG obviously their drop putting them in a solid spot specifically for this end zone, but at least getting themselves into a better position to get some more points on the board because they were someone that I had been keeping my eyes on, and they didn't do poorly yesterday, but we know that they are capable of some insane plays, John.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the moment where Reps clutched up 1v against Yuki. Obviously, Reps had a lot more health overall. Ended up winning that fight. Then both of them ended up getting taken out. Here's the late game. Dreamfire had the win condition by a mile. Probably one of the most decisive win conditions we've seen. And they executed perfectly with that and the guerrilla warfare strats here. Look at it, popping out of a tree, basically.
My favorite. We're not supposed to be biased, but I love it so much.
Yeah, listen, APAC North has certainly delivered in the reactions category, to say the least. We had some DJ action earlier, techno beats being bumped. Let's take a look at the match 2 results. It's Dreamfire, and the crowd reacts to that one. 22 points and a 10-kill game for them. That should put them close to first overall, neck and neck with TSM, but Dark Zero and Luminosity also show up alongside Alliance. Pretty even distribution of points overall.
Yeah, so we were looking at some stats of, previously in the LAN group stage, how many points do you need to make it through to the winners bracket? And apparently last time, but both of the last LANs, it was exactly 104 points, right? So that means you're going for about 35 points per series to make it through into that upper bracket and not have to play the elimination bracket. So, teams that are getting 20 points, you're getting a win. That's actually really solid as far as the overall series and where that's going to put you towards that 100-point mark or thereabouts that you're really looking for.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, when we're looking at the second page here, in the event that you're only able to get 1 placement point, those 9 kills out of esports arena, leveling up that aggression, that's going to be massive for them.
Yeah, huge. I mean, doing what they do best. It's so interesting. I call it the Luda effect. Every team he joined this season playing with Madness, I mean, they skyrocketed in performance. Then he joins the ESA roster. They skyrocketed in performance. Luda, former member of the Tripods, playing alongside Nick Merckx, indeed, showing what he does best. Yeah, he actually played with Sykes in the last Challenger circuit. They were dominant in the Challenger circuit as kind of amateur players back then. It's been awesome to see his trajectory and how he's really just ascended as a top player. But look, let's take a look at the final circle there. We mentioned the win condition that was certainly in the hands of Dreamfire. Break it down for me, Gino. Talk about this late game.
All right, so we've got the Caustic pick. Obviously, a little bit unusual. This LAN very big in the previous season of ALGS, but this time LG one of the only teams running it. That means teams can't push into them here. The barrels are set up. They've got all of that. I think the Caustic ultimate, the grenade, you can see that's just gone out. So they're waiting for that to tick. Push Dark Zero all the way back right into the zone. They're clumped up there. They've got absolutely no chance. Unfortunately, LG take a little too much damage in the backside from Dreamfire as they pop out to take that fight, but it still does secure them the second place and a couple of KP.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say LG played that as close to perfect as they could, playing for second, but the one misplay, I just realized watching that back, they didn't get any of the 3 kills, I don't think, on DZ. They did all the damage.
Really?
They griefed it, but DF was actually able to get the downs and the knocks from afar.
I'm glad you called that out because they did. They put in so much work just to be able to push out of that building and didn't get anything for it in the end. But like I said, that was an end zone that was theirs to lose. It was near their drop. They had the loot that they needed. They were able to set up shop with the caustic in those buildings and keep so many people away for a while because of the fear of that gas in general. So they got the placement points, and they still had some good kills as well. Now they just got to wrap it up for the dub.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We know Luminosity is certainly capable of that, that's for sure. In the end, they did get the extra 2 placement points for getting second overall, so kudos to Luminosity. You know, you mentioned it, the only team running caustic, I think, in the competition right now, and that's just the pure Luminosity gameplay. They don't care what meta is. They don't care what the popular flavor of the month is. They don't care if Seer is that dominant or they can run Valkylis comps. They run whichever team comp that they want that fits their playstyle.
Well, if you think about that, before, you know, we saw Furia like that at Rally, right? They weren't listening to everybody else, right? They were just going with what felt good for them. You know, and all of a sudden, Seer came out of nowhere, and it was amazing for them. So you don't necessarily have to just play by everyone else's rules.
Yeah, in fact, sometimes you shouldn't. I think Furia proved that. I think Luminosity has proved that all Pro League. They played so well with completely off-meta comps throughout the entirety of Pro League and ended with a top finish. So kudos to Luminosity. The question is, how will they continue to perform in this competition? Yesterday, not the exact start that they would have wanted, that they expect from themselves.
Yeah, and when we think of the pop-off moments that we saw from LG throughout the last split, I mean, we got to highlight Ganya a lot. They had some crazy clutches. They're capable of lots of aggression, and so a quieter performance for them. It's not that it's bad. It's just maybe what we weren't expecting. Like we said, that could be down to a lot of factors. The first day nerves. Is it the groups being matched up? Do they play differently once they're up against this particular group? We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's right. On the flip side, enough of our top 3 teams from last game. You're taking a look at a few teams you just saw drop from SSG. It's so interesting, the Space Station squad. They continue to just be silent performers. I mean, we don't talk about them often. We don't hype them up often. They're not necessarily an in-your-face aggressive team playing Edge. They play a fairly early rotate game, but they always manage to show up, Glitter. Space Station's a team that finished 5th yesterday, but we didn't really see a whole lot of them.
You know, I feel like that's kind of their MO, though. They always fly under their radar, even though there is so much talent on that team. They keep themselves in a spot where they will make sure they qualify through and just live on to the next day. I'm waiting to see a day that's just dominated by SSG.
Yeah, you know it's going to come at some point soon. TSM obviously stays consistent with their gameplay as well. They make it to late game 2 out of the first 2 games, but similar story. That's what happened yesterday. TSM started really, really strong, was in the top 2, and then slid in the back half, which was actually on World's Edge. So, you know, if they can have a similar storm point to what they had yesterday, we'll see how they will fare. Alliance with the big game last game, just to start. They got to get that engine roaring. Maybe it's like an old Cadillac or something. It takes some time to get going. And once it does, we'll see what Alliance can do alongside Mandy as a sub. But hey, look, looks like game number 3 is just about ready on World's Edge, our last map of World's Edge. The crowd's cheering because they are excited for this one. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Mark and Dan at the caster's booth to call the action.
Come and join us, everybody. Come and join us up here on the God Spot. We're going to take you through the final game of the World's Edge part of this series, Dan. Before, of course, we hand it over and we send our teams towards Storm Point. I mean, again, Dreamfire, the winner of game number 2, TSM, the game winners of game number 1. What do you expect to see from game 3? Are we going to see a little contest go down again, or do you think that now that Tree has kind of been sorted out for Dark Zero as the place they're going to drop, does that change how Alliance may be trying to approach this drop?
Yeah, I doubt that Alliance are going to continue to drop on the southern side of Thermal if now Dark Zero are going to be there towards Tree. Instead, Alliance are going to have to take the fight like they did yesterday, right? Where they were dropping below Flora and they were really then having that 50-50 because then they got the pills, they got better loot. And Dark Zero may force them to go back to something a little bit similar there.
We're going to have to see if that does occur or if they're going to be happy with just the loot that's left over from Dark Zero, much like they were in match number 2. But it's the final game of World's Edge before we send our teams over to Storm Point for a little bit of a throwdown, a little bit of a ruckus. But I tell you what, Dan, I got no idea what to expect in this game number 3. Game 1 was absolute carnage. Game 2 was more traditional by all kind of aspects is what we expect.
Well, by the process of elimination, this should be an in-between, right? Maybe carnage involved, as well as a late game that's more traditional, but we will see what happens on the southwest side of that map. Dark Zero look like they are going to give up Harvester again, but are we going to see a more aggressive drop from Alliance? It looks like from the map overhead, yes, we are going to see a more traditional fight from Alliance and Flora instead, because Dark Zero have forced them this way, and now because of that, Dark Zero get the beacon as well.
That's so interesting how the complete game has kind of shaped around everything that's happening down on the southwest side of this map. And you can see Flora, maybe they're going to be caught off guard here, but not this time because Yuta gets that first knock onto Mandy. And you have to say, overall, Flora have kind of we'll say, certainly earned the respect of Alliance, and now Alliance are learning that maybe respect wasn't enough.
I have heard that the rest of the lobby is very keen to find out who has been winning these engagements, and at the moment it looks like it's going to be Flora. Hackies goes down as well. Alliance eliminated, and Flora dropped more aggressively that time. Considering they've been dropping at the top of Thermal previously, they took the fight to Alliance, and they are rewarded for it. And boy.
A little bit of a stretch there from Pinator on the horizon, just making sure that death box was squared away at all edges, I think, from that Horizon member. But you have to say, I mean, that's a crazy thing for Alliance to have to experience, right? Because let's take ourselves out of this, right? It's not like they're just matching up from different groups. These two teams have been in the same group. We've seen this contest going down for 2 days now. Is it going to continue? For Alliance, I think it's massive because Alliance have only really ever played from Thermal Station. All their rotations, all their gameplay, all their strategy is based on this POI.
And this is why I love international events, right? Because you may own a drop spot in your region, but suddenly now different teams from different regions say, well, actually, in our region, this is our home, and we are going to challenge you for it. And it may end up that one team goes to winner's bracket, one team goes to loser's bracket, elimination bracket. We'll have to see what happens.
TSM, they're involved with the fights. Crazy Raccoon on the other side of this as well. Just to give you a little bit of circle information, it looks like we will be pulling up towards Fragment, which is going to be interesting to see how these teams rotate. And I tell you what, there's a lot, and I mean a lot of playable area. Probably one of the most habitable areas to coexist that we have in all of the Apex Legends competitive maps that we see. So for teams, it's a case of, do we want to try and get to endgame? Do we want to try and find what we think is a good endgame spot, not just to survive, but maybe explode out towards that endgame and pick up some KP? Or is it going to be a case of maybe Edge is not the way to play this one? We'll have to see how this works out. But for now, Crazy Raccoon, we can confirm they're going to disengage from that fight from TSM. They are going to head towards Fragment.
Also, because a lot of the buildings have roofs, and I say a lot because some don't, because, you know, there was that terrible lava that came through World's Edge and just changed Fragment ever so... Well, a very sad day indeed. We lost a few buildings, but it means that you are going to be able to skyward dive a little bit more successfully into Fragment and potentially find somewhere to call home. And we may end up with, you know, 16 to 17 teams in a very tight space, in a very late circle, because teams are going to be reluctant to push. Like, Crazy Raccoon won't want to take this fight. All of this at the moment is just body posturing. It's just letting them know you're there, doing a little bit of damage to ensure that no one pushes you.
Wouldn't surprise me to see Crazy Raccoon push.
I mean, yeah, when it was Crazy Raccoon, I was a little bit concerned, but for the most part, teams shouldn't be pushing teams when they are building to building.
We'll have to see if they do try and do something a little bit spicy and make Fragment East a very interesting POI to watch for the majority of this game. But NorCal Esports, they're making a little skyward dives themselves towards train station. This is a quick rotation from Harvester as well. You can see that from just the loot pool. All white across the board, a little bit of a swap on the floor is going to save a few cells, but NorCal Esports are set up here for the long game. And look at this composition as well, Dan. Watson, Newcastle. I mean, you're going to need some tools to break into this setup.
You really are, and I think this is perfect for NorCal. When they saw this circle and they saw where they could head toward, they said, look, we could lock this one down. This could maybe be the perfect game for us to pick up some serious points here. And remember, NorCal, they bullied Harvester. They bullied Dark Zero away from that POI, but now they need to make it count. Dark Zero will be like, well, we could have won that game from that position, right? So NorCal needs to show us how it's done.
Teams who are rotating extremely late at the moment. Flora, they're taking their time, understandably, to loot all of Thermal Station. You've got LG, and over at launch site, they're down at the bottom side of your screens. You can see Vex, no surprise to see them, as well as E6, excuse me. Way outside of the zone for now, just the traditional Edge teams that we've seen who like to try and fight. They're not going to have anyone to run into to take any fights at the moment. Everyone else, though, Dan, I mean, look at the population of Fragment. I mean, prices must be dropping at the moment because everyone's purchasing land.
You've also got TSM in the respawn village as well, just kind of trying to utilize that beacon, you'd have to imagine, which is going to be very valuable. When North Epshire who are going to come from the southeast towards Geyser, they will be probably thinking something similar. We can rotate through Vault, we can take beacon, and then we can gain info, but maybe they're not expecting a team to be there. But when you see 19 squads in a lobby, you always have to presume someone is going to be in the position you're trying to get to.
We've got Apex South versus EMEA here. You've got IG down on that low ground. You've got Ironblood Gaming just above them as well. Crypto Drone's going to get information. Looks like Ironblood Gaming want to do a little bit of crafting here. And look how beautifully dressed up this Devotion is as well. All gold across the board. You don't want to run into that. You certainly don't want to go up a zip line into this.
I thought you were talking about the 8-ball, actually, when you said it was dressed up. It looks great on the gun, it has to be said. Maybe in his past time he was a pool player as well. But Ironblood Gaming looks like they're not going to have that engagement that they were thinking they could have. And instead now we're going to see how they try and decide to get into this circle. They do have beacon information, which is very important. They can now assess how they want to approach things. They know they don't need to be immediately rushing because they're very close to the round 3 circle and can craft here, right? They can take their time to make sure they've got all the loot they need.
Oxygen Esports was the team with a few charge rifle shots from distance there as well. I'm sure that Ironblood were just saying, can you not? Can you just let us craft, please? Let's get on with our business. IG, though, trying to think about what their next move is going to be, too. The drone is going to go down from Noises, trying to scout out what the next play is for them, but a difficult position to play from down in this tunnel.
And IG probably aren't used to lobbies like this with such a lack of crypto. We've only got 2 cryptos in this lobby. When we look at EMEA and how things progressed during the region, at one point we had 7, 8 cryptos starting to be involved, and IG can really use this to their advantage because that drone can be such a game winner for them in the late times, but it also can do so much, right? You can get beacon information, you can also push a fight because of it, you can defend yourself because of it as well, and it looks like Noises is just going to be hiding away, waiting to see if he can get that beacon information after.
Well, IG just taking their time here, trying to work out what their next move is going to be, but 2 teams who might be engaging very, very soon are down on the southern side of this zone. We do see where that zone pull is going to take us. No surprise here. We're going even deeper in towards Fragment. It looks like we might be pulling slightly north of it. But Vexed and Flora, this is the fight we wanted to see here, Dan. In and around Harvester, Tyler already got that red armor.
Well, it's 2 teams who aren't afraid to fight, that's for sure. We know Flora have been very aggressive in terms of their composition, in terms of who they want to be fighting up against. Well, Vexed, even more aggressive of a side.
As we go into the fight, we're going to jump into the comms as well. We have a listening lined up with Vexed.
There's 2 up top, 25 foot. Malcolm might be far right.
We need to go from left side.
I'm on height right now, okay?
Are we going from out and left?
I think I have to go left and height and then watch for you guys now.
I mean, where are they?
Well, up on the mountain? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go from left side.
Are they inside top right now?
I'm gonna climb up and watch for you. Come.
Because I don't see them at all.
Yeah, you should just walk up with us stuff and scan for us.
Yeah, I will. I'm scanning. Scanning now, Dangle.
I'm gonna queue here and
they're on the doors. They're on the doors.
Come out on the door. Out on the door.
Get ahead, get ahead, get ahead.
I have it.
They're falling back.
I'm
They completely ran. Left side. Killing right now, not scanning.
Yeah, I'm walking up. I'm walking to middle.
I'll come with you.
See, no one, probably running snake.
Okay.
I'm walking up again.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's snake.
No one on scan.
Oh.
No, I mean, the door's not closed. I think they just ran maybe S-stroke.
Don't know.
No, in front of us, I think.
Yeah, end of snake. Leaving.
Yeah, what if there's snake there?
Hard running.
I'm thinking right, one's still here. I'm thinking right.
Yeah, he's running left now.
Look, he's running up the hill.
Well, Vex trying to find this fight, but it looks like, unfortunately for them, Flora trying to rotate away as well. Take that high ground, and that makes the rotation more difficult for Vex. Keep a note as well. Vex expended so much in that. You saw the Horizon Black Hole go down, the gravitational lift being used, so they don't have a huge amount of utility now to try and take this fight, especially against the height.
Also notice there was no consideration of rotating away. It was all about that fight. It was trying about winning it nice and early. Good shots to come down to save Matafi there from an opposing black hole, it would seem. Matafi a little bit split from the rest of the team and needs some help because Flora are trying to surround him right now.
Yeah, Matafi is kind of having to play bait here. He's hoping that Tyler and Unlucky can keep him alive. The exhibit's going to go down as well, which is going to slow the fight down because Flora know they step into that exhibit. They're going to be shown up to all of the players here on Vexed. And when you got players like Tyler, and maybe a 301 or something in his hand, you ain't going to take too many invitations to take that player down. So, but Flora's about resetting themselves now. Nice spray coming in here from Yudu. She's going to almost break the shields, but the longer this fight goes on, we always worry a little bit about third parties, but it looks like it's going to be a fight that just takes place on its own.
Yeah, it's isolated because everyone else is over towards Fragment East, and it doesn't look like anyone is going to be even putting a cup to the wall here to try and listen to this fight. So instead, it's going to be whoever wins this one gets control of the southwest side of this circle. And they've got a little bit of time, but the zone is going to start to play a factor here, as now we'll see the first knock.
Oh, here's the Peacekeeper. It's starting to pop as well. Unlucky goes down. Yudu with 2 here for Flora.
Flora should be able to clean things up. You can't imagine there's going to be anything left for Vexed, and even though there's a knock, it's not going to do the damage to actually stay alive in the fight. Flora win yet another engagement, and they have dominated the southwest side of this map many a time.
They certainly have, and it's a dagger through the heart of a lot of EMEA fans. It just seems like it's every single time. There's a EMEA team they take down, but North Eption, they're trying to make a move themselves now. Crazy's going to go down, though. Northception now down to just 2. They might be in a position to get the res if they can punch this player into the corner. Crazy Raccoon have been eliminated, and all of a sudden the action is starting to pick up here.
Yeah, we saw Singularity also get taken down. IG are having a fight with LG at the moment. It's the Gs versus the Gs. TSM also with your kill feed getting involved against LG. So a lot of teams over towards Fragment are having fights, but it's the respawn village where TSM are doing the damage from.
Luminosity and Iron Blood 4. We're now down to 14 squads. We mentioned how when everyone's stacked up, expect those lobbies and those teams to fall quicker and quicker as the zone gets smaller and smaller. And very interestingly, Dan, the zone has completely pulled away from Fragment now. So everyone who had kind of set up and was like, we're here for the long game, they have to leave and they all have to bottleneck into each other.
Yeah, all those wonderful buildings we talk about that you could cohabit in are suddenly not in the circle. We are going north towards more Epicenter now. It still could pull towards the lava around Epicenter, and we will see people trying to hold the high ground on these areas. IG at the moment, they're in a good position to kind of look what's going to be happening below them, should be able to pick up kills, and also as this circle transitions closer towards them, they may be in a position to actually win this game as well.
Yeah, this circle's been a little bit of a blessing for IG. We mentioned how they were in a really kind of tough spot. If that would have moved towards Fragment and they had to rotate out with Iron Blood above them just last time we were on board with them, but that zone pull means that they get good access to where that zone is going to be going, and that's a big, big EMP coming in from Noises here. He's trying to give the information to his team as well to finish this up. Is Northception, who are down on that low ground. IG and TSM trying to combine together here to pick up KP.
Yeah, two of our incredible World's Edge teams now either side of Northception, so it's not going to be an enjoyable time for them. It looks like they've been able to find home in the little pipe below and should be able to just delay things, stay alive. And hopefully, eventually, they can think about trying to plan a route of escape. Oxygen still alive, you can see on the southwest side of your screen there. 14 squads still remaining. This is kind of what we expected when we saw this circle, when we saw how much playable area there was, but that is very quickly going to disappear. I would imagine we have this lobby when this next zone closes.
IG's just trying to hold Northception out here, down on that low ground, not letting them out without taking damage. And the last thing they want as well is these KP to go to TSM as well. They want the KP to themselves. That's why you're seeing teams just, both IG and TSM, kind of wait for the other to do a bit of damage before they try and make a play off the back of it. But 14 squads still alive. Like you say, Northception still down in that tunnel, trying to work out how they're going to move from now. On the other side of the lobby, you've got Dark Zero, bang center in this zone. Oxygen, you saw in those train carts. We have seen finishes over there, of course. But Northception, they've managed to creep their way. Silent Snake slipping through the grass here.
I think TSM have spotted them, so Northception are going to be, unfortunately, griefed from their right-hand side, and they're running right towards Flora as well. Flora are going to be one of the latest teams to be joining the fray here, and may be a pain for Northception. A lot comes down to actually which rotation Flora makes here, because it looks like Northception are going to be forced to try and at least hold back TSM ever so slightly, because they realize they can't go much further south.
Rolling Thunder coming down as well from the skies. TSM trying to pick up these KP. They're doing decent damage, but these are KP that you can't let get away. The smoke's going to make it a little bit more difficult though. Verholst needs to be very, very careful though. You saw his shields were broken. IG still in the vicinity. Northception trying to make the move, and Verholst is going to go down. I mentioned how IG need to be thought about here by TSM. It seems like they just forgot about them.
IG with the charge rifle, doing the damage. Verholst is going to be able to get picked back up. Hal now is just trying to apply some pressure here to keep his team alive. Verholst gets the bat off, so it's all okay for TSM. But are IG going to take another look at this? It looks like no, they're not going to.
IG choose not to give up the spot, but Imperial Hal will go down. Northception doing what they can now to turn this fight on its head. It looked like for all the world that this was TSM going to be picking up the KP. But remember who we're playing against right now. Tadar's going to go up into the air. He's got the wingman in his hand. And this will be TSM eliminated.
But SSG now pushing from the southern side. Northception, they need to loot up quick. They need to get the shield swaps. They're good. They're healthy. It's another fight for them as SSG will look to try and pick up the pieces. But unfortunately, there isn't pieces to pick up. Northception are very healthy elsewhere. Passion, they're struggling to stay alive. They've been knocked. Dark Zero are on the aggressive side of this push.
Dark Zero trying to make their way into zone. Northception eliminated. We have a listening ready with Dark Zero. Let's see what the plan is for the Aussie boys.
Yeah, I am. It's a solo, maybe. No, two. It's Watson. 110. Okay. One jump, Watson. I'm almost here. Heal one. Don't die. Help, 80 another one. In the knockdown. Cracked. I died. Kill him. Dead. I was up in the corner. I'm crawling. I'm punching you. I can't. I'm crawling around here. I'm trying to shoot them. I'm batting. We're getting shot on the right as well. I can res this. Don't res Sharky. I'm getting shot. Put your knock that, put your knock up.
It's up.
Okay, heal, and then I'm gonna res. Okay, I'm resing. No,
on the right.
Swing right. Hit 60 on him. They're pushing us. I'm shooting him.
I'm leaving this way.
Okay, coming. Batting, behind you. Holy shit.
Dark Zero did what they could, but it's Esports Arena who move in. IG International eliminated. Oxygen eliminated. That means everything that was on the east side of the map has now been taken down.
It's why it's so hard to kind of land central as well, because you've been seen from so many areas. Teams that are in the distance can just pepper you, they can grief you, they can make sure you cannot res comfortably, and unfortunately Dark Zero go down because of that. But now we have 6 squads left. There's a small amount of respite for some of these teams. Esports Arena are assessing their situation from the north side. SSG are on the south after they picked up their kills on Northception. But it's going to be Fun who are on this east side of the lava, taking a fight with FC Destroy right now. Look at them peppering each other from one side to another, but it's actually FC Destroy who are doing more damage.
30-30 in the hands of Karen Poo here, trying to see if he can just chip away at some damage, create an opening for them maybe to walk up onto. But speaking of the map overhead, SSG are the team, you have to say, maybe in the best position. Everyone else is on the other side of the map. Everyone else is going to have to engage, and SSG should be able to pick up the pieces.
I will say, though, E6 are one of the teams that could be a problem for SSG. They are swinging east. They are going all the way around to try and get into a better position, trying to get some of that high ground, trying to get into a spot where maybe they can be the third party, the final party to this fight. And remember what composition E6 are running. It's the Revtain combo, which we haven't seen come into the equation in the late game yet, but you know how punishing that can be.
ESA making a push here as well. Luda's taking a little bit of damage. This is 2 of the final teams we see actually still alive inside of Epicenter. ESA have the height, they have the damage as well. This is going to be a really, really difficult situation for FC to Destroy to try and get out of, but we've seen them get out of some sticky spots. Let's see if we can do it again now.
I mean, ESA and FC Destroy both should be going down here in this next circle. It's going to be tough for them to get out. It looks like ESA may try and escape on the northern side because Fun are going to be holding out FC Destroy. FC Destroy will try and join ESA on their rotation north. Here they go, but unfortunately they're just going to end up in exactly the same spot as ESA and have to fight them head to head.
Oh, that's so important. They had Seer in that situation, the heartbeat sensor. FC Destroy tried to swing behind them, tried to shadow the rotation, and now ESA, having got the information that swing was coming in, have managed to pick up that first kill, and it looks like FC Destroy, unfortunately, are going to have a tough time of it here.
Yeah, ESA are doing the damage and should be able to control this side. Fun will move south. E6 are being griefed by SSG as FC Destroy do get confirmation of being eliminated. Now, E6 versus SSG on one side, ESA versus Fun on the other. It's almost a 3 versus 3 on both sides, but who's going to get the knocks? It's SSG who start us off.
SSG are going to move in and try and finish off E6 here. Big spray coming in from dropped, and E6 dealt with, handled. They are out of the lobby. 2 squads remaining. Esports Arena out as well. It's Fun 1, 2, 3 versus Space Station. It's APAC North versus North America. A little bit of time here. Fun's going to take some damage, though. You can see the Obli is going to go down. Denial gets the first knock. SSG, we've been waiting for them to turn up for a few moments, for a few games, and maybe day 2 is theirs. Space Station Gaming will take the final game here on World's Edge and take all the confidence they need towards Stormpoint.
You heard it on the desk before this game. Glitter said it is a matter of time until we finally see SSG step up to the plate and show us what they're truly made of. And it was a fantastic hold in that final circle. They dominated that eastern side. They bullied E6 away from their area just with one player, forced them away. And as soon as they held that high ground for that final bit, they were always going to win that game.
Space Station, we've been waiting for you to arrive. Kind of the silent assassins of the ALGS, you would have to say. Never kind of talked about in the same breadth as some of the other teams in North America, but demanding respect on the international stage here in London. That's what we wanted to see from this lineup. That win is going to do them the world of good.
So SSG, Dreamfire, TSM are 3 teams that find victories on World's Edge, but you know what that means. After 3, we go to Storm Point. So all these teams who have been finding success, they need to replicate that on a different map. Do they have the same consistency?
That's the question that we have to have answered, right? It seems like the hot start is difficult to keep going in these lobbies. It seems like consistency is difficult to find in these lobbies as well. And it's going to be up to the teams to find that consistency as we head over to Storm Point. But for now, we're done and dusted. We're going to throw it down to the desk. Fallout, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mark. Much appreciated. Glitterstradamus, she called it. It's just a matter of time till Space Station wins. The next thing you know, big dub from them.
Listen, if I'm somehow the good luck charm, I will take it, because I don't think that happens all that often. But that was a phenomenal performance out of SSG, and we needed that. We were waiting for it. They came into the day in a decent position, to be fair, but they are capable of so much more than that.
Yeah, completely agreed. And look, the reality is, announced on Twitter, the last dance for the Space Station squad. And, you know, it's going to be one heck of a run, whether or not these 3 stay together with their future org, which may or may not be well aware to the public right now, or there's a lot of rumors going on of where Dropped is going to head. So, you know, obviously this is a big moment for them, Gino.
Yeah, with the team changing up, you know, that leaves them honestly without a lot of pressure, I feel. It's not like they're sitting here being like, oh man, we better impress or we'll get dropped. I mean, we've seen that happen before from teams who haven't made their mark at LAN. So look, with a little bit of that pressure off their shoulders, maybe that frees them up to start performing like we've just seen.
Yeah, that's a great point. And at the end of the day, this is one of the longest lasting teams in ALGS. And, you know, they've been playing together for a long time. It's sad to see them under the Space Station banner coming to an end, officially announced. But we'll see if they can end it with the bang for SSG. But hey, let's take a look at the match 3 results. Hey, speaking of the last dance in Michael Jordan era, 23-point game here for SSG with a big 11-kill W. Fun 1-2-3 right behind them, though, with 14. Esports Arena stays consistent in the last 2 games. And E6, you see them right behind, tied with Oxygen for 7 points overall, Glitter.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at this and I'm keeping my eyes on Esports Arena because they were one of those teams that I called out that was on the second page, didn't get the placement points they wanted, but got a lot of kills. Able to pick that up here and kind of match it even across the board, putting themselves in a much better spot after this match. But there's some other squads that I'm hoping will start to pick it up as we switch maps here, Genome. I want to see more out of IG, more out of Dark Zero. A little bit of a pickup there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Dark Zero there. It was a very long rotation for them. Unfortunately, just got caught in the middle of a couple of teams. But I mean, even as we move down to the bottom half here, you're seeing that the kills are very spread out, right? And that goes back to that theme of these lobbies just being really tight knit, you know, quite evenly matched, and that's why I think in comparison to Pro League, where you do find a lot of teams will just bottom out with the zeros, especially in that bottom 10. Here, a lot of the teams quite even, and being able to trade effectively means they will walk away with a couple of kills, and they're a lot more spread out over the entire lobby.
Well, as a result of 3, let's take a look at where these teams stand. Space Station ties with TSM for first, but wins the tiebreaker with a bigger individual point gain. That's the first tiebreaker rule. So they take first place. TSM tied with 32, but right behind them in second, Dreamfire with 31. Look how neck and neck this is, Glitter, all the way down to Flora with 19 points in 8th.
This is going to be a fun switch on over to Storm Point after this. The fact that everyone's currently only separated by a few points is going to be, but it's also opening up the door for everyone else that's on the second half of that, right? Because the point gaps aren't that much. I mean, 15 points to get yourself back up in a top 10 spot, that's easy.
Yeah, and remembering, you know, you're targeting about 30, 35 points per series. So teams that are already getting up there, they're quite happy. But when we go down the list a little bit to Luminosity, who didn't have a great day yesterday, they need to pick it up a little bit. Fun, they're kind of making up for their performance yesterday. And then on the other side, you've got IG sitting down there, Ironblood Gaming, who started well, but have been very, very slow here on World's Edge.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, take a look at the left side of your screen. Top 10 teams, a pretty even distribution of regions. APAC South, APAC North, North America, and South America represented. One region that's not, EU. And look, we all know Fire Beavers, Aurora, 2 of the best teams in Europe, not here, which is so tragic. We would love to see them compete. Our heart goes out to them. But the big storyline is EU, again, not showing up. Teams you'd expect to, at least. Alliance, IG, struggling a little bit, Glitter.
You know what? We're starting the rivalries early, John. I like it. But there's something to be said, and we've talked about this even before we even headed into this event. There is so much talent in APAC. I love that that's what we're seeing now reflected here. We saw that start at Champs. It's even more so now in these playoffs. And I think they're going to be a scary, scary region by the end of this weekend.
One of the things I was a little worried about with Aurora not being able to make it to LAN, that was we wouldn't see as much team comp diversity. But I've got to say, with Rev Team coming through, Core Sticks coming back, we've got a lot of fun stuff happening. So look, maybe we're not seeing the Maggie Catalyst necessarily. We did see a little bit of Maggie earlier on.
Vex is running Catalyst, on Storm Point especially. We've seen a lot of diversity.
Exactly. So other teams really coming in clutch there, I think, to keep the entertainment high.
Absolutely, that's right. And just one last note on the point of regions. One thing that we haven't discussed enough this weekend is based on regional performance, teams will be taken away from how many slots they get or given more slots for invited teams for the next LAN. So if EU does not perform as a region, they might only have 7 or 8 invited teams. Apex South could earn an extra 2 or 3, which is a really exciting kind of micro storyline here in the grand scheme of things. But hey, a lot of discussion, a lot of top talent, especially in that Apex South region. We've talked about it quite a bit. You, of course, are very familiar with that Apex South region. As we give our teams quite an extended break here for halftime, we actually had a chance to catch up with the Moist Esports boys yesterday. Let's listen.
Hey everybody, here with Moist Esports. We've got the IGL MT and we've got the Roller Fragger in Waltzy with us as well. It's great to be here in London, guys. You've made it to the playoffs, but look, we want to dial it back a bit and start at the start. So I want to talk about like how you guys got into competitive esports at all. MT, why don't we start with you?
I played Destiny. I was just like kind of having fun playing that, and then Apex came out, so I moved over. And then shortly after I moved over, I was like pretty good at the game, and then we had like a $15,000 tournament, which at the time was like insanity. And we like managed to place third, and I was like, this is crazy, I can actually make money playing the game.
So Apex was your first competitive at a really high level?
At any level.
Yeah, wow, that's insane to have done so well so fast, I guess. What about you, Waltzy?
I don't know, just played video games my whole life, and then ended up on Apex somehow, and then, I don't know, it was like top pred ranked was like too easy, wanted more competition, just worked my way into the comp scene with Jen Burton actually, so yeah, and just kind of kicked it off from there. So yeah, Apex was my first actual esport too.
Yeah, wow. So for both of you, it's you've got to the top level, like pretty much the first tilter. That's incredible. You were talking about some of the early tournaments you played, MT, and like Poland was I guess the second LAN that Apex ever had, but certainly one of the earliest ones. How was that experience for you being there? Obviously, like things have changed a lot now. We've started up the ALGS, but yeah, back in Poland, like how did that feel? How did you guys go?
Well, like, cause I knew LANs were like a thing when I knew about competitive and esports, but then like getting invited to one so early in the game was like, at the time that was like obviously my dream was like to go to a LAN, because there was like the X Game qualifiers, and sadly we didn't make it to that. So then like getting then invited to Poland was like the next best thing. So going into that was like crazy. We were like super excited. It was pretty hard to get over there though, because we didn't have like a spot, like an org to back us. So we had to pay for all of our flights and accommodation there. And then as I was like, so we were like super excited. And then as I was getting over there, my teammate pulled out whilst I was on my way over in Singapore. So then I was like, went from super excited to super stressed out. And then luckily we managed to find a decent sub and we managed to do well there. So it was like an awesome experience.
At the start of the sort of Apex South, when that became a region, we started competing as a region with that. You were playing for EXO, which a lot of the good players in Apex South at one time or another have played with, and that was the team with you, Zero, and Sharky, and you guys are absolutely dominating. What do you think that made that roster so good? And considering you and Zero have gone on to become IGLs after that roster, how do you think that kind of shaped how both of you treat that role?
Pretty loaded question. I don't really know. What made the roster so good is, I mean, Zero and Sharky always, like since the game came out, have been like just unbelievable players. And then Zero, after Poland, because I placed the best out of all the Australian teams, he wanted to team with me because he didn't know how to IGL at the time. So he just like kind of wanted to play with me, and then we picked up Sharky and was just meshed and played really well together. And then he wasn't confident IGLing at first, and then he kind of just like paid attention to what I did, and then I don't know, he's just always been like a smarter player than me, so once he got confidence in how to actually IGL, he just became probably the most valuable player in the world.
Like, how are you guys kind of feeling about your position in the region now, and has that given you some extra confidence going into London as well?
I think the whole time during Pro League, we never doubted that we were the best team in our region, but the way we play has always been, it works better in a more stacked lobby, and I think this is mostly on me. We just didn't take advantage of the weaker teams in our region, and we should have played a different playstyle, and I think if we had, we would have probably dominated Apex South a lot more. So I think that was like the biggest issue. So that's why we were like so inconsistent and like that. And then why, when it came to the regional finals where it's the most stacked lobby there can be in APAC South, it was just so much easier.
You were talking about, yes, the roster changes there. Like, that's not the first time, obviously, you guys made the roster change. And if we go back to Sweden last year, in the second year of ALGS, you know, it was pricey that you dropped at the end of that. So what's it been like on that journey, sort of like, you know, having to make that decision at the end of Sweden, and then coming back full circle, I guess, and sort of being happy with where Pricey is now and how he's performed and helped you guys get to LAN?
After Sweden, that was like probably the hardest decision I've made in esports, and that was like miserable. I absolutely hated that. But then Pricey is a completely different person now, and I think when it came to picking Pricey back up, I knew it was the right decision, so it was a lot easier compared to at Sweden.
Let's think about Rally for a second then. That was, I think, a really special time for you guys. Where we started on the first day with the original member of the Burger Brigade, the man who came in with, I think, like a single burger sign by himself, found a friend next to him, and then by the end of the tournament, there was like an entire stand, like an entire section of that crowd was cheering for you guys. Like, how is that to experience that, going from, you know, being this like underdog from APAC South and, you know, yeah, just like seeing that and feeling that in-person support from all of these people who just loved you guys?
That was like a completely surreal experience that we would have never guessed to ever happen, because obviously I have like extremely small socials. Like Jara didn't have big socials, and then Waltzy's like the biggest out of us, but he's still like, compared to a lot of the big names there, like not big. So like we expected absolutely nobody to be there cheering for us, especially being across the world. So like having like, even like on the first day, the one dude cheering for us was like crazy. like after like, when we're like feeling a bit down, like maybe the game didn't go away, being able to like look up and somebody's cheering for you was like the craziest experience ever. And then obviously by the end of the tournament, having like a whole group of people was like just something I never expected. For me, it was like always just been like a dream to go to an org, like go to a LAN and be able to represent an org I'm actually proud of. Having been to this now, like having already been to 3 LANs unsigned, like my dream the whole time was to just like be able to represent an org I'm proud of, and it was just like a dream come true, getting signed to Moist.
All right, and now, you know, we're here at London. It's another year. You've made it to every LAN we've had so far in the ALGS. How are you feeling coming into London?
I think Waltzy's could be arguably the best controller player. So, like, I'm pretty confident in our team fighting. Like, often Waltzy could probably just jump in and just go crazy and we'll win a fight just off him.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Waltzy?
I mean, not the best. I'm not going to say I'm the best controller player, but as far as team fighting goes, yeah, like we are often at a loot disadvantage, at a comp disadvantage, because, you know, we play Crypto Watson, we've got seer teams running at us. It's like, even in scrims when people are doing stuff that they would never do in a game, they're still struggling to kill us. Or we're trading, we're both dying. So game day comes around when the confidence isn't as high, when there's more teams around and they're doing like these sort of plays. I feel like we're gonna have no issues, because if they can't kill us when they've got all the confidence and all the advantages, then on game day, I couldn't imagine what it would be like trying to win that fight.
Look, you've made the final lobby in both of the other LANs we had last year. What are your goals here for London?
Our goals, obviously, our expectation is to make the finals, and the goal for this LAN is to, at a minimum, top 10. Hoping for a top 5.
Okay, yeah, that'll be a high point for you guys. I definitely want to see it. I think you guys are in great form. Yeah, look, thanks for having a chat with me today, and good luck at the LAN.
Thank you.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Insights. Such a great interview, Gino. You did a tremendous job. What was the experience like, having a chance to talk to the boys about their journey so far?
It's awesome. I mean, you know, how intimidating does Walter look with a red light behind it, can I just say? You know, but when you get him down, when you sit him down like that, he's just like a cuddly bear, man. I mean, they're lovely guys. It was great to hear, you know, giving a lot of respect to their other teammates from the region, you know, previous teammates in Zero, talking a little bit about that. So yeah, super cool to get their insights, and they're feeling great, and honestly, they're looking great so far.
Yeah.
The way they are playing is phenomenal, and I think they genuinely might be on track to have their best performance ever at a LAN.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, they quietly had a monstrous performance yesterday, looking really solid so far. Are the Moist Esports boys, former Team Burger Brigade in the chat. We know you're hyping it up. But speaking of hype, ladies and gentlemen of the crowd, I need y'all to make some noise for the very first time. Casting behind me, we'll have Spider Tiff in her debut here at an ALGS LAN. Make some noise for Vicky Kitty and Spider Tiff. Over to you, gals.
Thank you so much, John. I cannot believe that someone let me up here, bro. No one escorted me out of the building just yet, but London, thank you so much. I could not be more excited to be standing next to Vicky. Vicky, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and I'm just gonna let you know I'm not surprised one bit. You deserve to be out here, and we were having such a good time. We've been chatting it up in the back, talking about the first 3 games that we got to see on World's Edge, but now we're diving onto Storm Point, and you and I were also talking about some 50-50s that we're gonna be seeing. It may not be the Alliance Flora 50-50 that we saw earlier in Thermal, but we got some 2 interesting different contentions going down here on Storm Point.
We definitely do, and I cannot wait. One is gonna be at Cenote Cave. That is gonna be ESA and Fascination Colors Destroy. Such a dominating name, and I can't wait to see how APAC fares over there in the cave. But another one that we've been waiting on is gonna be that Launchpad contest. We're gonna see Vexed and SSG taking on each other for the first time. They didn't even dabble in that in scrims, and when I spoke to Vexed, they were feeling really confident, but the results aren't there just yet. So let's hope they find success on Storm Point, which seems to be their map.
And you know what's great? Whoever wins at 50-50, look at this. It's the hot spot, it's got a beacon, you got it all. Everybody could come out of Launchpad winning out here as we get to take a look at the drop spots for our teams. It's gonna be great now too, you can see it going down. So many other league competitors are gonna have information too. Looking at FC with a beacon right there, right to the south of Yuka. It's gonna be a good time.
It definitely is, and there's a beacon over at Launchpad, but Unlucky down already. Talk about being very unlucky. Now Matafe, the IGL, and Tyler going to have to clutch it up, but if Xenile is gonna pick up that Sentinel off drop, you pop a headshot, it's like 126.
And Tiff, this is something that Vex Gaming can't risk right now. They're sitting in 20th place overall in this lobby, and losing out on Unlucky already is going to give Space Station the advantage. They also have the high ground and Drop picking up the purple Evo. Talk about winning out here.
Yes, is not what you do. If you give up high ground advantage this early on, they are just going to look for an LOS and close that distance. I mean, a PK, you just get up in their face with it. We saw exactly what Vaxlon did just yesterday, 1v3ing a team. It's beautiful. So he's just looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, landing those headies, it doesn't have that shotgun bolt. You can see some shots getting taken on the low ground real quick. They're trying to fight for the high ground currently, as Frax is going to go into the safety of Drop's arms inside of the second floor building. Also really like to note here too, with so many PKs now, just being able to blast through the competition. That's a gun that I'm like, you know what, I land quick 11s, but I'm out here seeing these legends being able to land some of these great headies.
That is definitely very true. It's a gun that you want off drop, but I feel like this is the smart route. They are going to take ultimate high ground. Go up there, definitely get out of dodge, grab beacon, get your information. Hopefully you were able to get some banners back so you can go for the clean reset. Because at this point, you came into this series 38th stacked up in groups. That's only 2 people behind you. You cannot afford to lose any more points.
Especially after the results that we just saw from Space Station. Game 3, an insane game with 11 KP. They're doing fantastic so far too. That's why they're in the top 3 at the moment right now. Leading the way, first place overall currently, right before we dived into this game. Dropped is able to restabilize, but again, I like the call to just reset real quick. You land at 33 with the charge rifle, 27 right after that.
Look, anytime I see someone with a charge rifle in their hand, I'm usually the one running, but they are staying here for a challenge, and just look at this, charging it up, wanting to just catch them off guard, and it's not going to connect at that distance. You are going to have to use the charge rifle, but unfortunately the 6x scope, not going to be beneficial. Seer exhibit coming out is going to give everyone the information, and SSG now just trying to, there we go. You got to destroy that.
Yeah, taking care of the Cyril immediately, gonna try to take the Horizon lift, the alley-oop real quick to see if they can try to get onto the high ground. But while this fight is taking a bait, we have to think about the other teams that are dropping in very familiar POIs to the south of them. It's gonna be Luminosity, Wondering, Oxygen also with a quick rotate here too, but there's other fights going down with another Seer ult here between E6 and PS.
Dude, I'm so excited for Passion. I was able to talk to Sabs a little bit before this game, and she was giving me the inside scoop about this team. And Kay Swinney absolutely hip firing the R301 Amphi such a great fragger in addition to Element 6, so they already have a good upper hand. They just need to find the last member of Passion, and this should be over.
And Vex as well just lost out on another member, so there's only one member left right there. They're gonna break down the door. Kool-Aid Man coming in, and Passion get eliminated, the first squad to go down in this lobby on Storm Point.
Should be an easy, clean reset for them, and they don't have to worry about too much there, but Space Station and Vex still in a nearby vicinity, but they don't need to go in just yet. And as I say that, Xenal going to get dropped.
Wow, Tyler's the only one left right now. He is running for the hills. Xenal getting dropped means Space Station are gonna be able to try to recover that banner, but that's gonna set them back a bit. Maybe a little tilted that they couldn't finish off Vex right away.
I mean, they could snag the banner and head for the respawn super quick. You might as well get it done and dusted. Sure, it's going to give off the beacon of information to all the nearby teams. Hey, we're down a member, don't even come challenge us. But it's really tough to get a reset late in the game. So I feel like if you can just send it, definitely do so. But looks like Dark Zero might be in some trouble off screen as well.
You know what's going on here. A lot of these teams are coming in from the north side. This is going to be one of those circles that probably will be pulling towards the north. So you can imagine that beacon by Cascade Falls are going to be contested easily. And this is what we're talking about. What's going on in the north? It's going to be Reps that has already been knocked here. Verls and Howl taking in a good amount of damage, playing off the back end. And Verls needs to suppress fire.
Yes, it's kind of interesting. Reps is usually the last one alive on TSM, trying to hold it down. And Mia out here with hipfire and the charge rifle, not able to find a lot of success. But Verhol's going to fall as well. And TSM NorCal eliminated from this, but the fight is not over yet, Vicky.
No, third party moving in at the perfect time. I believe that maybe IBG coming in out here too, so Yudu being the only one left alive for Flora, it's IG coming in instead. Graceful coming in, gonna be able to finish off 2 of the last Flora members, but gets knocked immediately from the other side. Oxygen also getting sent down. High octane action off the rip here on Storm Point.
Dark Zero coming in clutch, but taking out Oxygen Esports in the meantime. That is not what Oxygen Esports needs, and I've had the pleasure of watching them throughout this journey, but just like Vex, they're just not able to get things moving here in the group stages, which unfortunately might send them to the elimination bracket.
Little Dark Zero's here. Singularity as well. Flora still has Mia alive. Singularity just trying to find where IG is going to be, as they're going to be able to just reset in time currently right now too, holding onto the doors. They have the information from the Seer ult. They get a crack. Oh, but they have to back up in time. Some suppressed fire coming in on the other side.
So many teams making their way to Stormcatcher. You have to start to think IG International, one of those zone-heavy teams that will prioritize those quick rotations. That makes me think Stormcatcher may be endgame or a good god spot for those zones.
Definitely interested to see where that circle is going to be pulling right after this fight here. Watson fences are going to block Noises' point of view. He's going to be able to knock down one of those fence lines. He's going to try to take prioritization of the high ground. Just all that information that they need right now. Seer Tactical coming in, just trying to find one of the members of IG. They're going to take onto the high ground, and a Valkyrie on the skyward dive up ahead. So many other teams have made their way into this vicinity. I believe E6 is here, and Flora just decided to dip. They said, okay, we lost out on a member. Let's try to reset. Let's try to move around, and they'll also pick up some information with the skyward dive to see any other team that's playing edge to try to approach here.
Very interesting. Off screen, I think Vex was able to get one member of their team back, but IG just sitting here waiting, getting charged from afar. I think we have a listen in with them, so let's jump in. Let's hear what they plan to do next.
What, on our team?
No, on Valk.
I think we can triple swing on Jay maybe. I don't know, boys. Where are they?
No, they
that's
out
Jay.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Boys, I think we should look
Jake,
at this.
take my armor, Jake.
They don't have zero, but I don't have EMP. Any heavy for me? Any heavy for me?
No heavy.
No heavy, I'm light PK.
Boys, I think we need to try and kill him.
I'm 75. Do we wait for it or no?
They're gonna have it too, though.
Yes.
Team out here
How
now?
long for your EMP?
84.
Yes, so you will have EMP.
Okay.
We double zero, then we EMP their assets.
Yeah, I hear you.
Wait, I got double seer scan.
But guys, I think we have to play this as we're gonna get 3-beat again.
We have to play from the north, Jay. We have to play from the north,
Yeah.
From the north, over here. 100%.
Okay. So we drop on that side?
We have to try and run across the roof, take that side, okay? In fact, can we do that now?
Okay.
Oh, but bro, if there's fences there, it's bad.
What? I don't see any fences.
No, yeah, but you don't know.
Contact with enemy here.
You will EMP after the zero. Then I throw my zeros in the middle. They will counter zero, and then we EMP. You know?
They're on this side. They're on this side. No.
Just in sight and close.
Go through this door, no?
Yeah, I hear you.
I can start this by throwing my ult. You ready?
I can park my drone. Yeah. So we're gonna look through this door here, yeah?
Yes.
I can EMP them now.
wait for the zero.
No. Take some angles if you can.
Yeah, they're in the back right,
I'm just gonna...
You're listening from IG, hearing their plans, and now they are sieging Stormcatcher. ArcStar's going out, but there it's not going to be easy. It looks like we had another version of that contest off screen with Vex Gaming falling officially to Space Station. Let's see if IG can have some success here.
To get the crack right now, we know that there's so many other squads in the vicinity right now. This fight needs to be successful here for IG to come out on top with another squad to their 6 right now. They get the crack, but both of their teammates right now are also cracked between Graceful and Noises. Now the calm before the storm, double ArcStars tossed in front of Noises. He manages to try to restabilize just a little bit, but they only have slow heals right now. They don't have a shield bat to work with.
Yeah, that's gonna make this reset a little less clean, especially when you see those ArcStars coming your way. But so far, no one has inted straight into them. And as I say that, Noise gets peppered, so he's gonna full heal regardless. Graceful getting that information on that passive. He just needs to find a solid LOS. This is like a game of chess right here.
Tiff, this is insane. With the circle pulling towards Stormcatcher, we can maybe expect it to pull a little bit towards the north by the hillside, and that's where Dark Zero just got that knock in the feed. You guys saw that earlier on right now. FC also getting a knock onto Whisper from Crazy Raccoon. IG still taking their time with this fight. With the Watson fences set up on the left side, maybe thinking, all right, there could be another squad that can approach from this direction, but they're playing a little split up to call out the third parties that are going to be rotating behind them.
There's a very big chance that if this fully fight breaks out, there's going to be a multitude of teams that want to get a piece of this. And if Crazy Raccoon already has a member dropped off screen, I'd be really curious to see how that is going to go as well. Raz came into this as the kill leader, 18 eliminations, and it's just been an immense amount of success for Crazy Raccoon.
It's that momentum that you want to carry over. Now look at this with the overhead view. Shout out to our observers. Got Singularity on the other side. Crazy Raccoon on the outskirts of that side of Stormcatcher. E6 on the rooftop right now as well. So with IG playing underneath, this is what, 3-4 squads already in the area. Luminosity were able to rotate away from Fish Farms on the outskirts of this circle to approach past Launchpad. So they're also overlooking all this chaos from the little buildings on the east side of Stormcatcher.
I mean, imagine teams coexisting in a POI. I mean, I haven't seen that. I watched so much scrims and it was absolute chaos, but now there are layers and layers to these fights, and it's just been so great to see here at LAN thus far. But I start to think, you talk about the zone, right? I know Alliance is holding that north end. They need to, dude, it's a little drone race action through Stormcatcher.
Gonna swat it like a mosquito swatter. Get out of here. E6, though, they're gonna be able to scurry away. Swinny just trying to get even more information. Something else important here is the information that these teams were able to hold down with the beacons and where it's going to be pulling here. Stormcatcher already so congested. I can only imagine what's happening in command center for the squads that have to rotate from the north side. And there it is. It is the pool. If we could see the map real quick and where it is going to be pulling, it's on that hilltop on the north side of Stormcatcher. We've seen so much chaos ensue in these type of circles because in that hilltop, you have the squads that play off the high ground with Flora only having one solo. That would be crazy if Yudu could hold it down.
Yeah, but this is going to be massive right here. You have North Eption. They are being gatekept by Ironblood Gaming. You know, first place, formerly known as Chicken Sandwich, coming out of APAC South. We want to see them get some success here on the main stage, but Suzuki's not going to let that happen. Get some nice opening shots off with that 30-30, which could really help Taida and co maybe close the distance and get some excess damage.
Rolling Thunder there too to buy in some of that extra space. Here comes the Seer ult too. The heat on the grenade. Oh, huge right there. They get the first knock. This is the opportunity to fully send it right now, and North Eption is not going to waste any time.
I mean, there is only one member of IBG left standing, and you know how aggressive North Eption can be. Sure, EMP may stun them for just a smidge, but it is not going to stop the domination that they want for here. I had a pick that I wanted to win LAN coming in, and I know this sounds crazy, but I really wanted it to be North Eption. We're just in the group stages, but let's see exactly what they can do. They are that slow burn. They warm up, coming in from preseason quals, but Ironblood Gaming, I don't know if you're going to get out of here. Crypto doesn't have any movement.
No, and he's playing off the high ground with small heals as well. The Missile Storm coming in to reveal that he's still got blue Evo shields. He hasn't been able to recover the banners. He's playing off a little head glitch right here too with some natural cover. Another grenade coming in from his left side, but he's playing this beautifully. Catch me, ring around the Rosie, hit fire shots, and he gets the knock. Bolin not being able to clutch out that 1v1 on the high ground.
Unlucky. Hey, he's playing this clean. We saw some really great action out of Zane being a solo, so maybe player's gonna be able to find some success as well. And That was unfortunately a caster curse. Iron Blood Gaming now down and out. Dreamfire relegated just to 2 members of their squad. Let's hop on board with Fun and see what they're up to.
Yeah, Fun now making their approach to the south side of Stormcatcher, playing off the low ground. The Bloodhound scan coming in to reveal where they're trying to approach currently. They have the Valkyrie. Not going to be able to cross too much distance right now. And you can see on your feed, Alliance also in some trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. They needed to hold their back up by Thunderwatch, but North Eption decided to rotate through the ring and come down onto Alliance. I was so worried that was going to happen, but hopefully they're able to withstand.
Ooh, the little rock right now to give them a little bit of elevation, see what they're going to plan to do next. Into the fight finally going on between Alliance and North Eption currently. Yuki gets taken down, it's only up to Mandy. He's going to try to approach from the low ground. He's got the shield about to reset right now. He's looking to his 6. He knows that there's another player right behind him. I believe that could be the solo that is Flora that we were talking about.
Yes, it's going to be really tough. This hill on Thunderwatch is so atrocious, and they need to rotate downwards, which is better than going up the hill, obviously. But Mandy relegated to the last person. Yuki still down in front, so he's able to play that knockdown shield, which can be so valuable. Hits that grappling, throws down all the damage, but unfortunately, North Eption just going to get the best of Mandy. Alliance once again falling.
Satsuki said, bring it in right now. They were also playing off of that 2v1 versus Mandy here. Now they're going to be able to rotate off from the high ground over to the side by the big rock for some natural cover. Again, that one straggler floor is still alive, by the way, on the other side of this uphill.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. We look to the circle, and it looks as if a team has perfectly called where that is going to go. Luminosity has a 64% win rate on Stormpoint. And now, granted, they came into this in group stages 18th place overall, just barely keeping themselves up there. But a lot of teams vying for it, and one of those teams in particular is going to be Dark Zero, who is absolutely kitted right now and positioning them just outskirts of the ring in the building. They should be able to farm here.
Yeah, let's talk about Luminosity's rotation there too. We talked about it before, rotating away from fish farms. They were able to try to get on the outskirts towards the east side of where the circle was pulling, and then obviously keep away from all the chaos that's been going on in Stormcatcher. You know that when this next circle closes, all these teams that are going to be funneled outside of the inside of Stormcatcher is going to go into the open arms of Dark Zero. Space Station that's on the other side of Dark Zero, as you can see right here. So many of these teams are going to whittle down right now.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Fun gonna fall right there, down to 1 member, but it's gonna get caught from someone in Stormcatcher. But this is that moment you were talking about. Dark Zero still in the building, Space Station, trying to get ready and take their attention to Dark Zero. But the issue is, Dark Zero has a building and Space Station out of the zone in the open with only this kind of fence to play off of.
Getting almost deja vu here. This is where Dark Zero posted up to win the champs right now, and Space Station are playing on that fence line with the circle pulling more north than what we saw in that game here. Double Seer ult, very colorful here, as Dreamfire are going to be able to hold on to the high ground. IG as well with that EMP. They're looking to engage. Gets a little jump off the zip line here as IG are fully sending it down on the low ground.
Yeah, Cody Luda already down. We're just looking for Phony at this point. IG really healthy in this scenario, so they can just get a shield swap and continue on. If I'm Phony, I am ratting for my freaking life at this point, but it's so hard in a scan meta. How do you rat?
Said no one saw me. I'm going to just hang out here on the high ground while IG gave up that space. Where again, there's so many teams that are still inside of... Oh, they didn't see him. He's hiding by the fence line. Nothing to see here. Mind your business. Space Station now on the high ground. You see the Rolling Thunder coming in, but not from them, from another team that's out in the distance trying to rotate. FC also on the outskirts of that next circle, about to run into Singularity. I believe it's only up to Elysium, who's the last one alive for that squad. So we got 2 solos helping alive right now, as Space Station's going to take some shots at IG and Dark Zero, who are making their rotation.
Esports Arena out, Team Singularity out, IG International out, and Space Station wanting to run it back-to-back, hitting that grab lift, throwing out the grenades to couple with all that, and Xenal just trying to duck under the tiniest sliver of this rock, but this is going to be an all-out brawl. We have Dark Zero in here, and they are eliminated.
Dark Zero out after they were forced to get out of that building with the circle closing in. Space Station are about to send it onto Luminosity. Again, it's the 2 squads that are unfinished. Floor still alive with the solo. Space Station playing off the side. Frank's falling incredibly low. He gets knocked. 4 squads left in the lobby. Luminosity still up and alive, taking us to the high ground of the rocks.
I was going to say, let me get that Luminosity POV. They have been waiting for all this action, playing this zone incredibly well. Going in with the Prowler hipfire, looking so good. with 3 squads remaining here in map number 4. Flora has fallen. We have Space Station, North Eption, and Luminosity.
Our last 3 squads right now as Yanya is looking to restabilize. So is Drop. He pops a shield bat real quick here as Northception as a duo are playing off the slight little high ground that this circle is going to provide. Luminosity, Yanya still hasn't reset right now. He just popped the med kit. He's going to be able to move forward right now too. Luminosity also the only squad to be the full 3-man up and alive.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They have to go to North Eption.
Yeah.
They have to make that play, and they are going to hold it for their life. And so that's what you look at. When you have the final 3 teams, it's like, do I play for second if I have to? If I have no other option to make a play for the win, do we just try to end that fight as quickly as possible, get those points for the eliminations, or do we try to force the other 2 teams to fight? And it's going to be really tough to make that happen, but Luminosity is starting to make their move, and with Dropped being solo, I mean, you gotta wait it out. You want those other 2 teams to fight.
He's looking at the graveyard right in front of him at his feet. The 8 death boxes here before he makes his next move with the circle closing in right behind him. Having to cross that little fence line, that wall that he has for cover. Yanya knows he's there. You see Yanya just trying to peek behind the rock, waiting for him. Come into my arms here, Dropped, as he just scurries for cover with the Bangalore smoke, though he buys a little bit of time before he gets finished off by Luminosity. And as you said, Tiff, North Eption, they have the slight high ground. They have the natural cover of this next circle, and Luminosity have to walk right into them.
Yeah, and you look at it, Luminosity doesn't have a Ryzen. They're not going to have a black hole to try and yeet onto them. But what they do have is the Bangalore. So I'm curious to see if that Rolling Thunder is going to be available and utilized. But patience is a virtue. You can see they're passing around the Digi threats. It is in the crafter today. So a lot of those Bangalores easily getting those Digi threats, which can be an absolute nuisance.
So important, especially with the squads that like to hog the replicator. We saw it a lot during World's Edge, as they should too. We have the purple laser sight as well as the mobile respawn for the weekly rotation. Diesel just taking a little peek right now. Jaguares trying to give him some suppressed fire. Satuki taking a nice little off angle here. I like the position that we're currently seeing from North Eption.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. They have their Horizon up on the high ground, just ready and waiting. This is going to be detrimental. Rolling Thunder's coming out, but it is a 2v3 situation, but I have faith in NTH if they can reign supreme in their positioning. But I just don't feel like that ultimate went to good use though, Vicky. I'm not gonna lie.
Unfortunate right there. Maybe just wanted to wait a little bit of extra time while the circle was closing in behind their backs to be able to take advantage of that right now. Putting in some pressure, another Bangalore smoke to block out the view from Luminosity. Here comes the Rolling Thunder now on top of Northception. But again, it's a natural formation that they can actually hide behind to avoid taking any of that extra damage.
All the smoke going out, Luminosity making their move. Yanya just healing up just a little bit, but this is what we're saying. We always talk about Yanya being the fragger, but so many players on Luminosity are so talented, and I always feel like they're a little underrated. You don't ever count out Luminosity. They are going to take a lot of damage, which is going to force Yanya to heal. But that's what North Eption needs to do. Force them into an uncomfortable situation and reign that high ground.
This is uncomfortable. Playing off of this position, off this low ground on North Eption is just on Pride Rock currently. Again, look at Satuki. Look at this angle that Satuki's holding. Jaguares also being on the bang, having these smokes is huge to be able to take advantage with the repositioning play right underneath them.
Yeah, this is like a dance. I feel like we are watching an actual dance on our screen.
This is crazy. Yanya taking a little bit of the high ground, the patience, the calm before the storm, before this final circle just engulfs all the players that we have left here. Northception versus Luminosity.
Let's talk about the patience that this takes, bro. I would have wanted to int on them so long ago. I'd have been like, just send it, just hit it, find a knock, get that opening opportunity. But when the numbers are not in your favor, at least they are sitting on double red, which will make that a little easier. If they could just isolate one of the members of Luminosity, but that's not gonna happen as that ring continuously shrinks. North Eption is going to get forced off the high ground eventually, and Yanya is waiting.
Here we go. Raze dropping down, falling incredibly low though, playing up the back end. Luminosity finish them up just as quick the moment that Northception drops down. They take the game. They needed it. They were sitting in 10th overall before that game, and now that's going to allow them to skyrocket in the overall leaderboards. Look at the smiles coming out from LG.
I mean, do you expect anything else? They always talk about Hal being the CEO of Apex, but have you heard of El Presidente?
Hey.
Have you heard of it? Get those flags out. Let's go.
Viva Mexico. Luminosity coming up to show up. nice patience, and like you said, it's a difficult situation. You see yourselves, all right, we got the number advantage. Northception playing this as a duo, they're playing off the high ground, but that positioning alone would allow Northception to come out on top if they were able to pick off Luminosity one by one if they try to crawl up those rocks. So that's why Luminosity was playing off the low ground, playing patiently. You saw the Rolling Thunder had already been used up. That could have been from Luminosity trying to force them off the high ground, and the Black Hole coming in from Northception before that circle was closing in too. So a lot of utility was used before that final circle was closing in.
And that's tough, right? You don't ever know when you should prioritize those ultimates. And as soon as that Black Hole went out, unfortunately, it just went to waste. The positioning that LG had, they could just kind of tuck out of distance of that, and it worked out so well. Playing it patient, everything went the way for Luminosity. The only thing I would have loved to see more is, well, I'll channel Zane from yesterday, a little more kills there, but I'm curious to see what the Dusk has to think about it. Love send it to you, Fallout.
Thank you so much, Tiff. Day of firsts. First statement win for LG. That was a massive one, game one on Storm Point. And for the very first time here this weekend, we're excited to welcome our first guest to the desk alongside us. Ladies and gentlemen, give some love to EU's very own TSM Sabs joining us on the desk here.
Hello.
Pleasure to have you joining us. Congratulations on getting signed to TSM. For those of you who don't know you at home, though, give us a quick introduction about you, your background.
Oh, so basically, I'm trying to focus on a comp. I'm trying to also inspire a lot of girls here, females, everyone, to like just go high. It's not the barrier, anything. Just you can do everything you want. Literally, just believe in yourself.
It's amazing. Such a great message, and you're trailblazing. I mean, the reality is there are just a few, women that have competed at the top level. You're one of them. You also have to give a shout out to Evzy and Esdesu and Girl and many others that have competed at kind of the pro level. But you're the first team, all-female team, to get signed by a Tier 1 pro org. How does that feel?
It's amazing. Actually, I hope I'll be inspiring everybody on a scene. I think we can do a lot in a scene to help everybody. Like, just believe in yourself, like literally.
I love it. Amazing, great messages. Obviously a big game right there. Let's talk about what we just saw on screen. Luminosity with a statement win in a couple early contests. Sabs, last question I have, and then of course open up to Glitter and Genome. But last question, you saw the early contest. It was one that you're not a big fan of because it was against your boyfriend, Unlucky, and the Vex Gaming Squad. Talking about that early fight between SSG and Vexed.
I think it's really rough. I think Launchpad is one of these places that you have high ground, and it's literally, it's 50-50. Who is getting the high ground is basically winning. Later you're just playing time. If you're getting the house, it's really hard. I think they managed to do it very well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. SSG playing the 50-50 overall incredibly well. And I agree with you. I mean, there's certain POIs that are more of a 50-50 than others. I mean, POIs like Antenna and Wall are more skill-based. Technically, more skill-based because you can slow things down a little bit. And you can play, for flanks and rotations, but where you just drop and try and get loot, more of a 50-50 overall. But Glitter, talk me through what you saw here in this mid-game. IG just teasing the idea of this fight, but not a whole lot happened.
And they were one of those teams that I had said that I'd love to see kind of pick it up here today, a squad that's capable of some really impressive gameplay. So like you said, it was a little bit slower in that mid-game, but at least we're starting to see them get into those engagements that we know. And you know what, Iron Blood Gaming, another one we had called out at the beginning of the entire day today, Gino.
Yeah, they're struggling. It's a strange comp, right? They're playing 3 Recon characters. They've got the Seer, the Valkyr, and the Crypto, and I'm just not sure about that on Storm Point, honestly. I feel like you can fit the Watson in there, something like that allows you a little bit more defensive capabilities while still, retaining that ability to scan beacons.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, they were known to play that Watson originally, and it worked out well for them. I think a big reason that they stopped playing Watson, Sabs, is so many Cryptos in this lobby that can just delete a Watson.
Yes. Crypto is very aggressive legend if you're gonna use it well. I think like Caustic, Watson, like they sometimes don't have a chance against that.
Way too defensive overall, and it's really tough against some of those aggressive team comps. Completely agree. But take a look at the overall results from Match 4. Luminosity and for the first place win, but not necessarily the massive game that we're used to seeing Luminosity get. Glitter 18 points, but right behind them is Northception and Stay Station.
I will take it. I will take it because they at least get the dub at the end of the day. I am impressed with Space. We called out Space Station. They have the dub last game. Now coming through, they don't get the win, but they get the 9 kills as well. The points that they're going to be gaining in just these last 2 matches alone are going to be massive for them when it comes to keeping them in a top spot.
Yeah, that's right. Right behind them, though, is Apex Northception looking really, really solid here, Gino.
Yeah, they're looking so strong. I mean,
I called them out at the start of the weekend because we were wondering about how many kind of final circles they were making. Obviously a very strong fighting team, but they have managed to get there a couple of times. And as you can see, 8 kills here. They continue to dominate in those 3v3s, and that will easily see them through to the winner's bracket, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Well, on the flip side, not the best showing here for Crazy Raccoon. I predicted them to have another good showing and not necessarily turning up like we expected. And then right behind them is Vexed Gaming. I know there's probably 2 teams you're rooting for here, Sabs.
Yes,
TSM
Vex
being one of them.
TSM, yes.
Vext being the other one. You know Vex probably better than anybody. What do you think is going wrong for Vexed right now?
I think if they're gonna do one good game, I think they're gonna go big.
That's all it takes?
One start, and they have everything.
One massive game, and then the snowball gets rolling and turns into an
definitely.
avalanche. I'd love to hear it. Well, let's take a look at the series results. You'll see a similar story, I think, overall for Vex. TSM also with 0 points, but where's TSM going to fall? In 5th with 32. So Glitter, it's a similar story to what we saw yesterday with TSM starting strong. Can they finish?
You know, I'd love to see them have a really strong performance on Stormpoint, but I'm looking at these points now. I mean, Dreamfire now in 3rd place, putting themselves in a really solid spot, and then moving down. Dark Zero, at least in 9th on this side of the points are starting to get closer as we continue through this. And this is what we had said earlier, it was gonna slow down after the chaos of those first match and a half action that we saw. Now things are kind of leveling out.
Yeah, that's right. And we're seeing a couple of APAC teams really thriving here, Gino.
Yeah, I mean, Dreamfire, definitely one of them. Slow start to yesterday, but yeah, look, second series, they're definitely coming back. Roy, you know, he's getting the love, not only on social media, right here in the stadium with his antics, but also in the game, because that man will put numbers up every time you put him in the server.
You said it in the break room, top 5 mechanical player in the world in your eyes. That's a bold statement, but Roy is certainly performing this weekend, that's for sure. Of course, Dreamfire, a substitute team playing for Dua United, and they are showing up big time. But hey, look, it's been one heck of a day so far. We have had nothing but intense competition here. TSM starting strong. Can they finish? Meanwhile, Space Station, Dreamfire, Northeption, Luminosity trending upwards. We'll see if they can maintain. WD Black is the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What is up, guys? It is London. I thought I was going to be talking about Herman Miller chairs, but we are back. We are going to bring you map number 5, and I couldn't be more excited to see what is all going to happen. Is Vex going to take on SSG? Great moment there with Sabs early on, and I got to spend some time with her in the green room beforehand. Such a talented individual. You know, she played on Phoenix Legacy out there in the EMEA region. She was telling me all about the changes that are coming into their composition as we move forward to Split 2, but really excited to see that.
Yeah, I also really like talking to her about her thoughts just being an IG out and her approaches and the way that she's able to adapt between the different seasons of just being able to not only IG out for her team, but make that adjustment. But let's not waste any more time. It's always so nice to see these different players coming up on board. Shout out to the Herman Miller chairs coming out here too. Nice Apex Legends Global Series chairs. Looking fantastic. Matafi looking comfy.
Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs are being used at today's event, so check out the new colorways on Embody Gaming online. The new colors have a white base with Galaxy and Amethyst upholstery, and honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous because I just got one and I did not get Amethyst, but they are. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the ALGS, so go check him out online. We're gonna get geared up for map number 5. We got some contests to check out, so let's get hyped.
I'm absolutely hyped right now. Game 5 coming up, guys. We saw the 50-50 go down between Vex and Space Station before. You can expect it to happen again on Launchpad. Is the 50-50 in Cenote Caves also going to happen? We were so focused on what was going down here in Launchpad that there was another 50-50 happening on the other side of Cenote Caves too, between FC and ESA. Vex Gaming already getting started on Lucky with the Volt in his hand and the flatline to work with.
Look, if I'm vexed, I want vengeance. Things have just not been going their way in these group stages and dropped. Once again, getting that high ground, there's usually a sniper that spawns on the ground, if not 2 or 3, and you know, he's running Sentinel Longbow. Not nearly my favorite combo, but hey, if you got it, you work with it.
You feel yourself. I mean, you're always going to be able to find a sniper on those walkways usually too. So Vex now playing off the low ground, just playing off of the loot that they can work with inside of these buildings. Space Station, though, are probably going to opt to go for the bins that are on the outskirts of the Launchpad area. Talking about the teams that were around before, we saw some fights going down over to the northwest side of Launchpad at the no-name area. So many teams with the quick rotates here. And this is one of those circles that are looking like it's pulling towards the center area, maybe towards the outside of Jurassic Park, as Vex Gaming just still going to opt to loot right now. Again, with Unlucky having these 2 weapons in his loadout currently, he's maybe opting to see if he wants to switch, and he does get the R9 in his hands.
I feel like, you know, Twitch chat's probably wilding out right now. Unlucky, why didn't you grab that heavy mag, bro? You tried to grab it, he barely skated right over it. I can only imagine they are probably fuming. But this is smart, right? Space Station grabbing that upper ground denies Vex the ability to push closer into Launchpad. Those tentacles that have all the bins with the loot, they are getting denied from that. But I think that's smart, maybe back away. But you can see they just like to move next to each other. Luminosity chilling in their drop spot POI of fish farms. It's kind of interesting. Luminosity and Vex tend to run into each other a lot, but right now, not so much.
Oh, nice high ground position here with the Hemlock. 3-round reverse, going to be able to blast into that player that's on the low ground. Drop, though, getting out of himself after getting that knock. They want to try to fully send it. Have the smoke grenades just to hide right behind, avoiding that grenade. Drop, trying to restabilize, too, after trying to capitalize off of that knock. Another crack right here. He's going crazy with his Hemi.
Look, when it hits, but when it doesn't, it does not. And right now, we are having a good Hemi day. Now, Xenile does have the EVA 8 if he can close the distance, but he gets absolutely punished from above. Now, Frex, last alive for Space Station. This is not where you want to be.
Can we talk about the quick turnaround? Vex realizing, okay, they gave up the high ground. That's fine. They really got ahead of themselves when they got that one knock. So we're just going to take the positional advantage on the high ground. Tyler now dropping down slightly because they have the advantage. Only 1 member left of Space Station. They're looking to get their revenge, and they do. They take care of Space Station. They remember what Sam said too. All right, it's about making a statement. You only got 2 more chances here on Storm Point.
Look, maybe it's because Sabs was up there, right? A little good luck charm for Unlucky. Whatever it is, they did that brilliantly well. And hey, a little bit of friendly banter there with some shots into the box as well. But let's check in with Oxygen and Passion. Oxygen needs this win, and unfortunately, we cut into the end of the fight, and Urban deals the final blow to Oxygen. Now, this is interesting, right? This, you mentioned it, was one of those teams that came in as a sub very last minute. If I'm not mistaken, Mimu hasn't even played this game for like 30 days, so he is coming in, and this is like his first chance to get into it. It's on land, bro.
He said, you know what, it's okay, I don't even need it right now. It's about being fresh out here. As NorCal Esports also get eliminated in the feed by Flora. They just finished off of this fight inside of this building. They also have information on where this circle is going to be pulling, and it does look like one or more of those central circles that we were looking at here before too. So with that information, they're going to be able to loot up. I'm looking at the squads that are playing still on the outside of Launchpad. I'm thinking of IG with the rotation, Vex after coming out of that win against Space Station too.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm looking and thinking, and I'm like, where is Dark Zero in all of this right now? They didn't necessarily get like a top 5 finish in map number 4, but they had 9 eliminations. So they were just kind of rolling all of the teams around Stormcatcher. So I just feel like they're kind of like a villain in this lobby in a way. Quiet but deadly, the assassins.
Yeah, they finished the last game in 7th with 9 KP to their name, cleaning up the squads that were playing by the Edge currently. As we tune into PS playing on the outside of Antenna, getting shot at. Antenna getting congested very quick, by the way. I believe there's like 3 squads within this vicinity. You know, IBG's here, E6 as well. TSM probably in the outside of that rotation by the choke point. They like to hang out by that choke point north of Antenna, sometimes that northeast side.
That'll be really interesting. I mean, it was TSM's old stomping grounds, their original drop spot on POI, or this before moving over to the wall. But Passion still out here vibing, fencing up this building. We want to make sure it's as secure as humanly possible, Vicky.
Make sure to set down those fences. Set up the campfire real quick here too while they get some of that information. IBG doing the same inside of one of their other buildings. Yeah, it is TSM. What's a quick rotate? You talked about it before. This used to be their old POI. They made the rotate quickly from the wall, the new POI, all the way around here, passing the choke point quickly to secure this building right now. IG's inside that building beyond that choke point. So many of these other teams, ESA being the only one to not have secured a building just yet before they were able to get the gravity lift all the way up into the high ground.
Yeah, this is really, really tough, but I love TSM's positioning because they will have full vantage view of that choke point, right? And you see like IG, their name was kind of dabbling up because they actually haven't made their way into the next area, which is unique, right? They used to be one of the fastest rotating teams, along with like teams Ascend, and you just kind of have that. But not yet. Now, Element 6 on your screen, and that was pretty fun watching them rev-tame people on World's Edge, but electing to take a little more zone-heavy Legend composition with that Valk Crypto Watson, and should provide them a good bit of success here, especially with the charge rifle. You can just poke, prod, level up that shield, and just be a nuisance.
Be a nuisance. Getting PTSD from my own games out here while people farm their Evo shields, aside from the rev-tame that we saw in the last game, like you mentioned. I was wondering, sitting in the back seeing E6, I'm like, oh. PTSD from a few seasons ago out here, but they made that swap playing a lot more defensively, getting charge rifled himself, Slayer's having to restabilize. It's just the calm before the storm with the congested skies of the crypto drones happening. Luminosity, though, having that fight against IG inside of that outskirt of the building that we were talking about by the choke point that TSM was holding inside that building.
Yeah, this was worried, but the Bloodhound scan going out. Beast of the Hunt active and a charged up Sentinel looking for its next victim. We saw just how methodical Luminosity can play. Your winners of map number 4 with that 64% win rate in regular season.
My question is, with them taking this fight, we know that Vex won against Space Station, leaving Launchpad. Vex has to be in the area. They're probably looking for an opportunity to third-party this, and IG have already secured the inside of the building, something that Luminosity doesn't have natural cover. And yes, they're pinging. They see the third party moving in from the hillside. They need it back up, but Yanya gets caught right before that.
This is not what you want. Matafe getting that opening knock with the triple take. And look, that gun is fun to use, and I love to see it, but this is all outside of zone, and IG operates that closest building, just able to gatekeep, but they're just biding their time because all of these teams are going to utilize every resource that they have available because it's, yeah, they're little ticks of health, right? But that's going to add up. When you have no more health, you're going to be forced to go into zone, and you're just going to run into their open arms.
And the question is, are they going to try to force this and try to rotate here, or are they going to take the L real quick, have to move back and rotate all the way on the rock instead? They get the res onto Yanya, who has to pop a medkit or at least a syringe right now before dropping down to the circle. You see Unlucky now trying to get a high ground angle while still trying to pressure out Luminosity, while the rest of his teammates are playing on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Something I want to note that happened in World's Edge, we saw this is totally unrelated to this fight. TSM went outside the zone to push a team and got that kill, right?
Snorkel.
It would be really unfortunate if someone decided to tank the ring and make an approach from the back and join all of the fun, right?
That would be the question of which team wants to take that choke point on the south side of Antenna, because this circle is looking to pull a little bit north of Antenna, which is why teams like TSM, E6, IBG are taking control of the buildings, because they can try to do a 50-50 rotation outside of those buildings to go north. Because a lot of the circles in the rock, they're going to take the skyward dive, and that's why these edge teams love to run the Valkyrie, because if you want to go for a second grace chance right here, you have the skyward dive to try to reset as Alliance. Well, full red Evos now made the rotation to take this fight against Vex.
Not Alliance coming from the Storm to take a fight, you're right, against Vex. These teams are constantly bumping into each other. They had so much fun in Pro League Split 1 over in the EMEA region, and it's almost kind of like a natural rivalry. I had a chance to talk about Tyler, and they were not scared to fight any team. That's exactly what Vex said, and I was like, okay, you know, I see you, but Alliance is sitting there on triple red. They've got the Mandy buff right now. Mandy's community is probably in the crowd. Hackis is so smart. The tactical way that they approach these things is very interesting because they haven't fully inted onto them, right? Now Vex looking to grab that high ground. They're just going to hit that skyward dive because they don't want any of that smoke.
Where are they going to go? That is the question with so many squads already in that middle part of the map. Aki's like, one of these, any of these. 30-30 could have that drop though, because it's a little tricky to try to land those shots on the skyward dive especially. They took up the space right behind them, and look at Alliance with their information. They know where the next circle is going to be going. They got the scan on the beacon. Remember, they also, I believe, land lightning rods, so they had a bit of a trek to go from the north side of the map all the way to the south side here.
Yeah, I think that was so smart for them to just kind of get out of dodge and leave, because at this point you have to start prioritizing the zone a little bit, even if you are an edge fighting team, because at the end of the day, you've got to get some points on the board. We got Crazy Raccoon on your screen, Dreamfire making their way into the center area of that. Dreamfire wanting to occupy a building, currently sitting in 3rd place with 36 points. Not a bad day for a team that originally wasn't supposed to play in the playoffs. And I've been having so much fun. Roy's all over my social media throwing up the heart hands, and now I'm just like, he is my spirit animal.
That's why you got to give them a lot of that love, especially after their performance in that game 2 where they finished with 10 KP. The bang came in clutch right there for them, and now they're able to take control over this building with Crazy Raccoon on the high ground trying to take some shots, sharing some of that space right now with Northception.
All right, let's go ahead and jump into a quick listen in with Dreamfire, because I want to see them int on this team.
左边的走了，左边的走了，来来，扩一下房子，扩一下房子，过来过来吧。
左边的走，
你的左边是哪边啊？我这边，我这边，我这边，我这边，我这边。
能不能说一下左边到底是哪边？
他们往哪里走了？
前面前面。
那我们屁股山上的还在吗？
屁股山上
还在还在还在还在。
你去找，你去找，你去找。
前面是想捞东西吗？哎，过点白给我。一个打100。
1-1-1，我打74。
OK。让他们绕吧，他们这里还可以绕。
好。
他们绕了，我们就可以跟山上的打，然后动物园可能会来。
山上这个得打，山上这个得打。他们那个密克希尔，
这几个人不走吗？
还在吗？
我这边的还在，你那边的呢？
我这边看不到。你过来找吧。
好好好好，我来。
看不到，是不是蹲在角落啊？
在哪里？在哪里？哪个方位？哪个方位？
扫一扫。
树后面扫一下。
没看到，走掉了。
他就是走了，那我们可以打身上的，身上往前了。
右边这队呢？右边这队还在吗？
刚还在。
他们有一只往前了，我们只要抢到山上，我们就是高打低。
Very interesting. You saw them poking and prodding over to Northception, but no fight breaking out. And honestly, with the ring on the move, we got to start prioritizing that a little bit. We saw Crazy Raccoon nearby in the distance, so they could be getting gate kept here, and that'd be really unfortunate. But this is the first time we're going to get to see Crazy Raccoon, but Parka gets absolutely annihilated. And it's interesting, right? The EMP going out onto Dreamfire. Shields are being cracked with the exhibit out and a Rolling Thunder coming by. This is going to be absolute chaotic.
That Zero got deleted, melted before my eyes, and with the Rolling Thunder coming in, that's extra space being bought in for Dreamfire. Great opening there after melting down Parka. They're still beaming it down here with the R301. They got another crack out here. They're trying to take the Yeet Cannon right out of there. Oh, Parka gets knocked there by Jen Bird and Dark Zero on the other side.
Oh, Dark Zero has actually walked straight up into this fight, so now we have a 3-way fight going on, and Dreamfire still relatively healthy, going to have to play these rocks very carefully to inebriate any of the Lana sites that they have. They want to make sure they stay out of dodge.
With Dark Zero getting that knock though and seeing another squad in the distance being Dreamfire, they don't have enough information to try to feel that confidence after getting that knock and try to fully send it in. And Dreamfire said, all right, we're out of here. We saw the third party moving in. We're going to take the skyward dive too, get closer into that circle because the ring is closing in behind our backs.
Let's talk about this zone because it's absolutely atrocious in my personal opinion. We got a good look of it, and you can see there's not really a lot of safe area here for Dreamfire. They're pinging right here underneath, and this is where we'll see a team typically play. And sometimes teams will just kind of forget because no one wants to drop down underneath these buildings.
Especially when you don't really have a bunker down character to work with. I mean, you have the Bangalore to act up as that character with the smoke grenades, but Northception on the other side of this low ground. Are you kidding me? You see Satuki trying to take some shots with the Prowler. They have the real estate inside of this building here too, so they have some safety right now. They just wanted to see which of these squads were playing off the low ground. There's two other squads right in front of them, and they have the information from the Zero.
30 shots, only a couple of them will connect. But you just need to play it patient. You have a building. Hold that team out, just like Crazy Raccoon got held out as well. Passion eliminated also. 13 squads left here as the circle continues to shrink. But you've got the Prowler Digithreat to your advantage, but you are getting punished instead.
With all the squads playing up the north side, that's going to be doomed for them. Dreamfire gets the crack with the RE45 here, having to back away if they're losing out on their shield is Bolin. Gonna pop the shield back real quick while the RE45 is ready to unload. Playing patiently here, you can see the pings going down, but it's the patience from this team. And once these squads have to funnel outside of not only the building right on top of Dreamfire, but off this low ground too, you can imagine the squads that called out where the circle was gonna be pulling, looking at E6, looking at TSM, playing still inside the same building. It's gonna be a bloodbath in that choke point.
Yeah, this choke point is going to be disgusting. I would hate to have to rotate through that. They're going to have to make a move and have 55 seconds in their way and at least 7 teams standing between them. So this is the calm before the storm, and it's not even that calm because Dreamfire keeps having to waste a lot of their resources. You can see Roy right now only has 2 bats and 5 shield cells. You're gonna need more than that for endgame.
Oh, Taida having to drop low, now dropping to the side, trying to pop the shield back. Nice reaction though coming in from Satuki to put down that smoke grenade. As Taida tries to reset, Satuki has to do the same. The squad in front of them are trying to fully send it. They have the information from the Zero. They know that squad is trying to get aggressive. Hiding behind the Archstars though, they also have to wait out on the other squad behind them that's trying to also take some shots while the smoke grenade is buying them time.
Alliance starting to prioritize the fact that they have to move. Time is of the essence, but North Action trying to get the reset, but I just don't think they're going to be able to do it. Maybe heal up and play your life sometimes. Having a player knocked and being able to use their knockdown for just that little bit of cover is everything.
With the Digitrap being in the replicator, you can only imagine how many other players could just take advantage of this and where North Epson is using the smoke grenade. Now the circle's closing in right behind them, taking a huge chunk of that damage. They're forced to exit in that place. Flora looks like Mia being the only one alive. Another solo situation here on Storm Point after the action we saw in the last game, getting into that next circle. But with the circle closing in too, imagine LG holding that choke point is gonna have a ball game here. Alliance flying in right into the arms of IG.
Look, I love where Dark Zero is just waiting to get into the action, but strafing down, and now we only have 1 member of Ironblood Gaming, and they need to stay alive. We're sitting in 17th place here, and Fun is just obliterating them, and they're even taking shots at Dark Zero too, so it's just not IVG. They are going for the Australians and Luminosity, your map for winners wanting to get in on the action, but it is an all-out brawl. Luminosity eliminated, and just like that, we are down to 10 squads. Dreamfire, who once looked so strong, are falling apart, and it's going to be Vex making it happen.
Remember what Sam said, Vex just needs that one good game, and they'll get the confidence, the momentum to start rolling. Tyler revealed to have low HP, but he's got those full shields after getting a quick little shields off. ESA with only Phonyhead alive, now trying to run over to the side, but look how many other teams are inside of this building. The Watson Flens blocking his way as he's hiding behind these crates.
We know just how dangerous those Watson Flens can be, but Alliance taking down Hal off screen. Vex getting into Alliance as well, so there is an absolute all-out brawl, and Phony is just nestled in a corner saying, I don't want any piece of that action, so let's go ahead and see the overcam shot of this Vex holding just back, which they're holding the right side of the zone, which is nice, and they're able to see all the teams in front of them and just unload damage.
What's important about this position right now that Vex is holding is that they have the high ground. The circle is to their backs. They know it's already cleared out from the squads that got eliminated right behind them, but they were able to take advantage of all the teams funneled in their point of view. Alliance playing off the low ground too, playing off the fence line in a difficult situation, because once IG, I think Noises and his other team actually playing as a duo right now, playing off the other side, and E6 start rotating in their direction, Alliance is going to be in a lot of trouble because they're going to be sandwiched between Vex, and they're not even going to take the chance. They want that KP. They're going to be able to move in.
I mean, look, this is that Alliance-Vex kind of rivalry that I was telling you about, and they just fully sent it. Now, I wouldn't have wanted to give up my positioning just on the off chance that one of the teams takes an off shot at me, but they are able to get in there, do the damage, and then reassume the position that they had, which is that right side of the zone, and all of those teams, depending on which way the zone pulls, they should have a nice advantage.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be forced to rotate in the direction of Vex's face right here. IG losing out on a member. All 3 members are still alive right now. It was Dark Zero that had to play as a duo currently right now. With Sharky still alive, trying to give some suppressed fire. E6 getting involved in this fight. Now trying to clean up on his left of IG. Clean up on aisle 3. Element 6 lose out on Slayers, but one by one as they fall, Dark Zero meet them in the lobby. 4 squads left right now. Esports Arena Red just left with Phony still as a solo. TSM, Vex Gaming, and E6.
Imagine this Kraber shot hits 2 bullets, not going to do it though. 1 shot in the chamber, and he's gonna fall like that. Sharky comes back for some action, and Element 6 is out.
insane. ESA now 2 squads left. Vex Gaming have this in the bag. They had the advantage. Talked about it before, but TSM now trying to bring the action right to them outside of the building. TSM Chance coming in through the crowd as Vex are looking for redemption shot, but Taffy falls incredibly low. Imperial Hell loses out on the shield. A trade for trade as they're forced to reset.
Yeah, but here's the deal. We are in London. We are in Europe. We needed an EMEA team to come out on top here. So let's see just how well they can navigate this Tyler FPS with that EVA 8 looking to do some damage. Wingman as well and jumps over the fence. Here we go.
That's 2 down. That's 2 down. Vex want to try to take advantage of this, but unlucky Tyler alone. They don't want to take their chances.
This is exactly what Sabs was saying, and she's probably losing her mind right now. Unlucky going off and deals the finishing blow. Vex Gaming are your winners of map number 5. Look at that smile. That's what we wanted to see, Matafe. His fans in the crowd throwing homage. When I first started watching Apex players play, that is how Matafe was. Face stripes and all sweatbands. Let's go.
I love the combined TSM Chance, the Matafe fans coming through out here too. Sabs called it out. Vex coming out on top. You can see the emotions from these players as TSM dropped down to 2nd place after that Game 5 finish. It was a 3v3. They did have the shield disadvantage. Vex had full red evos, but still, there was a trade where they left one incredibly low, but it was Verhos who was the first one to get dropped from TSM that allowed Vex to have the confidence to fully send it in. They still didn't take their chances though. They still were able to restabilize after losing out on 2 players with 2 shields.
I mean, they did everything that they need to do, and the confidence that Tyler exuded when he was talking to me pays off right there. Let's see if they can continue that momentum forward, but definitely pleased with themselves, but overall, not a bad game for TSM. I'm still saying that was everything that they needed, but still, I mean, it's enough to keep them obviously feeling good, but Vex came in, I told you guys, 38th place overall out of 40 in the group stages before this series, and you want to find yourself in the top 20 to make it into that winner's bracket, and you got to start now.
Absolutely, because they were playing off the low end of the overall leaderboards. They finished in first with 10 KP to their name. You talk about TSM and having to wake up here on Stormpoint. They had a great time on World's Edge, but they haven't been really loud out here on Stormpoint just yet. But after that Game 5, they finished in 2nd place with 5 KP to their name.
I mean, sometimes it all starts with winning your contest at your drop spot POI, and you just can carry that momentum forward. And just look at them right there on your screen. They are pleased.
Is it enough for Vex here? Is it enough to build up that confidence? Because we got one more game left, Tiff, and before this game, they were sitting, I believe, in 19th in the overall standings currently for this group.
Well, very interesting. Well, that is the question. Fallout, you hear it. Is it enough?
That is correct, Tiff. And look, for the 2nd time in this series, the prediction has come true. Sabs was just on the broadcast here a second ago and said all they need is one game, and they will get rolling. But the reality is, it might be too late. They're so far behind in the standings. They need a massive game number 6. But one thing is for sure, we got the best Vexed corner in the crowd up there. I see every single one of y'all getting loud for the Vexed boys. They need your energy. That is for sure. We see you. We appreciate y'all. But that Vex needs to go big again in game 6 is the reality here, Glitter.
I mean, this is the beginning of the snowball that they needed. Like you said, maybe Sabs is the good luck charm that Vexed required heading into that game number 5, but they need to close out the day strong, and they need to then, the next half of today, continue that momentum.
They've still got one more series, right? I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
It's weird to think about because we're used to having those 6-game series in Apex where it's like by the end of the 6th game, like that's it, that's all that matters. Yep. But in this one, we've got 3 of those group stage series together. It's all cumulative points. So look, this does go some way to getting them towards that roughly 104-point threshold that they want to get over to make it through to the winner's bracket.
Yeah, that's a great point. Look, if they could scrounge together some points right now, a 30, 40, maybe 20-point game, big game in the next series, maybe just maybe. But the reality is, you can't just do it in one series. I mean, history has proven if you have just one good series, that's not going to be enough to get to that 104-point threshold. If you're wondering what we're talking about when we say that 104-point threshold, explain that a little bit. What does that mean?
So in previous LANs, we've had a cutoff where obviously, the top 20 are going to the winners bracket, the bottom 20 are going to the elimination bracket. Now, across both of those LANs, 104 points has been the cutoff, where if you made that, you are going to be in that top 20, and if you're below that, you are not going to make it. You'll fall down into that elimination bracket. So look, it's come true twice. Will it come true again? Maybe, but either way, it'll be very close.
Hey, chances are it may. I mean, right now, going into the series today, the cutoff was 34 points. Multiply that by 3, two more series, and that's right at that 104-point mark. So you'll see if that will be the case. A little bit of BM coming through as Vex with a really, really intense matchup against Space Station Gaming. They're continuing to flex their muscles. They won the fight that one, and they were able to just snowball after that.
And if they didn't do it there, they were in a lot of trouble because you could see they needed to even go get a banner and get themselves reset after that. So being able to win that against SSG is what turned the tides for this entire match for Vex. And I know we're talking about them getting a little bit of momentum going. They've got some time with this extra series, but we've mentioned it before. If they're finding their footing now in this series, in the 5th game, things are going to change again in the next one. They're going to have to try and find it all over again.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they'll continue to fight. Something tells me Vexed will. That's their middle name. They love to take these fights whenever they possibly can. 3-on-3 on the rip. Yeah, yes please, sign me up, says Matafe. So game 6 will be interesting. And the most interesting part is it's against Space Station, so the leader of the series going into match 5, Gino.
Yeah, Space Station, they're looking pretty strong, aren't they? 49 points at this point. Especially when you think about how low scoring these lobbies have been, it's really interesting that no one's even cracked the 50-point mark, and we're coming into the last map.
That's right. And then, of course, this is the last and final fight. It was Vex versus TSM. It was a crowd divided here as they wanted to root for the EU team, but they also love TSM. But in the end, Vexed on top with a big double-digit game. This is what we're used to seeing from the Vexed squad. 22 points is a good start. It's going to get them some points, but they need to do it again in Game 6. TSM, though, needed that one to avoid the same story from yesterday, Glitter. Meanwhile, right behind them is Esports Arena with 12. They continue to be consistent, and Element 6 with a must-perform Game 5 as well.
Yeah, I mean, impressive performance out of Element 6, actually, with those 9 kills on the board as well, keeping themselves in that top 4 spot for this game, at least. So many teams are going to be scraping for points when it comes down to it. We've seen it happen too many times. A few points here and there makes such a massive difference in those overall standings.
Yeah, Oxygen sitting down there at the bottom. Are you guys surprised? Obviously, you guys have seen a lot more of them throughout Pro League so far. I was actually expecting a little bit more out of them than we've seen so far.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the interesting part for that is they're the most early rotate heavy team, and those teams have been typically thriving on LAN because the fights are not happening as aggressively in early games. That's why teams like Vexed are struggling, because on LAN, the teams that rotate and play quick rotation are favored, but that's not the case for Oxygen, as you see right here. 14th place overall. I mean, not a terrible, terrible situation, unlike Crazy Raccoon, Team Singularity, IBG all the way on bottom, but nonetheless not what you'd expect from them. Meanwhile, on the front side there, Dark Zero in 9th are reigning champions. One of 2 teams to win a LAN championship in Apex Legends, continuing to hover just around that 8-9 mark, Glitter.
And I love that you kind of keep calling that out too, the fact that there's literally only teams that are able to claim that title right now, or 2 teams to claim that, that's what I meant to say. But the fact that they're somewhere in the middle of this pack right now, I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in a negative way, it's more like a concerned way. I think what happened is that across the board, all of these teams have picked up their performance, and it's getting harder and harder to maintain a top level.
Well, I think one of the interesting things about their performance so far is just how little respect they've been given, right? I mean, as we said, they're one of only 2 teams who are the LAN champions, and they're the most recent ones, and yet they've been contested so much. And not even necessarily, it isn't Lava Siphon, these aren't like, the most premium POIs, but still teams are saying, look, we don't care about how many trophies you've got in there, we're still going to land on you. Whereas typically that doesn't happen for the stronger teams.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think what it comes down to is just their play style and team composition. They won those 2 championships. How? Caustic Gibby, early rotate, very, very rotation heavy, which is kind of the theme of Apex South back then. The meta shifted, and people know they're not necessarily the most aggressive fighting team. And I think that's why they're having people having confidence against them in those fights.
Yeah, I mean, they did struggle a little bit with the meta transition this season. As soon as they tried to put Sharky on Watson, he was just the most phenomenal Gibraltar player, and that transition was a little hard for him. Now that they've started experimenting with a little bit more and changing the roles around, even between those players within Dark Zero, things have started to look up for them.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see if they can sneak by. That's been the theme of Dark Zero throughout the entirety of the Pro League. Just sneak it in. They did it with 10th place in North America after risking it all and moving across the world. We'll see if they can sneak right into that top 20. That's going to be interesting. And here's the big thing to understand here. For those that are maybe tuning in, not sure how the format works, well, There's 40 teams here in these group stages, 4 groups of 10. The top 20 teams as a result of pool play will make it into the winner's bracket. The bottom 20 teams will move to the elimination bracket, but there's no difference between 20th and first. There's no seeding advantage. So if Dark Zero can sneak in 20th, they're just as happy as the first place team in my eyes.
They are, but then they have to reset. If they somehow end up in a bottom spot, yeah, okay, they solidified where they need to be, but it's about resetting mentally and figuring out what went wrong, being able to change from that group stage into the bracket stage, into the finals, and making sure that you're making those fixes as you're going.
That's a great point. It's going to require that reset, but I know, we all know, they'll have that confidence. Coming off a LAN championship, they're going to have no concern, no inability to reset. On the flip side, a couple other squads we got to highlight here. Luminosity Gaming, really, really big game win. Obviously, they're in Game 4, not able to replicate in Game 5, but it still kind of hovers them around the top 8 spot, which is, again, similar to where they sat yesterday. You think LG has what it takes to have a big Game 6 here? And actually, I'm going to transition that question. Predictions for Game 6. Who's going to win it? Who's going to clutch up?
Could be any one of them, John. You know, that's how Battle Royale works. Look, the Bang Blood Valk composition that we've seen from Luminosity on Stormpoint here, also really interesting, because we had a look at the Caustic composition earlier in one of those circles. So the fact that they're playing pairing two of those kind of more aggressive heroes with the Valk for Stormpoint does interest me a little bit. There's been a lot of discussion about Seer versus Bloodhound as scan characters and which ones people want to use. And usually it's just around baiting that Seer ult out, feeling a little bit vulnerable because you can destroy that Seer ultimate, and then all of a sudden your wall hacks are gone. So the Bloodhound wall hacks, not necessarily as good, but they are a little more reliable.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially when you hit an ultimate on Bloodhound. You're able to obviously spam those much more quickly, and constant ability to see through walls, see characters, which gives obviously Bloodhound the advantage just in that scenario. But yeah, interesting pick from them to go with Bloodhound and Bangalore. Obviously also helps the two of them kind of as a wombo combo. The smokes combined with scans, basically a digital threat, plus throw a digital threat on there, and you have a dominant Yanya player on Bangalore Glitter.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm actually going to be keeping my eyes in this last game of the series. I'm going to be looking at IG. Ooh. Okay, I feel like they've been trending upward a little bit throughout the day, this last match being one of their better matches on the day, and I want to see if they can close it out with something really strong.
The hometown boys. I've seen a couple people with IG jerseys in the crowd here cheering for the local squad. They certainly need a big, big Game 6, you're right. And in general, EMEA's relatively quiet until Vexed pops off there in that game. We saw EMEA at the bottom of the leaderboards. So a lot of big stories here coming into this last and final Game 6. Can Vexed go back-to-back? And just like Sab said, all they need is one game to get momentum. Can IG step up in a big way? Alliance has been super quiet throughout as well. You see the Vexed love comes through. Speaking of love, APAC's always putting on.
Yes.
All the love.
I mean, IBG, they need that one big game if they really want to get further up the standings. It's been a real struggle start to them, which is in direct contrast to how they started the tournament off in day one.
And actually, I think that's Kimchi Lee. Big shout out to Kimchi Lee, I believe, the coach of ESA. As we see a quick scan around of all of our squads here. FC Destroy, Passion, two teams that also need a bigger Game 6 if they want a chance to perform. And then E6, another EU squad. Slayers, arguably one of the best UK controller players, so dominant here playing on home turf. They had a really, really big Game 5. They're running an interesting team comp on World's Edge of Revtane, obviously changing things up a little bit here in Stormpoint,
Yeah, the Revtane, man. I think a lot of people honestly probably have nightmares about that comp still. So the fact that it's coming back in is just nightmare fuel for the people who really struggled through that when teams were playing like 15 of them per lobby.
That's exactly right. Well, here we go. Game number 6, our last and final game of this series. And guess what? The hype duo, the creatures duo, Spider Tiff, Vicky Kitty, both got their name and an animal in their gamer tags. Hey, much love for the two of them. Make some noise for Vicky Kitty and Spider Tiff. Let's go ahead and throw it back to them for game number 6 at the desk.
Hey, yo, thank you, Fallout. I don't know if I've ever been referred to as a creature before, so that's a new one. But let's go ahead and talk about this, the history of the games. We've had such a journey in these 6-game series, but it's good to see Vexed getting some love there in map number 5. And you mentioned it only takes one game, but you have to keep that momentum going forward. You really do.
Yeah, you start off from being 19th before that last game to skyrocketing in 11th overall. Oxygen, another team that needs to have a pop-off performance. In the last game, they finished in 18th. The game before that on Stormpoint, they finished in 17th. Not having the best time on Storm Point. This sets them up in 14th overall, but diving into this final game, Tiff, I'm excited. Again, it's like what Fallout and Genome were talking about downstairs out there. Vex Gaming had that pop-off performance. Is what Saps predicted gonna come true out here? They had the time of their life in that last game. Are they gonna replicate that now, as we're probably gonna see the 50-50 go down again against Space Station?
Look, all I know is I want a Sabs buff in my life, so hey, if it works, it works. But map number 6, underway, getting locked and loaded. We are in the dropship, the final game. I cannot wait to see, but I do want to note this. This is something that I learned yesterday. The first map winner of each series that happened in those group matchups went on to take on the whole series. And you know who won game number 1? That's going to be TSM. So I'm keeping my eyes on them. 2 points outside of the lead right now, sitting in second place. So anything can happen.
I mean, after that last game, that was the best game that we've seen so far on Stormpoint, where they were able to get 2nd, 5th place. In the first game on Stormpoint, we saw them get 18th with no KP. Unfortunately, they went down rather early, but we're going to see the contention go down again. Oh, we're going to duke it out. Oh, he didn't pick up a gun. Tyler has to drop down from the high ground, and he is running for his life while the sniper shots are reeling behind him.
That was actually really smooth right there. He didn't use the grab lift for height. He used it to cover, to get that clutter out, to make sure he's not going to get shot. Sometimes you have to use what you've got, and if you only got your abilities and maybe an alternator from the ground, you're looking a little better.
Alternator off the rip. One of my favorites when you have nothing else to work with right now. Space Station just going to be able to loot on the outside of Launchpad here. Love seeing these 50-50s go down. I know we talked about another 50-50 potentially happening in Cenote Caves, but there was respect from FC where they're just looting outside of Cenote Cave instead, which is why we've been focusing on this 50-50 going down, since there's no other 50-50 happening so far on Stormpoint. And I'm curious to see where the circle is going to take us, because we saw the rotation from Vex after they came out on top versus Space Station in the last game.
Look, just peeking through the little window, looking for some information, like, hey, where are you guys at over there? I want to make sure I can get an LOS on you, maybe approach this. Space Station really likes to hold that catapult area, but Matafe, R301, that gun shreds people. I feel like we talked about it. Remember when it went into the crafter way back when, and everyone was like, well, now you can't just be an R301 crutch. Look, I am an R301 crutch.
I love that weapon. One of my favorite weapons. The G7, of course, they put it in the replicator, but another one of my favorite guns. Vex rocking all blue Evos, and while we take a look at the other teams and where they're going to be rotating, we see some contentions through these choke points. Singularity out here. Lyceum already rocking the purple Evo shield. They picked that off the rip. He did take some shots at the team that is right behind him right now, but they're just opting to prioritize their rotation instead. You can see the smoke grenades coming out. He's got the Spitfire and Prowler in his hand.
Ooh, now, that's kind of interesting for early game weapons, right? Because it just feels like it never stops shooting at you. And the damage, yeah, may not be that great, but if you hit all those shots, which all of these players do, very nice for them. But I love seeing Team Singularity here. First place out of South American region, and sitting on that purple-blue, so just looking to get some information on nearby teams. You can hear the shots in the distance.
And here's squad fighting, and they're pinging right here too. Singularity just patiently waiting to see which of these squads are going to be rotating in their direction. I believe that could be Oxygen. They're falling by the Prowler den right now. Dark Zero does rotate around there too. Wonder if they just came across Oxygen. You see the Zero coming out. Singularity now determining whether they want to try to third party this or going to try to patiently wait to see if there's a knock first here. We see him trying to take the more aggressive approach, but again, there is that squad that was right behind them originally, so they have to be careful if they want to try to fully get aggressive.
North Epshing coming off a skyward dive, looting around the north pad area. Now there is a beacon up here so they can get that information, but you know, as Genome would say, they're kind of allergic to the zone anyways, but you still gotta have the information when you go that route.
All that information too to see if they want to still stick on the edge here as we continuously see this fight. Dark Zero, I mean, one of their members falling incredibly low right there. They get the crack onto the Bangalore. IBG now making their way from the high ground. The smoke blocking their line of sight, sending out that thermite. Dark Zero are able to reset, and they're working off of a huge health advantage right now with a double purple Evo and Zero with the gold.
Woo! Let me just tell you, I love that Prowler up close and personal, but unfortunately, Jen Burton gonna fall Sharky down as well, and Zero last alive, and just like that, IBG, formerly known as Chicken Sandwich from Pro League Split 1, takes out Dark Zero, which is kind of interesting, right? You know, Dark Zero used to be in APAC South, made that move to North America, but it's not done, right? IBG not able to get a full reset because Crazy Raccoon is coming in, but Whisper getting annihilated.
Oh, it's been that one player that this is from FC that has been pinging this fight with the charge rifle, but luckily for Crazy Raccoon, they have the gold knockdown shield. They're going to be able to get the res with some extra health, at least to work with, but it looks like they had to just go go and back up at the same time because FC have now taken the opportunity to move in after they got that knock with the charge rifle.
Look, I'm sorry, FC's got Hammer Drill on their team. That man wants to lay the hammer down on IBG with Umachan and the charge rifle holding their back. They can utilize that to maybe poke and prod and keep those teams uncomfortable. We were talking about that, right? Oh, but look, they're going, and that's going to connect. Shields cracked everywhere, and just try.
Just get third party in the Prowler. And with so many charge rifles too that we're also seeing, you're in the line of sight from squads that are holding the inside of these buildings that don't have to put themselves in a position where they're getting too aggressive. Singularity though, because they stay here, they're gonna be able to profit off of the death boxes that are at their feet right now from the previous fights that was going down. You see the loot coming in from the right side here too, with that care package that they could try to take advantage of. And with Best still rocking the white Evo shield, they have to be careful with the snipers in the area.
Hey, using that grab lift to go back to high ground, some sniper shots coming their way. I just feel like when you start positioning yourself like this, everyone is going to want to look at you. But the fact that we just went from completely 120% of action to just absolute calm is a little scary for me.
It's a disengage that ESA wanted to call, and I think it was a smart call here too from them because there's another squad now rotating from right behind them in the choke point that also have the high ground, and it's fun currently. They got the charge rifle as well in their hands. It's not just ESA and it's not just the other snipers that we're seeing getting shot from Cascade Falls in the buildings on the low ground of Cascade Falls. Once you get through that hilltop, Fun as well is out here trying to get through the edge of the circle. You can see the missile swarm coming in probably from ESA to get some Evo Shield information if it landed on any of them.
Yeah, Fun just biding their time. Does have to keep moving, but they could go a little further north and push in, but they're going to just keep running into all these teams, but they are just looking, waiting, buying their time. They think someone is going to be rotating out of there, and you think of the teams that land kind of on the south side of Storm Point. You have Oxygen that lands Shipfall, Luminosity and Fish Farm. So all of those teams are going to have to come from the south and rotate in at one point or another, and with this zone really favoring Cascade Falls, too bad, hey, too bad that XSET's not in this lobby, bro.
Oh, yeah,
because
right?
they were farming these zones yesterday.
They're winning the circles that we're pulling in the middle, of course, because that is where their POI is. And very similarly, TSM have made that rotation away from the wall, which means that they'll be rotating from the high ground. They have the beacon, as you can see as well, with the side-by-side map with beacon to their north, so they have that information. So does Flora probably here. And Fun now trying to approach inside the building. ESA neighboring them still have not left. They're just trading. And they see the smoke grenades coming out too, just to deny them that information.
Yes, it's going to be really interesting. I'd be curious to see if ESA could get an isolated 3v3 fight against Fun, but you see the member with the charge rifle trying to hold their back and can maybe get a cheeky line through a window, deal some major damage, and just allow the other two members to just cover that distance and just frag out. But, you know, ESA, they won regional finals in North America in only 5 matches. They were so dominating, and that road for them has been such a tumultuous one. And look at that, Spitfire still in hand, but you are going to get poked.
It's about the different off angles that we're seeing from both Fun and ESA here. You saw the one player behind the rock trying to take a nice longer angle in case Fun wants to approach the inside of the building. Then they're going to get pressured off to the side by that one player from ESA. I believe that may be Phony. Of course, the other two players inside of the building, we're going to have to see. Esports already, yeah, it is going to be Phony actually inside that rock. And Cody takes them to the high ground here, but it is risky. If they do opt to stay on the high ground, they have that slight elevation over where Fun is holding that building, and their backs are towards the other teams that could be trying to get involved in a third party. And look who has made their appearance. It's NTH over on the hillside beyond the circle.
I'm just so curious. NTH with the long rotation all the way from northbound, but it's a loot of dealing some significant damage before falling. Phony needs to clutch this up. He's the backbone of ESA, and with a 1v1 situation.
No way.
The Spitfire never stops, but pulling out the PK, and that is going to cause it. Cody coming in clutch for ESA, now trying to get the reset, but you mentioned it. There was another team nearby. The question is, where are they going?
It's North Epshin. I believe they also rolled up around with the Trident. I also know we've all been there when you swap over to your second gun and you had to reload because you were already fixated with your primary weapon in the middle of a chaotic fight. Esports Arena coming out on top versus Fun currently in this final game here on Storm Point. Final game for this group currently as Esports Arena are going to restabilize. No third party rolling in.
Yeah, this is really tough. We got some of the scores on the right side of the screen. You can see just how incredibly close the top 6 are coming into match number 6. And this is where it's all laying down. And I wanted to say TSM is still alive. We just need to see what they're up to. Coming into 47 points, trying to close that gap, but Space Station still wanting to reign superior. And Luminosity, your map 4 winners, just out here charge rifling Charlies, and I love to see it.
Yeah, I like to talk about what Luminosity is doing, and I just also want to give you guys an update too. The squads that are not in this game anymore, that have fallen down, Crazy Raccoon, Dark Zero, FC Destroy, NorCal Esports, Fun, and Iron Blood Gaming, like we saw on screen earlier with all the chaos happening by the Prowler Den. Luminosity have now taken up that space. They are blasting players from a distance with a charge rifle currently right now. You can see some pings going down because they heard the fight between ESA and Fun right behind them. So holding this position could also allow them and deny the space away from ESA if they opt to rotate in this direction instead of rotating towards the side where the choke point that could lead up to checkpoint can be.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough with it. They're doing well just kind of anchoring this space. Now, typically when you'd want to control a space, show some presence, you'd have like some Watson fences out, but that's not this composition. We have Bangalore, Blood, Valve, and that is an aggressive comp. And they've been playing a little slowly, and they had that caustic earlier on World's Edge, and it's so cool to see just how adaptable Luminosity is. A lot of teams struggled with identity early on in the Pro League Split 1, and I feel like not making changes here would be great, and they're doing just that. You can see Oxygen on the left side of your screen. The desk earlier was asking a lot about them. Speaking of identity, they've really been struggling with it lately. We saw them for a brief time jump onto that Bang Blood and then revert back to the Watson Crypto Valk.
Makes you wonder if the option here is to play what you feel more comfortable, where you feel is more consistent between both maps of World's Edge and Storm Point, so that way you don't feel cold when you go into the next map out here, or if you want to play into the counter pick versus a lot of these regions colliding with one another on land. Singularity now pinching Oxygen as they're stuck between another squad right in front of them. Vex Gaming coming in with a Skyward Dive, landing on top of the wheel right here on Cascade Falls. The Seer ult though says, I'm out. I'm going to be moving around here. As Vex Gaming are going to still get that information with their own Seer ult, sees which of these players are infiltrating the Seer ult for Seer ult for Seer ult. All right, the compare and contrast table is truly coming out, and it's Vex Gaming that have the positional advantage on the high ground.
They were able to grab one elimination onto Flora, but it's going to be TSM on the other side as well. So you just need to play your life, play it smart, and just like that, Flora eliminated at the hands of Vex, but the fight's not over because we know TSM is in the vicinity. So Tyler holding on to the Black Hole Ultimate, waiting for the perfect time to unleash it.
Pinota said, please no, being literally one tap as Vex is like, come here, gonna eat him up real quick.
Ooh.
Have that feast, and they're taking a little nice off angle to try to find where this team is on the second floor of this building. TSM putting in the damage on top of Matafe.
A little IGL v IGL action right there. But it's going to be Verholst knocked early, and Matafe just getting away with his life. Sure, unlucky, and Matafe heavily damaged, and Imperial Hal and Reps are fully held. What? But Reps!
They get the knock, though. They get the knock. They just walked past him ever so slightly, but with Verholst going down first again, like after what we saw in the last game, that caused TSM to be second. Wondering if there's a little tilt out here. They have the advantage now, the trade for trade, as Hal's gonna take the skies on the gravity lift. You see in your feed, Oxygen get taken out of the lobby, and we see him popping off with 4 KP as he stands as the kill leader. Only one member left here from Unlucky.
Oh, this is not where you want to be. You know Hal wants to deal the finishing blows here in the situation. Reps sending out that focus of attention to try and get that information. Luminosity off screen falling to ESA, so they are continuing on the dominance here as well. Let's cut on over to that fight as IG makes their way in for a little third-party action.
Oh, that was huge. If IG was the one that pinched LG when they were holding the spot from the very beginning, trying to gatekeep ESA, blessing in disguise for ESA, but maybe not right now as IG are popping off. They get the crack. They knock 2 players from ESA. There's only one left, and they clean them up.
That is a beautiful third party if I've ever seen one. Unfortunately, we're going to lose out on JMW. They are able to grab the banner and have a mobile respawn beacon, so maybe able to get a reset, but not before another team wants to make their presence known.
Vex get taken out. Hal gets the finishing blow as TSM come out on top from that fight. Dreamfire now move in on top of IG, playing this out as a duo. This Prowler Den has been the hot spot. I don't know what's been cooking here, but everybody wants to get invited and get a feast in. And currently with Dreamfire gonna be able to move in, you see the smoke grenades getting sent out. Mobile respawn beacon getting called in by IG after they lost one of their teammates, but Tao gets blasted over to the side.
Ooh, and just like that, they already had the numbers advantage at the hands of Dreamfire, but this is the last member of IG International, and Roy has a PK, and the hipfire coming out. They are going to do just fine. They only have a little bit, but if that player can stay alive, the res should come in.
They wanted to stagger him just so that way maybe they could get another free KP right here with that player coming in with just white shields and a dream. Oh, he's just shooting through after he got the scan with the Seer Tactical. He's running for his life right now, but there's no death boxes in this area for him to get a shield swap. They take down that one player. It's only that new player that just came in from IG that just got rest from the Moby. Oh, Hao falling incredibly low. Passion just left with Urban, but he's got way more health advantage than Hao at the moment.
That is not where you want to be. Urban now utilizing just the body shield of the teammates. Hal as well. This looks to be a 1v1 situation between these two teams. And
no way.
Passion, I think he's getting poked by another team as well, so they have to keep in mind that.
Hal did get that knock though from the side. It's that squad behind Hal with the 30-30. Trading as E6 are now making their presence known. Hal just hiding behind that little slight cliff side of the rock, trying to get out of line of sight of E6, who are making their rotations around.
Oh, this is going to be really fun to see. I got to talk to Element 6, K Swinney, prior to the regional finals for EMEA, and they were telling me how it was cool to have Amphi added to the team, teaching him all about Falcon, the role that they wanted him to play as that fragger, and it has been doing so well, and yeah, they've been kind of just consistently a little bit under the radar, and that's totally fine, but I don't understand why they didn't fully send TSM here, because they just got a nice little reset on reps.
Either that or they just didn't have that information. They walked around Hal when he was hiding behind the rock after he finished off that last player that we saw from the previous team. E6 now dropping down in on the action as the Rolling Thunder comes in. They're rolling in on this fight. They have to look to their 6 though, because there's another team that they have to worry about. They don't want to put themselves in a pinch situation.
Slayer's going under fire as well. That Valkyl forcing them to heal, and it's going to be Singularity and Dreamfire. As you can see, Dreamfire falling just to the south side of that cannon. So now E6 able to get the res off and can fully focus on Singularity after this.
Also saw Alliance going to be able to clean up whatever was left there. Hal gets taken out. Alliance coming out on top. 5 squads left right now. It's Alliance, Northeption, E6, Space Station, and Team Singularity.
We know Northeption was up there in the points as well, and we are looking for a winner of this matchup in group stages. And Element 6 sitting in 4th place with 48 points. This could be a massive one for them, and they may get enough to do it.
Space Station have 1 point behind TSM, by the way, right now, with TSM racking up the KP that they were able to clean up in this game. Space Station, who were #1 before jumping into this game, need to get another KP, get more placement points if they want to stay on top currently. Singularity also taking control over that nut building that you made mention of before. Alliance holding that choke point to the north, no squad behind them as the circle is to their backs. Wondering, Space Station, where are they at? This is a huge game for them. Are they stuck? Because they usually rotate from the south side area to try to see if maybe they could get involved in these fights, or if they wanted to avoid the chaos that was going down in the Prowler's Den.
Yeah, it's really tough on a lot of these central zones, or some of the zones to the right on Storm Point, is those mountains can form those nasty choke points. So when the circle starts to close, some teams can be isolated off. You can see Alliance just to your left side. Northeption is the team that actually has the best positioning in the next zone, just on the outskirts, along with Alliance as well. So that's where you're going to need to be centered. And with that water in front of Singularity, they have to push out into the open, and that's not what you want.
Building up from that too, Northeption have all this natural cover, the rocks, the tree, the crates on top of it all. They're gonna see both Singularity and Alliance just go into their line of sight here, and it's gonna be fantastic for them. E6 are also sharing this building, playing on the outside of this dome with Singularity taking up the inside, and this Trident play over to the side to make up that extra makeshift cover to block out the point of view from where Alliance is gonna be able to see them.
Space Station eliminated off screen, and Element 6 taking to the high ground. But friendly reminder, this building's not in zone and it's gonna hurt, so dropping down. Here come the Arc Stars. K Swinney, the IGL already down, but it's Amphi, that young fragger, dealing some damage to try and clutch up, but you know who's lying in wait. It's Alliance, it's Northeption, and we are in an all-out brawl.
They played out for the points right there. That was all they did here. And Alliance now trying to find Singularity, the last member here. Artini, as Mandy is going to be able to restabilize, playing off the back end of this rock. They're not fully sending it into Northeption just yet, because it's like you said, Tiff, they have a way better position right now than Alliance, because they're forced to go beyond that rock.
Oh, this is where I'm going to get really excited. Northeption, They already won a game and they want to do it again. And with this positioning, it's really interesting to see them make it so far in the long game as well, because they got second to Luminosity, so they want a Storm Point win. They need a back half as well. Sitting in third place, they could unseat TSM and Space Station and take the lead here. But I don't know how Singularity is dancing over there on the care package, still alive. No one's even paid attention to him.
Artini says, pay no attention, mind your business. Just here, living my life, managing to reset with the medikit. You know that Hockey's hurt, that Hockey's trying to take some shots, but if Hockey shoots at Artini, he puts himself in the line of sight of Satuki, who also wants a piece of the pie on that last member of Singularity. Northeption, full squad up alive versus, they finally take him out, versus Alliance, the other three-man squad currently. Unfortunately for Space Station, they couldn't get around the rock. They were still alive, but you guys did not just miss it. They were unfortunately unable to get into that next circle. So the last two squads are left. Northeption versus Alliance.
Northeption needs this 54 points, tying TSM. The lead will be decided here. They need to win this fight against Alliance to take the series. And there you go. Mandy hits the grab lift, looking for an LOS onto Northeption. Well, Gracie says, I can do it too, and goes up. But Taida has fallen. Satuki taking some damage to Sierra Exhibit out.
That was huge! What a gravity lift to get behind him on the flank, gets the hitfire shot, and he beats the next player! Two as they drop, Northeption looking to make the comeback, looking to take another step out here, and they come out, being the winners of game number 6.
Bro, that is everything that they needed to do. They are not on your radar. Get them on your radar. Coming out of APAC North, they started in the preseason qualifiers, and then through the Pro League Split 1, they started a little slower to win back-to-back match days to round it off, taking second out of APAC North, and now looking to be finding themselves in that winner's bracket, you know?
Yeah, you were talking about it before, Tiff. They were doing really good earlier on Storm Point in that first game. I believe they got second with 8 KP to their name. Their best placement so far has been third in that first game on World's Edge with 6 KP. It was so close for them to take that dub, and they finally come out on top out here, taking the dub finally in this final game. Better late than never, and they got a good amount of KP to their name. Before that game, too, they were sitting in 4th place overall. So how does that fare? They were tied with Dreamfire. How is that going to extend here? Them being the winners, them securing that a good amount of KP over TSM and Space Station.
I mean, they had a journey, that entire map 6, right? They started all the way, made their way to North Pad, rotated down towards Sienota Caves, come behind that, that's right. NTH win, do a little dance, show it off. APAC North for the win.
I like that.
I wish my hips moved like that.
Routine. I want to do that too.
I'm a little stiff. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I can make. I don't think I can look that good doing it, but doing it well.
Look at this team. They are feeling themselves. I love the enthusiasm from the coach right behind them here too. Northeption, the winners of your final game here. What a close top 5 in the overstandings too before that last game. It was all aligned there.
Yeah, and it definitely proved me wrong, because like I said, TSM won map number 1, and yesterday, every winner of map number 1 went on to take the series. Unfortunately, not gonna happen to here today, but Fallout, I'm really curious to hear what you thought about map number 6, and in particular, Genome?
Yeah, Genome knows a thing or two about these APAC North teams, because guess what? APAC North stays on top after a dominant first day, especially in our B-Stream matchup. It looks like they're going to be taking the win here as well. Northeption showing up big time.
Yeah, look, it was a great cast by the girls and a great prediction from Tiff yesterday as well about Northeption. And I think why I was doubting them just a little bit is because on the LAN stage with all of the best teams, I think it's a little bit harder to succeed as an edge team than it is as a zone team. And I wasn't quite sure that Northeption were that elite edge team that can really thrive in this insanely high pressure environment, but they are proving it here. These guys are here to play.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like they'll be taking home a first place finish. On the flip side, opposite end of that spectrum, though, is Alliance. Well behind in the standings. They did have a solid game number 6, which just helps them, gives them a little bit of hope for a top 20 finish in their last series, but not the best overall showing from them. Nice job there in that game 6.
You know, and I am kind of surprised by that, because we mentioned at the beginning of the day, they are one of those teams that if they do have a bad start to the season, to the day, to the event in general, they play well from behind. They function well under pressure, and today didn't necessarily illustrate that. Like you said, at least they brought it back here in the last match of the day, and then hopefully that helps them continue through the next series. But they're going to have to put in a lot of work.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, Hockey's really tends to thrive when he plays like he has nothing to lose. And the reality is, going into this last series, they're just going to be like, well, we're behind, boys. Time to just fly around, fly, and have some fun. I think Hockey tends to get some land nerves. I was talking to Colgin yesterday, their coach, and he basically said the same thing. He said, Hockey's in these early games needs a little bit of time to kind of get his footing. And once he unleashes the beast, which is the Hockey's IGL machine, they're flying around, they're controlling space, and they're dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I remember a time at Sweden, where I think they topped the points in groups.
Yeah.
And we just saw him walk past the stage, and the swagger was unreal. So this guy, when he's got the confidence, certainly can be one of the best players in the world. But you look into those higher tier lobbies, sometimes that's not there.
Right, you just want to see that confidence stay consistent, that's for sure. Big story here, Dark Zero goes down to the Apex South champion, former chicken sandwiches, IBG. Perhaps that's a preview of what would have been if Dark Zero stayed in Apex South. We'll of course never know, but nonetheless, Esports Arena, other big story in the mid game here, they fried with 10 kills. Vicky, I'm so used to doing my cast with Vicky. Glitter, they fried ESA.
And we've got to touch on them a few times today, right? They've really picked up their aggression. Those kills have been massive for ESA, getting lots of points on the board, especially in some of those games where their placement points haven't been exactly where they would have wanted them, and they need to continue doing that to kind of keep up with some of the other performances of the teams that we've seen.
Yeah, that's right. Kadi with a clutch 1v1 there to keep them alive. Meanwhile, TSM, third-party Vex to maybe look for a second, like they were going to do it, maybe go back-to-back with another big game, but TSM ended that train. IG needed a big one. You called them out. Unfortunate for IG fans, they go out fairly early as well as TSM, so that opened the door for teams like Northeption. SSG was alive. Dreamfire was alive with an opportunity to potentially take first place from TSM. In the end, Northeption shows up, Gino.
Yeah, they did manage to get there in the end. I just noticed we got a couple of the car there. The scout was coming out earlier, so people still are crafting.
Oh, this is what
weapons,
happened.
Right?
This is what we didn't get to see.
Boundless team comps. That's what'll happen.
That's a big wall to climb over.
Yeah, exactly. They tried their best with that Horizon lift, so unfortunately not.
It's really interesting that we're seeing teams actually opt to use those crafting materials for those weapons. Because, yeah, you really wonder, are they better than others? I mean, we're certainly seeing APAC North be fantastic with the Peacekeeper as a whole, and that's because they were actually prioritizing crafting that when it was in the crafter. Right at the moment, it's on floor loot, and that just makes it so much easier for them. They've got the reps in on it, and they're just making it look like the best shotgun, because it is.
Yeah, and 3v3 there was so interesting. Mandy broke ice, and they play those 3v3s so well. Even when we even said it, we were talking, Northeption has the win condition for sure. Hockey's made it interesting by breaking ice with the first kill, but Razy ended up clutching up. The Controller Boys, Japanese squad, Northeption with a 19-point game. They showed up when it mattered the most. Was it enough, though, is the question for a first place finish. You also have to give a huge honorable mention to Alliance and Singularity, down in the standings overall, but a decent game here, a solid game in game number 6 will help them out. On the flip side, though, you see Dark Zero, you see IBG continuing to disappoint here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely surprised to see some of those names down there at the bottom. Even Crazy Raccoon, a team that we talked about at the top of the show, they had a good day yesterday and then weren't able to replicate that here. But we're looking at this. One of the things you've said a few times, Gino, one, the kills are very spread out. We saw 8 all the way down to a 5th place and now 10 in 11th.
Yeah, this is probably the least that we've seen it out of any in this game, where I think that might happen sometimes at the end of the series, especially when teams, they have less to care about, I guess, and they're like, all right, we're just going to full send it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, here, let's take a look. It is Northeption who takes first place over TSM, who inches past Space Station for a second place finish. So TSM manages to close and finish what they started. They placed top 2, a better showing for TSM. They obviously would have wanted first overall, but kudos to Space Station staying consistent with a third place finish. And then you got to give a big shout out here. E6 and ESA popped off there in that game 6 to give them a top 5 finish. Let's take a look at the overall playoff standings. Whoa. It's Exo Clan on top. What? Exodus without their coach showing up. And J-Lings is in second. APAC South, EU, APAC North, top 3, except behind them.
I mean, the fact that J-Lings is second here, the fact that J-Lings is the savior of EU in these standings is actually the most surprising thing to me here. Those guys have come out of nowhere.
And you heard the debate at ramen dinner with all of our talent. I said J-Lings is a top 5 team. Onset said, are you mad? I'll name 5 teams right now that are better than them. We'll take a look now in second place overall. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the fringe here and walk me through it, Glitter. 21-22 currently will not qualify.
it's gonna be, like I was saying earlier, so close right now, tied for 57, only followed one more point behind by FC Destroy, continuing Alliance right behind that in 2, tied with Flora, Pulverex. I mean, these teams are gonna have to be battling it out in this last group stage to really get those points. And go ahead, I can see, talk about it, Gino.
Look, Singularity, the hope of South America in a lot of ways, really.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're in the bottom 10 right now with a couple of the SA teams behind them as well. We were really hoping that they were going to step up, but so far, not looking like it.
Yeah, that's right. And keep in mind, too, 40th place, 21st place, also no difference. You'll both drop to the elimination bracket, but nonetheless, one more series is all we have in our group stages to see who will make it into our top 20. But for now, it's time to celebrate. And North Eption is celebrating. We have an interview, I believe, with the translator, Japanese squad North Eption, Rain Day live with Razy making the plays there against Alliance. Rain Day, take it away.
Well, John, we call it the ALGS, but it's important that we really clarify it is the Apex Legends Global Series because we're seeing global domination from so many different regions. APAC North specifically in this last set with North Eption and their star Razy GG taking down the lobby, claiming first place. Razy GG, I want to ask you this question first. How are you feeling after taking first place in this lobby?
ね、まず最初にレイジジジさんおめでとうございます。今の気持ちをお聞かせください。
そうですね。なんかほっとしてるって感じですね。ウィナーズに多分まあ抜けれるポイントを早い段階で獲得できたので、今はほっとしてる。
I'd say that like I'm so relieved that like I was able to clear all the points I was able to without missing them. So yes, I'm so relieved.
I have a question too because we don't get to see APAC North on the same level as sometimes North America and EU is broadcast to the world. What did you do to prepare for this LAN knowing you'll be facing teams from all different regions? What was your preparation like?
でそのノーサンプトンのことはあまりアメリカですとかヨーロッパではそれほど深く知ることができないんですけれども実際にこのような世界大会においてはどのような準備をされているのでしょうか。
そうですね。準備という準備はあんましてないかもしれないですけど、まあチーム間でのまあ仲だったり雰囲気だったりとか、まあその反省会も含め。まあ、チームみんなで、動くってことが大事だと思ったのでチームで頑張ってきました。
Well, I'd say that like I don't do any specific preparation as such for these events. However, that like collaboration and teamwork is very important, I think. So this is a team effort. We work together closely.
You're certainly showing that your team is one to be dealt with. I want to ask you, who is a team that you respect in this lobby, in this tournament? A team that maybe you feel is a challenging team to fight here?
もうチームワークはおっしゃる通りよく垣間見れました。今回参加のチームの中で、レイジー GG さんにとって最も手強いなチャレンジングだなと思われるチームはどのチームでしょうか。
TSM.
I understood that. I didn't need a translator for that one. Thank you so much, Razy GG, for the interview. Congratulations, North Eption, on getting the W here. We got more games coming up, and I want to send it back to the desk, get their thoughts on that interview.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Awesome to have our first translated conversation interview so far in the competition. It's one thing I love about these tournaments here. Thoughts on that interview, though? I mean, Rain Day asked for it. We got to deliver.
Yeah, look, TSM, I'm not surprised at all.
We all looked at each other and said he's going to say TSM.
I'm not surprised that that's who they picked, right? But yeah, look, would he have a different answer if we asked him tomorrow or the day after? Maybe.
Are you foreshadowing a TSM failure? Is that what you're trying to do? Are you trying to make enemies, Gino?
All I'm saying is I wouldn't say they're looking like the #1 team right now.
Yeah, that's a valid statement. I would agree with that. I think coming into the tournament, everyone thought they were the undisputed best, but they've shown some weakness for sure. Glitter, your thoughts on that interview, your thoughts on North Eption's performance so far?
I mean, they were somebody that we already were talking about yesterday. They're showing up again here today.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's got to at least put them in a really comfortable spot, literally on the leaderboards, but also mentally. I mean, you heard them say that it's a whole team effort, collaboration thing, just lots of planning coming into this event. That is being illustrated in their gameplay right now, and I love that they're keeping their eyes on TSM.
Sure, and I gotta apologize to you because I convinced you not to pick them as a team to watch, to pick Crazy
Yeah.
Raccoons instead. Sorry, my bad. I love you. She predicted Northeption. Let the record show. But hey, look, obviously these teams performed here today. They performed courtesy of a few little items that certainly helped them along the way. It is time for one of my favorite opportunities and discussions. It's time for WD Black. What's in your pack? And the discussion here, I know you guys haven't had a chance to partake in any of these conversations before, is all around the charge rifle is the item we're going to highlight today. We all know how powerful this weapon is. We all know how insane it is, despite the nerfs that came in many seasons ago. Still always in the hands of these top players, you know.
Yeah, this is the thing you want in your hands if you're trying to charge up the Evos. You pick it up early game, it helps you do that damage, and it's the only weapon in the game that is hit scan, right? And that makes a big difference, and that means it's so effective at long range.
That's right, no drop off, no ball drop by any means with this connection. You see some blind fires with it, you see players using it close range, mid range. Obviously this is where it's most effective. You get the purple long range 6 to 8x scope, and you can actually fly with this thing, Glitter.
And I love that it's something that has just become a staple in so many of our trios weapon comps. Once you get it in the hands of certain players, you know that you'll be able to charge up all of the Evos on just that solo person. It is such a utility item on top of being a damage dealer that it is a must-have in the kit.
Yep, and I love that last line on there, maybe for some of the newer players to Apex that didn't know. How do you do so much damage with it? Well, it's a two-part shot and a final discharge of additional damage. It's more important where you end with the shot versus where you start. Just a little pro tip for some of the new folks out there. But hey, look, this has been a good discussion, been a good conversation around really the most powerful long-range weapon in the game, without a doubt. This has been WD Black, What's in Your Pack? Obviously, the stage is now set for our last and final series of the day. Crazy Raccoon, you saw KCP on the fringe, 21st and 22nd, with a variety of teams right behind them with an opportunity here. Going to be an interesting last and final series, and guess what? We're going to have a chance to see NRG, the Guard, and a few others on main stage for the first time.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see the last group of teams that we haven't seen up here on the main stage. I'm also excited to see some action from Fnatic. I know that you will be excited to talk about them as well. I think we're in for some really good games.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially with how Fnatic has been playing so far. Another solid performance in their second series. I think they placed top 10 overall. They, of course, won yesterday. On top of that, though, you have the Kansas City Pioneers. You have a couple other teams. Who are some teams in that group you're looking out for, Gino?
Yeah, KCP definitely one that I've been keeping my eye on just because of how many times they've been contesting these other teams and the effect that's having on their early tournaments. So after having what looks to be an okay first series here today, does that mean they continue on this process of trying to go with the lesser POIs that they've had to pick up, or has that buoyed their ego to the point where they're ready to challenge again? Who knows?
Nasky ego? What are you talking about? There's no such thing.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it with that guy. No, no such thing. No, but yeah, they're very similar to Dark Zero, where they just continue to get contested. We'll see how they play in this next matchup, in this next series. And speaking of which, let's tell you when exactly it's going to be. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the competition here. Well, guess what? We'll be kicking off at 3:25 UK time. You can see the rest of the times, if you're in the US, 10:25 Eastern time, bright and early in Pacific time. If you're joining us from the West Coast of the US, shout out to you. I know it's early, very, very early. And that is, of course, what we're going to see for the rest of today's schedule. Group A versus D will be our next matchup on the main stage. We'll have a chance to see some new teams on display for the first time. Glitter, how excited are you?
I am very excited because this is going to be the final piece of the puzzle that we've been kind of putting together so far throughout the entirety of this group stage. Obviously, there will be other games going on the B stage as well, so make sure you're checking out both streams if you're trying to keep up to date with how close these scores are going to be getting, because it's going to be tough.
And the other thing is that once you see the separation between winners bracket and the elimination bracket, the 20 teams that are in the winners bracket, that's a bit of a preview of the match point final on Sunday, right? Usually you get at least about 15 of those teams carrying over. So it's very cool to post your eyes up on that one.
Yeah, it's a good point. One reminder too, placement matters in that series because the top 10 teams will get an advantage, a couple points going into match point format. First place team gets 10. So yeah, we're of course getting a bit ahead of ourselves with the winners bracket that we'll have in just a day. But we still have one last group stage to go. We hope you've enjoyed the action so far. We're, of course, going to take just a bit of a break. We'll be back live at 3:25 local UK time. We can't wait to see you there. We have our last and final group stage. Who will be in to the winners bracket? Who will be forced down to the elimination bracket? We'll find out when we come back in just a bit. We are live from Copper Box Arena with the best crowd in esports here in London.
TSM just have to walk up on this, surely. Just hit your shots. TSM pop off on day number 2. Going to be Dreamfire who clean things up. Game number 2 belongs to Dreamfire. Oh, here's the Peacekeeper. It's starting to pop as well. Space Station Gaming will take the final game here on World's Edge.
Can't be ring around the rosy. Empire shots and he gets the knock. Ray's dropping down, falling incredibly low though. Playing up the back end. Luminasi finished the knock.
We're gonna get geared up for map number 5. Let's get hyped. Oh! Like that now, Unlucky going off and deals the finishing blow. Vex Gaming are your winners.
IG are popping off. They get the crack. They knock 2 players from ESA. There's only one left and they cleaned them up. Northampton looking to make the comeback, looking to take another step out here. And they come out being the winners of game number 6.
Hey everybody, here with Moist Esports. We've got the IGL MT and we've got the Roller Fragger in Waltzy with us as well. It's great to be here in London, guys. You've made it to the playoffs, but look, we want to dial it back a bit and start at the start. So I want to talk about like how you guys got into competitive esports at all. MT, why don't we start with you?
I played Destiny. I was just like kind of having fun playing that, and then Apex came out, so I moved over. And then shortly after I moved over, I was like pretty good at the game, and then we had like a $15,000 tournament, which at the time was like insanity. And we like managed to place third, and I was like, this is crazy, I can actually make money playing the game.
So Apex was your first competitive at a really high level?
At any level.
Yeah, wow, that's insane to have done so well so fast, I guess. What about you, Waltzy?
I don't know, just played video games my whole life, and then ended up on Apex somehow, and then, I don't know, it was like top pred ranked was like too easy, wanted more competition, just worked my way into the comp scene with Jen Burton actually, so yeah, and just kind of kicked it off from there. So yeah, Apex was my first actual esport too.
Yeah, wow. So for both of you, it's you've got to the top level, like pretty much the first tilt out. That's incredible. You were talking about some of the early tournaments you played, MT, and like Poland was I guess the second LAN that Apex ever had, but certainly one of the earliest ones. How was that experience for you being there? Obviously, like things have changed a lot now. We've started up the ALGS, but yeah, back in Poland, like how did that feel? How did you guys go?
Well, like, cause I knew LANs were like a thing when I knew about competitive and esports, but then like getting invited to one so early in the game was like, at the time that was like obviously my dream was like to go to a LAN, because there was like the X Game qualifiers, and sadly we didn't make it to that. So then like getting then invited to Poland was like the next best thing. So going into that was like crazy. We were like super excited. It was pretty hard to get over there though, because we didn't have like an org to back us. So we had to pay for all of our flights and accommodation there. And then as I was like, so we were like super excited. And then as I was getting over there, my teammate pulled out whilst I was on my way over in Singapore. So then I was like, went from super excited to super stressed out. And then luckily we managed to find a decent sub and we managed to do well there. So it was like an awesome experience.
At the start of the sort of APAC South, when that became a region, we started competing as a region with that. You were playing for EXO, which a lot of the good players in APAC South at one time or another have played with, and that was the team with you, Zero, and Sharky, and you guys are absolutely dominating. What do you think that made that roster so good? And considering you and Zero have gone on to become IGLs after that roster, how do you think that kind of shaped how both of you treat that role?
Pretty loaded question. I don't really know. What made the roster so good is, I mean, Zero and Sharky always, like since the game came out, have been like just unbelievable players. And then Zero, after Poland, because I placed the best out of all the Australian teams, he wanted to team with me because he didn't know how to IGL at the time. So he just like kind of wanted to play with me, and then we picked up Sharky and was just meshed and played really well together. And then he wasn't confident IGLing at first, and then he kind of just like paid attention to what I did, and then I don't know, he's just always been like a smarter player than me, so once he got confidence in how to actually IGL, he just became probably the most valuable player in the world.
Like, how are you guys kind of feeling about your position in the region now, and has that given you some extra confidence going into London as well?
I think the whole time during Pro League, we never doubted that we were the best team in our region, but the way we play has always been, it works better in a more stacked lobby. And I think this is mostly on me. We just didn't take advantage of the weaker teams in our region, and we should have played a different play style. And I think if we had, we would have probably dominated APAC South a lot more. So I think that was like the biggest issue. So that's why we were like so inconsistent and like that. And then why, when it came to the regional finals where it's the most stacked lobby there can be in APAC South, it was just so much easier.
You were talking about yes, the roster changes there. Like, that's not the first time, obviously, you guys have made the roster change. And if we go back to Sweden last year, in the second year of ALGS, it was pricey that you dropped at the end of that. So what's it been like on that journey, sort of like, having to make that decision at the end of Sweden, and then coming back full circle, I guess, and sort of being happy with where Pricey is now and how he's performed and helped you guys get to LAN?
After Sweden, that was like probably the hardest decision I've made in esports, and that was like miserable. I absolutely hated that, but then Pricey is a completely different person now, and I think when it came to picking Pricey back up, I knew it was the right decision, so it was a lot easier compared to at Sweden.
Let's think about Rally for a second then. That was, I think, a really special time for you guys. Where we started on the first day with the original member of the Burger Brigade, the man who came in with, I think, like a single burger sign by himself, found a friend next to him, and then by the end of the tournament, there was like an entire stand, like an entire section of that crowd was cheering for you guys. Like, how is that to experience that, going from, you know, being this like underdog from APAC South and, you know, yeah, just like seeing that and feeling that in-person support from all of these people who just loved you guys?
That was like a completely surreal experience that we would have never guessed in like to ever happen, because obviously I have like extremely small socials. Like Jara didn't have big socials, and then Waltzy's like the biggest out of us, but he's still like, compared to a lot of the big names there, like not big. So like we expected absolutely nobody to be there cheering for us, especially being across the world. So like having like, even like on the first day, the one dude cheering for us was like crazy. like after like, when like feeling a bit down, like maybe the game didn't go our way, being able to like, look up and somebody's cheering for you was like the craziest experience ever. And then obviously by the end of the tournament, having like a whole group of people was like just something I never expected. For me, it was like always just been like a dream to go to an org, like go to a LAN and be able to represent an org I'm actually proud of. Having been to this now, like having already been to 3 LANs unsigned, like my dream the whole time was to just like be able to represent an org I'm proud of, and it was just like a dream come true, getting signed to Moist.
All right, and now, you know, we're here at London. It's another year. You've made it to every LAN we've had so far in the ALGS. How are you feeling coming into London?
I think Waltzy's could be arguably the best controller player. So, like, I'm pretty confident in our team fighting. Like, often Waltzy could probably just jump in and just go crazy and we'll win a fight just off him.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Waltzy?
I mean, not the best. I'm not going to say I'm the best controller player, but as far as team fighting goes, yeah, like we are often at a loot disadvantage, at a comp disadvantage, because, you know, we play Crypto Watson. We've got seer teams running at us. It's like, even in scrims when people are doing stuff that they would never do in a game, they're still struggling to kill us. Or we're trading, we're both dying. So game day comes around when the confidence isn't as high, when there's more teams around and they're doing like these sort of plays. I feel like we're gonna have no issues, because if they can't kill us when they've got all the confidence and all the advantages, then on game day, I couldn't imagine what it would be like trying to win that fight.
Look, you've made the final lobby in both of the other LANs we had last year. What are your goals here for London?
Our goals, obviously, our expectation is to make the finals, and the goal for this LAN is to, at a minimum, top 10. Hoping for a top 5.
Okay, yeah, that'll be a high point for you guys. I definitely want to see it. I think you guys are in great form. Yeah, look, thanks for having a chat with me today, and good luck at the LAN.
Thank you.
the side a little bit because APAC has been the standout. We're going to have to see if that continues today for the region though, and it looks like we're ready to get these games underway here, Dan.
Match number 1 is locked, it's loaded, they're in the dropship. Well, actually half the lobby is out of the dropship already, and I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on the southwest side of that map down towards Thermal and also at Harvester as well, where we have 2 potential contests, 2 potential early fights where a lot is going to be on the line. And as soon as we have that circle information, of course, we will try and work out where teams are going to be rotating and who's going to be in trouble.
Well, it looks like we have got 2 contests off the break. It is the 2 that we talked about. One of them is going to involve Alliance, and of course, one of them involving Dark Zero over at Harvester. We're going to start off here by looking at Alliance. That's not one member of Alliance. We will say in the player cams. We'll get that fixed for you as soon as we can, but it's interesting to see Alliance have taken this fight numerous times so far throughout this tournament. You'd think maybe there's a little bit more strategy, but we're also keeping our eyes on the top right because Dark Zero lose that contest over at Harvester.
Did I hear Genome on the desk saying it was going to be a bit easy with NorCal? It was not the case. We didn't see it, but Dark Zero eliminated an already 1 point to knockout in that battle of Harvester. Here, though, Alliance looked like they've gone for a different strategy, Mark. They were landing at the bottom of Thermal Station before. They were having a horrible time battling against Flores. Yes, they won 2-1 yesterday in those contests, but they weren't really better off for it. They ended up rotating late. They weren't getting much loot, and instead they've decided to take the southern side of Thermal and rotate towards Tree.
And Tree is completely open. That's the great thing here for Alliance. They're going to be able to pick up some loot as well as those extra little bits and pieces that we've just seen them pick up. But I mean, Dark Zero, one thing I did want to kind of highlight is they've never done it the easy way, Dark Zero, right? It's been match point. It's been deep into tournaments that they've picked up those tournament victories. Go back to Split 1 Pro League. If you weren't following what happened in North America, it went all the way down to that regional final for Dark Zero to qualify. People saying, was this the right decision to move over to NA? Should they have stayed back in the homeland and maybe had a bit more of a comfortable time qualifying? Don't count them out yet. Even though it's game number 1 of the day and they lose that contest, Dark Zero know how to get it done with their backs against the wall.
And also remember, we go into bracket play. There is an elimination bracket as well, so there's always going to be an opportunity for Dark Zero. As we look at the map, though, now we have an idea of where this circle is going to be going. We are going to be heading kind of east, middle east of this map. Geyser might be an area where people try and head towards. You've got to imagine this is a good circle for the likes of TSM, who had beacon information at Lava Siphon. And now we're going to see all these teams try and rotate quickly to the center of this circle that you see on your screen. All these northern squads, I imagine, have to play it quite late here because they would have been beaten to the pip by those squads that are landing in the middle of the map.
Interesting to see how teams actually approach this one. This could be a ridge finish, maybe one of those finishes just kind of north of there, just kind of the other side of the choke towards Fragment East. We're going to have to see where that Zone 4 pool does take us. A little bit of guys are involved though. Might see a little pool over to there. It's going to be interesting to see where a little bit of beacon information is going to take us towards that end game. But we're looking at IG International. They were one of the teams yesterday from the EMEA region who did have a pretty good day.
Yeah, International. These are guys that, you know, we saw absolutely dominate World's Edge, IG, right? Invictus are a team that are very consistent with their placements. They know exactly how they want to approach the game. And when they get to the late game, they really know how to kind of put that into a victory. They have something ridiculous, like an 85% win rate when they get into the top 3. And they seem to have found themselves in a good spot here at Geyser. You can see they have Beacon 2 information. They know where they need to be rotating to. They may have more information than some of the other teams have around them, and now they need to use that to their advantage.
Well, it looks like IG, always a good team to watch if you want to know where you think Zone's going to go. Like you say, a very hard Zone team, but it looks like it's going to be a skyward dive from them to find maybe an even better spot.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot from this skyward dive. As I said, they are one of the better World's Edge teams. They know exactly where these final circles are going to be ending up. They are going to look for a priority spot right now. And it looks like they want the house building.
Yeah, this is Hill House, and they want to make it their own at the moment. One team looks like they've left, and the old Hermit Crab, as Hodzik would say, they take the shell from them, and this is going to be where IG set up for now. They will have maybe access to stretch and maybe just about hit that beacon with that drone coming in as well, so we'll have to see how they play it, but everybody else on their journey towards where they think that circle's going.
And then Esports Arena, we can't forget how incredible they were during the regional finals. Of course, they won the regional finals. Previously, they had never won a World's Edge map throughout regular season, and they won it twice back to back to make sure they qualified, and we're here today through victory, and I'm sure they'll be looking to try and get a little bit more success coming into today as well.
And of course, welcome Coddy to the team. He's going to be the most recent pickup for Esports Arena, but now we're going to have a little look on what's happening outside of the circle for now. This is a fight going down just to the north of Harvester at the moment, and you can see FC Destroy, a team who did win a game here on World's Edge yesterday. They're going to be involved in this.
Ignore me, I'm hungry.
Looks like they're very much hungry for this fight, as you get the voice line from Valkyrie as well, saying she is hungry.
Let's check that quadrant.
Because of where they are on the map right now, they are looking for edge fights, our FC Destroy. They are looking to try and see if they can pick up any extra kills, knowing maybe that some of these priority positions already in the center of the circle are going to be taken. And that's some of the fights you have to go for. Otherwise, you're just going to get to that late game and then probably fall victim to being gate kept.
Interesting battle might break out here. This is NorCal Esports. This is the team that took down Dark Zero, but we'll go back to that in a second because Passion are making some plays here. Zero, nothing's going to go down though. Even after he did a bit of damage himself, a little spray coming in with the R301. It's more than little, it's huge. And Iron Blood Gaming, they will be eliminated. Our second team to fall out of the lobby and a couple of extra bullets from Urban.
And I feel like that is just Passion getting rid of a bit of frustration from yesterday. Remember, it wasn't the best of days for them. They were on the receiving end of a 1v3 from Zane. So this will be very good for them to just kind of put that behind them, move on, and start focusing on today.
This is the one team who did not enjoy seeing that clip on social media yesterday. This is the only people, and for Passion, an opportunity maybe to step things up a little bit. A little rotation coming in now. You can see in front of them from the Wrecking Ball from the Mad Maggie, but Mimu hitting some decent shots himself with that longbow.
It does look like a lot of teams are moving to the west side, Geyser, and even further down towards the northern side of Lava Siphon here to make sure they try and find the best positions possible. You don't see many teams banking on Geyser at the moment. It still could be a Geyser shift, but it's unlikely.
Well, I'm telling you what, Passion, they're showing it right now. I'm hearing it in my ears. It's time for us to jump into a listening provided by WD Black.
Go down. This guy on me. Oh, there's people on me. There's somebody in front. They go right side. Can we take the guys here? Yeah, they're on the other building.
Why do we just chill here? Oh, no, man.
I want to play here.
Can we get that? I've got Valko.
Yeah, use Valko. Yeah. Why are we taking guys here? Go before nobody comes behind.
Yeah, let's go.
We can play the choke or the stairs, you know? You know the big mouse stairs, what I'm talking about.
It's an edge lobby, by the way. We get free placement and shit here.
Yeah. We already got some loot and... I don't see anyone on the stairs either. This is more flexible though. Nobody close. Oh well. Damn big mod.
Isn't it pull out? No, it's not pull out.
Finish the choke.
Why don't we just play the choke and then drop the procs?
Finish this choke and we play the... No.
A crypto team here.
Let's check that quadrant.
Don't go down though.
That'll be IG, no? IG would be in a good spot here.
I'm getting short. Do I set up in the...
We jump back into the gameplay and then Passion. I was promised by the way by the producer. He said they were hyped. Maybe we're just a second late after that fight finished, but they sounded pretty good. They sounded pretty clear in those comms. And Alliance, they're a team who had a little bit of an interesting day yesterday, Dan. And once again, we talked about that contest. I love the change of approach that we saw today, making sure that they get to play the game. That's the most important thing, right?
Yeah, even though Tree was a little bit of a gift, I think it was a wise decision anyway to just not be taking that straight fight over and over again. We've seen historically throughout Apex Legends, it doesn't work out for you if you are taking contests every single time. There is more confirmation of where that circle is kind of heading. You can see the area I was talking about just to the northeast of Lava Siphon where IG, ESA and TSM currently reside. That's kind of where we're expecting a finish here. Those who are able to get Beacon 2 information will be purposely landing there when they go into the Skyward Dive just to make sure they've got one of the better spots. There will be teams though on the edge who don't have Beacon 2 information, and that's why they're maybe being a little bit cautious with their positioning.
Yeah, you can see it's interesting, right? You presume a lot of teams don't have that information because we have quite a big spread of where teams are setting up at the moment. You've got Crazy Raccoon, they're over in Geyser at the moment. We saw Passion, they're kind of playing the choke between Big Mord, and a couple of teams stacked up on each other. 3 teams actually stacked up on each other over at Big Mord. But Alliance, they're playing outside of Lava Siphon at the moment, just inside of one of these buildings at Central, trying to hold out a team that's rotating in towards them, and that's going to be Flora. So this team fight between the two teams, it's not over. Speaking of team fights, you can see we've got one on our screens now.
Yeah, FC Destroy and E6 just posturing up against one another, puffing their chests up a little bit, and throwing some frag grenades as well to tag some damage. Actually, big damage coming from FC Destroy. They would love to push up on this, and maybe they will, but they also recognize they're in a good position right now to gatekeep. Are going to make sure they get some ultimates down though.
Yeah, this is an isolated fight they can take as well. You can see E6 don't go of it though. They're going to try and back away as quickly as possible. FC Destroyer want to try and hunt this KP down, but it looks like E6 are trying to disengage or maybe just reposition to find better angles to fight from.
It's a long old rotation though for E6. They have to go all the way down past Harvester, and then they're just going to naturally meet other teams. It's kind of a one situation where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't here for E6. You either have to take a very difficult fight head on where you're constantly being pressured here. FC Destroy are ruthless right now.
Well, it looks like E6 are just running. No one's trying to hold here for E6. They're not trying to do damage, slow this down, and now you're going to see FC Destroy don't need to be asked twice, but they've got to win this fight now. Amphi's going to come in first. He's going to get the first knock, and E6 are holding their ground here.
E6 doing very well. Revenant ult comes down. Totem is deployed, and E6 hold off the push from FC Destroy. FC Destroy just kept on coming, and E6 said, come into our trap, come into our lair.
Golden rule of esports. Never chase a kill if it takes too long to get it. E6 make them pay. E6, like you say, with that Revenant, like they'll be able to pick up those kills. Such an aggressive comp, and Swinny's on the octane.
I mean, I haven't seen the Revtane combo for quite some time in competitive Apex Legends, but I tell you what, when you put it in the right hands, it can still do some serious damage. And now with E6 winning that fight, they could be a real threat as we get to the mid-game here.
Tell you what though, this might not be as easy as they think on the rotation, because there's a team who are waiting for them. Speaking of traps being set, here comes fun 1, 2, 3, and it's anything but fun here for E6.
E6 cannot catch a break. They thought they were just going to be able to easy breezy walk themselves into the circle now, but unfortunately, when you hear shots ringing out on World's Edge, you know full well someone is going to be having a little peek.
The good news here for fun is that they will be able to get back towards that zone, and they will be pretty safe for now. No one's gatekeeping then. Two members did manage to escape though. Slayers has gone all the way into fragment East, and Amphi's like, do you know what, I'm out of here. I'm going the complete opposite way. So E6 completely split. Luminosity, haven't talked about them today, Dan. They're set up inside of Lava City, and Jaguares, oh, welcome. Maybe we should have been talking about you.
Oh, it's Vexed on the other side though. It is a 2 versus 1 at the moment. Tyler and Unlucky still alive here, whereas Jaguares is just going to have to try and survive, maybe get into a position where you can isolate this fight.
Jaguar is trying to escape for now. Oh, but look at this, Vex. There's a third party in the vicinity. And they've got to be extremely careful. It was not a good day yesterday for Vex, and it's looking like a shaky start to the second.
Yeah, this is crunch time now, where a lot of teams are forcing fights because they realize they're not in the best positions for where this zone is pulling. So instead, they're picking up KP. So Vex, they're down to 1. You saw Unlucky was the last remaining player as well. Jaguares was able to instead run away. Now we're going to see several teams just having to take fights. Crazy Raccoons over are also doing the same.
Crazy Raccoon and SSG, this is inside of the Snake building. Enemy close. Damage being exchanged, but Crazy Raccoon will be able to reset here. At this point in the game, 3 blues, not the best, you would say, as far as the Evo shields being charged up to what you would want for one of these fights. Just waiting for that exhibit to maybe expire for a few moments before they try and make the push. Don't give that information away. But they have to be careful here, because also Passion are in the vicinity. This is why you're seeing 3 teams so standoffish, but now they're going to use their exhibit. Raz is going to send in the right-hand drill, and now he's going to send in the boys.
Elsewhere, Luminosity do get eliminated. Arcstar is going to do some damage. No, they managed to escape it. And now Crazy Raccoon just need to time this correctly. Avoid grenades, wait for them to be depleted, and then you push in.
Crazy Raccoon looking to take this fight. Black Hole's going to go down. Not the damage they wanted off the back of it, and now they're expending so many resources here. That's 2 ultimates being used. There's the riot drill again, just to chip away at the damage, but there's a thermite in response.
Both teams just using every little bit of weaponry they may have to try and do that initial damage so then they can push in, but both of them being held up against one another.
Crazy Raccoon trying to make this push. We do have a listening lined up for this fight. Let's jump into the comms of Crazy Raccoon.
오케이 그만 얘들아 나 이거 얼티비 한잔 먹으면 궁차 천천히 해봐 얼티 하나 있어 얼티 나올 게 없어 앞에 가자 나 궁 있어 얘들아 궁 있어 천천히 해봐 궁 56번 천천히 연결 천천히 나 큐 5초 야 내가 얘네 2층 오면 나 큐로 갈라줄게 오케이 내가 2층 오면 큐로 갈라준다 오케이 준비됐어 오케이 하나 둘 셋 지금 뭐 나왔다 야 큐놨어
So jump out of the comms back into the fight. This fight is still going. Every single bit of resources being expended, but you have to say Crazy Raccoon made a good play to take that that high ground, stay inside of the zone, not have that at their backs. That means this fight will continue, but here come A6.
I love how they forced their way into the top of this building, but as you say, there are more teams in the area here, and Space Station are down low, E6 are on the outside, and remember, it's the Revtain combo back on its full force. All three members are up, and they're trying to do some work here.
Got Swinny back into the game, and they have managed to influence this fight massively. Crazy Raccoon did lose some players. Here comes Anaya with a Peacekeeper. He is chunking away. Crazy Raccoon eliminated. E6 like desperately trying to move in to pick up the pieces here. But it looks like SSG will be able to stabilize for just a few moments.
Can they manage to get them back on their feet, though? This is going to be a big revive if it can happen, but E6 looks to deny. They come flying in. Ruthless aggression, but is it going to be enough? Drop just popping off.
Amphy left on his own. Drops, what have you got for us? Have you got a highlight to start off the day? That's the question, and the answer is yes! Another team now approaches. It's going to be Passion. Looking to clean up the final member now. Team Singularity out. Esports Arena out as well. And Passion, I tell you what, after what happened to them yesterday, I think they want a few clips of their own.
The kill feed just exploded, and it's not done yet. Passion also under a little bit of pressure from behind. SSG are still alive. Dropped, was able to escape ever so slightly. All team now are going to have to move east here. This circle is pulled over yet again. There were several teams predicting a kind of circle pull, but maybe not this far east. And now Passion trying to make up for yesterday. All three still alive, and they're certainly doing damage here.
Just a reminder, this team at the last hour answered the call to come and play in this tournament. Here they are now starting to pop off, all dressed in red as well. The Evo shields fully charged up, the heartbeat sensors there. Just checking their back, it's clear, and now they will be able to move towards Big Moor. They have complete control of this choke down. They'll be overlooking all of the paper area outside of Big Moor. This could be a big, big opportunity for Passion to win this game.
Just a couple more shots required here, and I think needs to stay alive, but goes down, and now Passion are going to have to take this fight. Fun on the other side, doing serious damage. SSG get eliminated, but here comes the finish. Passion still kicking. Fun 1, 2, 3. They are out of here.
Amazing stuff. Amazing hold here from Passion, and what a turnaround it's been from yesterday. But now we take our attention towards the bridge, outside of that little dome that we see in front of these two teams. One of the teams who is involved, TSM. Yesterday, by their own standards, not good enough. This is a time to answer back.
Well, it is a perfect circle pull for Passion. We go back up to the north side, so that hill they were holding is where we're going to be heading, but Northeption are also there. And Alliance and Flora still alive on the southern side, still having their battle against one another, but at the moment, they're cohabiting.
Funny how these stories continue. It doesn't matter. It's not the drop. It's an end game this time. We'll have to see if that's going to work out. Oxygen holding that low ground, but a difficult position to fight from here. No real way to get up on height unless they want to use that Valkyrie. And the sky would die, but so risky to do at this point in the game. Everyone's going to be looking at you if you take to the sky. So Oxygen really in a sticky spot here. It's TSM who are looking down on them. And here is the rest of the field here, Dan. Alliance Flora continues, and Mandy goes down.
Alliance really struggling. It's going to be a 1 versus 3 now. This should make it a 1 versus 2. Flora being griefed from elsewhere. Northeption are getting involved, and that might be the saving grace here for Alliance.
If Alliance can back up and they can survive for just long enough, like you say, then maybe Northeption are going to be the team who can influence if they survive or if they will die in this situation.
1 member of Flora, 1 member of Alliance, but a full squad of Northeption, and TSM finally doing the damage onto Oxygen and will get the wipe. Just about, no, on Crook. There is still 1 remaining player, excuse me. Oxygen just about surviving. 6 squads remaining. TSM, though, they don't want to worry about Oxygen anymore. They need to be thinking about circle positioning.
Moving up late onto this rock. It will be safe here. Watson fences aren't going to intimidate them too much. They see the exhibit go down as well. They know a fight is breaking out here at TSM. They know now they can walk in without being challenged. Alliance out, Oxygen out as well. We're down to just a few remaining teams.
This could be easy pickings for TSM because you can see Northeption, Passion, they're fighting. We've got 4 squads left. All going to be weak. TSM just have to walk up on this, surely.
Timing has to be everything here for TSM. 0-0 does what he does. Passion will go down. Flora have 1. Northeption have 2. But it's TSM, surely, like you say, Dan, who are going to win game number 1.
It's going to have to be a miracle here. It's a 1 versus 3. TSM, surely it's just a matter of time here. Just hit your shots. TSM. Pop. The UK, it seems like we get TSM.
This is a UK heavy crowd, let me tell you. Do you not learn anything from the desk? You say the word London, everyone starts cheering. Well, let's get into game number 2. Let's see who is going to come out on top. Will we see one of the EMEA teams step up a little bit as a region? You've been quiet so far, teams. We need to see a bit more.
And also, we've got quite a diverse legend selection in this lobby. We didn't see much Caustic yesterday, but now Caustic coming into the equation. Of course, we've got the Revtain being a factor. We have a Newcastle on NorCal. We've got plenty of legends that can influence late-game decisions and can really change these final circles as well.
Let's see what happens then. It's time for us to jump off of the dropship and into some POIs. Let's see if we do see those contests. Will we see concessions, or will we see a little bit of ego being flexed by some of the teams who didn't manage to get the win last time?
I mean, Thermal Session is a hot drop, and we already know it could be a very hot drop. And look where Dark Zero are heading. Are they going to go into Harvester, or are Dark Zero saying, hey, let's take Tree? Alliance will see that as well. You can see the little arrows looking over towards, and Dark Zero say, well, if Tree's free, we're taking it.
This is very, very interesting indeed. And Lava City as well, completely free. So that's interesting to note. But Alliance now, this is interesting for them. They could be pinched by two teams, Flora and Dark Zero. So Alliance, who went away, strategized overnight. How do we want to play this contest? Do we want to just get out as a three-man, get the loot that we can, and rotate towards Tree? If they do that this time, Dark Zero might be waiting.
Yeah, this is very frustrating for Alliance because you are relying on all of the loot at Tree. Where you're dropping right now in Thermal is not going to provide you with much to actually fight against Flora, because Flora take the high ground, and I tell you what, that one player has only got a slither of health.
You do, just single tapping. Hitting some flesh damage. And you can see in the kill feed as well, we have another fight going down. North Epson are involved. And they're picking up a couple of kills as well. That's over by Geyser in the respawn village just outside of it. So interesting to see already aggression being shown. And Genome said, I'm not quite sure what's happening in this lobby. I have to agree with him. Everybody looks like they're ready to throw down.
Well, it is going to be a circle that's heading southeast this time. I mean, we kind of ended up southeast, to be honest, last time, but it was maybe more middle east. And at the moment, Lava Siphon looks like it's going to be a heavy area for contest, and that's where TSM are dropping, so they're going to be more than happy. As for Alliance, where do they go from here, right? They either have to try and fight their way back through Thermal, or they're going to go to Tree. Their hope may be that Dark Zero rotate away from Tree because they've got the beacon information.
Looks like Dark Zero are rotating away, so Alliance will be able to at least hit that beacon that is over at Tree and get a little bit of zone information, but the difficulty for them now is there's no loot left over at Tree. They're going to be picking up the scraps, and they're going to have to maybe think about making a rotation towards a crafter, maybe completely altering the way that they would like to rotate in order to continue this game. But looking at where the teams are heading, looking at where that beacon information teams are heading as well, it looks like launch site might be the place that we're going here, Dan.
Yeah, everyone now trying to get a south hand. And it looks like TSM even considering going to Dome at the moment, and they might set up just on the eastern side and hope to see that pull. We have seen that pull across towards the lava outside of Dome.
Well, one place that TSM like to play is kind of the rocky high ground. Yeah. Just outside of Dome, they can use Dome to back up. They can also hold the teams coming in from the low ground of Lava City through that Vault Tunnel choke as well, and they can approach and clear out that side of the map towards the end game as well, where all the other teams kind of have to engage with each other. So TSM doing what they do best, sticking to a rotation they're confident with. Dark Zero, though, you can see them on the screen, and they're already taking a little bit of damage, and it's Luminosity who are firing down.
Yeah, Dark Zero, it was never going to be an easy journey here into launch site, and unfortunately, when they find out who they might be running into, as soon as you see those caustic barrels, you probably avoid that fight. You don't want to be taking it, because even if you were to win that engagement, you're going to be so weak from all the caustic gas, you are just victim to then a third party that potentially could happen, and let's be honest, will happen from what we've seen so far in this lobby. Teams have been pretty relentless with their pushes as soon as they smell an ounce of blood.
I mean, the one good thing for Dark Zero here is, yeah, they've decided we're going to go Tree. Zones help them a lot here. They do have quick access and a good prio to where that zone is going to be. So you see them, they're holding down that kind of southern building in and around launch site. They can fire down on all teams rotating down through Lava Siphon. Speaking of rotations, this one's a little bit later. This is a team who drops right at the north side of the map. It's Crazy Raccoon. Good day yesterday, but they're going to have to work hard here to get Whisper back up.
You've got to work so hard, and here's Alliance and Flora finally re-engaging. Then it looks like this fight is going to eventually happen here.
Mike is going to go down here. A little bit of hip fire from the Hemlock's going to be good enough to do damage, but it looks like Alliance maybe have the advantage here, but now Hackis goes down. Manny goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch for Alliance in so many moments. Oh, it's clutch again! Yuki loves to win those kind of fights.
A 1 versus 2, a win versus a Peacekeeper, it doesn't matter elsewhere, still action happening, it's fun. Taking down Vexed again eliminated in the early stages. And they are two huge fights that have just gone down. And it is going to be fun. It's going to be Alliance to come out on top.
A little bit of hip fire coming in from the 30-30 there from Karapu. He manages to pick up that final kill, but like you say, Vexed again. Points just scarce, almost impossible for them to find at the moment.
It's all well and good being an aggressive squad, but sometimes when other teams are set up, when they're poised, when they're expecting the push, you can situate yourself to ensure that you get those angles, that you can do those damage and punish teams who are relentlessly pushing towards you. Crazy Raccoon, though, have been able to get back on their feet, so there is good news somewhere in this lobby, because it was looking pretty dismal at one point. As ESA now will take to the skies, they will make their rotation. Can we see some of the success that we saw right at the end of those regional finals?
Pretty smart decision this from Esports Arena as well. Not just using the Skyward Dive from the top of the construction building to get the maximum distance, but they saw how many battles seem to be breaking out inside of Fragment. By taking this opportunity to rotate, they're now ahead of all of this. They can hold down this choke. They can gatekeep all of these teams. Might be an opportunity if they do have some ranged weaponry here to pick up some KP on those teams trying to make a move.
And this next beacon information is going to be huge for these teams because we've got a pretty even split between launch site and dome. People are banking on either of the kind of east pool or the south pool here. And who actually predicts this correctly, you're going to be in best chances to try and win this game. If you don't predict it correctly, suddenly you've got to fight your way across the lava, and it's not going to be fun.
Well, Esports Arena, they're going to be chilling for now. They do not have beacon information, so they're just going to be maybe looking to hold out, gatekeep, and look to make a late move, and maybe see if they can spot a couple of teams making a rotation and base what they think is going to happen off of the actions of another team. But
We can scan this
for now, Luda's going to be picking up a little bit more ammo for that wingman as we move over to Geyser and Passion, who had a pretty good time over here last game. They're looking to have a bit more fun.
Yeah, we're seeing the Eastern teams just kind of rotating around, meeting each other in Geyser. It may be a case that Passion just run away from this one, but we saw what happened last time when they ran away. They very much can set themselves up and they can get ready for things. On the other side, you've got all these teams maybe banking towards Harvester to try and get a little bit of beacon information as well. So there are a few teams trying a very different strategy on the edge at the moment.
Attacking here.
So Passion have decided to readjust here. Passion featuring Case Winnie from E6. Now Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be in a little fight. You can see the exhibit is down here from the Seer as well. E6 are going to be using that Revtain to try and get the advantage once more, as we do get a little bit of face cam action now from Swinny. E6, the IGO on your screen, he's going to make the calls for his team.
And E6 can very much influence how this game goes with this combination of legends. They can really ruin people's day, and they're looking like they're trying to push up. It's FC Destroy on the other side of things yet again. Remember, these two went toe-to-toe before. It was FC Destroy chasing after them previously.
And it's Crazy Raccoon who are trapped in the middle of this. This is completely being pinched by both teams, and Hammer Drill's just firing down. He's going to throw down that Rolling Thunder as well, as E6 will finish off the final members now of Crazy Raccoon. The greatest news here for E6, didn't take any damage. Nobody down, which means that they can hold off this push coming in.
Yeah, Swinny's not in the best of shape when it comes to health, but it looks like he's got a med kit. He'll be fine, and I don't think we're going to see FC Destroy push up on them just yet, mainly just because the circle is going to be coming in a minute of 44, and you could argue FC Destroy in a better position. Circle has moved down further southeast as we were expecting. Launch Site and Dome are both still in it at the moment, but Lava City, Big Mord, you can see a few teams are going to be rotating late down from this east side.
Yeah, interesting to see. E6 should be okay here, because FC Destroy will have to make a move. Fun 1, 2, 3, they're rotating through the storm at the moment, but Iron Blood Gaming, they've got a little bit more attention in front of them to deal with. Scans are going to go down from the Bloodhounds, give them the information they need to see where that team is, and it looks like they're ready to fight here. The exhibit is down. They'll get those player outlines as Strafing, with that heartbeat sensor and a PK that's loaded, he's ready to go.
Oh, and they are pinching as well, and the shreds do come through. The assistance is going to be there, and it looks like Passion are going to be shut down immediately. Only one remaining play.
Yeah, no real opportunity here for Passion to make something magical happen. A couple of knockdown shields to play with, but they'll get whipped away nice and quickly, and it will be Iron Blood Gaming who step up here for their first KP in the lobby.
And they needed to, right? Game number 1 didn't go well for them, but we were expecting a lot from Iron Blood Gaming, especially considering the success they had in regular season on World's Edge. In fact, 62% of their points were from World's Edge rather than Storm Point. So when they do transition over to Storm Point, you need to be setting yourself up so you have a healthy point total going into arguably your weaker map.
And this is the team who want to move out of the Dark Zero Shadow, right? This is the team who won their split in Pro League over in the Apex South region. They're the team who have looked extremely strong doing so. So for Iron Blood Gaming, an opportunity in game number 2 to start writing that story a little bit more. They have control of Big Maud. They're going to make a move, of course, as they won't be safe for that next circle. And you can see Singularity are actually going to be inside of Lava City still, so they're going to have to deal with them.
Yeah, Singularity are in Lava City, but they're on the western side of Lava City, so it should allow Iron Blood Gaming just to kind of creep in behind them and at least to hold a building for now. As we go back to E6 and their attempts to get into the northern circle, they're still being held out by teams. It's ESA that are on the other side of this.
A couple of interesting things to note just on our map overhead as well. TSM have moved out of Dome right towards the southern tip, outside of the Dome, and everyone else who is coexisting inside of it now, at some point, is going to have to engage when that zone moves. So I like this positioning, not just from TSM, but from Oxygen as well. This is that small eggshell. We've seen finishes over there where Oxygen are at the moment, but I've got to say, not for some time.
We also have to point out that LG have Beacon at launch site, and they're still at launch site, right? So do they know something that maybe other teams don't? Is it going to be finishing down maybe in that lava area just east of them, or are we going to be pulling further towards Dome? A lot is going to be said in this next zone shift that's going to happen in about 10 seconds.
Fun 1, 2, 3. They're making their way through Lava Siphon now. They will be safe if they want to just set up and call this place a little cozy home for now. But they will have a tough move to make, especially with a couple of other teams inside a Lava Siphon for now. ESA making their way just to the northern side of this zone. You can see them sneaking in on your map overhead right now as well. And Singularity, the team who are holding down that Vault Tunnel choke.
And there's the pull. Okay, we still don't know loads, but we also know we're going away from launch site, and those who were focusing on Dome have been rewarded. Singularity actually still okay in the Vault area they find themselves in as well.
Game 1 was a little bit crazy and reckless, right? This one is looking like a more traditional lobby. Everyone has found somewhere to play. 16 squads still alive. And only a couple of early teams going down, you would say a couple of contests that we saw, a couple of people getting caught on rotation. But nothing too kind of untoward as kind of ruthless aggression, if you want to call it that. That hasn't been the case now.
We are going to lose a lot of teams in this next circle shift, though, because there's not much playable area that's left. All the dome positions have kind of been taken, and now we're going to only have open areas that all these teams are going to be forced into, and then naturally you have to fight. So if you are one of these teams who's on the edge, you need to be thinking about, all right, where are we picking up our points? Are we going for a risky skyward dive to try and take a priority position? Or are we looking for kills? And if we are looking for kills, is it third parties, or are we going to have to push the initiative here? Do we need to start getting aggressive on teams?
One of the teams who has to make a pretty tough rotate, not just because there's teams in front of them, but also you can see the terrain in front of them is going to be esports arena. We have a listening queued up. Let's see what the next move is going to be.
How's it looking for you guys? Cypher's not playing up?
No, they're not.
No, I think they went this way.
Fighting in zone right here. They're getting shot at. They're rotating. I think they're rotating into the eggshell though.
Jump, rotate, eggshell.
No, on bridge.
Turn around. I'm crossing back.
They know.
I got an angle on the right.
Cracked. Yeah, you can.
That's all you.
I queued him.
Popping one cell.
They're down low.
They dropped.
In this, yeah, they're down here.
I'm getting an angle on this right.
We're gonna have to kill these guys if they keep pushing this. 70 on the Revenant.
Queuing him.
I might have an angle. Revenant cracked. I'm gonna Horizon ult.
Look at that kid. Yeah.
Horizon ulted.
We're just gonna have to look to clear this 100%.
Not a good Horizon ult. They have to run it. I gotta get a bat off.
Go for it. Get the bat off. We're gonna have to walk it in the zone. Rev! Bottom! 1 HP Rev! Rev's actually one! Knocked Rev!
They're trying to send Cody.
Yes, play it again! They're bottom! All you, one!
I stunned.
Run his up!
Yeah. All dead.
Cut left! Come to me!
Coming.
Just keep cutting to me, you should be fine. This team's not gonna gatekeeper in here, okay?
Hurt. Popping a cell while sliding. We got bang ulted from the right. They're gonna walk down us.
Just come. Valgo right here. 100%.
2 seconds. Go. Get in. Go.
Who needs a turbocharger? That's all I can think. It will be Esports Arena who take down E6, and now they take to the skies, but the oxygen is thin up here, Dan, and there's not too many places to softly land.
They're one of about 5 teams that have just gone into Skyward Dive to try and find a position. They do land, they do find a space, but the circle keeps moving down towards Dome. So you spoke about TSM, who positioned themselves on that southern tip. They are in a fantastic spot at the moment, but we'll have to revisit that later as FC Destroy are having to fight their way out of a troublesome situation.
Oh, we're getting stuck in the mud at the moment. That black hole's doing all sorts of damage, causing all sorts of problems. Hammer Drill will go down. It's down to Uberchan. But I don't think he's going to be able to survive for quite enough time to really have an impact on this endgame. Fun123 looking to have a little bit of a save, but Karen Poo will also get down. They are eliminated. 7 teams now out of this lobby.
But we have to commend Esports Arena. They landed late. They've been able to force their way against all of these teams whilst doing damage, whilst picking up kills, but it is not done yet. They still have to fight tooth and nail here.
They have to fight, but they've got a couple of armor spots to play with as well. So even his team needs to send it, they're going to have to fight for their lives. Connie will go down. Phonyhead's going to do big damage with that Bolt. Gets the reload as well. He's going to be hitting some big shots. Now he has to swap out once more. Hits the reload and hits nearly another to the floor. Luda now left on his own, thinking about one of those armor swaps. Goes fishing in those boxes and finds himself a blue.
There are other teams that are in the area that are doing damage as well, so Luda has a lot to do, but he's being griefed from a distance. Frex, the other remaining player, but Luda will pop up, but unfortunately then falls straight back down because Team Singularity also in the area to do the damage.
And that is why that rotation is so tough. Everybody moving uphill, everybody shooting down from height. Look at the bodies, it's a graveyard down here.
Singularity might be the next ones to be falling into said graveyard as well, because FC Destroyer on one side, NC on the other side. It is an absolute collapse under Singularity, who eventually, even though fighting their very hardest, are not going to be able to escape. And I think NorCal are going to be the last remaining team here. They are the kings of this mountain, and they can now relax for a short period before they have to
very short period of time. More fights now breaking out in and around Dome, because Dome has now been completely cut in half. Half will be safe, half will be inside the zone. JMW, my goodness.
Invictus find themselves within Dome, but look, they have to move still. The circle is going away from them, and unfortunately that means they have to force themselves into a bottleneck out of one of these doorways. There are going to be teams watching them. Where do IG go?
IG make the play. IG make their move. Are they going to be able to find somewhere to play? JMW takes height and will be safe up here as well. He's got a couple of players to deal with as well and has to drop back. It will be NC who are up on that height.
This is mayhem here in Dome. As now IG down to 1. Graceful, the last remaining player, the old guard of IG, one of our oldest players at the tournament. Ironblood Gaming go down, so did Northeption.
Northeption out. Graceful still alive, and the longer that he stays alive here, the more placement points he's going to start picking up. So a solo player can still do so much damage. But who are the team that won game number 1? It's TSM. They're on the other side of this, and Hal's going to have a little poke here through the zone, and he's going to pick up some KP as well.
But TSM are on the other side of the eggshell, right? They are not seeing any of this action, which is great for them as another team falls. Dark Zero, though, still alive. It's going to be Dark Zero versus LG here at Dome. IG get eliminated.
IG out, but what a performance this has been from Dark Zero. What a turnaround from game number 1. They didn't even get to play the game for more than 30 seconds or so, but now they're involved in a final circle, and this is one of those final battles that could decide who's coming out on top. On one side we have Alliance, on the other we have TSM and Verholz. He's been taken down, shields broken, and a little bit of health damage being done.
Oh, he manages to get the bat off. That's huge for Verholz, huge for TSM. Manly versus Hal. Manly wins, but the assistance is there. 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2. Reps and Verholz. Hal has gone down. Couple of teams here in this commotion going down, going to have a little look as well. M&K and Controller combining together to try and make something beautiful happen, but the grenades are landing, there's explosions everywhere, and it's all up to Reps now. One of the most experienced players in the Apex Legends Global Series to go massive here for TSM, but here comes Yuki. He's clutched once, but he can't clutch twice. It will be Alliance eliminated.
TSM survive, but we still see DF in the area. Are Reps and the rest of TSM able to stay alive? Yes, okay, he can just avoid DF here, but now needs to do something. They're going to try and hold him out. As smoke comes in, but fortunately he's going to be peppered through it. TSM go down, but they did the damage. They got the kills. As DF, they've done what they set out to do. They get the achievement of taking out those squads who were on the other side of the eggshell.
Dreamfire, Dark Zero, Luminosity, your final 3 teams. As now Dreamfire try and make their move in towards Dome. We are still in and around Dome. This is a finish again that I haven't seen for quite some time here on World's Edge. A little bit of ammo being distributed between the players to make sure in this final fight they can contribute.
Remember, Dreamfire were one of our teams who found victory yesterday on World's Edge. Throughout the regular season, they dominated on this map as well. Now we need to see more of the same. It's about biding your time. It's about picking the right moment. We saw it so many times in so many instances yesterday. Dark Zero are going to be up on this higher side of the dome, guarding themselves from smoke at the moment. LG are going to be stuck between two teams, but at least they've got the freedom of being inside.
I mean, Dreamfire should be in the position to take this game home, right? Because Dark Zero are going to be forced to move because of that zone. LG have to leave that building. However, the one kind of thing that could throw a cat among the pigeons are those smokes coming in from Bangalore, cutting off those lines of sight, causing a little bit of mayhem, almost like the reason that people play on Storm Point, right? Turns 60-40 fights into 50-50s.
Well, I think LG know they're in one of the most difficult spots because they have to escape through this doorway, which they would imagine is going to be watched. And you can't trust Bangalore smoke, right? A digi threat could be very much on a gun, or if not several guns, when you see a Bangalore team in the area. It's about patience. You can throw as many caustic barrels down as you want, but you've still got to get out of that doorway.
Now the question is, who has the ultimates up as well? What are they looking like in this situation? What has been expended by these teams? Is the caustic not available? Can Nizel have a real impact? Can he throw that down on Dark Zero? Completely stick them in the corner, play for those KP. It looks like they do have that Nox gas to play with. It's gone down now. LG have to make their move and the gas is doing damage. But look at this. Also doing damage is Dreamfire. Dark Zero, they're going to be eliminated. Luminosity might have a chance now. However, it's a slim one, and it's going to be Dreamfire who clean things up. Have to see if that does occur, or if they're going to be happy with just the loot that's left over from Dark Zero, much like they were in match number 2. But it's the final game of World's Edge before we send our teams over to Storm Point for a little bit of a throwdown, a little bit of a ruckus, but I tell you what, Dan, I got no idea what to expect in this game number 3. Game 1 was absolute carnage. Game 2 was more traditional by all kind of aspects of what we expect.
Well, by the process of elimination, this should be an in-between, right? Maybe carnage involved, as well as a late game that's more traditional, but we will see what happens on the southwest side of that map. Dark Zero look like they are going to give up Harvester again, but are we going to see a more aggressive drop from Alliance? It looks like from the map overhead, yes, we are going to see a more traditional fight from Alliance and Flora instead, because Dark Zero have forced them this way, and now because of that, Dark Zero get the beacon as well.
That's so interesting how the complete game has kind of shaped around everything that's happening down on the southwest side of this map, and you can see Flora, maybe they're going to be caught off guard here, but not this time, because Yuta gets that first knock onto Mandy, and you have to say, overall, Flora have kind of, we'll say, certainly earned the respect of Alliance, and now Alliance are learning that maybe respect wasn't enough.
I have heard that the rest of the lobby is very keen to find out who has been winning these engagements, and at the moment it looks like it's going to be Flora. Hackies goes down as well. Alliance eliminated, and Flora dropped more aggressively that time. Considering they've been dropping at the top of Thermal previously, they took the fight to Alliance, and they are rewarded for it. And oh boy.
A little bit of a stretch there from Pinator on the horizon, just making sure that death box was squared away at all edges, I think, from that Horizon member. But you have to say, I mean, that's a crazy thing for Alliance to have to experience, right? Because let's take ourselves out of this, right? It's not like they're just matching up from different groups. These two teams have been in the same group. We've seen this contest going down for 2 days now. Is it going to continue? For Alliance, I think it's massive because Alliance have only really ever played from Thermal Station. All their rotations, all their gameplay, all their strategy is based on this POI.
And this is why I love international events, right? Because you may own a drop spot in your region, but suddenly now different teams from different regions say, well, actually, in our region, this is our home, and we are going to challenge you for it. And it may end up that one team goes to winner's bracket, one team goes to loser's bracket, elimination bracket. We'll have to see what happens.
TSM, they're involved with the fights. Crazy Raccoon on the other side of this as well. Just to give you a little bit of circle information, it looks like we will be pulling up towards Fragment, which is going to be interesting to see how these teams rotate. And I tell you what, there's a lot, and I mean a lot of playable area. Probably one of the most habitable areas to coexist that we have in all of the Apex Legends competitive maps that we see. So for teams, it's a case of, do we want to try and get to endgame? Do we want to try and find what we think is a good endgame spot, not just to survive, but maybe explode out towards that endgame and pick up some KP? Or is it going to be a case of maybe Edge is not the way to play this one? We'll have to see how this works out. But for now, Crazy Raccoon, we can confirm they're going to disengage from that fight from TSM. They are going to head towards Fragment.
Also, because a lot of the buildings have roofs, and I say a lot because some don't, because, you know, there was that terrible lava that came through World's Edge and just changed Fragment ever so... Well, a very sad day indeed. We lost a few buildings, but it means that you are going to be able to skyward dive a little bit more successfully into Fragment and potentially find somewhere to call home. And we may end up with, you know, 16 to 17 teams in a very tight space, in a very late circle, because teams are going to be reluctant to push. Like, Crazy Raccoon won't want to take this fight. All of this at the moment is just body posturing. It's just letting them know you're there, doing a little bit of damage to ensure that no one pushes you.
Wouldn't surprise me to see Crazy Raccoon push.
I mean, yeah, when it was Crazy Raccoon, I was a little bit concerned, but for the most part, teams shouldn't be pushing teams when they are building to building.
We'll have to see if they do try and do something a little bit spicy and make Fragment East a very interesting POI to watch for the majority of this game. But NorCal Esports, they're making a little skyward dives themselves towards train station. This is a quick rotation from Harvester as well. You can see that from just the loot pool. All white across the board, a little bit of a swap on the floor is going to save a few cells, but NorCal Esports are set up here for the long game, and look at this composition as well, Dan. Watson, Newcastle. I mean, you're going to need some tools to break into this setup.
You really are, and I think this is perfect for NorCal. When they saw this circle and they saw where they could head toward, they said, look, we could lock this one down. This could maybe be the perfect game for us to pick up some serious points here. And remember, NorCal, they bullied Harvester. They bullied Dark Zero away from that POI, but now they need to make it count. Dark Zero have been like, well, we could have won that game from that position, right? So NorCal needs to show us how it's done.
Teams who are rotating extremely late at the moment. Flora, they're taking their time, understandably, to loot all the thermal station. You've got LG, and over at launch site, they're down at the bottom side of your screens. You can see Vex, no surprise to see them, as well as E6, excuse me. Way outside of the zone for now, just the traditional Edge teams that we've seen who like to try and fight. They're not going to have anyone to run into to take any fights at the moment. Everyone else, though, Dan, I mean, look at the population of Fragment. I mean, property prices must be dropping at the moment because everyone's purchasing land.
You've also got TSM in the respawn village as well, just kind of trying to utilize that beacon, you'd have to imagine, which is going to be very valuable. When North Epshanu are going to come from the southeast towards Geyser, they'll be probably thinking something similar. We can rotate through Vault, we can take beacon, and then we can gain info, but maybe they're not expecting a team to be there. But when you see 19 squads in a lobby, you always have to presume someone is going to be in the position you're trying to get to.
We've got APAC South versus EMEA here. You've got IG down on that low ground. You've got Ironblood Gaming just above them as well. Crypto Drone's going to get information. Looks like Ironblood Gaming want to do a little bit of crafting here. And look how beautifully dressed up this Devotion is as well. All gold across the board. You don't want to run into that. You certainly don't want to go up a zip line into this.
I thought you were talking about the 8 ball, actually, when you said it was dressed up. It looks great on the gun, it has to be said. Maybe in his past time he was a pool player as well. But Ironblood Gaming looks like they're not going to have that engagement that they were thinking they could have. And instead now we're going to see how they try and decide to get into this circle. They do have beacon information, which is very important. They can now assess how they want to approach things. They know they don't need to be immediately rushing because they're very close to the round 3 circle and can craft here, right? They can take their time to make sure they've got all the loot they need.
Oxygen Esports was the team with a few charge rifle shots from distance there as well. I'm sure that Ironblood were just saying, can you not? Can you just let us craft, please? Let's get on with our business. IG, though, trying to think about what their next move is going to be too. The drone is going to go down from Noises, trying to scout out what the next play is for them, but a difficult position to play from down in this tunnel.
And IG probably aren't used to lobbies like this with such a lack of crypto. We've only got 2 cryptos in this lobby. When we look at EMEA and how things progressed during the region, at one point we had 7, 8 cryptos starting to be involved, and IG can really use this to their advantage because that drone can be such a game winner for them in the late times, but it also can do so much, right? You can get beacon information, you can also push a fight because of it, you can defend yourself because of it as well, and it looks like Noises is just going to be hiding away, waiting to see if he can get that beacon information after.
Well, IG just taking their time here, trying to work out what their next move is going to be, but 2 teams who might be engaging very, very soon are down on the southern side of this zone. We do see where that zone pool is going to take us. No surprise here. We're going even deeper in towards Fragment. It looks like we might be pulling slightly north of it. But Vexed and Flora, this is the fight we wanted to see here, Dan. In and around Harvester, Tyler already got that red armor.
Well, it's two teams who aren't afraid to fight, that's for sure. We know Flora have been very aggressive in terms of their composition, in terms of who they want to be fighting up against. Well, Vexed, even more aggressive of a side.
As we go into the fight, we're going to jump into the comms as well. We have a listening lined up with Vexed.
Well, I'm going to take it.
There's two up top, there's two up 25, but Malk might be far right. We need to go from left side.
I'm on Hydra, okay?
Are we going from out and left? I think I have to go left and height and then watch for you guys, no?
I mean, where are they?
Well, up on the mountain, yeah. Yeah, I want to go from left side.
Are they inside top right now?
I'm gonna climb up and watch for you, come.
Because I don't see them at all.
Yeah, you should just walk up with us stuff and scan for us. Yeah, I will. I'm scanning. Scanning now, Dangle. I'm gonna queue here and they're on the doors, Come out on the door, Just get ahead, get ahead. I have it. They're falling back. Yeah, I'm throwing for myself. I'm scared. They completely in. Left side. Scanning, good. Yeah, I'm walking up. I'm walking to middle.
I'm coming with you.
See, no one, probably running snake. Okay.
I'm walking up again.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's snake.
No one on scan.
Oh.
No, I mean, the door's not closed. I think they just ran maybe S-stroke. Don't know.
No, in front of us, I think.
Yeah, end of snake. Leaving.
Yeah, what if there's snake there?
Hard running. I'm thinking right. One's still here. I'm thinking right. Yeah, he's running left now. Look, he's running up the hill.
Well, Vex trying to find this fight, but it looks like, fortunate for them, Flora trying to rotate away as well. Take that high ground, and that makes the rotation more difficult for Vex. Keep a note as well. Vex expended so much in that. You saw the Horizon Black Hole go down, the gravitational lift being used, so they don't have a huge amount of utility now to try and take this fight, especially against the height.
Also notice there was no consideration of rotating away. It was all about that fight. It was trying about winning it nice and early. Good shots to come down to save Matafi there from an opposing Black Hole. It would seem Matafi a little bit split from the rest of the team and needs some help because Flora are trying to surround him right now.
Yeah, Matafe is kind of having to play bait here. He's hoping that Tyler and Unlucky can keep him alive. The exhibit's going to go down as well, which is going to slow the fight down because Flora know they step into that exhibit. They're going to be shown up to all of the players here on Vexed. And when you got players like Tyler and maybe a 301 or something in his hand, you ain't going to take too many invitations to take that player down. So, but Flora's about resetting themselves now. Nice spray coming in here from Yudu. She's going to almost break the shields, but the longer this fight goes on, we always worry a little bit about third parties, but it looks like it's going to be a fight that just takes place on its own.
Yeah, it's isolated because everyone else is over towards Fragment East, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to be even putting a cup to the wall here to try and listen to this fight. So instead, it's going to be whoever wins this one gets control of the southwest side of this circle. And they've got a little bit of time, but the zone is going to start to play a factor here, as now we'll see the first knock.
Oh, here's the Peacekeeper. It's starting to pop as well. Unlucky goes down. Yudu with 2 here for Flora.
Flora should be able to clean things up. You can't imagine there's going to be anything left for Vexed, and even though there's a knock, it's not going to do the damage to actually stay alive in the fight. Flora win yet another engagement, and they have dominated the southwest side of this map many a time.
They certainly have, and it's a dagger through the heart of a lot of EMEA fans. It just seems like it's every single time. There's a EMEA team they take down, but Northeption, they're trying to make a move themselves now. Crazy's going to go down, though. Northeption now down to 2. They might be in a position to get the res if they can punch this player into the corner. Crazy Raccoon have been eliminated, and all of a sudden the action is starting to pick up here.
Yeah, we saw Singularity also get taken down. IG are having a fight with LG at the moment. It's the Gs versus the Gs. TSM also with your kill feed getting involved against LG. So a lot of teams over towards Fragment are having fights, but it's the respawn village where TSM are doing the damage from.
Luminosity and Iron Blood 4. We're now down to 14 squads. We mentioned how when everyone's stacked up, expect those lobbies and those teams to fall quicker and quicker as the zone gets smaller and smaller. And very interestingly, Dan, the zone has completely pulled away from Fragment now. So everyone who had kind of set up and was like, we're here for the long game, they have to leave and they all have to bottleneck into each other.
Yeah, all those wonderful buildings we talk about that you could cohabit in are suddenly not in the circle. We are going north towards more Epicenter now. It still could pull towards the lava around Epicenter, and we will see people trying to hold the high ground on these areas. IG at the moment, they're in a good position to kind of look what's going to be happening below them, should be able to pick up kills, and also as this circle transitions closer towards them, they may be in a position to actually win this game as well.
Yeah, this circle's been a little bit of a blessing for IG. We mentioned how they were in a really kind of tough spot. If that would have moved towards Fragment and they had to rotate out with Iron Blood above them just last time we were on board with them, but that zone pull means that they get good access. to where that zone is going to be going, and that's a big EMP coming in from Noises here. He's trying to give the information to his team as well to finish this up. Is Northeption, who are down on that low ground. IG and TSM trying to combine together here to pick up KP.
Yeah, two of our incredible World's Edge teams now either side of Northeption, so it's not going to be an enjoyable time for them. It looks like they've been able to find home in the little pipe below and should be able to just delay things, stay alive. And hopefully, eventually, they can think about trying to plan a route of escape. Oxygen still alive, you can see on the southwest side of your screen there. 14 squads still remaining. This is kind of what we expected when we saw this circle, when we saw how much playable area there was, but that is very quickly going to disappear. I would imagine we have this lobby when this next zone closes.
IG's just trying to hold Northeption out here, down on that low ground, not letting them out without taking damage. And the last thing they want as well is these KP to go to TSM as well. They want the KP to themselves. That's why you're seeing teams just, both IG and TSM, kind of wait for the other to do a bit of damage before they try and make a play off the back of it. But 14 squads still alive. Like you say, Northeption still down in that tunnel, trying to work out how they're going to move from now. On the other side of the lobby, you've got Dark Zero, bang center in this zone. Oxygen, you saw in those train carts. We have seen finishes over there, of course. But Northeption, they've managed to creep their way. Silent Snake slipping through the grass here.
I think TSM have spotted them, so Northeption are going to be, unfortunately, griefed from their right-hand side, and they're running right towards Flora as well. Flora are going to be one of the latest teams to be joining the fray here, and may be a pain for Northeption. A lot comes down to actually which rotation Flora makes here, because it looks like Northeption are going to be forced to try and at least hold back TSM ever so slightly, because they realize they can't go much further south.
Rolling Thunder coming down as well from the skies. TSM trying to pick up these KP. They're doing decent damage, but these are KP that you can't let get away. The smoke's going to make it a little bit more difficult though. Verholst needs to be very, very careful though. You saw his shields were broken. IG still in the vicinity. Northeption trying to make the move, and Verholst is going to go down. I mentioned how IG need to be thought about here by TSM. It seems like they just forgot about them.
IG with the charge rifle, doing the damage. Verholst is going to be able to get picked back up. Hal now is just trying to apply some pressure here to keep his team alive. Verholst gets the bat off, so it's all okay for TSM. But are IG going to take another look at this? It looks like no, they're not going to.
IG choose not to give up the spot, but Imperial Hal will go down. Northeption doing what they can now to turn this fight on its head. It looked like for all the world that this was TSM going to be picking up the KP. But remember who we're playing against right now. Tadar's going to go up into the air. He's got the wingman in his hand. And this will be TSM eliminated.
But SSG now pushing from the southern side. Northeption, they need to loot up quick. They need to get the shield swaps. They're good. They're healthy. It's another fight for them as SSG will look to try and pick up the pieces. But unfortunately, there isn't pieces to pick up. Northeption are very healthy elsewhere. Passion, they're struggling to stay alive. They've been knocked. Dark Zero are on the aggressive side of this push.
Dark Zero trying to make their way into zone. Northeption eliminated. We have a listening ready with Dark Zero. Let's see what the plan is for the Aussie boys.
Yeah, I am. It's a solo, maybe. No, two. It's Watson. 100 ping. Okay. One jump, Watson. I'm almost here. Healed one. Don't die. Help, 80 another one. In the knockdown. Cracked. I died. Kill him. Do him. Dead. I was up in the corner. I'm crawling. I'm punching you. I can't. I'm crawling around here. I'm trying to shoot them. I'm batting. We're getting shot on the right as well. I can res. Don't res Sharky. I'm getting shot. I'm just. Put your knock up. It's up. Okay, heal and then I'm gonna res. Okay, I'm resing. No, on the right. Swing right. Hit 60 on the. They're pushing us. I'm shooting him. I'm leaving this way. Okay, coming. Batting back. Behind you. Holy shit.
Dark Zero did what they could, but it's Esports Arena who move in. IG International eliminated. Oxygen eliminated. That means everything that was on the east side of the map has now been taken down.
It's why it's so hard to kind of land central as well, because you've been seen from so many areas. Teams that are in the distance can just pepper you. They can grief you. They can make sure you cannot res comfortably, and unfortunately Dark Zero go down because of that. But now we have 6 squads left. There's a small amount of respite for some of these teams. Esports Arena are assessing their situation from the north side.
this is where the great separate themselves from the rest.
This has been building up. This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
And so it begins.
We have our Apex champions.
This is amazing for boys. Look at us.
This puts so much on the line for a lot of these squads that need to perform.
On the fast.
It is go big or go home.
What's a crack? I'm done.
This is absolute carnage.
Oh! They need that type of performance.
I cannot believe what they have just done.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Did we get another goal?
Oh! Everybody has been waiting for this moment.
This is what I was built for.
Well, I am from the city of Angels, and this might be, as John alluded to, a city full of royalty. But today, and for the rest of this weekend, it will be a city of dreams, a place where only the best will hoist a trophy at the end of it all to say, we came and we conquered. Welcome to London, ladies and gentlemen, to the Copper Box Arena. If you are here, make some noise right now as we kick off our final group stage day to determine who is going maybe home tomorrow. A lot on the line, a lot of storylines, a lot of fun to be had here live in person. And of course, I want to let you know we've got just one of the best looking desks I think we've ever. I mean, I'm not biased at all. I'm really not even talking about myself. I'm talking about these three gentlemen right here lined up. I get to talk with them all day. Dan Gaskin, of course, Mark Onset, and of course, Genome joining us. Fellas, it's been such a great day so far, Dan, but how you feeling heading into our last group stage?
Very excited we get to see Group C. They're going to kick off. We haven't seen them on the main stage yet, and I think there's a lot of NRG fans in the arena as well, so they'll be very happy that that's going to be happening for us here today.
Mark?
Super excited just to get back into the games, to be honest. The break's great, the players get to be refreshed, but I'm a selfish man.
Yeah.
So I want to see more games, I want to see more action. Plus, we kind of get the culmination of the group stage now, so we get to see who are going to be the teams who are going to fall down to that elimination bracket, who's going to continue, and who's going to maybe get a little bit more rest tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Genome, high stakes right now for a lot of teams.
Exactly. The psychology of that is coming through, right? Instead of these players being like, oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to go fine. They know how they've done so far. Now they need to either start going crazy and putting up some big scores to jump up to that top 20. Otherwise, it's elimination bracket for them.
I do kind of like where we are, though, where a lot of teams know exactly what they have to do. A lot of teams know where they're sitting. They know they need a big game. They know they only need a little bit. We will find out in just a moment what ends up happening. But for those joining us, if you want to know how this tournament is running, let me walk you through a little bit of an explainer of the process. Because, of course, it can be a little confusing if it's your first time joining us or about this tournament. So we've got our group stages. We're going then into our knockout stage tomorrow, an elimination stage, as you would call it. The teams who do not make our top 20 right now will be fighting for their lives in their very first game tomorrow. But the teams who are in our top 20, they'll kind of be safe. They will not be going home in that first game they play. That will be called the winners. 10 of those teams who win in that winners bracket will wait in our finals. They won't play anymore. They'll see it in Sunday and at a chance with match point. The 10 teams and winners who don't place top 10 will go and face off the teams in the elimination brackets. Now, if you get into that elimination bracket, it is a terrible time because you have a chance, if you underperform in that exact moment, to go home. The top 10 teams will stay alive and face the bottom teams of the winners bracket to then have a chance to fight to join the rest of the 10 teams in match point on Sunday. It's crazy, but it all ends up to being one of the best esport experiences you can expect in all of esports. 50 points, hit the threshold, and of course then you get that match win. Let's take a look at how these points stand. And Dan, ExoClan on top, 124 points. That is an amazing performance from them.
What's insane is the amount of points they've accumulated from World's Edge as well. It's like a 79% has been World's Edge and the rest is Storm Point. And actually, it's a heavy load on the top three, all with their World's Edge performances. But then you look a little bit further down, there are some teams that have really been performing on Storm Point. If you go all the way down, there's teams like Vex, for example, their saving grace has been Storm Point. So we really are seeing a difference between all 40 of these teams on where they're performing, what map they're best at.
Yeah, Dan, Dan, that intricacy is so important. But Mark, a lot of teams, have you seen kind of playing to their best, or some teams maybe need to step it up here going into this final?
I think there's a few teams who've had to put some things into a better gear, let's say, and I think they've started to today. Yesterday was a tough day, I think, for everyone. Jumping in for 6 games, going away, having to think about what drop spots were open for you, were you being contested, are your rotations as comfortable as they normally were, because we have teams who play with different play styles, who may be dropping in POIs that are close to you, and I think teams have had to adapt overnight very quickly. Some more games under the belt today, a little bit more comfortable on this stage, a little bit more sleep in the tank as well for some of the teams who've had to travel internationally, and I think we're going to see some really good quality Apex in these final games.
Been very impressed with APAC in general, Genome. I think those are kind of the region. APAC North, APAC South, 15 representatives total out of the 40 that are here, but maybe over-representing in terms of their placement so far in the top 20.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, right? But you've got to remember, this is the top 5 teams of the region, right? Not even the top 10. So you are expecting a little bit more out of these top teams. We don't necessarily have the, the guys who just sort of hung on to the cape and managed to make it all the way over here. Every single team that has come across from APAC South is an elite team.
Well, it's one of those interesting elements, too, because when you look at, I believe, just Roy here, just representing Dreamfire.
I love this guy.
Where's the hearts, Roy? We need the hearts right now. He maybe isn't understanding it. But again, moments like that make LAN so special, Dan. Just seeing the reactions, the player moments. I even talked with Northeption, who raised a GG. I mean, as humble as he was, very excited.
That's my guy right there.
Stealing the show. We've still got the guard ready to play for their first time on stage. Rambo with the luscious hair. I mean, moments can be made. He made himself a star at the last LAN that we saw, man.
He did. I mean, he was a fill-in at Champs, right? He was unexpected to be playing, but he was the best fill-in they could have possibly asked for. And now he has a practice team, and I think the Guard are going to be here to make a statement. They want to prove a point, and Rambo's going to be a heart of that.
Dan, I want to go right back to you, because now, fellas, it's time to start talking about who we're really focusing on in this group. So, Dan, I want to see if you have a shout-out, a call-out, anybody that you're kind of highlighting here in this group.
I mean, it's hard to not talk about NRG, right? When we look at what they were able to achieve throughout the regular season and how well they performed, they were actually the most winningest team in North America when it came to the final standings in regular season. And now they've got to replicate that when it comes to here on LAN. And, I mean, I'm very excited because I've heard you had a chat with Sweet. I've heard there's quite an exciting feature between Sweet and yourself.
Well, I had some time with Sweet. I might have had some time with Hal as well. We'll have to wait. You have to watch the rest of the tournament to see when that shows up. But again, adding Gilderson's in, it was a big change. Xset obviously losing that, but doing so well picking up Sykes. They found their momentum mark, but who do you have your eyes on as well heading into this?
It's only right that I pick a European team, really, isn't it? So I'm gonna be. I know it's obvious. I know it is, but you have to give a lot of credit to Ascend and what they did in the previous lobby. They managed to win that one. That's saying 9th place overall, and they are one of those teams who are on the cusp now. A good lobby here, 6 good games. They will be in that winner's bracket, and I think for every single team who is here, who has made the travel over to London, first thing they want to achieve is getting in that winner's bracket. Then it's getting to that final. Then it's kind of seeing what happens. So Ascend have put themselves in a great spot. Question is, can they close out now in those last 6 games?
Ascend a team that is just, there's Kashera right there. He gave us one of the most moving interviews talking about how he would love to see his father see him hoist a trophy at LAN. I'm actually one of those people still in my heart hoping to see him get that experience. But Ascend, Dan, you talked to him a little bit about that as well.
He did say his dad is here as well. His family have come to watch, and I think that's an amazing moment for him, especially after his dad has recovered. And I think it's so special that he can now have that opportunity to play on stage.
Real life motivation, real life opportunities. But, for a team like EXO, Genome, I know you've been keeping your eye on them. They are taking full advantage, coming out with a win in the last group.
Yeah, look, APAC South on top of the standings, as we are wont to do. It's our rightful place, apparently, and when it comes to LAN. They're on top in points. They're also on top in kills as well. Killerpos currently running away with it at 31 kills on the top of the kill leaderboard. And that's how these guys have got a lot of their points coming into this last portion of the group stage.
To me, it's like there's so many teams we just talked about. We haven't even mentioned Fnatic, number 4 in championships. You talk about the biggest tournament in the world. They've stayed a great representation of APAC North consistently, and that's what we're looking for. Teams who come into the adversity and just reckoning back to the Raise GG's chat with me, he didn't particularly prepare for any team here. They're kind of playing their own style. And I feel like that shows a lot of confidence in what APAC North as a region is bringing to the table. That's right, show some love, Fnatic representing in the house. And I also think it's just, I think where Apex is going and how it's elevating itself across the regions. They're saying we trust our play, we trust what we bring to the table, we don't have to adjust to anybody. You'll see if it works.
When you have a 40-team tournament where you are playing multiple lobbies, you cannot prepare for every single lobby at your very best. So I love that. Focus on yourselves, know what's true to you and where you can drop. There's two different methods, right? You can either just be determined of where you want to be dropping, or you can play a style like Ascend do, and you have like a flex drop. You will just drop wherever there is space. There are pros and cons to both of those styles, but it seems like Fnatic's way of doing things seems to be working out very well.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your early thoughts. It's time to get into our map schedule so you know where we will be dropping in-game. It's Store Point to kick things off. First three will go there, then we will take a little break and head over to finish things on World's Edge. It is always fun to see World's Edge be the end. There's a little bit of an essence, I think, mark of tension on World's Edge. Store Point a little bit more free-flowing. World's Edge, a little older of a map. Kind of has that history to it, especially when you're ending a day that could result in being in an elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I describe World's Edge as a pair of comfy slippers. You just can't throw a rifle, right? They just feel so good. It doesn't matter what you do. And I love the fact now that because we're going into the crunch games of the day and of the groups to find out who's going to the winner's bracket, the more comfortable map is second, which means that we can have some unpredictability on Storm Point. Some teams have excelled, of course, on Storm Point, but I would say as a general rule, most teams get the majority of points on World's Edge. They feel more comfortable on World's Edge for whatever reason that is. So the fact that we have World's Edge kind of as a backup, as a full safe for some of these teams where they're like, okay, it's time for us to go, we know what we have to do, it sets us up so beautifully for these 6 games.
Well, fellas, 4 big brains up here. I don't know how we got all the talking points out before it's time to go, and all the muscle up here. I'm not sure how we're even standing. Mark, you're taking up half of the stage.
So much.
It's time to go, ladies and gentlemen. Kick things off. Our games are about to begin for our second half, our last portion of group play before we get into our elimination brackets. And for that, we've got some special casters up there, Spider Tiff and Glitter Explosion.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. It is the final moments of the group stage for these teams to get some points on the board, Tiff. Thank you very much to the Dapper Desk, but I'm excited to start getting into some of this Apex act.
I mean, a Dapper Desk, I completely agree. They're talking about onset down there. I was just perusing social media prior to this map, and there was like an onset appreciation thread, and I was like, look, I'm trying to get on that level. One day, maybe I can like flex on them a little bit, but no, never.
You know what? We're all aspiring to be on that level. And that's also the equivalent level in Apex skill that all of our players want to be at. We are in Legend Select. We are getting into the dropship. These are going to be some very exciting games here today because there's a lot of them on the line for so many different teams.
I mean, that's exactly what it is. And to be fair, we've got Group C on the stage for the first time. We saw so much hype surrounding the Guard in particular and Rambo in general. One of the first times I ever witnessed Rambo play was when he subbed in for GMT, had that amazing endgame Valk clutch, now known as KCP, who, you know, they're gonna have a great time as well. So it's kind of funny, they're gonna be facing each other. But since we are starting back on Storm Point, I really love watching how these maps play out. North Eption feeling confident, coming out with a win in the series that we just experienced. They had, in the regular season, a 57% match win on Storm Point, so clearly doing something right.
Yeah, they are most definitely a comfortable team on this map. We'll have to see if that ends up playing out in their favor if they're able to kind of continue that dominance and get some more points on the board. Because like you were saying, we have squads that we haven't even seen on this main stage yet. We have so many different people to be paying attention to as we watch our teams getting their drops in. And this is something we were talking about before we even got into the game today. We were looking to see where North Eption was going to be dropping, and it looks like they decided to go on over to High Point.
Yeah, exactly. No one wants to chow TSM at the wall, and originally I believe NTH had kind of dabbled with that, but they stretched it over to High Point. I think that's a really smart move for them. And you look at the zone, we're getting a dead center zone, so teams like the Guard who tend to play zone, Ascent, this is exactly what they want. You've got Kashera that has that beacon available for them, so they'll get a lot of that information super quick. Space Station, we don't have Vex in this lobby, so they're not having that early contest onto Launchpad. It'll be really nice for them because we start looking at some of the bubble teams, because that's what's going to come into play here. You know, Onset mentioned it. You want to find your way into that winner's bracket, get some extra sleep. Vaxlon himself tweeted, I want to do great so I can sleep in. So I'm sure some of these other players are feeling the same way.
The sleep is very important, okay? They need all of their energy when it comes to tomorrow. Tomorrow's a very long day for some of these teams, especially if they're down there in that elimination bracket. So like you're saying, they want to avoid it. They want the extra rest, some good food in their system, and then to settle in for a good day of Apex Legends. So we get into some of the action here, jumping on board with FC Destroy.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice start. You just want to make sure at least Umachan's already got a purple shield. Yuka has a gold shield as well. Cenote K, very notorious for finding some great armor, which will give you solid rotations, but they're just going to be on the outside. They will have to rotate into the center, but so far, so good. I mean, look, flatline R301, you've got the distance, you got the hip fire in the flat. You're doing just fine.
Not too shabby, and this is a team, now you mentioned the bubble teams earlier. This is a squad we're going to be keeping our eyes on because they are a team that needs to get some points in these matches. They have a really good drop and a potentially easier rotation going through the north.
Oh, the guard on their rotation, already running into a team just on the outskirts of Antenna. I heard some cheers in the crowd. We want to see Rambo go off, but Keon going to get absolutely decimated on the Watson trying to fence in. This is not the start that we wanted for the guard. RKN, that IGL on Crypto, hunkering down, forced to go ahead and re-heal up, and RKN unfortunately going to go down immediately. This is going to be Passion on the other end. They have the health advantage, sitting on triple blue. Oh, this is going to be menacing. Rambo down as well in fold. Now Keon, last man standing for the guard. Gonna need to throw it down, but he's getting peppered from afar, and Passion gonna close the distance. And now the guard forced the team to fall out, but Passion getting thirded. Ascend once apiece.
Now Ascend having to try and hold their ground in the corner here. One of the better teams on Stormpoint out of EMEA, so this should be an easy fight for them to take, but they're having to cover so many different angles here right now. Doing a good job so far, getting a little bit of a reset onto Kashera, getting those shields back, taking out Mimu, and looking like they're holding the ground just fine.
Oh, this is going to be everything that they want. I watched a lot of Kashera's POV throughout the scrims that they had leading up to playoffs, and one thing that I always noticed is that you've got to keep an eye on Lufka, right? He tended to overextend a little bit, and when Kashera would say, hey, you know, come back, maybe he was still so focused on that fight. So that's essentially what I'm looking for, but he was really happy anytime something went well. They have such creative pushes utilizing the drone here, because Kashera on the drone, constantly looking for a lot of that information. But let's jump on over to Thunderwatch, because it's NTH who just won that last map series, who are already in an engagement.
We were wondering how this rotation was going to go, which direction they were going to end up choosing. It looks like they're potentially going to be taking a little bit of a trade here with NorCal, but not pushing anything too aggressively if they don't have to this early on.
It's going to be really interesting because we know Alliance always lands over there in Lightning Rod. So if they're still alive in on this, they may be wanting to third onto this fight, maybe bide their time, be patient. NorCal does have some decent armor available to them and feeling very confident with their weapon selects. Rolling Thunder, pilfering through. You've got the audio clutter, you have the visual clutter, but you got to keep an eye on your 6.
The problem is, the longer this goes on for, the more attention they're drawing to themselves. Like you said, Alliance is going to be very close to that area as well, looking to see if they can potentially third-party anything, get some early KP on the board, a team that we will also be keeping our eyes on because they too are kind of in that bubble area, and any single point that they can secure early, they will definitely go for.
Yeah, Alliance coming into the series with 54 points, 24th place, just 4 spots outside the potential for getting into that winner's bracket, but no real fight has broken out just yet. Just a little pokes and prods, some warning shots, looking down towards Stormcatcher, which you know could be a potential rotation for them, and they are going to make their way over towards zone, utilizing the scope, trying to see, hey, is this a free building? Can I get here? Maybe craft up a little bit. Pings going out, so they are looking for info.
Let us explore. Every single team looking like they decide to think better of the engagement in general. Alliance backed off. NorCal, North Epsion all pushing away. We see a few knocks coming down on the kill feed, and we do get to jump on board. It is TSM that's going to be taking this engagement. We'll have to see if they're able to hold silent.
Oh, I was loving all those tweets early on where it was like, who's that Pokemon? It's Raven. Bro, Raven is catching all the strays right now, but it is no surprise how much work he has done with the TSM team themselves, throwing out some warning shots. They have that next zone information, so they are going to poise themselves to hold out any of those southern rotated teams. We know Oxygen, Land Shipfall, KCP, they're going to rotate through this way as well.
All right, a little bit of a lull here, taking some poke damage onto Hal. As TSM finds themselves a little bit of color. Still do have the white on Verholst. They're going to want to get that evoed up as quickly as possible. But I think we have finally started to enter you know what, no lull, because now Dreamfire is deciding to take some action themselves up against FC. Bolin going down. This is a little bit of a rough spot for them.
Look, we knew Fnatic was really great. They were talking about it on the desk, that aggressive nature, taking out Dreamfire, but it's going to be Hammer Drill getting a good opening moment for them. The ring is going to be at their back, but no surprise. Now a full onto Tau, and just the way that they are working this area. We know Dreamfire lands in Barometer, which is just to the left, so now the rotation coming in from FC Destroy, pushing them straight through their POI. But this is where a lot of those teams became congested. It's a beautiful shot with the Volt going in with some immense damage. Now you gotta double down, get the trade, have your teammates kind of flux in so you can reset.
Deciding to continue to make this move. We've got Hammer Drill dropping down, everyone trying to change their height, change the verticality, see if they can get some different angles and survive this push right now. FC Destroy looking very comfortable, able to back out and give themselves some different lines of sight here, but definitely want to continue to push back in and see if they can keep getting this KP.
That is the name of the game. The way to get points is placement or eliminations, and eliminations is a little bit more fun. FC just finding a lot of success down here. A little bit of Bangalore smoke trying to deter, but it's not going to work because the Digi-Threats of the Crafter, and all of them are utilizing it.
Bolin down yet again. It's NRG coming in for the third party, though. Nathan getting one of those knocks. This is going to be a really tough spot. Now Dreamfire going down, and NRG just capitalizing on all of the chaos that's been going down here.
This is exactly what NRG needs, right? They forewent scrimming, so they didn't get to fight for a lot of things or maybe experience playing against a lot of the teams coming from a different region. So finding early success for them is going to be great. And a little wall bounce for Dapper, but it's not going to be enough because NRG eliminates FC Destroy. But before we experience that, Xenow throwing out the black hole, trying to cover the distance. Frex is already down, and Xenow going big with the Prowler.
What is going on right now? The savagery coming out of all of these teams. The first game of the series, SSG trying to salvage this fight right now, dropped with a sliver of health, able to get this bat off and get a recovery and a full reset for the team. That's huge. Flora does go down.
I mean, that's exactly what you need, but it's EXO at the hands of Flora right there. So EXO came into this in first with 124 points. I had a chat with Exodus, the owner of EXO right there, and also the coach, who's actually not really, I don't think he's actually coaching. They're playing this without a coach here this week, and it's kind of wild that they've been able to find so success. And he said that, you know, after champs, they were looking at minimizing some small mistakes that they had. They were able to start early, get some good momentum, but couldn't carry it to get into the final. So it's great to see that they're doing that, as well as Space Station finding a lot of success, currently in 5th place on the group stage.
SSG getting themselves a little bit of loot here as they take a couple shots across the way and take some damage in return. Going to be looking for a safe place to be able to rotate into that next zone. Now checking with Onyx. Everyone, have they finally calmed down now for a little bit? Because that was a very aggressive start.
I feel like a lot of teams need to work on their positioning towards that last zone. It's going to pull maybe more towards the antenna, and we had an antenna zone on the last series, and TSM found a lot of success there. You know, it's their old drop spot POI. Let's get a look at that map and the positioning. NRG just on the outskirts of Barometer. Now, mind you, they land in Checkpoint, which, by the way, Sweet, there's a beacon there. I remember our interview and how passionate you were about your beacons. You got one.
Listen, information is key in this game, okay? And any edge that you can get on any of these teams, they have to be able to utilize it. And as we say that, we're seeing more squads starting to make their way in, finding a solid spot for themselves. Ascend down there in the middle, OXG down there, a little bit of action possibly popping off with KCP as well. I'm excited to see what happens in this next ring.
Honestly, I am too. The fact that NTH is already kind of on that edge, typically they're so far out into the zone crafting and taking their time before making their way in. They're going to gatekeep NorCal as well as Space Station looking to gatekeep Alliance, who's going to disengage and take that skyward dive all the way over to Launchpad, but I just don't think that it's going to be safe with so many different choke points trying to get into the center of this ring. Teams like, you know, that are heavy zone players are going to find a little bit more success.
Sure. You can see down there, they've got Northeption finding themselves in another engagement here. Bangalore being useful, able to zone off and give them a little bit of time to get some heals back off before they decide to potentially go back in on that fight. Up in the kill feed, I see SSG and Alliance potentially getting themselves in a fight as well. If either of these teams go down, SSG or Northeption, that could open up so much for the bubble squads that need to get some points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Northeption's pretty much sealed themselves their ticket to the winner's bracket. Now it's all about having some fun and facing off against the teams that they haven't played yet on the group stages. We see Satuki typically going with that 30-30 to lay down some immense damage. I feel like it's like a buffed up wingman, but NRG in a scuffle on the bridge. It's GHS on the other side. Nathan finding a down. They have two. Just need to find the last member of GHS. Gonna reset, hip firing, the flatline coming out, but he just cannot get that bird out of the sky. And just like that, NRG takes out another team, but look at this glitter. Who wants to come play? It's TSM.
No way. If this is what happens, it's going to be a little bit of a rough spot. They did get some shields off for NRG, but TSM taking advantage of the situation. The first to go down is Guild. Nathan returns the knock onto Reps, but it is just a back and forth with TSM coming out on top, and NRG is eliminated.
But there ain't no party like another third party. Reps still down, but it's going to be Bearholst and Hal that are need to square off against KCP, and a little bit of an R-Star action. Pioneers are coming in hot and heavy, just like that. TSM taken out, and this is what KCP needs, right? They need to start putting some scores on the board. They were so stuck in all of those contests throughout the rest of the group stages that this is big.
This is massive for KCP, and we saw tweets from them on social media saying they wanted to pick up their performance here today. Weren't super happy with how yesterday went, and already they have improved even just in the first series of games today. This is the aggression we love seeing out of KCP.
I mean, I just love aggressive nature in general. Like, it just makes it more fun, and we get more action. NorCal Esports being held out by Space Station and NTH. It's very unfortunate that this is happening. Northeption, sure, getting that full elimination, but they need to turn their tide onto the other team that is here. You can hear the rolling thunder coming down and crashing. That creeping barrage is going to do significant damage to Tuki, trying to go in and help out Taida. But when you hit that grab lift, it doesn't matter. The Prowler from a distance just isn't as good as a hip fire, but still keeps going. Frex last alive. Beast of the Hunt activated, but he's got that RE45 in hand. And just like that, going to eliminate Northeption.
You know, Northeption and NorCal were hovering around each other for so long. That engagement was bound to happen, but SSG getting in on that as well, getting themselves some KP, trying to survive. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out for them, and another team goes down. Now we're going to be focusing on all the squads that have managed to get into the zone.
Yeah, let's talk about it. EXO, your current leaders of the group stages, finding a lot of success as they work on Onyx, formerly known as Boogie Borders before they got signed to Onyx. And Killapose, your kill leader, 31 eliminations so far in the group stages, looking to find it. Ziki gonna go down. Will they clutch up? No, it's gonna be Fnatic.
Okay, now you've got the overall leaders in EXO playing out. Fnatic, also though, a squad we wanted to keep our eyes on. First time being able to see here on this main stage, and they are just taking no prisoners, dropping down for more engagements. They do lose Melcera, however, still take out Onyx in the process, probably get a reset here. Fnatic's looking real good.
I mean, Yuka's still healthy. I think if they can just go ahead and get this res off, but you see they are already on the high ground at this point. There are certain stages where it's like you have to prioritize your life and the placements, right? They're doing a great job of that. But if you look, this zone is not pulling into Antenna. It's going to the choke just south, and you know who called that? It's gonna be Oxygen Esports lying in wait. But this is late for them to show out. Yuka finding some damage. Nade gonna connect for 71, so that's going to force those teams to be very, very unlucky as they get held out.
Yuka's done a good job, though, of making sure that they're keeping the enemy teams away, because that amount of time has allowed Fnatic to get that reset that I was talking about. This is going to be huge for them. Get Melcera back up on the high ground and give them a little bit of room to now push against Alliance.
You know, I want to see something big here out of Alliance. They need to get on the other side of Fnatic, and I feel like he's just peppering, you know, all around that player.
All right, well, there has to be a lot going on, so let's jump in to a quick listen in with Alliance and see what they're thinking.
Yeah. Take whatever. Yeah. They're fighting on the building. You got him, good. Phoenix here too, I'm taking out.
Can we free P and take this building, or is it about?
No, we're valcotting,
Okay.
Do armor height, do armor height. Yeah. Height's getting fucked, but...
If left corner is not good, we can always go to the bins as well.
Yeah. We can go middle bins, but we can play middle bins here too. Yeah. We need to find a spot, get ready to valcotting.
Valcotting from me?
Yeah, on Yuki, Anywhere safe,
Yeah, this is gonna be good. We're gonna be quick though, you ready?
Yeah. Let's send it.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
We can maybe land 3 far behind them if we're ahead of them, by the way. 3 is good here, if they're not there. Are they valcotting, by the way, on the left?
I don't know. No.
There's nobody left, right? There's nobody left. I'm just kidding.
No,
take 3. Take 3.
Yeah.
Go 3.
They just
we can play everything.
They just valcoted out.
Just take base here. Don't let them land on us, by the way. That's good. Let's 3P building now. Look for angles. They land
no one side. No one side.
Yeah.
Kill roof.
Yeah, I'm nading roof.
Nading roof as well. I hit one.
Queue up and look for it. Huge nade. We're looking over you, Mandy. Careful, we're looking over you, Mandy.
Yeah, Mandy, careful. He's one shot.
I'm being shot down.
He's one shot.
Batting, all
I
you.
got a kill.
Nice. Duo, by the way.
Get in. Come to me.
It's a duo. I'm getting fucked.
I'm with Yuki.
I can't. I need help probably.
Can you cross? I can cover you.
Yeah, I'm trying to cross right now.
Yeah, you should be good. Come.
Can we kill the duo inside?
Yeah.
We got a scan. I have 2 nades. I'm terminating. Kill us.
Looking.
A perfect representation of organized chaos as more aggression comes out of Alliance. They take out Ascend after some fantastic nades.
I mean, look, that's going to be really tough. Ascend was only able to pick up 1 elimination throughout this game, and Alliance looking so and dominating, currently sitting with 10 points on the game. Now they just got to focus on getting up that hill safely. They do have an enemy team in their LOS. They're throwing out that focus of attention from the Seer to try and get information on the team in the building just ahead of them. But hey, there's going to be another team that wants to get into this with 4 squads remaining. If we start one fight, this may end there.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough spot for Alliance as they have to decide to make the push, knowing that they've got a team on their side that they're going to have to be keeping their eyes on. But we were talking about this earlier on in the broadcast. Alliance tends to flourish under pressure. Maybe they needed 2 series worth of pressure because they look fantastic right now.
I like that you say pressure because when I think of like Mandy coming in as a sub, I don't really think of pressure. I think of like easygoing fun. Now, the last time I saw him in competitive like a while ago was with Scars, right? But it's just been really exciting to see him come in as a sub on the stage here with Alliance. But Shields going out, playing it patience, only has that rock. He needs to find a good like heady on that, you know, just peek over your head. Mandy taking some damage right there. Oxygen showing a lot of presence there on the left side with the fences. But we gotta have a 4th team, right? That's gonna be Gone Beret, and they are so deep into the next zone, ready and waiting. But Oxygen, it's about time they show up. They get an opening knock on Passions Urban, and that's gonna be Hill, the IGL, and the Young Guns of Crook and Enemy, their first LAN experience, so maybe they just needed some time to warm up.
Ooh, and that was definitely a timing thing as Passion does go down. OXG able to just deal so much damage. Alliance helping out a little bit with that, but now Alliance forced to make the same push, and OXG is just lying in wait. Dealing a little bit of damage, somehow Alliance is able to survive because now you've got GO focusing a little bit on OXG, and there's just so much chaos going on that OXG could not finish off the Alliance squad.
Gone Beret electing to utilize a Newcastle, which I haven't seen in the competitive in quite some time. You know, it was so prevalent pairing Newcastle, Watson, Valken. Gone Beret electing to show a lot of presence. You've got all the Watson fences off the zone, the Newcastle ultimate out as well, so they are poised to force this win because Alliance still has to move to them. Crook only has a literal rock, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Dude, that's right. Good.
I mean, surely Alliance is going to want to clear out the solo of Crook before they have to focus anything down below. It's going to be a little bit rough. I mean, GO just looks comfortable. Like you were saying, they're fully set up. They've got the fences down. Alliance has to go to them. It should be interesting to see they decide to use the grab lift here, get some vision, and decide how they want to take this push. Can they get Crook down. No, it's G.O that takes out OXG. Now we're down to the final 3v3.
Yeah, Gombre was able to find a cheeky line of sight to take down Crook, but Mandy making a play for the Rock as well. Get some well-needed heals and a good armor swap. We love that for you, Mandy. So now they can focus their attention because you can see Yuki and Hackett are just taking so much damage, and Mandy extending a little bit forward, has the mobility of Horizon, and is destroying the fences, which is going to be allowing them to do this. But Jasna gonna take so much damage for the other team. Look at that! Woo!
It looks like the extra cover from that Newcastle is going to be very useful for Geo right now as Alliance tries their best to do any sort of damage here. The grab lift helping with a little bit of a verticality change, but Alliance is starting to get knocked. They have to make the push. Mandy goes down. Geo is all but taking this game home. There's just one player standing between them and the first win of the series.
Let's go, Gomber Ray. So excited. The first time I actually got to watch this team play was Nice Wig's watch parties. This is how I got all my information on the other regions because I was up at like 3 a.m. watching. So congratulations, Gombre, for taking match 1 win. It's got to feel good. Flex that shirt. We want to see it. And Hackett's got a good smile on his face and a cute little Nessie there as well.
I mean, they've got to feel good if we're talking about Alliance with that performance compared to what's been happening in the last 2 series. This is a night and day difference. This is what we wanted to see. I think they were a team that was kind of in everybody's mouths coming into this event, so it's nice to see them bounce back, but stellar performance and positioning from Geo.
That was exactly what they needed. They just waited. They took the zone positioning. They put up an absolute fortress between the fences and the Newcastle wall, and honestly, Alliance really couldn't do anything. I thought at one point they were going to utilize Mandy and take that grab lift, throw the black hole immensely on them, but you know, Watson's Jenny, it's going to eat the black hole regardless, so it's kind of a tough situation.
It just, the cover ended up being a little bit more useful. I wasn't sure if the Seer was going to be able to help them kind of get through that in the end. Stellar performance from all of those teams.
A little Mandy flex, so you get that?
He's hyped, okay?
I mean, look, they're pumped. That's a great way to start. Now you just got to carry that momentum forward because, granted, this was just the first map on Stormpoint. Rain Day, I'd be curious to hear what you think about this.
Well, I gotta say congratulations to Gambareo Tucson, an incredible performance. Junghae, Dogma, and Jusna. It's just one of those things that makes you feel like this tournament is always giving us something else to talk about. And the emotion on their faces, Dan, I mean, that was pretty electric.
It was fantastic to see them get that victory, and it was hard for them not to win in the position they found themselves in that final circle. I mean, Newcastle, Watson, they had all the defenses set up. There was no way anyone was getting through, but of course, you still have to play it out. You still have to make sure you hit the shots, and boy, were they hitting those shots.
Yeah, and I mean, Mark, we don't talk often about meta and these character choices. We kind of harp on the players and the play style and the zone pulls, but Newcastle Watson, something that teams are pioneering a little bit before. In fact, we actually saw that come in our championship. 100 Thieves kind of played Newcastle Watson the entire time to the tune of $100,000 in 5th place. Unfortunately, though, it's kind of fallen out. Now back in, it might kind of be something that Gambareo Tucson is picking up. The other teams might have to follow.
It's an interesting composition for sure. We were talking a lot about Newcastle and its effectiveness within these competitive lobbies, especially when you get a final zone where you do have 10 plus teams. Then you start to really maybe see Newcastle not being the greatest character because you don't have the offensive capabilities to maybe create the space around you need to win a game. Right. In that situation, it's perfect, right? You've got center zone, you've got a 3v3, you've got Watson Gen down, which is going to keep those shields pumping up. You've got a Newcastle wall. It's almost difficult to try and penetrate those kind of defenses. And Alliance's one chance was the grav lift. If you can one-clip someone up the grav lift, if you're Horizon, you have an option. But apart from that, it's such a tough fight to win.
And Geo, as one of the only teams who were actually streaming scrims from APAC North, they were actually playing super aggressively. They were playing Bangalore, Justna. This guy is cracked. You can see why from that final zone. But the fact that they've switched to this entirely different composition, completely different in how you want to play that and the objectives that you're playing towards. So for them to now find success on that, honestly, really exciting.
And as we take a look at these highlights too, I want to mention that's what happened on match point day last championship we saw. It became Gibby, Caustic, and Valkyrie. That was what these teams won on. That's what Dark Zero ended up winning on. Still, that storyline for them to be back-to-back champions again. But Dan, walk us through what we saw in Game 1 here.
I mean, we're back to Stormpoint. We've moved from a World's Edge where we're back to just carnage unfolding, right? We lost 10 teams, it felt like, in the first half of the game. And we were just speaking then, and Gino was saying, well, with the circle pull down towards Antenna, people not really sure where the circle's going to go. It's not as easily predictable as it is on World's Edge. And for that fact, we saw a lot lot of third parties. We saw TSM get involved on NRG, and you thought maybe they are good, but no, suddenly KCP come out of nowhere as well. People were hearing the noise, they were getting involved in scraps, and they were trying to pick up points where they were available.
Listen, first time we've seen KCP on our stage here, but how are you feeling about a little bit of the carnage, the chaos that's been going on in their way?
I mean, KCP have been very quiet so far this tournament by their own standards. Yes, of course, they do have a sub coming in. Shout out to Max Strafey when you're at home watching. All the love in the world to you, but it's a difficult situation to have a sub come in, but what a sub to come in. Pandas. The one thing that kind of, I think, has hurt them slightly is maybe they're not winning the team fights that they usually would. The cohesion's not quite there, and even though they were able to third-party TSM, I wonder, is that a smart third party? Because then immediately they get third party. There was kind of this domino effect of like, oh, you've taken a fight, maybe we can jump on top of this, but we took a little bit too much damage, then another third party, and we saw a very interesting, I would say, sort of first third of the game. We saw a little bit of early fighting going on, but then it was a surprising amount of fights going down. Maybe it was because of that zone where teams thought there's not playable area, we need to play for kill points here, that's where we're going to accumulate our points, or maybe it was just circumstance where opportunities were presenting themselves and teams got a little bit too carried away.
We lost 3 teams, NRG, TSM, KCP to that third party. We lost ExoClan, I think we lost SSG to Zone, and then of course Alliance ended up being in that position with Ganbare Tucson. What does this mean for Alliance moving forward, Gino?
I mean, it was a really impressive game from them, right? I mean, of the last teams that were alive, Ganbare, Otsusan, and Oxygen were down the bottom, so they kind of got to walk that in, take up early positions. But Alliance had to fight their way there, and that's something that they have struggled to do thus far. I mean, not least of which because Flora have been making it hard for them from the drop.
Yeah, I mean, Effect is a player, we obviously wish could hear, unfortunately cannot make it, but Mandy has experience, and that's one of the things, representing Scars who, after a while going on to the streaming, now being signed by TSM, now representing with Alliance. Mandy's been there, done that, has a huge fan base in Europe. That's the type of thing that when you're in a situation, you have to claw your way out through the mud to get something, where experience actually starts to help you. On the backside of this, though, Dan, Space Station, we mentioned them. You casted them in the last set. This team is actually performing quite well today.
It is, and maybe, we're not going to see an incredible performance turning up on Stormpoint, but I still think if you can get 6 kills, sometimes it's just how the map plays out, right? Maybe the circle hasn't gone perfectly for you. Maybe you get caught in one of those third-party trains that inevitably happen when everyone does start following the noise. And as long as you can consistently be picking up 6 points, 7 points each game, you're going to find yourself there or thereabouts at a bang average amount to get yourself through to the winner's bracket.
Now, I'd like to actually talk, too, about a team that, we had seen before. One of the men with the luscious hair here. There's many in the crowd. I actually interviewed one. Jazz, shout out for those in the community as well. 17-year-old hanging out at the venue. But the guard, Rambo, 0 points on that one. Mark, surprised?
It's one game. I mean, yes, it's a surprise to see a team that is as talented as the guard. Rambo was joint overall with Imperial How in the North American Split 1 Pro League for total kills, and that's something you could be very, very proud of. And I think Rambo's story is amazing, right? A champ, you said, he filled in as a sub, but what a name he made for himself, right? He popped off, then he goes on, like I mentioned, to become that joint kill leader. The hair is something I will be forever jealous of, but he's going to have to find that form, lift the team back up. We know the vibes are always good with Rambo, but it's 1 game out of 6, so I'm not going to get too carried away here with the guard, but they do have to be aware the games can slip away very fast.
Yeah, the guard starting this series off had 65% of their points coming from placement points as opposed to kill points. That is one of the most stark differences between any team thus far in the tournament.
And I think when you look at that, Genome, and as we take a look at the final circle here as well, it's interesting when you can't get to that placement point. Some lobbies do allow you to play a little slower and rotate and not have so much aggression on the way. This may not be a lobby that actually helps the guard do that. They might have to get a little out of their comfort zone and start fighting on the way. But take a look at this, Dan. Help walk us through this moment. Mark had mentioned a little bit about the setup from Ganbare, but from Alliance's side as well, it's so difficult to break through this.
I mean, this was like the Battle of Helm's Deep, really, wasn't it? No one was going to be able to...
Where's Legolas?
This fortress. There was nothing, there was no utility available either. The only saving grace, Mark said, is the Horizon Graviton lift to come in and maybe give them some sort of angle. You even saw the full send when Mandy just came absolutely flying in here, but unfortunately he was just left for dead because they were all 3 able to just pick him off. And then even though we've seen some incredible 1v clutches from Yuki, it was a bit too much of a tall order when we came into this final 1 versus 3. It was a simple final circle for Gio, but it was the setup, right? It was the fact that they got there, that they were able to place themselves, they were able to predict that that circle was going to end in that area, and they also kept their back free for so long, which is not an easy thing to do.
And it feels like some of these teams are getting caught off guard. I mean, to be honest, we don't usually see 1v1s for so long happening. There's usually a third party there, a fourth party there. What that tells me, Mark, is that teams weren't able to get in those third, fourth party positions. It was kind of like a couple teams had it right, a lot of teams had it wrong. In game 2, that's probably going to shift, though.
I think zone has a big impact on it. Like we mentioned, that zone is one we don't see very often. There's been a few zones today that I've seen that I've gone, I haven't seen this one in a while, and I think it might be catching a few teams off guard when we do have those little zone kind of surprises for them, and one team who's going to have to adjust to that is the guard. Like you mentioned, a lot of their placement points, their points have come from placement, a very zone-heavy team, so the guard has got to find out a way to navigate through, and we heard, I think, from Rambo saying that RKN have made some amazing zone calls yesterday to win them games, to get them into good positions, but I think zone has a big impact on certain lobbies, and especially that one we just saw. It's so tough to find a place to play, even if you know where you're going. Right?
Yeah, because a lot of those teams hadn't read it right. They were only a couple of the ones that started on the southern side of the map were down the bottom, and everyone else just got crushed into that meat grinder of a funnel that's at the bottom of Antenna.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who it was with the med kit who slid into basically the gates of Jurassic Park and could barely get it off. Is that a member of SSG?
It was SSG.
It was SSG. That was just tough to watch. You can just tell, though, that's the adjustment these teams have to make. And they know it's on the line. For those watching at home and those in the crowd, this is the last chance to set yourself up for getting into the winner's bracket. Winner's bracket means tomorrow you have at least 6 games that you can do well in, do not. You're either finals or you play again. Elimination bracket means you don't do well in those 6 games, you could be going home. That is a completely different thing to play for. Alliance team specifically, we talk about who is in that second place, coming into the day, I believe, with 24 points right now at this. They need a big, big game, 60-plus point win to get into that winner situation.
That being said, elimination bracket isn't the worst thing in the world, right? We've seen teams that have dropped the elimination bracket and had great confidence being built from getting good points, racking up a total, gaining momentum, and then pushing yourselves through into that final and having the opportunity to play in the grand final. So I think there are a lot of teams here that maybe would thrive in that kind of environment.
You know, but would you rather be in the winner's bracket or
Me personally, of course I would.
Okay, there you go.
There are some people who might.
At least Dan's honest with me here. I mean, listen, it is a little difficult, Genome, you could say, to be in that position, but he's right. Pressure makes diamonds.
Exactly. KCP, right? If you remember back to Sweden, they came 33rd.
Yeah.
Then they got 1st and 2nd in the 2 losers bracket matches there to walk their way into the final. So exactly as Dan was saying, sometimes, you know, maybe you just need some more reps in, need some more games to give you that confidence pulling into Championship Sunday.
Well, we are getting very, very excited to continue moving on here. Games loading up very, very soon. We're here in London in the Copper Box Arena. Take a look at this. We've got some fans there of a very special team, Ascend. Kashera showing up with that beer, that lovely beer. We talked about his story and the supporters up there, Ascend making noise. And is that Dan?
Is his dad
That's
as well.
his father right there.
Yeah, he said he was very happy that his dad was going to be able to finally come and watch him because his dad had said he'd always wanted to come and see him live, and here he is today. So a very special moment for not just Ascend and Kashera, but of course for fans all around the world who were supporting him after that kind of interview that we had. It was just so heartfelt.
I mean, not only that, just to pivot off of what they put together this season, because we got here, it's the playoffs, but what did they do in the season? Incredible dominance in EU. I mean, in EMEA. Ascend have been, bar none, one of the best teams that we've seen perform. The question always has been, Mark, at LAN, can you replicate those results? This is a big test for them. I mean, I wouldn't say it's do or die, but I think there's an element of, you know, we're finally waiting to see if you can pull this off.
Well, we saw it in the last group, right? When they played, they managed to top the leaderboard. So they found that form.
Yeah.
But lobby to lobby, you've got to find consistency. We're going to keep hitting that keyword because that is what wins games. That is what wins lobbies in Apex Legends. Even when we get to match point, consistency is what gets you there. Then it's about finding that win. One thing that Ascend can do, and have proven all the way through the season, they can find wins. They can win final circles. And I got to say, it's always exciting to watch them in those final circles. I think Lufka has been an amazing pickup for them. The kind of utility he gives them as a fragger just gives them so much space. So keep your eyes on him for Ascend in those final circles.
Genome, Northeption, again, I want to keep bringing it up. Is this a team that's surprising you in how well that they're performing? I mean, are they in that group of teams that maybe around the world fans looking at saying, oh, Northeption, I wasn't giving them a run for this championship title. Now I am.
Yeah, I'm definitely in that group. They did come in at 3rd overall, I believe it was, for APAC North. So that should tell you something, right? Because APAC North, as we've seen, very strong region overall, especially in this tournament. I think, unfortunately, they underperformed a little bit in Rally, and now they are getting their time to shine.
All right, TSM, NRG, big names playing against each other. The Howland Suite, who's the best IGL, who's the best NA team, drama continuing. They took each other out, but it's all EU on top. It's all APAC North cleaning it up as well. We'll see what happens in Game 2. We've got so much more action here at the Copper Box Arena in London, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Hello everybody and welcome for the very first time for some sideline reporting with none other than Hockey. So you hear the crowd react to a quick mid-match check-in with none other than the GOAT IGL of EU himself in Hockey. So look, you guys clearly didn't have the start that you wanted. You know exactly where I'm going to start. What went wrong in those first two series, and what's changing now that you guys almost feel a little desperate? You're performing when it matters. Walk me through your journey so far.
We're kind of just warming up right now. You know, we're getting used to it. We're pulling in Mandy. He's our sub. You know, so we gotta get him used to the LAN. I feel like we're playing great. It's our macro is perfect. Our comps are great. It's just like we're just at like the one small little decision at the end, and we're like winning games. So we're this close.
I love it. I love it. Hey, you're keeping the confidence regardless. That's great to hear. Obviously, the contest with Flora has not helped. Let's talk about that contest and how are you guys going to approach World's Edge in a couple games?
We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
You always do that to me, man. You're always trying to keep things secret.
I mean, we
got something special coming up.
Yeah, we got something special coming.
All right, I understand. I respect the fact that you're going to keep it under wraps. Great game one. You guys came in, obviously, with some urgency. You need a big performance here to make it into the top 20, and you started strong. What went right on Stormpoint?
On Stormpoint, we just get to play our game. It's like being uncontested, getting our POI. We can play our game. Our macro is perfect, so, you know, we just follow the game plan, and then we can perform.
It's amazing. Last question I have to ask you. Mandy, talks about him as an individual. You obviously hear the crowd react every time we say his name. Any Mandy fans out there? The fact that he can come in and perform with 1-2 days notice, talking about Mandy and the impact he has on him as a player.
I mean, Mandy is just insane. He comes in, he's going from being an anchor on his old team to being a Horizon fragger.
And he's a ham, clearly.
Yeah. So now, him being able to adapt to a fragger role from being an anchor is just testament to how good of a player he is.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I don't want to keep you too much. I want to make sure you can get right back to gameplay. Thanks so much for taking the time. Big shout out once again. Make some noise for Alliance Hockeys. We got the one and only. We got Mandy. Back to you at the desk, Rain Day.
Thank Thank you, John Lunatic Kefalokos. We love you, buddy. And always a great interview as well. Talking to Hockeys, he knows what he's doing. Ex-military background, that shows up in game. Clear leadership, clear directive, and it's one of those things that you love to see work for Alliance. 24 points in their first round, 54 points now. They are getting better. They're just outside of top 20, but we'll see if they can continue. One thing we're going to pivot to, guys, because we talk about EU, we've talked about APAC North, we've talked about APAC South quite a bit, and we've talked about North America, of course, TSM, NRG, Chance all the time. One region that doesn't necessarily get as much introspection or at least a spotlight is South America, and they are some of the most passionate fans in our Apex Legends community and who do so much in supporting the team. I talked to PB and John, he's helped sign a few members of Leave No Witness, another team representing Argentina, but we also had a chance to talk to Stalizi, who represents Kick Esports, to give you a little bit of a background on the emotion, the passion, and the support that goes on in South America. Let's take a look.
Hey everyone, it's Vicky Kitty, and I have the pleasure of having Stalizi with me, coming in from Kick Esports and representing South America. I mean, thank you guys so much. I'm so excited that you're here. I know you guys have a long day. Thank you.
Yeah, we had a long day, like having breakfast, coming here, now we're doing the media stuff, but we're excited to play. We're ready. We feel ready this time.
Okay, so let's talk a bit about your teammates out here, talking about the Kick roster. What does each of your teammates bring out to the table?
All right, I'll talk about Van first. So he brings to the table the thing that he always have me and Kings on his screen. He ensures game style is so good. He's the support, so he provides us like confidence to do the aggressive plays and this kind of stuff. So we feel comfortable having him holding our back. And Kings, I play Kings, it's been a year now, so we know each other a lot. Kings is the guy that positions himself so good, like so good. When I'm doing the front line, he's always on the position that he's gonna fire someone like and quickly delete this guy because his position so well.
Kind of reeling back to how you guys performed back in Split 1 playoffs in South America, do you think having success in a high-pressure match point format last split can help give you the edge this weekend?
Sure. Like play match point, if we get to the finals, it's a totally different tournament from the regular group stage and losers and winners. Because when you are in match point, what matters is not like having a 0-point game. If you're there like having a 5-point game, 7, and then you can have a 15 or 17 something, like you get there. And it's really hard. I don't remember a LAN tournament that ended really quick, like 6th or 7th game. So if you have the consistency, you get there. When we get match point, I always tell the boys, we always win a game. Like when we play a series of 6 games on our scenario, we always win at least a game. Fortunately, we could get to match point without winning a game. So I said, it's now, you know, and we immediately won. It closed next to our POI and we could make advantage of it and just played safely.
I like how you talk about that consistency because, you know, when you're here at a tournament like this, there's a lot of consistent teams. I know you and I were kind of gooning a little bit in the back, talking about the different compositions that we're going to be exposed to. How is your team feeling ready to go against the best in the world at this event?
Yeah, like last time in Sweden, we didn't feel that prepared as we are now. Like the thing that most, like we have to study more is about the POIs, because when it comes to a playoff event or championship, the POIs, we have to manage it because some people they just don't leave because they don't know us as well, because in South America they don't have that much publicity and marketing about Apex, so they don't know us and we know them. We know NA, we know EMEA. So we studied more this time how to play on another POIs, to play on what is free, so we feel a bit more prepared for this time.
I love how you talk about that. Talk about how you're constantly being contested because other teams just are either sleeping or they just don't know what your team could bring to the table. Do you think South America as a region has something to prove at an event like this?
Yeah, sure, we have something to prove. As I was talking to the boys before, like for us, like for example, if I drop with a team that is very popular on NA in the same POI, like if they don't do a good tournament because of this contest, it's whatever, they are already known, right? For us, if we do bad, we don't have the lights on us again. So every playoff, every LAN event, it's an opportunity for us to show up. That's why we give up the spot, so you don't have the contest.
All right, so on that note, are there any teams or players specifically from South America that stand out to you, aside from your teammates, of course?
Yeah, I would talk about Elysian, the Chilean from Singularity. I would say all of them, Singularity in general. Like, I have to admit that on our scenario, they are a little ahead of the other teams. they deserve recognition. They're really good.
Just reeling back to what you were talking about with Sweden, I want to bring you back to that April 2022 moment in the playoffs. All right, I gotta bring it up. In the final match of the losers bracket, Godfire made an incredible comeback to qualify for finals out here. After their emotional win, we saw a video of all the South American players coming together to celebrate. What did that moment mean to you and that region as a whole?
Yeah, as you guys could see, it was a very like emotional moment for us because it was the first time and South America team got to the final. I had my friends there, and for us it's hard, you know. Being on South America and getting here is something really hard for us because as we don't have the support there, like we manage our lives to play the game. Like even we don't have the support guaranteed, but you say, you know what, I'm trying it. If any organization come and sign us, it's okay. If they don't come, we find a way to pay the bills and that's it, you know? So it was really emotional because we, as a scenario, we are really close to each other. So Godfire was Sleep on this time. I think it was Sleep, Nellis, and Ben. We were all friends. So when we saw they succeeding, it was like I was succeeding.
Wow.
And it shows how close our region is, you know? Like if I don't win this tournament, but I see a South America team succeeding, I will be really happy for them, you know? There is no jealous between us. You know?
It's basically like one big family. I can imagine.
Yeah, that's it. That's perfectly it. You just summarized everything.
Yeah.
It's one big family. You're gonna see always us together, us hanging out, having fun, and that's it.
I could see you guys basically, not only are the players one big family, but the loyalty from the fans too. The fans are very, very passionate about seeing you guys succeed. I mean, if you could say one thing to any loyal South American fans that have been following you since the beginning of your career, what would you say to them?
All the fans or all the people involved in our scenario, they make us have a gas, you know? Like, because of them, they supporting, they going to our chat on stream, they going to our Instagram and give supportive message. I'm receiving a lot of supportive messages right now. So this kind of stuff make us work.
And if, in Portuguese too, so that way they can hear you out, they can hear your words.
Rapaziada, amo vocês, hein? SA no coração aqui, ó. Tamo junto.
Love it. I love it. I love seeing the passion between you and how you guys feel about
Yeah, I almost cried here when we were talking about
it. But I can feel it. It feels very sentimental too.
Yeah.
So it's just, it feels nice to see how close the community is in every way, from every region, and to see such love coming out of a region that isn't as big as the hitters that you see at tournaments like this. It's so passionate, and it shows the love for the game really coming out. And I'm looking forward to seeing you and your team compete this weekend. Thank you so much for joining me today. Good luck with everything, and I can't wait to see you guys compete.
Thank you, Vicky. Let's go for it. Let's go for it.
Wow. That was a tearjerker right there. Give it up for Stalezy and Kick Esports, sharing the emotion and the passion of what it means to be not only a part of the Apex Legends community as an esport, but a part of South America's journey for validation, really, in this esport, in the bigger world of esports, Stan. It was touching to hear his story.
It's amazing to see, you know, the camaraderie there and just like how it's a giant family with these guys, right? If one of them wins, they all win. And I think that there are regions that are tight-knit, but it does seem like the South American region is just that little bit closer.
Yeah, Mark, just special to see that.
It's great to shine a light on these regions and these players, right? Because we maybe don't give them that opportunity as often as they should be given. And you can see how much it means to them. We do see, you know, North America, EMEA, even, you know, some of the APAC teams we almost take for granted at this point, but there's regions who have to work incredibly hard to grasp these opportunities. And like you say, you can see how much it means. And that family, you know, you saw that video from back in Sweden, you know, the hugs going around, tears in the eyes. That's how much it means to these guys. It's more than just a game for them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gino, mirroring the qualities of a real life kind of situation in esports. I mean, even with its casting, its streaming, it's making content, it's this grind, this lonely grind for a while that people don't know the struggles of. But what tenacity to say, we're going to find a way to pay the bills. We're just going to play no matter what happens.
Exactly. You know, less slots here, less chances, and less support as a region. You know, and it's so tough. For those lesser supported regions, honestly, to grind through that and make it here. But as you can hear, there's one thing that makes you do it, man. And it's passion for the game and just love for Apex Legends. And you know that all of these guys have it.
I'm not sure if we can bring up the leaderboard to see where Kick stands currently. I know they are sitting right now in the bottom 2 in the overall standings. We're going to bring that up in just a moment. What that would mean is today is an opportunity for maybe a miracle moment, maybe some of that energy, that passion. I'm sure his teammates, some of the fans watching back, maybe a little bit of a cheer on a nice 1v3, maybe one of those moments that can set you up. These are our top 20 as they go, and you can see Kick in 39. What they would need from 24 points to 57, they need what, 24 or something like that?
And if it's going to happen anywhere, it's going to be Storm Point as well. 75% of their points are from Storm Point so far in this tournament. They have found far more success here, and they've got 2 more maps to do it before they have to go over to the dreaded World's Edge, where they've only been able to pick up 6 points so far.
It's going to be a challenge, but that's what it's all about here in the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs. We are here in London, and yes, we are getting ready for game number 2. I believe our casters are ready as well. So without further ado, thank you so much for your patience. Let's send it over to Glitter, Explosion, and Spider Tiff to keep the action going.
Man, between Ascend and Kick, I feel like everyone is out to make us cry today.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, I need like an EMEA Avenge Tour. Ascend was looking so good in Pro League Split 1. They had 2 match day wins, and at one point were going to be the first team to get the 3. I don't believe they got it, but they were also holding the lead for the highest amount of scores before North Eption actually broke that region-wide. And Kick, man, I've seen them in so many tournaments. They come up from South America, they'll play on NA Ping, play against the North American teams just because they want to get that experience and grow and fight the teams that really come hot and heavy and LAN. And you see that on the breakdown. The majority of the South American teams found themselves sub 30 place in the group stages, so they have their work cut out for them and only 5 more matches to do it in.
We'll have to see if they're able to do that or if they drop down into the elimination bracket, because reminder, this is the last opportunity for all of our squads to try and get those points. This is the last series in order for them to make it into the winner's bracket or the elimination bracket, where they'll have to battle it out for that much longer tomorrow.
Hey, but that's what it is all about, the battle, the longevity, the consistency. We are just getting started because, mind you, we've got to get to Sunday, but we have 18 matches of Apex that are looming down tomorrow, and that's going to be a feisty one as our teams make their way into their drop spots. I love that moment that Fallout had with the Lions. They're finally able to play their game. They're not contested, and let's jump on board with Kick, who have already lost out on Staleezy, landing over here at Command Center. So I'm curious to see who was able to maybe get a poke and a prod, maybe overextended to loot a little POI too far away. Flora could have picked them up from Stormcatcher, but very unfortunate start.
I think if I saw the kill feed correctly, it might have been North Eption, I think.
Oh.
So that could be a nice little free point. They won't push that any further, obviously. But we'll have to see how Kick decides to handle that situation. Definitely a less than ideal start in this match, but easily recoverable.
Hey, they will go ahead and get that banner back, or they can loot up, find some great loot here. I can grab that triple take, fire back at North Eption. They're quite aggressive, but North Eption do land at high point, so that would make sense. Maybe they got poked and prodded from the north. It's always from the north.
I know, right?
It's always the north.
North for North Eption. This, though, is a little bit more conservative, slower paced start for our teams this time around. Not as much early game action. They're going to settle in and play this one a little bit slower, but the zone.
Are we going 2 for 2 on center zones on Storm Point? This is going to be really great. You look at it, Ascend, center zone, has that beacon available for them. And hey, NRG had one in checkpoint too. I'm just going to go 2 for 2 on Storm Point beacons for Sweet today. That's great for them. But the guard also really finding some success, starting off in Jurassic. They won't have to rotate very far. You typically see the guard and Ascend immediately assume their positions once they get that beacon. So you know that they'll start rolling. TSM chilling at the wall. Fnatic have moved into the IMC Armory to get a lot of that smart loot. Matsu still over in North Pad, so no worries there.
I mean, even OXG down there at the southern end of where the zone's about to be, trying to decide where they want to hold their spot, making their early rotation in, bypassing some of these teams down there safely. As we hear some shots coming out of NRG, looking to get themselves into the early game action.
I mean, they're sitting on 2 blues and purple. This is exactly what they need. A Trident wants to roll up like they're on Fast and the Furious, and Sweet on Bangalore finding a lot of damage, getting a crack, and Nathan just going going to ensue. That team is going to just disengage. They do not want a piece of NRG at this point.
The amount of aggression that Energy just dumped their way, they were like, you know what, no, we're going to deal with that later. Energy switches their focus to the team that's now behind them, deciding to try and poke them, keep them off of their space for now.
This is going to be interesting. A lot of teams are starting to make their way into this area, so I can only imagine the Ring is supposedly going to pull this way as that team Skyward dives right in front of NRG. They take some pop shots, and you can see they are landing nearby another team as well. So that's going to give NRG that information. They see the bullets flying. We want to go ahead and third party this. The Seer exhibit is already out in the distance. It's like a bell chiming for dinner at this point. They're like, come eat.
That could have potentially been a little bit of a rough Valk rotate there. It was KCP lands on top of EXO, so this could be a very aggressive fight.
Look, I talked to Exodus, and he said they were excited to redeem themselves from the last land, getting 13th at Champs. They worked out to iron a lot of those small mistakes, and Panders, the sub, going to fall first. Serdell trying to clutch it up. Now, they just need to make this happen. Nasky, the IGL, last alive, forced to reassess, but this is the moment where NRG is going to come and be the nuisance they are. You can hear the energy weapons behind them.
Man, that was a rough start for Pioneers as they do end up going down, but now so many other teams getting in on this action. We've got EXO here, Energy is pushing in on them, the nades are coming out, people are dropping like flies. We have Ascend also in on this action. It's anybody's game right now.
This is really tough. Lufko was able to find an elimination, but unfortunately NRG going to take Ascend out, and they are on a rampage. You know they are going to be feeling themselves.
They just ran through everyone in this area that even attempted a third party with zero repercussions. Some damage onto Sweet, and everybody else was fine.
I mean, look, that's just so you know you're fighting right? You're repositioning yourselves, you're trying to like send your teammates in to get some opening damage, maybe do some trade out, just minimize the damage that you're taking in case of a third party coming in, because you're not gonna have a lot of time to reset, especially on these LAN lobbies when a lot more teams are making it towards those end games. They're cohabitating in a lot of these buildings, so it's tough, and I'm just ready to see what is going to be next, because you can see it right now. TSM's gonna have to make their way through towards the wall. North Eption is going to have to come down from High Point at some time, and that is just like that. We have 17 squads, Glitter.
I mean, you were talking about the potential third party. There was a lot of noise. They did cause a lot of commotion, and they have another team looking their way. Now, because of how well they handled the situation, they're pretty safe for now, but there are more teams trying to get involved in this action. NRG keeping them off for now, and having set themselves up with so many loot boxes, they're gonna hold this for a little bit.
Sniper. Ooh, and a team that needs to perform well. It's going to be Oxygen Esports. Look, this team has had a journey. We were talking about it on the desk yesterday, that full circle kind of feeling. Well, Oxygen originally started out Pro League as Atlanta Premier, then moved as to HEC, which was essentially Hill Enemy Crook, their initials, gets picked up by Oxygen Esports. Then they had that identity crisis of who they were going to play. They tried out the Bangalore, the Bloodhound. They eventually kind of switched roles, right? They have Hill, the IGL on Seer. Typically, he plays Crypto in this composition, so this is a new change for them, and I wonder how this is going to pan out for them, because that's different, right? Seer, they have the heartbeat passive, the tactical that goes out to be able to cancel reses and heals, but Crypto has the drone to be able to extend out, grab the beacon, so it's going to be a little bit different for them.
They just won't have as much range for that stuff. They'll still have lots of information at their disposal, and the interrupt is so useful, especially in-game when you're trying to decide when to make that final push. If you can really prevent that team from getting those heals off or being able to reset in any way, it's a massive advantage for you as a team, as we see OXG deciding to play a little bit more passively after they were taking some pot shots, bunker down for a little bit, and wait and see how everything else shakes out. There's still so many teams that have yet to rotate into the zone, people that need to find a safe place to hold, so they want to settle in for now. Checking in with TSM, as they too are trying to see who they've got around them, getting themselves set up. This is where everyone will start to calm down.
Yeah, they could grab that beacon information, so now they'll have a more accurate, you can see Hal right there, immediately pinging the location that they want to move to, but Reps gets poked and prodded and only has 2 bats available, and now literally 2 shield cells after he fully heals up. That is not where you want to find yourself mid-game. It's almost like they need either a find a crafter, but at this point, they're not going to be able to do that. So you're going to have to eliminate a team completely and get the heals off them. And TH finding a little bit of damage up there north. You can see the Seer exhibit going out, and all of those teams in that area are going to start collapsing on themselves.
Northampton picking up a little bit of loot there. Seems like they are going up against Flora, keeping them off their backs for now, making their way into the building, trying to make their way through Command Center, or just get some loot here on the edge. I mean, they've done very well for themselves coming out of High Point. They did a good job last time and lasted for a long time. Ended up hovering too long around NorCal and SSG, and it ended up being their downfall, but they've seemed to separate themselves from them this time around.
Now this is what I'm excited about. Kick back to full force. The team of 3 sitting on 2 perps and a blue, and they are in the high ground, a double little bit of Seer exhibit. So, but it's like forcing, right? You can use Seer exhibits defensively, or you can use them offensively, like pushing in on them, and I feel like they're just hunkering down inside it. You see on the screen. This is nice. Just playing it slow and controlled. There's no reason to extend just out. You are the one doing the gatekeeping. Those teams need to come to you.
Crypto Drone comes out so they can give themselves a little bit more information. Seeing who they really need to worry about that's in the general vicinity, because as this continues to shrink in, they know that there's the potential for teams to be pushing right past their position. Is that an opportunity for them to get some KP? Those pings are coming down. They know someone is in their way. The drone goes away, and they now have to switch their focus.
Look, I feel like if you can get the numbers advantage and they can use those crypto drones in the proper way, they dodged a black hole already, so that's no worries. But Flora is still a duo, and that's the team that's going to be crossing their line of sight in front of them, but they're not going to engage yet. They're still in the zone. They've got a great spot, and Alliance is chilling, making their way through Command Center, where NTH was lining and holding up on that edge zone.
The real question is, was that last match the beginning of the comeback for Alliance? Was that the kickstart they needed for their momentum to start getting themselves in a spot that will put them in that winner's bracket?
Look, it's tough, right? And he's just warming up. That's what he said. You know,
Right?
we just want to get things moving. The group stages are all about finding out that information. No one goes home after groups. It's all about just finding out how these teams are going to play. I mean, you look at Pioneers, they've already fallen, right? But they were testing out playing Revenant throughout scrims, trying it out here. They were contesting, and now they've already pulled Nasky back on this year. I think they were letting Panders actually IGL as opposed to Nasky. I ran into Vicky early, and she was saying that as well. But NorCal Esports and Ganbare are also going to fall off screen. It looks like Passion was finding some success with that third party.
So that's unfortunate for our last game winners in GO. They do not make it this far, or that far this time around, but that's going to be massive for Passion getting some points on the board. Looked like we saw their name pop up quite a few times in the kill feed as we watch Alliance continue to play this edge, moving in ever safely, taking their time. One of the few teams still left out.
Well, it's really interesting, right? We see 100 Thieves, we see Xset. They typically will Valcolt from Command Center to get that higher ground, because you go north to south on Storm Point. The north point of the map is way more higher topography compared to the south. So you get a little further distance onto that Valcolt. But when you look at the map already, it is so highly convoluted. Like, you have no space to make your home in there. So you have to define your space. And look at TSM. They've chosen a building that has the beacon already in it. So they're going to be able to hit it right now, find out that next zone information, but then they're going to have to fight their way in, which could be rather challenging considering teams like the Guard have been set up there forever.
They are just perfectly dead center right now. They have to feel good about this, but they will be having to defend themselves from so many other people, like you're saying, trying to push their way and get some serious real estate to hold down. Dreamfire now, looking across, trying to deal some damage. Everyone, though, is currently in the same exact process of finding a safe place that they can hold for themselves until one of those fights triggers everything, and then the third parties begin.
Look, I think you mentioned that one of those fights is going to trigger everything, and Bolin activates the Beast of the Hunt. So we are in the thick of it. It's going to be Dreamfire versus Space Station Gaming, and this is going to be a fight for the masses. Rolling Thunder coming out, and Bolin taking a cheeky LOS as he swings into the building, following it up with some R9 damage, but the trades are coming out from Space Station. It's Dreamfire taking a lot of the damage.
Bolin goes down at the hands of Dropped as Dreamfire continue to try to hold them off of their positioning right now. It's going to be a little bit tough. They're trying to wrap around the building, see if they can create a little bit of space. With some nice shots coming out of Rory, seeing if he can give himself a little bit of space, but it's not going to work out for them right now.
Drops able to pick up 2 of the 3 of Dreamfire as they are eliminated. The reset coming in. I believe you can count to like 3, right? And if you don't hear people approaching you, you should be able to get a nice reset up. You're like, all right, I'm not immediately being inted on, which is actually pretty nice because a lot of these teams have already prioritized their rotation individually. Now Space Station can just reset, grab some heals, and make their way into the zone throughout they choose. Now there's like 3 or 4 different choke points as they move into Cascade Falls, and you can just see the main POI itself is just absolutely insane. TSM has already claimed some space in there as well, which is pretty surprising. They made a quick move.
All right, we've got Kick now on top of this building, knowing just exactly how many people they're going to have to contend with around in this space that they're currently going to be trying to hold. This is going to be a rough spot. The drone will be very useful in helping them make the decision on how exactly they want to handle this situation. You can see some things coming down, seeing if they want to potentially move away from all of this action, the roof not being the safest option as the entire bottom of this building has already been defensively set up, so potentially not worth a lot of their pushing.
Well, my issue with Kick here is, right, they played a little bit of zone, they're running low on resources, most of them only have just a couple of cells or bats, so they realistically only have enough heals for one good fight, right, unless they don't prioritize shield swapping. So they just need to bide their time, utilize that information, and just capitalize on any third parties that they can. You can see enemies are being spotted, drones going to get destroyed, but they get all of that information.
Let's relocate here. And the problem is the longer they wait to really decide how they want to handle the situation, the more chaos that will happen around them. As I say that, we see SSG now making their rotation into this exact same area. They're on top of the guard, and SSG, coming off of a very successful engagement with Dreamfire, could be looking for more aggression.
Look, I'm not sure when Rambo got a stash, but it's pretty impeccable, I'm not gonna lie. I was always really jealous of his hair, and it's so good to see the guard on the main stage, and we got a lot of love for the guard out here, but checking back in with Kick from South America, still vibing out, playing on the little iPad that I like to see for, you know, crypto. Just be like, it's totally fine.
Ooh, in the kill feed now we have Floor going down. The guard able to sneak some shots out those windows, get some points on the board. That'll be good, clearing out some of those squads around the guard as they have a really, really nice position, even with Kick above them on this roof right now. But as you were saying, TSM is soon going to be pushing towards them. There are going to be some big names they're going to have to be dealing with. Who do they pick first?
Look, if I'm TSM, I'm not moving. I've got a really nice building in the zone, and I want to prioritize that. Now, one thing that TSM did when they brought in Raven, they have a game plan for every different type of zone. They really spent time anchoring down and making sure that those players on TSM were utilized to their full potential. And honestly, Space Station, I wasn't really sure how they were going to perform coming into Split 1 playoffs, and they've been doing so well. In fact, coming in currently in 5th place on the group stages with 99 points, dropped that MNK player. I've been watching a lot of his streams lately, and he's just so intelligent on the way that he approaches things, and I was curious to see what was going to happen, and so far they're having a great week.
They have a Rampage in hands as well, as SSG looks for a good angle to try and keep themselves safe, but eventually also will have to move in right towards the edge of the zone. They've got a good position to do that, but they have FC standing in the way of a completely clear and safe rotation. So they're gonna have to figure out how to deal with this squad sooner or later. Sooner would be better.
I mean, look, you've already crafted up a G7 Scout, so you've got that mid-range battle available to you. So as long as they can get an LOS, they can utilize this rock for cover. They do have to move to that next zone. 27 seconds left, and the scan comes out. They know exactly where they are off-screen. Reps is finding some sex, but it's North Eption taking some shots at Alliance, and Oxygen's in the mix as well. But Satuki closing the distance and eliminates Alliance and Oxygen Esports just like that. So dominating out here with 11 squads remaining.
That all just popped off in a matter of moments. North Eption getting themselves some KP, TSM jumping in on some of that action while still staying safe in their building. I mean, two teams that don't even really need the points right now. This is something we're talking about. If these teams at the top continue to get those points, the bubble squads that we keep mentioning, like the Alliances, that's gonna be a rough spot for them to be in.
Rough spot indeed, but Kick still holding the high ground now of this wheel. I actually like this. It's super cheeky, right? You can just sit up here, utilize the missile swarms, just poke and prod all of the teams, grief their fights. Meanwhile, Fnatic takes out NRG off screen, and Space Station has moved in to take on FC Destroy, taking so much damage. Drops gets dropped, Frex not far behind them, and just like that, Hammer Drill lays down the hammer on Space Station.
That was a massive win for FC Destroy, clearing out SSG because that was the only other team they needed to worry about in the area. That's a fight that I was referencing before. FC Destroy coming out on top of that is going to give them a lot of loot with some real estate to hold on to. But as I say that, not Kick. Okay, all right, just making sure Kick doesn't have an angle on them there.
Oh, he does. Kick was sitting there thirsty.
It got a little scary.
They thirsted that member for sure. But let's jump in with the guard. I believe we have a listen-in as well. So RKN on your screen, take us through it.
I have more frags. I have more frags. You want to?
Okay, I can do it again. I can do it again.
Yeah.
I think you have to fly up. I think you have to fly up from like where I threw it.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I don't even know if it's worth it, to be honest, bro.
The hill team is like they're trying to make a move on the left, or at least two of them.
I threw it. Nothing. Don't worry.
What's our play? We just walking out or what?
Yeah, I think we have to walk out first floor. Come and play inside my staircase. Get control of first floor. This guy's left.
Valkyrie team from our roof.
Yeah. We're just gonna walk in from our side. Hard control our first floor. They're in the watermill.
You have EMP?
I do.
I think you rip it and we just fight left.
EMP now.
Yeah, we need to fight right.
Oh, he's on the crafter thing. You guys got that?
Flashy.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Don't chase him. You guys got.
On me. Just hug inside me.
Right here on me. Done.
Nice.
I'm overswapping.
I don't have medkits.
I have one. I can give you one. Here, you ready?
I believe he said that they were doing a lot of damage to FC Destroy there, and they came out on top in that fight in the end. When it started off a little bit rough for them, they do lose Keon. They have to figure out how they want to deal with that situation, recover that banner. But Guard still coming out on top, 6 squads left.
Look, I was loving the comms. They were so cool, calm, and collected, and just telling them, get closer to me. We need to hover on this rock, heal up. Meanwhile, Kick going to fall. Passion have taken a spot down on the lower side of this building. TSM, GHS also cohabitating in the building. But I want to talk about the teams that are on the outskirts of this building. Depending on which way this ring is going to pull, those teams are going to have to push out into the open arms of NTH or the Guard.
I'm so glad that you brought that up because right now they've got a little battle of verticality happening, but it won't matter in just mere seconds. So they're going to have to decide, do you wait until the very last moment? Are you the first one to try to go to put yourself right into the hands of those waiting teams? It's the drop down onto TSM. TSM handles everything so well. Passion now going out tip. This could be somehow a massive save for TSM, but North Eption has them in their sights.
This is all going to be on Varels, and unfortunately they are going to fall. Razy from NTH dealing the final damage, and the Guard on the left just trying to stay alive. RKN using whatever cover he can find, and Rambo, you've got to let him fly. He's trying to go in there, surviving on an inch of health and a dream, and RKN with 19 bullets in the alternator is going to have to make something happen, but unfortunately NTH from behind comes around, and now your new kill leader, they are frying with 24 points, hits the grab lift, and just like that, North Eption win another one.
That was so perfectly played by North Eption. I mean, you mentioned that it was going to have to push into either North Eption or the Guard, but North Eption had just the slightest bit more patience, a little bit better angle. They played it so well.
Look, I mean, come on, how much do I have to say it? North Eption, an NTH win, doing everything that they need to do, coming out of APAC North, and I know Genome is probably so excited about this because APAC has been finding so much success here on Split 1 playoffs. Now, granted, it's just the group stages. We are just getting started for the week, but it has been so exciting to see.
It does lay a lot of the groundwork, though, heading into the winner's bracket and the elimination bracket. So even just mentally, getting yourself at a point where you're like, I feel really confident. We had a phenomenal 2 days worth of performance. That's huge for them.
Huge for sure, and I want to hear what Rain Day has to say about it. And you too, Genome. We were looking at the damages there for Northeption, but I'm just going to keep hyping them up.
Thank you, Tiff and Glitter Explosion. Great call on game number 2. It took a while to get there. When we got there, it was a show, and a show for APAC North indeed. Northeption, we just mentioned them. They continue to dominate after taking a comeback victory in the first 6 games today. Dan, they're the real deal.
They are the real deal, and I saw a lot floating around social media coming into this event to say, you know, don't underestimate them. They are going to perform on the international scene, and they are living up to expectations right now. They just need to carry on this momentum, right? Make sure you get into that winner's bracket, but then why not think bigger, right? Why aren't we thinking Northeption could be a real, genuine threat to winning this tournament?
I think it's because we haven't seen it, Mark, and that's the thing. That's what they have to prove, but that's also the challenge, especially from a viewership perspective, saying, can we really trust they can go the distance? But obviously not until they do it.
I always look at endgame management for teams and how well they do that, and when you're in a more stacked lobby, you're going to have more teams in those endgames. We just saw perfect endgame management from them. We saw 4, 5, 6, 7 teams alive. They were controlling zone for so well, but it's when you pick your fights, and a lot of teams are guilty sometimes of only thinking about survival, not about creating space in front of them and taking out their nearest opponents when that opportunity arises. That's how you win games of Apex Legends. You can't just sit behind a rock and hope. You've got to deal damage, you've got to take fights, and you've got to take third-party opportunities and force teams to pinch, force teams to do the work for you. If you just try and survive and hide, you ain't going to get that done. And Northeption have been very, very good at influencing fights around them to create the space they need.
Genome, you also were commenting on the fact that they're playing a comp that has an impact on what they're doing here.
Yeah, it's a very targeted comp, isn't it? Bangalore, Seer, and Horizon. There is no Valkyrie, and that should be noted because it really suits their strengths, right? They're not worried about rotating into zone. They only want to fight into zone. That's the only way that they can get in there, and they will, and they have been, right? And this, just having 3 very aggressive characters on your lineup just allows you to have a very big advantage in these fights. I mean, I've talked to some of the other teams that play, say, your Watson Crypto sort of compositions. They say when you go up against a team that's running a composition this aggressive, they feel like they almost can't win the fight. That's how big the difference is in just straight up 3v3 team fighting between those 2 types of compositions.
And even to harken on that, I would actually say that it's more of a utility-based composition as well, because every single one of those characters, Horizon, whether it's a grav lift, you talk about controlling space, you talk about gravity lift, getting them up, black hole, controlling space, and allowing setup, Bangalore smokes, repositioning, cutting off vision, also the military strike, the artillery strike, being able to really slow down teams or stop pushes or get aggressive when you want, and then you add the Seer to that, who obviously has focus of attention. That's the disrupt, it's the silence, it's the cancel of the heals and the reses, with the vision to say, you want to come at us, great, we're going to go the exhibit and we'll know that you're coming. Dan, this composition, you're right, as Genome had mentioned, really suits the way that individual stars like Taida and like Razy GG, like we're seeing, are able to perform.
Yeah, but you've also got to be able to then isolate the fight so you are just in a 3v3, because then if you find yourself getting third-partied, suddenly you don't have those defensive legends to help out. Suddenly those skills you talk of, the utility you talk of, doesn't necessarily help you in those spots, and that's what is such a big decision when you're in these tournaments, is you've got to think about 39 other teams and what composition they're going to be playing, what's the situations we're going to be in against X or Y team. But it seems like when you get a bunch of players who know how to isolate those fights, who know how to push teams away and show themselves as a big presence at the right time, they can have a lot of success.
I'm going to skip Mark one more time and go to you, Genome, because you had a gripe with Northeption. You said they're never in zone, but with a squad like that, 3 players who are good at fighting and getting aggressive, isn't that the reason that they're rotating late? They want those fights?
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I'm not sure if Tiff has brought this up already, but we actually saw a stat which said in day 1, Northeption as a team had taken the most damage from the ring on average out of all of the teams at this LAN, right? So that is showing you without doubt that they are the team who likes to be the furthest away. But that said, at the start of this series, they had a 50-50 split between KP and placement points. And when you're being as aggressive as they are, that is phenomenally impressive.
Yeah. I mean, I had to jump off the back of that as well, because I think if you're we're seeing them pick up a huge amount of kills on the way, right? And that is going to turn into placements quite simply because they're just eliminating the competition around them. And I think that's the important thing. If you can clear one side of the map, especially on Storm Point, I feel as well, with everyone else kind of hunkered up, you leave the space for everybody else in front of you to take care of the end of the game, right? If you can clear one side in the mid game, with the composition they're running as well, I mean, onto Geno's point as well about how difficult it is to go up against this comp in a fight. If you're on the receiving end of a team who's throwing an exhibit down for Seer, so they've got wall hacks, they know exactly where you are. Then you've got some smoke, say they've got digi threats as well, and then you've got a Horizon up in the air and a black. Like, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? It's very difficult to do, especially if you find yourself isolated. So it's not surprising me with how well they're fighting. The placement points are following too.
And it's what we saw as we take a look at the highlights here underneath. It happened with Furia when they entered in the championship. Everyone was playing this defensive style, and Furia said, we will attack and you will try to stop us. No one really could stop them in terms of points, the overall point leaders, and of course they're not here at this LAN. That might be a story for Split 2 to keep your eyes on. Pandas representing them here, but they walked away with $300,000 because of that decision. If Northeption continues to play this way, Dan, and they make it into finals, I'm looking at a pretty similar story.
Yes and no. You've still got to be able to consistently win games, or definitely win a game when it comes to getting into match point, and you need to be making sure that you can do it on World's Edge as well. Storm Point, a little bit more open. You can isolate fights pretty easily. However, World's Edge, there's going to be a lot of early rotators, so it's not going to be one team you're pushing in on. Suddenly, there could be 3 or 4 in the area, and then your utility on the Legends isn't going to be necessarily as good against all those Watsons and potentially Newcastles that could be in the area.
Well, of course, you know, trying to bring us into the reality of it. It is not all hype as well. Northeption still have a lot to prove and a lot to do, but so far so good. 12 kills, 12 placement points for first place. GHS Professional bringing in 3 kills and 9 placement points. The Guard waking up a little bit, which is nice to see for Guard fans out there. TSM as well, 5 points on not a great game. I think that's okay. 10 points, excuse me, because they got 5 placement points and 5 kills. So staying in that range of, even if they're not winning, staying relevant.
Yeah, TSM are doing enough at the moment, aren't they? Just to stay relevant and keep themselves within that winner's bracket. They haven't hit their peak yet, and I think that's probably good news for TSM fans.
NRG as well. Mark, 7 total points, 6 kills off of that. Placement's not working out for them, but still being lethal.
Yeah, being lethal, as you say, and I think it doesn't really matter how you get your points. NRG have really struggled on Storm Point full stop all season long. They started to address that slightly towards the end of the Split 1 Pro League and make some adjustments, but I think if they come out of every game on Storm Point with 7 points, they'd be pretty happy with it, to be honest with you, because they're that strong when it comes to World's Edge. So if they can find that level of consistency, even though it might not look too great and too flashy, it's enough for NRG.
Hotsix says 10 points. I think that's too high. I think if you get 5 to 7, you're fine. 5 to 7 on your bad games.
You're probably up there winning tournaments.
Yeah.
Look how it looks. I mean, NRG after 2 games, they got 7 points in both. They're at 14. They're sitting at 6th. Like, that's okay, considering Mark completely hit the nail on the head. They've not been good at Storm Point. 35% of their points in regular season was from Storm Point, right? They were dominating on World's Edge. This tournament, only 31% of their points have been from Storm Point. They have just really been struggling when it comes to this map. But now they move over to World's Edge after this next one, and it's going to be a fantastic opportunity for them to get even more points.
And Sweet's been leading from the front. He is currently in the top 5 in terms of kills overall. So obviously he's known as the IGL for NRG, and certainly we saw on Twitter today a lot of people were calling him out as the best IGL in the world. But it's not only that, right? It's the fragging ability of the back of that, and I think that's what makes him and others like Zero, like Hal, the best IGLs in the world, because they're the complete package.
Listen, Zero, I'm not going to get into this with you. I think we have to give Zero the credit. He's the best because he's won 2 times in a row. But Hal and Sweet are right there, and I think Sweet with his micro is something that I only worry about when things go wrong. They are perfect when he can micro and tell you to move your toe to the left, your thumb to the right, and shoot 3 bullets there to win the game. But when something gets wrong, like Mike Tyson said, you get punched in the face, everyone's got a plan until that moment. That's where I'm worried about NRG. Right now, not great, but they're getting points. That is a great sign if you are an NRG fan. And to me, let's take a look at that final circle, because although we're speaking of the teams staying in the mix, it is clearly one team who is stepping out of it. It is Northeption. TSM, though, the Guard, GHS, all involved in that final circle.
Yeah, they were, and they were all on top of each other, and that's when it starts to get difficult, because you're all trying to plan out how do we escape this building whilst taking down teams and also surviving in a way that we can continue to fight on as we get further into the circle. TSM won the initial engagement, but then they found themselves down to just a 2, and they probably knew at that point winning was unlikely, especially when there were teams that already had a fantastic vantage point above them.
Yeah, Mark, I mean, look at this. It did seem like Northampton had a decent spot, but they were fighting two teams at the same time.
They were fighting two teams. The guard at this point were down to 2, so I think they were just trying to pick their targets. They were thinking from that first move, if we focus on the duo that we can see and we recognize, clean them up as quickly as possible, then we leave ourselves an opportunity to maybe fight for a first place. But the fact that they got one of those kills so quickly, they could turn attention away. A solo player isn't going to disrupt you too much, and then they got into a great position. They had that high ground. They had the ability to engage, disengage from that fight. And like you say, the aggression that they showed in those final moments, like I say, you have to be aggressive to win final zones, and that's exactly what they did there.
And the same thing that I talk about with NRG, where things go really well and they do really well, that's one track that they're so good at. But I think that Northampton proving to us that sometimes when you have the God spot, when you have that moment, everyone's looking at you, you know you should win, you slip up, especially in these big moments, land, it gets to you. When I interviewed them and I talked to Razy, it felt like there was a lot of calm, Genome. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to it, but they were all very, very locked in and ready to go. It doesn't seem like a team that's going to get rattled by nerves, and it seems like if they get an opportunity, they're going to take it.
Which is bizarre considering this is a preseason qualifier team.
Right.
I mean, they haven't even had that much experience in Pro League, let alone on the LAN stage. So for them to come into this event and just be, as you said, that locked and loaded, that unperturbed by the spectacle of the event around them is fantastic.
Working on a little bit of homework or something, drawing up some diagrams there. That's the type of planning that I asked Razy about. He said, we don't do any planning. We just come up in here. Razy, I caught you in 4K,
that's
8K, maybe these cameras and the jib. But no, having a lot of fun with it. Fallout, I believe, is actually standing by. I always love what John brings us. It's always a surprise to me in my ear what John is doing somewhere in the venue, somewhere with somebody. This time, though, he's talking to one of our favorite teams to talk about, Kansas City Pioneers. John?
Thank you so much, Rain Day. John here, a.k.a. Fallout, joined alongside the one, the only. It's Nasky, ladies and gentlemen. Any Nasky fans in the crowd here? You already know it. The fan favorite, that is for sure. Look, Nasky, you guys have had a bit of a journey here, obviously playing with the substitute in Panders. First thing first, I want to ask about him. What type of impact has he made for this team? And talk to me a little bit about Panders as a player.
I told you this yesterday in the hotel. But Panders, and I know it's maybe not a high bar to set, but Panders is definitely the smartest controller player out there. He is smarter than most mouse and keyboard IGLs, Kashira. But no, he's great. Fucking. I was like, what's not to like?
Low bar, though, for controller players, you're saying?
Yeah.
As a controller player, I take offense. Yeah, good to get the perspective on Panders. But look, let's jump into this tournament. Obviously, playing with a substitute, our heart goes out to Strafey at home. Much love to Strafey and all the players that couldn't be here this weekend. But you guys came in, had some scrim time the last couple of weeks to practice, to prep, but started a little bit slow yesterday, and it's been a journey in terms of where your home is. Talk about the contest and how yesterday started.
We had the kitchen set up. We had the water boiling. We cut the onions. We were about to be cooking. House went on fire. We weren't cooking. Nothing good. We lost the contest 3-0. Said did not play on the battle fight. Yeah, it wasn't good, but hey. We went through loser bracket in Raleigh and in Sweden. Yep. And we farmed, okay? Have faith. We're gonna be doing some cooking later, don't worry.
Oh, the water's boiling, he says. Nasky, there's 4 games left to play. Why are you already talking about losers bracket, dude?
I don't know, it's looking kind of grim, but no. We'll make do. Don't worry. Believe.
Meanwhile, his teammates are here like, this is our IGL who's talking about how grim this is looking. Nasky, I love you. This is exactly why I love you. But no, you guys have 4 games left. Talk to me about your approach. Last question for you. Talk about your approach these last 4 games and how you're going to turn things around and place top 20 to make it into winners bracket.
All right. Well, typically, like most people know us to be like a zone team. Panders, obviously from Fury, plays Edge. So we have been like forcing Panders to play zone with us. Obviously now we don't really have our POI for zone typically. So we're like mixing it up a little bit. We're playing some Edge POI sometimes. And we have him IGL on the Edge and we play like an Edge comp. The fundamentals for it, we haven't had practice doing it, but the fundamentals for it, the potential is really, really good. And it's looking really good for it. It's new though, so we'll see.
Yeah, so it's just taking some time for the water to boil. You're gathering the ingredients. This kitchen analogy, I don't know. He keeps talking. He tweeted the other day. I'm like, I don't know.
We're cooking.
KCP's cooking. Is KCP cooking this weekend or what? All right, a couple people here agree. Nasky, so much love. Any final words or shout-outs?
Shout out to the Fire Beavers and Aurora. They couldn't come. Shout out to Effecto. He couldn't get a visa. And shout out to my boy, Max Strafey. I love you, baby.
Love y'all. Love every single one of y'all at home. That's going to be it for us. Good luck to KCP. Last 4 games here as a Nasky chant starts in the crowd here. I'm going to throw it back to Rain Day at the desk.
Man, Nasky keeps talking about cooking, man. I'm like, you need to get out the kitchen and on the World's Edge, Nasky. Come on, you got to figure this out. I also think that, if anything, jokes aside with him, it is about the fact that he's always willing to have that positive mentality despite admitting things aren't going well in the recipe, and he's trying it out. And I think that is ultimately 57 points. They're not too far out of top 20. This is ultimately what, if you look at, hey, can we get into winners, will save them, Dan, the ability to have a positive attitude, have fun with it, make jokes about themselves, and then bounce back.
2 things. He's made me hungry.
That's
and
true.
Also, he's made me doubt their chances in these next 4 games, because it seems to be like they are very much set for that elimination bracket run.
Yeah.
If that's already planted the seed in his head, then that might be in the back of their mind when that IGL call comes through. But you know what? We love Nasky for who he is and what he is. And we know when he gets into game, it all changes, right? He is very serious about it, will still have fun. We've heard the in-game comms, but I do still think there is a chance that KCP can do some real damage in this lobby.
Mark, final thoughts? Nasky, keep cooking, change the recipe, start baking. Start drinking water, of course.
Whatever they're cooking right now, I'm not hungry.
I'm not hungry anymore.
It's not good for them. And I got to be honest, right? You can have a positive attitude, but you look at the points tally, it's not reflecting in a fine 3-course meal, is it really? But
That's
they're going to have to
and
maybe.
he's a fine diner.
Yeah,
he gets dressed up in suit and tie.
Exactly. We're going to have to mix things up a bit, Nasky. Maybe hand over the responsibilities to a teammate. But it's been tough for them. But I have to say, I love Nasky to bits. I think he's a great character. But I think fighting in the international scrimmage for POIs, losing out on that, not giving up on it, not trying to re-establish a different game plan, and then finding himself in this situation, maybe it's a little bit foreshadowing. Maybe they should have tried to prepare a little bit earlier, because then you find yourself in a situation where you don't really have a POI, and all of a sudden it's an uphill battle.
I know Dan wants to say something. We'll have more time to talk about Nasky and the strats as well. Thanks, Mark, Gino, Dan, for all the thoughts. We've got to go to break here, because when we come back, game number 3 is underway here in London at the Copper Box Arena. Everybody watching at home, everyone in the stands, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Everybody to the God spot with myself and Tiff. We have one more match on Stormpoint. And then everything changes once we make it to World's Edge. We have so many World's Edge specialists. So this is the final opportunity for a lot of these teams to get some points on the board.
I mean, that's definitely true. When you look at it, a lot of the teams that excel on Stormpoint don't necessarily have the best games onto World's Edge. So you really need to hedge your bets, get all your points up front, and then just play a little consistency, right? Like, who said that it was like World's Edge was like an old slipper that you like to slip on just to get comfortable? Because you've done it for so long, and we know those rotations like the back of our hand, but you said it best. We are going into match number 3, our final map on Stormpoint. We've already had Gambare, North Eption take a W, but the question is, who's next?
You know,
I really hope it's one of the bubble teams, because last time we checked in with those overall standings, that bubble area was separated, well actually it was tied, and then next one down separated by 2 points, next one down separated by 2, 3 more points. So there are at least 5 teams really battling it out for that bubble spot, and everything counts.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we just heard from Natsuke, KCP, one of those bubble teams, but obviously they're not worried. They're just focusing on their food analogies. Let them cook, though, right? I mean, we don't want them in a burning house. We want to make sure that they're safe, sound, and able to fry out. And with Panders subbing in, he said it like, dude, he's like, Panders is so smart, and unfortunately, Fury not able to get through the qualification out of North America, but that's okay. Panders in spirit, holding it down for the fort, and as we see that ring pool, that is going to be very, very interesting, because anytime I see a large amount of water in the zone, I get nervous because those open-ending zones in the water are so terrifying.
And we talked about this before we even started this cast. I specifically love this map for that type of open-ended chaos. It could potentially be beneficial for KCP. Oh, a little early action from Kick onto Ascend. Taking out Lufka, I mean, okay.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, so Ascend, they kind of land those buildings on the outskirts of Cascade Falls. Some people have other names for that POI, but I'm just gonna call it the buildings to the right of Cascade, and maybe just extended a little bit too far from his looting position on post-kill in Kashera, and unfortunately, Kick was able to just grab an early knock and down. Now, the thing is, Kashera on Crypto usually is able to go ahead, use the drone to pick up the banners and get that early game reset. You can see there's a mobile respawn beacon just south of them, but he needs to get close enough to be able to get the drone within distance.
We can see that that's exactly what they're going for right now, not really wanting to have to start off this entire game as a duo. So they're going to make sure they can at least recover that banner and then get a little bit of a reset going. Slower start than Ascend would have liked here initially, but sometimes you get caught out in this map and you just have to make the best of it.
I mean, I've seen Kashera have so many clean resets throughout scrims, and that's exactly what I would imagine to see. Post looking a little Lufka-like right there, able to go ahead and go by foot and get the banner himself.
Because you know Kick wasn't going to hang around for that either. They knew that there was a very high likelihood they were coming to get the banner off of that. And if you can just pick up the early KP, it's the chipping away at all of those scores. So that's a nice little extra boon for Kick there in the beginning. It'll be good for the shield with the additional damage. But other than that, they're not going to push it.
All right, KCP on your screen to the right, GHS on the left, and Onyx sitting in the building. We saw KCP utilizing the Seer focus of attention to try to find some information onto Onyx, which for APAC South has not had a lot of action, but what are you doing, Rambo? How are you feeling? An incoming skyward dive from the guard to shake things up. Serdell absolutely frying on the guard. Hey, you know what? Let him cook.
Why? And not only that, but there's so many other teams in this area that have those angles for the third party. I mean, it wasn't even something that KCP really had to worry about. You have Onyx over there who put in some serious work. GHS was putting in damage. I mean, that was pure insanity.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, maybe Nasky was like sending a message to the guard talking all about the food and the houses, and he's like, hey, can you guys maybe just fly into us? Give us some KP. We really wanna make it to winner's bracket regardless. The guard, still phenomenal. Love RKN. Reached out to him, was like, hey, what have you guys been working on during boot camp? Like, how are the boys feeling? And he's like, dude, we are feeling good. Now, despite the performance that we just saw right there, they are feeling good. They were working on ironing out a lot of the small mistakes that they made. Typically, those Valkolds can be considered a small mistake, because sometimes you don't scan the people inside the building, so you think a building's free, and unfortunately it's just not. But EXO Clan, I'm so excited about this team.
I mean, they have just been a presence so far in groups. I mean, the fact that we were heading into this with them on the top of everything, and we talked about this with any of those teams that were at the top of our overall leaderboard, they can kind of use this time to do whatever they want. They can continue getting that KP. They can be a little bit crazier with their play style. If they want to try something out, this would be the time to do it. And EXO has just been dominant.
I mean, dominant. They got 51 points in 2 games on their first series of the day, and Exodus himself tweeted, why is anyone sleeping on us? This is ridiculous. So no, I'm not sleeping on you, EXO. I am excited to see what you bring to the table. They are locked and loaded, currently sitting on the outskirts of the next ring. It's going to be at the mill, and a lot of those teams are starting to load up on the left side of the next zone. So you've got to think of those buildings south of Checkpoint, a little bit of action. NorCal Esports coming out of South American region, just kind of putting in some pop shots on the teams in front of them.
Looks like that team's going to be Fnatic. if this is an engagement that either of these teams decide to take, this would be some serious action to kick off here. Fnatic, another squad that's had a very good performance here so far. They were 9th in the very first series of the day, adding to even more on top of their first place from the first day, so they've looked strong. Now we're checking back in with SSG, though, a team that's been very aggressive today, really, really laying down the law.
I mean, look, if you got SSG, they have Launchpad all to their own. They got a beacon there as well. They're coming out with triple purple. You're able to craft there, so you can make sure that you're crafting a plethora of bats, make sure your shield is on point, and I don't think that team really wants to fight. The good thing about the charge rifle is that first initial hit, now granted, you can totally grief people, right? But you get a lay of the land of what those shields are gonna look like on the enemy that's approaching you. And typically when you find out, hey, maybe I've got the advantage, I wanna take this fight. If you have a disadvantage, say, hey, you know what, I'm fine. I'm gonna go ahead and disengage. They able to sit here, craft up some more, and then go to zone.
Which is exactly what SSG is doing right now. They are right on the edge of this as it continues to push in, so they'll be able to make their way through pretty much untouched, not having to worry about anything really on that east side. But somebody who does have to worry about something is Dreamfire, as it looks like they're finding themselves in a little bit of engagement here with FC instantly losing a player and not looking good for them.
Yeah, Bolin gonna fall to Hammer Drill, now have the upper advantage in a 3v2 situation, but a little bit of a stun coming through. They're just trying to get their shields back on. At least they heal up, they charge quicker, but Yuka just swings to the right. Now Roy is going to fall as well. One member left of Dreamfire, and then they will be done and dusted. At that point, I'm just trying to disengage, maybe play my life, try to go back and get banners, but I don't know. FC Destroy wants to destroy everything in their path, and Dreamfire just finding out to be very unlucky. Tao just running, and you see he's not even taking a chance to heal yet.
You know, that was kind of almost a given that they could run into each other based off of their drops and where the zone is, because Dreamfire is literally right next to them in this rotational path. The fact that they didn't get to catch FC Destroy out, though, is going to be a big, big upset for them. Tao's going to try and just play his life, like you were saying. 2 banners, recoverable, but definitely not worth the risk unless he's going to go for this wrap.
I think it's interesting that they're on double scan. They got Bloodhound and Seer, so that's taking it a little bit too extreme. But if you're gonna have one member last alive, you want your Seer, right? Because you can at least try to tell when people are coming your way utilizing the passive energy just on the right of your screen. We got Exo, Oxygen out into the distance, but we just wanna make sure we're rotating it. Now, NRG, they land checkpoint, and they are actually rotating out through the north. They went through Down Beast, hit the beacon there, got the information, and now they've got to work their way in. And during Pro League Split 1, we talked to Sweet himself, and he was kind of talking about having to relearn their macro playstyle because they started off really, really slow. It was struggling. They were switching a lot of their legend compositions, just trying to find the pattern for rotations into the zone safely, and they kept getting gate kept. And a specific zone that I saw where they got gate kept is exactly where they are positioned right now. So I'm a little nervous for them, I'm not gonna lie.
Don't put that out in the universe. Don't put that, they have adjusted and they will work through this. Right now, they're okay. There is a lot in front of them that they will have to push through to continue to get somewhere safe, but for now, they've got a decent spot. As we can see everybody else continuing their moves and also trying to grab some real estate. You see OXG down here just on the outside, following EXO into that same zone. I mean, and they have to start picking their fights because no one's gone down, or not too many people have gone down, and there's way more congestion than what we're used to right now.
We have 19 squads remaining with the second zone up, so this is totally different. If you think back to scrims where people were just kind of inting and learning and everything, you would see maybe 10 to 12 teams alive by maybe the second zone. So very, very different coming to the LAN environment. And mind you, this is the series that is going to make or break the teams going into that winner's bracket or the elimination bracket. But you know someone who doesn't have to worry about that? EXO Clan. They find themselves at the top at the start of this series by approximately 11 points. So good comfortability.
And EXO has done a really good job of being able to play any type of a zone, whether they decide they want to play the edge or they decide they want to hold the center. North Eption, though, finding themselves in an engagement with NorCal yet again. These two teams seeming to find each other every single Stormpoint match here so far, and North Eption actually goes down. NorCal holding on by a single thread.
Nah, the thread is TSM, and it is Hal, it is Reps, it is Verholst, and they are just breaking out the room and cleaning up this POI. They're able to take down NorCal and NTH, getting a couple K KP associated with that, and this is just going to be the start from them. They've been able to clear out the top positioning of Checkpoint, and look at all the land and resources they have now.
That is massive for TSM. Literally no one else in the area for them to have to worry about. So not only will they have that loop, but they've got a lot of time to think about their next move, wait for the zone, and see what else happens with the rest of the lobby right now, because SSG might be looking to get into a fight.
Look, here's the deal. Anytime you see a Newcastle lurching forward, you have to think this is going to be Gambare, and they are getting done and dusted, dropped, getting a little bit damaged here, forced to like back off, hit that bat sooner rather than later, but the team hasn't necessarily capitalized on that initial crack, so they had plenty of time to receive. But let's go ahead, drop in with Space Station. We gotta listen in for you.
Bro.
Fuck,
Craig the back. Hold on. No.
Oh, man. Bro. How do we not kill any of them? Like,
Oh, that was a little bit rough. I think they looked so confident going into that, and when they dropped down, you heard the disappointment, not even understanding how they lost that fight.
Yeah, the final words, how do we not kill them? I ask myself that every time I get rolled in a diamond lobby. I'm just like, what do you mean I didn't get any? Yes, it's ridiculous. But Gambare finding some elimination, some good success for them just on the outskirts of zone. They're gonna have to make their way in. They do have the Skyward Dive available to them on Dogma, but watching this team fight together, it's super exciting. Currently sitting second place after 2 matches, and they wanna make a play for the first.
I mean, they've already got the 1 win on Storm Point under their belt. Why not close out this map with another? They are going to have to fight through some of these teams, though, if they want to get in for some positioning. So they're going to have to decide exactly how they want to go about that. I believe it's Flora that's in front of them that they'll have to push through. And if they can manage to clear them out, they would have a relatively decent path. But they decide it might not be worth it.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do. You've got the Jenny out, you can kind of heal your shields up, but it's Fnatic, the black hole is out, and TSM is looking to continue on the domination. They've made their way out of Checkpoint and are beginning their rotation. We've got to listen in for you, and this time you're gonna hear from Hal and them yourself.
I broke zero. We gotta go back. Can we go back to the building? Can we go back to the building, please? Him. I'm going back to the building. I'm going. Our back. Good shot, Jordan. Can we get the kills, maybe? I'm healing. Evan, you need to go play that building, bro.
okay.
Are they still in the choke, Jordan? What do you see?
Yes. I have 80 heavy right now.
Look, trees are just blocking my shots.
I'm trying to watch our back right now.
Jordan, I'm gonna walk up on here, okay? I think I get kills here. 60 blue Valk. 40 on
I can walk up and get a scan and not watch our back. I'm doing it. I don't care. Hopefully nobody's pushing down.
They're getting shot on the side.
He's in the open.
Got one.
Nice. Left side, Valk. 70, cracked him. 30 flash.
He's gonna die to the same.
You need to look behind. I gotta swap a gun. I have to swap right now.
Okay. I need to get ammo.
I grabbed light. I grabbed all the light off this.
I have 4 cells now.
Okay, it's round 3 closed. Team can come over here. I'm double light. Good job.
Yeah.
All right, we have to talk about that. First of all, Oxygen went down in the kill feed while all that was happening. TSM was pushing in on Fnatic. Fnatic also goes down with a little bit of help from NRG on the other side of things. Somewhere across the map, Ascend goes down. Now we're checking in with Alliance, who's taking on Kick.
I mean, Ascend was the one that took out Oxygen before being third party, so they found some KP before going down, but Attackis, who's trying to get swung on, but Saleezy just wingmans, and that's a little bit of wing dude action. Now Mandy and Yuki forced to pick up the slack. Now that hipfire frying, Yuki doing Yuki things, and Mandy upgrading from the Mozambique to the Peacekeeper, and just like that, Kick is eliminated. Passion also falling off stream.
That was a big win for Alliance, not only clearing out that space, but getting that loot, keeping themselves alive in this match and continuing to get those ever important points, whether it's the KP or whether it is the placement. That was huge for Alliance. and they've got some space.
I mean, space, showing presence, making sure they're clearing out their back. No one should be able to come from behind. They just need to play forward and figure out their next positioning in the zone, and it's going to be a nasty one. We talk about these mountains kind of forcing these chokeholds in the end game, and it can be very, very tough, and you have to decide which way do you want to make your rotation, and we knew NRG was holding the complete left side, right? But so far have been relatively safe.
All right, we're back on board with one of our top teams here. They have been holding this position for a while, so let's jump on board with them and see what they have to say.
เลยเพราะว่าเผื่อซ้ายมันยิงเราต้องอันตีสวนซ้ายไปอ่ะ
กูเปลี่ยนปืนนะ
เฮ้ยมองคนหน่อย
ต่อให้พี่ให้
มึงขึ้นมาบนหลังคาคนหนึ่งได้ป่ะกูจะลงแมวแผ่นขึ้นหลังคาหน่อยโจ
กูเปลี่ยนปืนอยู่ปืนนึงเดี๋ยวจี้หมดจังวะ
ไปดูคนหน่อยนะปั๊มแผ่นอยู่
ข้างหน้า
อย่าให้ขวาดันมาหาเรามีอันตีละมันขึ้นไงวะ
ไปขวาขึ้นเข่า2ตัวกดกู
ย้ายมาเดินมาหาเรานะอยู่บนเขาเลยยิงสมองปิดไว้กันเที่ยวอ่ะโจเล่นเด็ดมึงคอยขึ้นหลังคามันยิงสมอง
กูข้างหน้ากูสมอง
ปิดซะไอสัตว์สมองปิดพวกกูนะบอสจะดันเหรอดันมา
ชิดแล้วมั้ง
กูขึ้นหลังคาเราไป
เสียงมึงเรื่องเลยเว้ย
กูขึ้นหลังคาอยู่ใจเย็นเป็นชิดแล้วกูโยนอันติป่ะอันติเลยมันอยู่บนหลังคา
All right, you can see that EXO's about to get an engagement with Floor there, and you could hear those comms ramping up as that was about to start, but at the same time, we've got TSM and Alliance fighting, and this could change so many things for Alliance right now.
This is going to be really tough. In the mix of it, Hal swings, but he's going to fall, and now Reps picking up the scraps of Alliance, and just like that, your new kill leader of the day, Reps. I always talk about this team, and then I think about it, I'm like, Reps is kind of the backbone, the glue to TSM. He holds it down, and I think back all the way to Poland, the preseason invitational where TSM came out on top. They've kind of been in this circle trying to get back to it, and I'm excited to see what they do this week here. And Flora, meanwhile, off screen going to be eliminated, but we're down to 8 squads and TSM finding their way to zone.
But it is Flora going down at the hands of multiple teams because it's not just EXO that's in that area anymore. They have to worry about KCP, GO, Onyx is over there. So this is where all of the chaos is going to start to kick off. EXO actually goes down in those moments, unable to handle all of these additional squads pushing in while Onyx looks in fantastic position.
Look, they were able to pick up 4 eliminations for EXO prior to getting taken down. You heard the disruptor rounds from that RE45 behind you, and that is one of the scariest sounds. I know we were talking about Revenant being in play and Revtane. No, the RE45 is what gives me nightmares now, Glitter. It's terrible. Well, no, I mean, it's really good, but it's terrible that it gives me nightmares.
If you were Vicky, it'd be the Revtane, so it's one or the other.
Yeah, it's one or the other, but Onyx finally finding success, certainly in 9th place with 13 points, but NRG nestled between a rock and a hard place, and GHS swings on him.
It's just shooting fish in a barrel right now as NRG has nowhere to go, and GHS can just rain down fire on NRG, barely taking any punishment for the smokes. Very, very clutch right here, allowing for this res, allowing for the reset, hopefully giving them enough cover, but not enough space. We'll have to see if they can get themselves back into the fight from there, but TSM continuing their domination down below is just dishing out so much damage.
I mean, I heard the crowd through my headset chanting TSM, and they are going off. Big E swinging on this Newcastle. No, you cannot res. Get out of here, Gombere.
Oh, the crowd is happy about that one as TSM yet again coming out on top in another engagement. They are looking fantastic in this final Storm Point match right now as they set up shop and give themselves the time to go for that Valve rotate, but the team on the roof, it's KCP who anticipates that, is able to stop them on that rotation entirely.
You have no idea how many Furia fights I have seen with TSM in the Pro League, and it was Panders that started all of that off. Let them cook, but now the third party coming in, it's going to be Onyx from APAC South looking to get dicey. So now your 2 teams, GHS and Onyx, are last standing.
I mean, to be fair, that was a massive play for KCP, shutting TSM down, not only stopping their rotation, but in the end, taking them out. They did get punished for it by the third party and Onyx, but it might have been worth it for the additional points as these final 2 teams battle it out. Onyx taking a lot of damage, already having lost a player. They are down to 1, and Onyx, in the end, clutches it up against GHS.
I mean, look, you've got to feel good about that. APAC South teams have been performing all day. This team, formerly known as Boogie Boarders, before they got picked up out of the region, and it's so great to see them finding success here now.
That was an intense last Storm Point match.
So much water, so much water. We called it out. We knew there was going to be a water ending at some point, and that, dude, the cancelization of the skyward dive, and you just takes that split second, you know, Valk just kind of drops down and then jotes up, and you have like 25% more left on your ult. So the moment you're canceled, you're just like, all right, I'm done.
Well,
what do I do now?
Try to make the best with what you've got, and there wasn't a whole lot they could do in that situation.
Oh, look at Nasky walking over to Onyx. He's probably hyping him up, dude. He is seriously such a standout guy.
Oh, I love when we get to see these reactions from our players. Yet another phenomenal performance, but I want to hear what you have to say down at the desk, Rain.
Thanks, Glitter and Spider Tiff. Great cast up there in the God spot, we like to call it, and they're doing a great job today. Down on the desk, though, Mark, Dan, Gino, talk about APAC. We got any love for APAC in the building right now? Yeah. APAC has been performing, and, you know, we can't say that, you know, that's not our thing. Gino, that's you. That's why I want to toss it to you right there. Onyx Esports taking the W there. How does that feel? Talk us a little bit about what's going on APAC South.
Yeah, it feels great. Onyx, they're probably the only team we haven't seen, you know, that big special moment from so far. So now they've got it, completed that, ticked all the boxes. Those couple of players, we've seen Fussy before at LAN, right? He played for Sutraiku when they were teaming up with Waltzy and Bullet as well. Had a really good performance. This season, they've also teamed up with Raki, always been a good player in APAC South, but never just quite cracked those top teams to make it through to LAN. It's fantastic for him to finally get that opportunity. And then you've got Shady. They actually replaced Pricey, who went on to Moist Esports. Shady come in to replace him on Onyx, then Boogie Boarders. So for him to make that transition and then make it to LAN, I mean, that guy's happy to be here, and you can understand why when he's playing like that.
My goodness, feel like we just got an APAC South Wikipedia page read down right there, Gino. We know everything we need, and that's a great story too, because it's roster swaps that end up working out sometimes in your favor. We talk about it with NRG and with Liquid, and talking about it here, maybe Reiki, Shady, Fussy, having that go-to type of dynamic that will work at LAN. Maybe didn't work for them before, Mark, but it's been a good showing as well from all APAC teams, but APAC South get the start today.
Yeah, looking really, really good once again, and RE45, we see how much damage you can do, right? I think out of all care package weapons, if you want to pick something up, that's going to be the gun to go to, because you can just shred through some shields. You saw a 1v1 scenario look very one-sided at one point, and just to clean up kills, break those shields, it's absolutely massive. But we should highlight as well, big game for TSM. A lot of kill points for them, but probably the highlight of the game was that Valcult, right? We always have the meme of a TSM Valcult. Well, who expects to get stuck halfway up it, right? If they crash down, but a lot of KP for them in that game.
We also talk about KCP. I mean, the fact that they just said,
he was cooking.
You know, elimination bracket, we're not quite cooking, we're not quite boiling, whatever the analogy was trying to be. He was making a pot noodle, I don't know. But you've got to look at what they've just achieved. Top 3, a very good game, a momentum builder going into World's Edge, where perhaps they'll be a bit more confident. Maybe it isn't lights out just yet. Maybe there is still an opportunity for them to get into that top 20.
That's why I feel like Nasky's kind of, you know how you have those friends that kind of talk bad about themselves just to be a little humble, kind of psych themselves out. You know they don't really think that. I feel like Nasky is always in the back of his mind thinking, we do have a chance, but I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say we're the best. I've already done that. That hasn't worked out for us. It resulted in 3 games and 0 points yesterday. So right now, I'm just going to say we're cooking. Our meal sucked, but look at this. It's already transitioning into better points for them. You see a little bit of some of the teams representing there. NRG Sweet just put his head down. FC Destroy as well. Fascination Color Destroy. They got a win yesterday. 2 wins yesterday as well, waving to the camera as the players take a little bit of a break. Before we go back into the highlights of 3, Dan, it is halfway through our last stage. What's kind of standing out to you here in terms of the first 3 that we play on Storm Point?
I mean, apart from what the APAC region, which has been the most standout thing, let's talk about EMEA. Hasn't necessarily lived up to the hype. I know that we are down a couple of EMEA teams that performed incredibly throughout the season, which is, of course, a disappointment. But there are still teams here that can do some serious damage. And whilst we're not seeing J-Lings right now because they're not in these 2 groups, maybe things are going well for them off stream, because it's it's a great point Mark brought up previously. We still have 2 other groups that are currently playing, and that means there is a lot for all these guys on the stage to be thinking about, because not only have you got to topple the teams you're playing against right now, you have to beat the points total of the teams that are playing elsewhere.
Yeah, you're racing against a guy in the other room who's also racing, Mark, so you have no idea if you're doing enough. You just have to do as much as you can.
100%, and going into this lobby, I think all teams will kind of have an idea of what they had to do, right? We were talking about how 10 points a game will pretty much solidify you at the top of most leaderboards. If you're picking up 6, 7, you're inside that top 20 per game, you're going to feel pretty comfortable going through these games. But if you aren't quite there, and now we move over to World's Edge as well, and you know you've only got 3 games remaining, then the pressure really does start to ramp up. Because don't get this messed up, don't get this wrong. Everyone wants to be in that winner's bracket. You get the safety net, you can progress to the final in the quickest route possible, and that's where everyone wants to be. No one wants to play the elimination bracket. No. That is a scary place because a couple of contests off drop, a couple of games where you get a little bit of RNG not go your way. All of a sudden your tournament is over. You want to have everything in your own control, and the only way to do that is get into that winner's bracket.
Can't be cooking tomorrow, you got to be serving, right? Everything's got to be done, already played it, and just go into your guess. Genome, though, when you look at the end of this game, you know, in top 12 Alliance still finding kills, that is an EMEA team. I know I'm switching regions on you here, but that's a team that we've been talking about. Can they consistently do it? You know, they've been deadly. TSM also riding that wave, finding a couple of KP, 6 kills at least before they went out, and GHS Professional making it to the end.
Yeah, they've been really surprising me this series. We haven't seen a lot from them this weekend, and honestly, that was one of the teams that I thought may fall by the wayside and make their way into the elimination bracket, but certainly they have said something for themselves in this series, as well as Gambare Otusan as well. You know, they've made a couple of runs so far here on Storm Point. Might be a different story on World's Edge, I think, for them, but at least they've started it well.
How do things shift here for the Pioneers? Well, definitely getting into that end game is something that is important to them. They don't really know what it's like to sometimes get to that end game. They haven't given themselves that many chances here in this tournament, but it was all Onic Esports that took most of the conversation at the end. It was our APAC South representative. You could see the pop-off right there in the bright yellow, like Bumblebee stinging the rest of the competition, and it's a great time to get it going as well, Dan. And with 3 more to play on World's Edge, Onic will have a chance to improve upon this.
Yeah, and there are a lot of teams that can jump up that leaderboards now we go into World's Edge. Like, this is where I'm expecting NRG to shine. This is where TSM can shine. This is where ExoClan should be able to shine once more as well. I will focus NRG mainly because they had the most wins on World's Edge in their region. They had 5 out of their 7 wins, and they all came quite late on in their season. The momentum build leading up to this point has been great for NRG, and whilst Storm Point wasn't the most successful thing, wasn't the most glamorous points total, they were still getting points. I think that's important. As long as you are above about a 40% points total on your worst map, you're still going to be good going over to your second.
If your worst can be better than somebody else's, you know, pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a nice start, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I aim for a life, right? As long as I'm slightly better than someone else's life, I'm pretty happy. But looking across where we find ourselves at the moment, I mean, you look at it's an APAC domination, north or south. Genome's nodding his head next to me, just with I can see a wry smile just appearing on his face because he's the happiest man in the building right now. TSM just in behind though, they're in 4th place, but it is extremely tight. You can see the points very, very close between the top teams, and as we say, we've still got 3 games to go. It's taken us a while to get here. It's taken us a while to get Storm Point done and dusted, but we've got 3 games left to go.
I mean, you were talking about 10 points on average being a total that could get you over the top, could make you win, but look at this, we haven't even managed to get that at all here on Storm Point. That is an incredibly compressed top of the leaderboard.
Well, that is how it should be. Gentlemen, at LAN, this is the best of the best in the world in Apex Legends. 40 of those teams here with us in London for 4 days in a row and 4 nights. What a pleasure. We had a chance to talk with one of our actually South American coaches from Kick, I believe, last night, having a little bit of dinner. These are the types of things that can happen, Dan, at LAN, you know, and part of it is that is the magic of the environment. A lot happens outside of the game, whether it's a conversation, whether it's, you know, hinting and seeing how a personality shift might be going on in terms of, you know, they're not vibing together, a little disappointment. Those are elements you don't often see on broadcast, but for viewers at home, they have to understand that makes a big difference, some of those things that happen outside a game.
There is a lot of factors that you wouldn't see on broadcast, right? That actually can really impact the games. One of them, actually the pre-game chat, that we as commentators, we get to see the pre-game chat up there for the observer mode, and a lot of the stuff that gets in there should not be on broadcast.
There are mind games going.
Right?
Let me tell you, like, you've got teams asking how their contest going, like knowing they'd lost it, seeing them in the kill feed, they're like, hey, how'd the contest go? It's like, Obviously, that didn't happen, and it's quite like something. I reckon there's more to this. I'd love to be able to make maybe an edited version that we could share afterwards, because there's what do they call it in Australia? Psychological disintegration, I believe. That's what it's known as.
In fact, the whole decision when Dark Zero went and changed their drop spot to tree, that was because of that pre-game chat, because someone went, hey, what's happening down at Thermal Station? And someone went, well, tree's free, so we're taking that. And Dark Zero went, okay, tree's free.
Tree's
free. There they were.
I mean, ultimately, you have no idea the intricacies. It's like a BR. You never know what's going to happen. But in the same way of playing your life as a BR player, you never know what is going to impact your decision to land somewhere, to do something, or to make a decision that ultimately ends up fantastic or fatal. Let's take a look at how the other group has been doing, though, on the other side of the stage. Nicewig and Greek have been covering the results for this one. And there are a lot of teams that we've been keeping our eyes on as well. Team Singularity out in front, 44 points, followed by Fun123 with 38. Pulverex as a trio, one of our fan favorites from Championships, playing as a duo the entire of Championships. That's right, to make some love for Fight-Chan and the squad. They are in third place there, which is a good sign for them. Game Ward and Ironblood Gaming, who performed pretty well today, rounding out the top 5. Dark Zero just behind them.
Impressed that we're seeing Gamewood step up and start to show us something as well. It seems like as soon as we start to forget about a team or think maybe a team is guaranteed and banked to be in that elimination bracket, suddenly they start to show what they are made of. Disappointing performances on the lower half of that table, though we're going to need to see a big change from teams like IG, who are one of the better World's Edge teams from the region. If they can make a difference, then who knows, maybe they can start to get towards the top half of that leaderboard.
Just really quickly looking there, Luminosity, that's a worry. Stormpoint has been very, very strong for them, and Luminosity, I'd say, one of the most improved teams throughout all regions that we've seen this split. So a slight concern for them heading over to World's Edge.
Yeah, and Singularity sitting at the top there with 44 points. They were the highest of all of the South American teams going into that series, so that certainly gives some hope to the region that they might be able to continue that and cross the threshold, make it into that winners bracket.
What a moment that would be, seeing South America representing in the winners bracket already. Stalezy and the interview. If you didn't catch it, go back in our broadcast. Some touching moments as well. All right, we've got 3 down in the books. We're going to switch it over for our next map. That's coming up very, very soon. You're here with the Apex Legends Global Series in London. 3 more games to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our last 3 games of group stages here in our ALGS Split 1 playoffs. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty, about to bring the noise and all the hype here on World's Edge.
Come on, I mean, we were seeing these teams pop off. Shout out to KCP, who had a pretty rough day yesterday, coming through as well. Now today, they have to show up just like a lot of these other squads if they want to make it into that winner's bracket.
And that's really the story right now. All these teams that needed to perform in this last group stage are performing, and that's true again across both matches, right? We have have Alliance, KCP, currently under the threshold. On the flip side, in our other group, on B stream, shout out to Nice Wig and Greek holding it down. We got Singularity going insane. I mean, it's just crazy how teams that must perform are. Maybe that must be it. Must be passion.
Yeah, I mean, no, there's just so many teams. Singularity popping off there too.
Wait, were you talking about the team passion or passion?
The team passion.
Oh,
The
okay,
team
you
passion
got me
who
with
are
that one.
showing up
I
because
thought you meant
start
those.
at the
They
end.
have passion. That's why they're doing it.
You know what? That too, though.
I can't keep up. It's late.
Honestly, they opened up today saying, you know, we got nothing to lose, and they started fully sending it, and
Passion showed
they're
up.
still consistent right now, even in the second half of group stages.
Yeah, that's right. Urban, one of the kind of breakout players over the last year and a half or so on mouse and keyboard, by the way, showing up really, really well. We'll see if Passion can bring it back. You're spot on. So many teams that are vying for a top finish to try and make it into the winner's bracket. Here's what's at stake. For those that are maybe at home, just tuned in, or maybe not sure how it's all going to go down, top 20 teams from group stages will make it to the winner's bracket. Significant advantage because you have 2 opportunities to place bottom 10 and lose. Teams that are bottom 20 will go to the elimination bracket where they will play in a go big or go home last final matchup. Top 10 advance to losers finals or elimination finals. Bottom 10 go home. So that's kind of what's at stake here, Vicky. And right now, you have teams like XSET, teams like Northeption that have performed so incredibly well, pretty much have their spot locked.
Northeption has been popping off top 3 right now as we take a look at the map rotation. We are moving on to World's Edge. You know I was excited for this. I haven't been able to cover World's Edge just yet. We've been on Storm Point between me and Tiff and then you and I just yesterday. And now it's time. World's Edge. Which 50-50s are we going to see?
Yeah, we might have 1 or 2. A 50-50 that's been going on all tournament long between Flora and Alliance and Thermal Station. We're going to tune right into that. And you actually heard when I interviewed Hockey's a little earlier, I don't know if you caught it, he said we got a little something special up our sleeves. So I'm really interested to see how they decide to play that. The other potential contest, well, KCP, you know they're cooking the pair. I don't know what, I responded to Nasky's tweet saying, I don't know what kitchen you're in, bro, or what you're cooking with, but you're making a quesadilla. That's all you're making so far. And he's like, no, just wait and see. So we'll see if KCP has something special for PS.
Yeah, what's really funny about KCP, I ran into Nasky just last night and I was talking to him. I'm like, man, what happened? You know, that's unlike you. He's like, no, don't worry, we're cooking. I'm like, oh, you're on the copium, and now they're huddled up right now. They're excited. He's letting them know, all right, guys, this is World's Edge. And do you guys want to know what Nasky was telling me? All right, Mad Maggie, Caustic, you already know how it is. All right, they don't know what we're cooking, but let us cook. And they're going to get into this. Look how hyped they are. They're excited. They're ready to get right into it.
Yeah, and by the way, we had a live listen. I got to hear every word Nasky just said, and he said, guys, we're going to cook. We're going to cook. There's the ingredients, and we're going to shoot our guns, and we're going to cook, and all of a sudden, we're going to be cooking. That's exactly what he said, live listening to that huddle with Nasky. And guess what? We'll see how they will do here. 3 more games and an opportunity for them to break into that winner's bracket. Huge opportunity for them. And you mentioned Passion as well.
Yeah, also Gordon Ramsay would definitely approve out here for NASCAR. Right? I guess gotta say that real quick. But you talk about Passion, they needed to come out today. This squad was
kind of looks like him.
Last.
Nasky. Yeah. You see that a little bit? Nasky, Gordon Ramsay, anyone else see that? I mean, maybe it's just me. Am I going crazy? It's like a Danish.
Is it just the hair? You're talking about the hair?
I think that might be it.
You know what? But
like
talking
about
you talk a little bit about Passion, and this squad really needed to perform. They were on the bottom end of the overall leaderboards of their group just yesterday, and today they started opening up. Now this squad is sitting in 8th overall, right behind KCP actually, as we were talking about them. But let's talk about GO. GO remaining on top. I mean, in the overall leaderboards, our top 4 squads, top 5 even, because they're 1 point away from Onyx, who's sitting in 4th. So close. So World's Edge is going to determine so much for these teams that feel way more comfortable on World's Edge versus Storm Point. And we sometimes see that adjustment of composition. Are we going to still see a lot of Bangalore's coming through, maybe some Lobas coming out here as well as we enter World's Edge?
That's right. I'm gonna attempt it, Vicky. That's Ganbare Altusan or GO. I don't know how I did. Someone tell me, please. Jungyi, Dogma, and Jusna, former Reject Squad, the only Korean team playing in today's lobby, or this lobby at least, as they, of course, placed first in ALGS Champs in APAC North back in 2021, 26th at ALGS Champs on LAN in Raleigh just 8 months ago. So this is a team with a lot of experience. We'll see how they will form and perform here on World's Edge. One team I think whose stock is going to be slightly down on World's Edge is going to be Alliance because of that contest. But hey, we'll put that on pause for now because guess what? It's time, World's Edge, our last and final 3 maps of group stages. Game number 4 is here. Will Alliance continue to perform? Will KCP hold down for EMEA? Or will we see TSM, NRG, or the Guard represent North America right behind the likes of Northeption and many more performing for APAC North?
Let's go. I mean, TSM are already starting off strong. Look at the hotspot. They got the beacon on top of that in Lava Siphon. We got to wait to see where the circle's going to be taking us. And you talked about it before. You talked about the potential 50-50 out here, which actually it may not be happening.
What?
Okay,
dropping
Flora.
launch site. There is exactly what they have up their sleeves. Meanwhile, TSM in an early 1v1. Reps goes down. Hal's going to neutralize with the Mozambique.
This is huge. It wasn't the 50-50 we were expecting out here, but with Reps going down, it's a trade for trade as Stilitzi is going to be the first one to go down here for kick here too. You can see Hal just trying to take a knock border. All he needs is the beacon of dream.
Yeah, great shots from Hal. Verhol's going to follow through. Can he get the knock? No. Shield's broken on Maggie. It's the team of two, the duo, the controller boys. It's the melee off, and Hal's going to go down. Verhol's left in the 1v2. He finds himself a Hemi. Can he connect in the 1v for the dub?
Oh, he just gone.
Verbussy!
Oh, kick to the dream, swinging the axe, put it away. They get taken out, the first squad to get taken out as Verholz comes in clutch. Unfortunate situation with no gun in that player's hand. And you know, that's what happens sometimes when you want to take these 50-50s. You immediately try to duke it out. I mean, those are a little scary with the Bloodhound coming at me with the axe.
This is why I love these LAN international competitions, because you never know what you're going to get. No one expected, not even my man Sven from China expected this 50-50 here with Kick dropping on TSM and Lava Siphon. They got some big ones, you know? They got some confidence. I'm surprised to see that. Meanwhile, Alliance did the same thing against GHS down in launch site.
Actually insane start already right now. TSM walking away with some KP. Let's not forget TSM are sitting second, tied with NTH and Onyx right now, 28 points. Now they added even extra points to their name with NRG with a quick rotation already.
That's right, fast rotation. Decent shields as well. Purple for Sweet. Looks like he might be on some shield cells though. Guild with the blue shields and Nathan. Well, he's gonna be leveling up his Evo shield here momentarily. I'm not sure if they're rotating through. No Crafter on screen, but taking the Harvester rotate. Or NC normally drops. That's NorCal Esports, the one team in this lobby, still ripping that same very popular meta from just a couple months ago, Watson and Newcastle.
Just thinking about the changeup we've been seeing from some of these squads, either with their timing on their rotations or even their POI. Alliance already with their quick rotation leaving north of launch site. I know GHS likes to land in launch site too, but they immediately were able to rotate to Dome. There's a beacon on both launch site, Dome, and Tree. 3 beacons on the south side of the map right now, and seeing where this map is going to be pulling, if this is one of those lava siphon circles, it could go so many ways out here, and you know that TSM likes to hold on to a 50-50 hold just in case if they don't have access to another beacon beyond this circle.
That's right. Well, one thing we're seeing here on screen, we got the guard, SSG, and NRG all within a vicinity. Meanwhile, Flora dropping thermal station uncontested as Alliance said, you know what, let's give it up. All is creeping up as well from thermal station. So potential skirmish here. As we're switching on over to Dropped of SSG, one of the most popular streamers in North America as well. They're gonna have the info courtesy of Seer, and we'll see how they decide to play this.
Playing patiently out here, just getting that information. You see the charge rifle in Drop's hands. There's not a site that he will like to work with here, but it's about that information. Once you tag one of these players up, also boosting up that Evo shield. And talk about that information, I mean, that's all you need sometimes with that Seer tactical. Another fight going on here. EXO on the other side. Remember, EXO holding that #1 spot in the overall leaderboards against all the other groups.
Yeah, that's a massive story. We gotta hype that up. No, it's not TSM. It's not XSET. It's not Alliance or any of the teams you may have thought, or Fnatic. It's EXO Clan from Thailand, representing well on top of the entire standings right now. And I gotta eat my words. I didn't even think about them in my top 10 predictions, and I got called out for it well deservedly. EXO has shown up. The question is, can they continue to do so in the bracket stages? Killapose, Dexter, and Zicky looked really good in moments at ALGS Champs just months ago. We'll see if they can do it again.
It's about that consistency out here. As you can see right now, EXO sitting in 13th overall after having a very lackluster game #2, planning their rotation, wrapping around long past trials actually right now here too. They usually land in trials, so they're just taking their steps, moving around back so that way they don't get contested or circle get edged.
Yeah, wise decision. They're gonna play a really passive rotate here. Playing Bangalore, which means they like to play edge. They want to play for fights. You'll see them continue to do so, but not deciding to take that fight against Dreamfire, their peers in APAC South. And speaking of 13th, they're in 13th place right now in the standings. They got 13th at ALGS Champs in 2022, above many top teams, so definitely a top contender. But here we go, Imperial Hal gonna get a knock on Passions Urban. Meanwhile, big fight going on in Harvester.
This is super huge right now with so many teams taking up the space in Harvester. You know that there's that beacon in the back end that NRG has scanned earlier on. Flora now making their appearance into some of these fights. You see the Seer ults lighting up the skies right here in Harvester too. Just trying to look at what's going on with the squads that have already taken up the inside of the buildings, and so many other teams making their rotation, leaving Fragment, coming in from the northern choke points is going to be chaotic soon.
That's right. So many teams stacked like pancakes right now here in Harvester. likely will not take these fights. Why? Well, as soon as they do, they're going to get third-partied immediately. It's going to become an absolute nightmare for them. So expect these teams to coexist. A lot of real estate, a lot of opportunity to burrow up in so many of these buildings here in Harvester. And for now, they'll be chilling. Meanwhile, Hal's going to go down in the hands of a Sentinel post-kill of Ascend, the Portuguese duo making a play. Keep a close eye on that fight.
I believe that actually may be happening over to the side of Harvester too that we were mentioning. Just leaving that choke point of Fragment is going to be insane out here. Flora is going to try to negate these Watson fences, try to take up this space if they can, but they got to look out at the squad that's right to their right. They need that information from the Seer if he could let him know, and they're actually just backing off. They already have that information. They just are happy with where they're at right now. Passion gets eliminated. We saw them get pressured earlier on from TSM, so that means that Oxygen is in that same vicinity as Ascend out here, as well as TSM.
That's right. Another team's going to enter the fray and enter the mix, taking the low ground positioning. They find that available, and they will do it with safety. So every team here seems to be predicting a Harvester finish. We'll see where the zone ends up pulling, but we have 6 or 7 different teams, including NorCal Esports, who dropped there originally, making their way back. It is absolutely packed. Major party going on in Harvester.
All right, Fallout. Now seeing that Frex here, just Watson fencing up this entire perimeter right now, seeing how we don't really have those cryptos that we've been seeing in the other previous lobbies. Ascend really being one of the only ones as Pinota falls incredibly low. Flora thinking that they could backtrack a little bit, leaving out of Harvester, maybe trying to wrap around Landslide. This could potentially be guard here. I'm wondering if the quick rotation really came through here, or if another team ended up wrapping around past Fragment.
Yeah, this is a battle of APAC North, Korea versus Japan. GO, the Korean squad, Flora, the Japanese squad. Pinnater, attended champs, not able to compete there. Out for redemption now. Was considered at the time one of the better controller players in the region. But it looks like for now, both teams will back out reset. I think this fight will persist. Guess what? SSG is going to enter the fight just to the right. It's a 3-way affair as SSG doesn't want anything to do with that Bangalore ultimate, but that means Flora will not have it in this fight against GO.
They wanted to know why they weren't invited to the party real quick and said, you know what, it's okay, we'll take a backtrack here too. They're going to
FOMO?
Yeah, exactly.
I've been there before.
And it's unfortunate here for them, but you know what, they said, you know, we're too cool for this party anyway, so they're going to backtrack, and so is Flora, and they're going to be able to wrap around here. It's staging. And seeing that GO had made that rotation away from Skyhook and now towards here in that choke point underneath the tunnel of Landslide, you could expect Harvester to get contested already, not only from the squads leaving out of Fragment, but from the squads that could also hold that choke point that you currently see GO holding right now and prevent other teams that want to rotate around through that Landslide area and maybe actually pinch that squad, prevent them from actually getting that rotation.
Yeah, an APAC North fight's going to continue. It's going to be FC Color Destroy coming from right behind them in Landslide. Dogma either keeping his head in a swivel, trying to decide on a rotate, or knows something. I don't think they know that FC Color Destroy.
Oh, he called it. He got it with the tactical.
The audio cue, yeah. The Seer tactical, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they're like, never mind, we're not going to take that rotate. This is just madness right now. Every team's just trying to find a way in. Look how passive and scared these teams are in these last 3 games.
The fact that the circle pulled towards the north is so crazy right now, because then you have to think about how much of this space is being taken up by the choke point where the rocks are that lead Fragment into Harvester here too. Especially the squads that are exiting out of the southeastern side. NTH, for example, KCP who have wrapped completely around, trying to rotate through the Geyser area here too.
And remember EXO, we talked about them a while ago. They're still all the way up in Skyhook. They went back to Skyhook and crafted all types of bats and med kits. Still in zone, scanning a beacon right now. So we'll keep you all updated. We got a big map on our screen here. We'll keep you all updated on what we see. Meanwhile, on the east side of the map, we haven't checked it out yet. We'd love to flip on over to the east side if we possibly can. We got TSM, KCP, Fnatic, Oxygen, and Northampton all on the east side of the map. Take a look at the map as you see right here. What a packed mid-game here. 18 squads still alive.
Insane here as Alliance also take their time to make their rotation. They're going to be able to get the information off of the Beacon and Lava Siphon. GHS also probably already got that information from the launch site. We talked about a little bit earlier about how many beacons are in the southern part of the map right now, but as they make their rotation, and look how congested it is in that choke point. The Guard, TSM, Oxygen, Ascend, NRG. You already know Ascend is probably playing extremely patiently, cutting off some of those rotations there too with their composition. Going to be very crazy here within that next circle once these other squads are forced to rotate in.
Exactly. Let's start to talk about that next circle, right? A couple things we can preview for you. EXO hitting a Valcult right now. They're going to run into FNC or FC. That's Fascination Color Destroy. Expect a fight between the APAC regions here in just a moment. GHS versus Alliance about to go down with another Valcult from the south side of the screen. So that's what is about to ensue here. North and south fights for these hard edge teams. Meanwhile, KCP likes to play early rotate. You heard Nasky say, you know, with Panders, who is used to playing edge and fighting on edge with his Furious squad, Watson and Zeratricky, we've been able to do a little bit of a hybrid. It's been a learning and an adjustment period for us, but they have both kind of play styles in their belt now.
Can we talk about how Nasky also baited me when he was talking to me yesterday? They're running Bloodhound, Horizon, and Bag. Very, you know, usual comp that we're used to seeing. They said that they were cooking, but maybe this is something that they wanted to go for here after having us finding some success, at least at the very beginning right now. At Geo have taken the high ground, overlooking Harvester. Nobody has initiated right now, as everybody is just taking up the space that they want to take up in Harvester, despite it being so congested. There's about 5 to 6 squads here alone.
Insane. Tension's so tight, you can cut it with a knife here. As we have so many teams basically in parallel with one another, coexisting. And here we go, our first kind of late game Ring 3 Valk ultimate, which we know at this point, that Valk ult is high risk, high reward. It looks like the risk right now is greater than the reward. Dogma are gonna take quite some damage. His teammates are gonna actually peel off of him to make sure that they don't all get knocked early, and they're gonna find themselves a nice spot here. Obviously not in zone, but at least some respite for now.
Oh, another squad just landed right next to them too. I think that maybe NRG actually made their way over Flora as well on the outside, as GO are just gonna wait up here on the high ground. I believe that was GHS that was trying to shoot at them from the snake building right underneath. Opted to go for a longer rotation. Now NRG actually inside of this building was Flora, who actually ended up taking that skyward dive instead.
Yeah, that's right. We kind of previewed earlier some foreshadowing, right? The NRG SSG fight's gonna happen eventually, and it might happen here in just a moment. We'd love to also take a look at the overhead map if we possibly can, because I want to show you guys where the zone's pulling here. As Sweet's taking some long-range poke on the map. In a moment, you'll see TSM and Oxygen so perfectly positioning and predicting the zone. TSM well poised, Oxygen well poised, and here's that overhead map for you, so you can see exactly what we're saying.
Goodness.
Look at this TSM spot. A drone's about to call them out, but TSM is sitting pretty right now.
It's that spot that I was mentioning that TSM likes to do a lot, and they do it amazingly too. It's about sitting in a position where they can try to 50-50 predict where the circle is going to be pulling if they deny themselves the opportunity of having a beacon.
That's right, well here we go. It was the calm before the storm, and it's about to pour. Mayak of Flora pushing up PK to the face for 72. Gonna knock shields, immediately gonna melt with the R301, the wide right swing from Pinnature, and just like that, GO eliminated, deleted from this lobby.
And now NRG are dropping up right behind Flora in the process, while GHS is trying to clinch Flora too. They need to reset quickly because they know that there's the other spot. It's NRG shooting right between the cracks of the stairs.
That's gonna be not coming through. And Flora now needs to win this 2v3. Nathan down to no HP, but he's gonna be able to heal back up. So well played from NRG. 75 damage with the charge rifle as well. But they're not able to finish any of these knocks here.
They want to take the skyward dive, I believe, here, because this is a really risky situation, because they're pinched between 2 squads right now. The squad holding the tunnel, I believe that maybe Alliance actually, and then Flora, that they were a little too late to go in for the third party despite GHS pressuring them.
That's right, and guess who's right within the train tracks? It's gonna be Alliance. So wise decision here from Sweet, despite getting the knock. I love that call to not get tunnel vision and so ultra focused, and instead make the right decision, which is a Valk ult. Now the question is, where will they drop? You know, Sweet is eyes yelling his heart out right now, and are they gonna find this spot? Is this free? Yes, it is!
Oh.
What a rotate from NRG!
This is huge now that NRG has this bridge. Sometimes we've seen this circle pulled more so towards this bridge, but immediately, the moment he lands, getting taken out is guilds.
And now they have to make plays. Not the charge rifle shot that Sweet wanted to start. Let's see what he can do next. That's just gonna be backing out. They're gonna let Guild get eliminated here, so it'll be all down to the final 2. NRG is gonna take low ground. They'll say, we concede the bridge, it's all yours. Such a good play by Northeption, not letting them take that for free.
Northeption also pressuring them with the 30-30 shots, making my eyes water out here. Unfortunately for Guild, he won't be able to get rezzed out, but they could try to recover his banner. At the moment, though, NRG aren't taking any chances. They're gonna be playing off the low ground while Flora gets eliminated in the feed. As you can see, just exiting out of Lava Siphon, GHS does claim them.
That's right. And I just gotta take a moment to say, I really love these calls from Sweet. It's the textbook play. They're also getting a supply crate, which is great. But rather than egoing and saying, let's take this 2v3, he says, no, let's drop to low ground.
He's got the crate.
He does. Let's drop to low ground, because there's no way they're gonna give up God Spot and drop to low ground on us. Wise decision from Sweet. They'll play as a team of 2 from here on out. We'll keep a close eye on them. Meanwhile, Dreamfire find themselves in a fight against fellow Apex South team, EXO. Dreamfire from Taiwan, EXO from Thailand. As we have so many different countries being represented here this weekend, we'll see if these 2 teams will fight.
I believe that is Ascend also on the other side that have been holding that angle forever with the Watson fences. You can see the breaks coming in, but they got some nice little gen right there to help them out with their shields. My question here is, though, Fallout, with this next circle closing in less than a minute, we saw how many teams were congesting Harvester. That choke point to the north side that FC is holding, that TSM has been inside the building. What is this going to look like now once that circle closes?
Yeah, and if we can take a look at the map one more time. Nice knock from Bolin, by the way. Wow. That's undeniable. But if we can take a look at the map one more time, if possible. Again, I mean, just look at these teams that early rotated and called this zone so perfectly. We'll pull that up here in a second if we can. Meanwhile, Beast of the Hunt gonna be popped here. The fight's gonna ensue. It's EXO versus Dreamfire, 3v3. What can you do here?
Trying to move in as the Beast of the Hunt is activated, throwing out the Arc Stars currently right now too as Bolin tries to move in. He's got that Digithread ready that he crafted earlier on. The Arc Star is gonna pressure him just a little bit though, just gonna poke him out.
That's huge. The Digithreat, so clutch, being in the Replicator right now for today. Won't be there tomorrow though. Here comes the push from Roy. Roy, Genome, giving so much respect to one of the best mechanical players, and that's why Tao's gonna get 2. It's a 2v1, and Tao does it! The 3-piece for Tao of Dreamfire, but the third party might be coming from FCD.
And with the circle also coming in behind their backs, they're forced to move up. They have the smoke grenade, so at least buy in some extra cover, but it's a squad off to the right that was pressuring them before. Space Station just leaving up to drop. We saw 2 of his members go down earlier on in the feed, and the circle closing in. There's still so much to pass to get into that next circle. Woo! Space Station out of the field.
Heads up play for Bolin to get the free KP, but FCD is going to capitalize though. They're going to gatekeep their way to a final elimination here. FCD will be falling momentarily, and now Dreamfire will be falling momentarily. FCD holding the choke right where TSM is on the opposite side. Really well played. They're actually able to get the Moby and the res. They got beat. I didn't realize they got Banner, so Gilderson's back in the lobby.
Guild is back, NRG is here, and Sweet is looking to cook with the Kraber. Let's wait for it here. Misses out on that shot. Ascend get eliminated, 11 squads left.
Here we go, and guess what? We know you love him. We know you want to hear him. Let's jump into a listen in with Sweet from NRG.
Are you good? Are you looting the box?
I'm good.
Can you get the armor?
Yeah, it's a white.
No, he dropped it. We're chilling down here. All right, we need to start focusing the southwest team. Can we start peeking this team right now and trying to
I'm gonna run into zone and grab this armor and bat, okay?
Okay. I can't see anything. I think we might want to like look for the back.
These guys are running around outside. They're running across the gas. These guys are pushing around and playing the field.
Yeah, I'm healing.
We need to kill this team.
The rat is right here. The rat is right here. He's right here.
Okay. We need to play where Nate's at, but we can't go early. We cannot go early.
I have level now. I'm gonna put it down.
Nice, Ace.
100. 20 sheet.
Dead. Coming back. Great fucking nades, eh? We're gonna play where that rat was, okay? We're gonna walk in and turn around, and we're gonna shoot behind us from where that rat was, okay?
Okay.
I need a flat line. Give me it.
Grabbing a different gun.
I have a 1x gold Devo and a 3x flat line.
That's fine, I'm gonna get some more ammo. I still have a lot of nades, okay? Do you guys understand? We're gonna go to the other side of the wall. We're gonna walk into where we just killed that rat. We're gonna have an armor swap, then we're gonna turn around and shoot behind us, okay?
Yeah, I have my gen too.
We're going to right here, we're gonna be shooting behind us. We're looking to kill anybody up here, but we have to go late. Get knocked.
Blood on ult behind.
Yep.
Yeah.
That bank's looking above us. Good. Big fight over here. Big fight on my ping. Right here. Looking at this right now. I'm flying up to the armor swap.
I'm coming.
The big fight on my ping. Kill this. Kill all these people in the field.
Yep.
I'm moving up. No one on the bridge is looking. We need to kill this all. We need to kill this whole side of the lobby.
I'm looking.
In the smoke. We need to just swing left on the
They're
rock.
about to be in gas. Stun that guy. Go back.
I'm going back.
Run back.
He's above us.
No, man.
Plan underneath. Heal. I'm holding for you. You're fine. There's an armor swap up there, remember.
And such great calls from Sweet, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. Nathan, Sweet down to a team of 2. Can they get the res on Guild?
Can you hear how clear and concise Sweet is thinking? 10 stops ahead! The Kraber shot finally landing, finding 140, but there's a player right above him. They have to think about the team that is holding the high ground, that knows that energy is stuck down here after they got a knock.
That team is Alliance's Hockey's. Guess what? FNC Fnatic gonna enter the fight. I think Hockey's is right above them, playing so free and flexible. The team that he just Krabered is Alliance. Can they get the res? Oh my god, the Sky Nades from Sweet. And they're gonna go for the res.
Oh, he has availability, almost getting that little heady right there. He manages to get the suppressed fire on that Seer. That's taking a nice off angle. Sweet falls incredibly low. He gets knocked. It's only up to Nathan.
Great plays from Hockey's and Alliance. They're gonna shut down NRG. All up to Nathan, last alive here. Would love to flip over as Nathan. Into the 1B. He's gonna be taken out. Alliance capitalizes, they'll get the res as well. Fnatic is above them and not doing anything about this. They're just letting Alliance get all these kills because they're under so much duress from TSM. Look at that building. Vicky, it is insanity right now.
Let's not forget that TSM has been there while everybody was in Harvester. They called this. They've been waiting in this choke point like 3 circles ago. There's 4 other teams that are trying to take this space. Fnatic saw Hockeys in their point of view, and they couldn't do anything about it because, like you said, they've been pressured this entire time behind the rock.
Playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers and hopscotch. Here's Matsutasu. He's going to get knocked here. Meltstera the last alive for Fnatic. Not looking good for them. They're getting focused by the entire lobby. You are the chosen one, and not in the good way. Goodbye to Meltstera as he's going to get beamed, but no, he'll have the knockdown shield. Alliance going to come through and clean up.
See Yuki now trying to finish up everything that they've already started out here, but look to your 6 real quick. You got another squad right behind you right now. Alliance clear up shop. Onyx get eliminated.
Alliance is the kill leader with 9. They're not done yet. TSM, Fnatic, or sorry, FC in a fight. That's a 3v3, and Alliance can come in and clean up. Can TSM get the shield swaps? No, Reps did not get it. Finally does. It's a 3v3 between Alliance and TSM.
Carly, TSM, Verhulst needs to get the reset though. They're at a health disadvantage. Verhulst falls on his Reps. Here comes Hal coming through.
Imperial Hal mounts. He's in a 1v2. What can you do? It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1.
Oh, what is he gonna do? He needs to finish up. He wants to get the KP. He wants to get the shields up real quick. He gets the shields up. In the 1v1, he takes a little bit of damage. He's playing off the fence line. He's got that natural cover, and he's looking to engage.
Hal versus Yuki. It all comes down to this. For 3 KP and 3 more placement points. It's the CEO versus the model. Yuki's an absolute monster, but Hal's better. He's gonna fry, doesn't take any damage. Hal is perfect, but Yuki turns it around.
No way.
Finish the shots, no. Yuki playing the knockdown, and Hal's gonna melt him again.
Oh, he's playing He punches him away. He gets the extra space. He punches him again. Duke it out. You just need the fist.
He's playing with his food, Vicky. He's playing with his food.
He's won.
But he's 1 HP. No! He was out of ammo. Was he out of ammo? Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Yuki clutches up against Hal in a 1v1. How did he do that? What did we just see?
I'm speechless.
Was he out of ammo? He had no light ammo. He needed light ammo.
Yeah, he needed light ammo
from his teammates.
The bingo
They're
card.
such jerks. They didn't drop the light ammo. I can't believe
You're not. He was also playing at a knockdown shield health disadvantage. Yuki had a purple knockdown shield to play around, aside from the extra ammo that he had. And Hal had a bluey knockdown shield and a white knockdown shield.
That's what it came down to. It came down to the color knockdown shield. That's how intense and perfectly played that 1v1 was. I need to calm down. You need to calm down. You're not. You almost destroyed your apple box here to try and catch up.
That's what I was saying. I said I have to chill because I'm about to fall off the stage real quick.
Would have broken your neck. It would have been tragic.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. What a fight. You see this team representing and reacting. Yuki clutches up. Hey, how about controller MNK, huh? The keyboard and mouse player shows up in the 1v1. The crowd goes wild for Hockeys.
Alliance Yuki getting a round of applause that he deserves. Coming in clutch in that 1v1 opportunity against Hal. Yuki, the sole fragger out here. He is an amazing pop-up player. We saw him cook earlier on with the wingman, and he is looking to continue on throughout the rest of this tournament.
And that's what Yuki does. He does not get enough respect as a fragger, one of the best to do it in the world, not just EMEA, and it shows. The Chinese British sensation. What a performance from Yuki. And there's so much to talk about. We need to catch our breath. Let's go ahead and toss it right back to the desk of 4 very big men that look uncomfortable. Rain Day, take it away.
I don't know about uncomfortable, but we can barely stand still after the hype we just witnessed. Alliance Yuki taking over the 1v1 in amazing fashion here in the just incredible moment that was built up from him and going against one of the most famous players in all of Apex Legends, TSM Imperial Hal. What a moment, Dan. I think the whole crowd, the whole building was watching without breathing for a while on that one.
I mean, 2 things that have always gone together for the last, 3 years of Apex is Hal and needing light ammo. Unfortunately, he just didn't have the ammo at the end. Was trying to do his must with just fists in the end. But I mean,
got there.
It's not easy, those engagements right at the end when you have the knockdown shields to try and play around. You're trying to hit your shots. Hal did so much damage to begin with. Yuki was probably thinking he was down and out, but then he saw a lifeline, right? He saw the opportunity, just had to be patient with it, play around those melees, and he was all right in the end.
It's not the first time we've seen Yuki do this. We've seen him clutch so many times this season for Alliance, whether it's 1v2s, whether it's 2v3s, where he gets the damage and gets the extra knock, and whether it's a 1v1 on the biggest stage of them all against one of the biggest names that we have in the scene. A huge play from Yuki, and quite rightly, he's got a smile on his face because moments like that don't happen too often, so you've got to stand up. Let the crowd know it's time to give you a little bit of a cheer.
That's the moment that you get only at LAN, Gino. Moments like that, they do not come often, but when they do, they are so sweet for players.
Yeah, look, don't bring your fists to a gunfight is the first piece of advice I'd have. Secondly, I really did like Hal throwing out the gravity lift there. You saw that at the start of the fight. That was a cool little trick. That can actually go through the fence just a little bit. If Yuki had been standing just a little bit closer, would have just popped him straight up into Hal's crosshair.
All right, I got a question for people in the crowd. You guys want to see that 1v1 again? Y'all want to see that again? Let's watch it from Yuki's perspective right now. We have the tapes. We actually get to see what was going on in the mind, in the vision of the man on Alliance who clutched up for the squad. Not only huge for them to win, Dan, of course, the points that they're looking to get, guaranteeing a spot in winners, but just the skill, the tracing to get to this point in the 1v1.
And honestly, you can only imagine what's going through your mind when you're in a 1v1 like this. So much pressure on an individual.
Oh, wait a minute. Yuki killed 3.
Yeah, he did it all.
Yeah, 2. He did it all. Yuki taking an amazing off angle there to clean up the damage being done by his teammates. But, I mean, we've got to watch this almost in silence, haven't we? To appreciate it, to respect it.
Wow.
Not only that, he only had the one weapon as well, by the way. So they were both down to their last Skerrix of utility.
I'll tell you what, though, looking at this, I don't see a moment where Yuki feels out of control. He feels like he is just waiting. And this is where maybe things start to catch him off guard a little bit. He loses his health, and he goes, oh no, but then that's where the punch maybe starts to look. He's only got 5 bullets himself. He only had 6 bullets. He uses the Valkyrie missile swarm there, and I cannot believe it. Is this the difference? 6 bullets.
I got to give respect to Hal as well. Hal went out swinging in that fight, but we almost had like a punch up at the wedding, right? In the end game. That was ridiculous.
He was 1 melee off. He was 1 melee off from going down.
Oh my God. I don't think it could have been closer. No ammo, basically both of them. 1 hit each. That might be the closest and the hypest 1v1 we have ever seen on a LAN stage in the ALGS. For those at the Copper Box Arena in London, you just witnessed a potential piece of ALGS history. And Dan, if this is any indication of where this tournament is going over the next 2 days, I'm a happy man.
I mean, imagine that, but on a Sunday.
But on match point.
For $1 million.
Oh my God.
Right, on match point. But look at what it does for Alliance. 13 kills, 12 placement points, a big old 25. TSM, though, it's still 16. It's still consistency. They're still going to be putting themselves into that winner's bracket.
And very quickly, this is what Alliance can do when they get the POI, right? When they feel comfortable. And it looks like they get the POI, they play the game they want to. And one thing to remind ourselves of, what did Hackers say a little bit earlier in the interview? We're very close to getting things right. We've had a sub come in Mandy. We're just trying to work out these final pieces of the puzzle. All of a sudden, it looks like Alliance, like they like to do, by the way, leave it as late as possible, are finding the form we expected.
Good for Alliance to pick it up, bad for the rest of the lobby as well. For some teams, too, I love the representation we've seen. Fnatic, it was Alliance, Onyx, and TSM. APAC South, North, EMEA, and NA in that Final 4 Genome. So everyone's still playing well. These teams in the bottom half, though, still trying to pick it up. Kick down below, ExoClan as well in there. Dreamfire, who've shown moments. Ascend, maybe not got it going yet.
Yeah, 8 kills for Dreamfire. They did eventually go down to ExoClan. Well, I say that. It was them that doing a lot of the damage, but they didn't pick up any of the kills there at the end. But that said, ExoClan is sitting pretty at the top of this. 120 points going into the series meant that they were almost guaranteed before this even started.
But this is a big moment for Alliance. I mean, just setting the stage as well. In just 2 more games, we'll be deciding who goes in to our elimination bracket tomorrow and who goes into our winner's bracket tomorrow. For those unaware of it, maybe just tuning in now, what that means is that the teams over these last days have been accumulating points. These points go into their overall tally, and whoever has the most, the top 20, will be safe tomorrow, at least for the first round. Those who don't and are in the bottom 20, they're going to be facing elimination the second we walk in through those doors.
And it's, a nerve-wracking experience for anyone that is in that elimination bracket, knowing it could be your last games, right? Your last moments on LAN. Well, maybe not the last ones, because, we've got more LANs to come this year, which I can't wait. It's crazy how long, Apex Legends has been out and the few LANs we've had because of course, what happened with COVID-19. So now it's very exciting that we can look forward to all these LAN invites.
We have so much fun, though. I wonder if we've just... It would be too much fun over 3 years. We might have had to tone down the fun that we have. Now we can just let it out every single time. It's been such a great set of 4 games. And if Game 5 is anything like that, guess what? I know where you don't want to go. Anywhere else but right here. We're in London at the Copper Box. Things just heating up. Game 5 and 6 coming right up.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 5, the game right after the greatest endgame circle and 1v1 in Apex Legends history. We just saw madness on screen.
Creating history out here for the ALGS. What an insane way to end Game 4. We still got 2 more games ahead of us, Paulo. I'm so excited before we dive into Game 5. Those Game 5s, by the way, are always my favorite because these are the type of games that are going to determine so much for the teams that already know where they're sitting in the overall standings at the moment. Whether they need to play bunker down, play for placement like they usually have been, or if they need to get extra aggressive to get the extra KP that they need to get.
Yeah, I love that. And one team that's been doing exactly that, it's Alliance. I mean, talk about a performance when it matters the most. Backs against the wall, not the best start. And you heard Hockey say, I haven't lost confidence once. We are not playing bad Fallout. We've been playing just fine. We've been getting, unfortunately, contested on Thermal Station. We haven't been able to play into our game, and that certainly has shown in this series. Alliance is playing unbelievably well right now.
It's amazing. I mean, Hockey's told you, he's like, wait for it. I'm gonna keep it a surprise. He always has to keep things under wraps when it comes to you, all right? Specifically you, Fallout. All right, you always try to dig in, and Hockey's like, all right, hold on, not this time around. And they definitely came up.
It's never time around. It's always not this time.
You can't ever give it to you, not even once.
Hey, I met the co-CEOs of Alliance. I got so much respect for the Alliance org. Can you please tell Hockey's to give me a little something sometimes? I need a little secret sauce from Alliance.
They got the Legend Armada on there. I got all the respect for Alliance out here as a team.
Hey, one big thing that we saw in the chat, it was GHS Professional saying, hey, Alliance, how about you fight us? Speaking of fighting, GO going to find themselves in an early fight. It looks like Kick doesn't know where to drop. They have no home, Vicky.
No, they don't, and they were talking about it. We saw them earlier in the chat, and now they're paying for it right now here, too. Gio's like, all right, well, you know what? You're going to be able to bring this up to us on a silver platter. They do lose out on Young here, though, so they're just going to be able to back up as Juiceno is going to be able to try to reset.
That's right, Gio won one of our games on Storm Point, started really strong, was a little quiet last game. Kick is going to get the first laugh. They're going to take out Young Hee, Staleezy, who you had a chance to interview, actually. Talk to me about that experience and what you learned about Staleezy.
It was amazing. He was so emotional, talking very highly about what he wants to prove out here with the rest of the South American squad. They want to make their fans proud, and this is difficult to watch right now, seeing that they just don't have a home on World's Edge. Ascend also making an appearance out here, too. Ascend that usually lands in Frag West, noting the situation, getting involved in South, which is why we saw our squad shots just back away in time as we take a look at Dreamfire next.
Yeah, Staleezy, the only pro player here in South America that actually was a pro player in Call of Duty. He almost qualified for Worlds at second place in qualifications. So for him to do that in Call of Duty, switch on over to Apex and find so much success in Apex over the last few years, so impressive. Got a lot of respect for Staleezy, and I will never forget. It was a highlight, probably top 3 moment in my esports career. Going backstage and filming him and his team, absolutely bawling, crying, emotional after Godfire qualified. He was right there with his brothers. The South American region, so passionate. Just very unfortunately, and just got to be honest, they haven't found the success that they wanted here in this event. No South American teams in the top 20 going into this final group stage series.
He's telling me it's hard sometimes. It's even hard to find an opportunity to scrim, but while he comes back for his team's banners, they are waiting for him to take a shot at his back as he's running for his life, which means he'll probably inevitably also run into Ascent, who already went ahead and rotated to Fragment West as we take a look at Space Station rocking the double purple Evos.
Yeah. So let's take a second to kind of set the stage for what we're going to see in this late game. You see at the top left of your screen, green circle, that's where the circle is going to be rotating. They got the beacon info. Is SSG. So many teams predicting a lava fissure finish. So what's interesting about that? Well, TSM doesn't have the very quick rotation. They might have to play more of an edge play style. Obviously, big game, last game. We'll keep a close eye on them in the map. The Guard, though, in Landslide, they get to benefit. NRG. Dropping staging gets to benefit. So much like TSM benefited last game with a zone that ended close to their home, close to their drop spot, now NRG, SSG, and the Guard all will profit.
And with this northern circle here and the beacon being over on the side of Lava Fissure, you could expect this area to get contested quickly right now. As Onyx, Rocky literally one shot, goes through the smoke, gets out of the line of sight of Flora, who are looking to fully send it.
That's right. Rocky gonna have to try and heal back up if he possibly can. No, he's gonna get knocked. That's Onyx. It's the Boogie Boarders, formerly known as Australian team, but Flora, the Japanese squad, in 20th place right now. They know they need to fry, and they're pushing with ultra aggression right now. Not exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of the former Boogie Boarders squad.
I heard a longbow shot just whiz past his ear right now. He dances across the rock. He gets the finisher to get the reset on the Evo shield. Let's go. Walks away from the competition after getting that finisher done. He gets that reset just as quickly. And again, there's only one member left of the Onyx, meaning that Shadi is still the last one alive.
That's right. I forgot to explain the rules. You get style points, so they get 3 more points just for the style that we just saw on display right there. It's like SSX tricky. Meanwhile, TSM Verhulst finding themselves in a fight. We said TSM's going to have to play a little more edge and fight heavy. Oh my God, Verbus is going to connect for a knock on Hill. Oxygen, unfortunately, has not had a good day, and it's looking like that will continue.
Also continuously goes burr out here as they are going to be able to also hang out on the high ground right next to the beacon, which is why I'm not surprised that TSM already ran into another team that probably had the very similar plan in mind here, especially Oxygen, who lands over on the other side of Geyser, who had to make that rotation to try to maybe see if they could get closer to where that next circle was going to be pulling with that beacon.
Yeah, last alive for Oxygen will be enemy. Rookie on this squad, he's going to go back to try and collect banners, and TSM's going to let him do that. Looks like TSM's just going to loot up and continue their rotation. Will they go through staging and craft, or will they go through landslide is the question here. We'll keep a close eye on that rotate as you see the map, and look how fast so many teams have already rotated through. And as we're watching Verhulst, it wouldn't be a broadcast if I didn't take a moment just to give a big shout out, fill out your TSM bingo cards, but a shout out to the Verhulst fam from Kansas City, Missouri, representing all 4 or 5 of them show up to every single event. I hear him screaming right now, thinking that there they are. Got so much love for his 4 brothers, his mom, his dad, everyone that supports him, and just such a wholesome people. It's a Midwest thing, you know, you wouldn't understand it. You're from Miami.
Oh, whoa.
You wouldn't get it.
We got the familia out here, okay? We got to give that support. I also love the support that we see from family when it comes to supporting all these amazing esport players out here, making their way, proving themselves at LAN here as we take a look at GO, the team that was originally sitting out in first place after Alliance got that win, though. They dethroned them. Now they're the ones sitting in first place overall. GO sitting currently at 6.
Yeah, that's right. That's a big res that they're going to get on Jung Hee, who got taken out early. He'll be able to loop back up, back in Fragment East. And they find themselves a PK. One thing I've noticed, APAC North loves themselves the PK.
A lot of people.
Or as they say it,
I love it. I love listening to the comms out there on that stream. APAC North stream goes absolutely hard out here as we take a look at Kick, who also were able to restabilize. Yeah, they didn't find a home out here, but they were able to reset over at Cervic.
That's right. Kings, former member of Elevate, which became Godfire, controller player for that team, was chatting with Cafe, the coach of that squad, former competitor, and said, Kings is a great player. It's unfortunately wasn't meshing well for our team, had a couple of internal issues. So Kings found himself a home, though, playing alongside Stalizzi. And he got Van, a.k.a. Van Galliroso. He's the brand new rookie on this team. First ever LAN. A lot of big question marks for him coming into this competition. How's he going to perform? So far, he's looked pretty good. You got to see a little more from this Kick squad, though, if they want to make it to Sunday.
Newest member there for two from Cake that has been able to also perform to allow them to also perform for his first time in the LAN. It's always nice to see new faces out here when it comes to the ALGS competition. FCD also going through Skyhook real quick. They're going to be able to utilize that replicator, maybe get some extra shield bats and med kit if anything. They're going to be able to take their time while we take a look at where the circle is going to be pulling and where these squads are going to be approaching from. Kick has nobody to contest them on the railroad track, so they're going to have a pretty clean rotation off from the north side as FC see the squad right across from them. They're trying to replicate through Skyhook. It's another team that wants to try to contest them. And now on the other side, it's Flora also taking some shots at a squad that's utilizing the skyward dive. Maybe GHS actually rotating from around, so they were able to restabilize. So many teams have been able to restabilize, which is insane. We still have 20 squads left in the lobby.
And 58 players, so two teams, or so those are the two players.
Oxygen,
I believe. Yeah. So right now, Flora dropped the Bangalore ult. Might be a little bit of a premature and short ult, because guess what? Their opponents are going to just flee. With their tails between their legs, they'll make it back to home, right through the doggy door. Meanwhile, Team Flora will sit right on high ground above them, in zone as well, drop a smoke for good measure, and assess.
Talk about some good spots to hold over on the other side. Across the railroad tracks is probably going to be EXO with their rotation. If they hold that little area though, they're going to also try to contest teams like Flora, teams like GHS that are going to be forced to rotate from the southern side. They have the information of where this next circle is going to be going, and they're trying to find an opportunity to fully send it on this team.
And I love the full send call. This is a must perform game 6. You're in 18th place, you got nothing to lose. Flora is going to fly at GHS Professional. Japan versus Japan. Some APAC North versus APAC North friendly fire action. Let's see who comes out on top.
Oh, taking a nice off angle though after sending up the Seer ult. They're getting some of that extra information, but Flora's not going to be walking into that. They already know they're playing on the outside of that. They're playing on the outside of the building. The Black Hole to break open those doors real quick. He's got the Arc Star in his hand, but they're getting pressured out by the squad that's across from them.
Right, oh my god, Miyake, good shot. He's gonna get the knock on Ray. He's gonna actually break ice. The Peacekeeper shot misses though. That's a big misplay from Yudu. You have a 3v2, no reason to go down, my friend.
Oh, and he gets a knock here with the PK here too. He's gonna be able to rotate all around to the side, slide right in, sliding in to get the headshot real quick, and GHS get eliminated before the Zero comes in.
And immediately the third party's gonna come through. They didn't get it clean, they didn't get it fast enough, and guess who's gonna profit? EXO Clan from Thailand. They're gonna find themselves a couple KP here. Killapose, Ziki, Dexter, hunting. And no, not Beast of the Hunt or Bloodhound style. They are just simply flying right now. Pitator's gonna get taken out. They'll take all that loot, and one member of Flora will scurry away. That's Miyake. Meanwhile, one of them is knocked, I believe, right next to EXO. I don't think they realize it.
The fact that EXO was still poking at them from afar over on the outside of that train tracked area is insane, because they were still looking at this fight go on for so long, and they found the perfect opportunity and the timing to drop down from that high ground, risk another team take that spot. And we know a lot of teams, if they see an area for free, especially in a circle like this, they're absolutely going to be able to profit. I'm thinking of teams like NRG, Ascend, who like to actually hold choke points to use those Watson fences to block off any sort of rotation from other squads that have the same idea.
And speaking of profit, if you missed it in the kill feed, it's actually TSM that profited that last final kill point on Miyake. So Flora eliminated. We'll go home in 18th, 19th, or 20th place. Switching on over to Alliance. The team with all the momentum right now, especially after what Yuki just did. We got to keep a close eye on these three. And if possible, I'd love to maybe tee up a potential listening here with Alliance. Their comms are so clean. We heard one of the top IGLs in Sweet last game. Would love to also hear from one of the top IGLs in Europe. It's Hockey's. Meanwhile, we got Hal in this game as well. This is a battle of some of the best IGLs in Apex Legends.
Love to see the decision-making coming through from a lot of these teams, as Hockey's going to take onto the high ground, farm some damage for that Blue Evil Shield that he's still rocking, as NTH now move in onto Onyx, who will also have Blue Evil Shields to work with. At a health disadvantage, are backing off. They don't have the view as well, just trying to block off that contention with the Bangalore smoke grenades and trying to rotate on the other side. You know that NTH probably already knows that, trying to meet them on the other side, but they're not going to find them. Onyx is going to take to the skies with the skyward dive.
Yeah, that's right. Raki's gonna get rezzed, which by the way is a terrible tasting beverage if you ever had it. My Cretan Greek brothers, I know a lot of people in former Yugoslavia drink Raki. Not the most delicious thing, but he's a delicious Apex player. That sounded weird. On board right now with Plessy, former member of, I believe, Team Burger or Sutaraiku, nonetheless competed at a top level in Sweden. Now playing with two new faces to land here, Shady and Raki. Jung Hee gonna find himself in a fight against Kings.
Cake making their rotation all the way from Servant Camp to the end of the circle on the north side here. Found him falling incredibly low though, trying to go for a reset. He only pops his shield cell real quick as he's going to be able to land some of these PK shots. 90, and he doesn't get the last shot. Falling incredibly low right now. He gets the trade as Kings is going to be able to clean that up.
That's right, Kings last alive for his team. Let's see what you can do. We hyped you up earlier as a top controller player in South America. You got to go huge for your squad right now if you want to do better than 20th place.
Oh, he managed to pop the shield back in time right now, though. We actually just take a look at the other side. Kick cannot clutch it out. Kings gets set down. And on the other side, as Onyx continues on this fight, Shadi running away from the rolling thunder that was unleashed. He has to back up and unfortunately leave his teammates.
Did you just call him Shadi? Like T-Pain Shadi? I'll buy you a drink, Shadi? I think it's shady, but you know, I'm okay with it. Meanwhile, Meltstera, Fnatic, on screen right now, finding themselves in landslide, playing edge. They like to play aggressive with the Bangalore comp as well. A lot of APAC North teams like that aggressive team comp. I'd actually love to jump into a listen-in with Fnatic instead if we're not going to do Alliance here in a moment if we can. Matsutasu on high ground right now on screen. Meltstera and UKF with gold shields looking great.
Dropping some bars out here too. I mean, you got to think about the gold Evo shields that they're also rocking here, so they have a nice...
I thought you were talking about my T-Pain reference.
That's what I was
talking about.
Okay, yeah,
good,
yeah.
Good,
and then jumping into the gold Evo shields that we also see out here. Got a rocket with
he's about to bust out some auto tune. Shout out to T-Pain if you're watching right now, man. I did an event with T-Pain once.
You're a big Apex fan, huh?
Oh yeah, he's a good person. A lot of respect. You got it right now. Oh, the beat.
Nice beamage with the R301 over from a distance with that 3-time scope real quick before just backing off.
They're gonna back out.
Oh, also out by the way out here in the feed as FC is gonna be able to finish that.
That's right. So Color APAC North teams eliminated and APAC South and South America. 15 squads remain. Sweet getting that long-range knock on Matsutasu. I'm not sure how and what. Charge rifle?
No, that was a longbow. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got the skull piercer. I didn't hear it piercing through. That's what I usually use the audio cue for, to hear how serious that is with the longbow, as you can see it right there, but he gets the res right here too.
Yeah, they're gonna get gold knockdown shield res, that's huge. Well, hey, look, we heard that Apex Legends is pretty popular in Japan. Let's show some love to our Japanese viewers. Jump into a listen-in with Fnatic.
一回肉巻いちゃうよ俺。
うん、オッケーオッケー、ゆっくりゆっくり。カウントだ、今、カウントの上いる。ここにずっといるわ。
そいつら弾かない。
これハイドの番がね。次入るとこ見つけてない俺。なんかバッフ入れるかなって感じだけど。
左側こっち行けねえかな。
入んないんだこれ。入れそう。これとりあえずこれ食おう1ポイント。
カウントがまだ見てきてるよ。
とりあえず1ポイント取らん。で目の前入ろう。
オッケーオッケーオッケー。
グリ切るよ。
オッケーオッケー。
いや大丈夫。
目で見えない。
大丈夫。
めっちゃ手伝えた俺。取るわ。
俺取り行くよ。
取られた。
バツいない。
バツいないけど左いるから気をつけてよ。めちゃめちゃ挟まれる。俺ここでよくね。俺んとこ。
待って
そこは絶対行ってほしい。
左弾かないと。
左と右
ここまで来られたらやばい。ここまで来られたらやばい。
死ぬそこまで来られた。
左パッティホライゾン。
1個前出ていいよ。落ち着こ
う。一回チルして。大丈夫だから。ここはいなくなってる。このピンのところはいなくなってる。多分みんな頭
俺右展開する。右展開する。
オッケー、俺左行ってる。
右も俺一人で押される。
オッケー。
左が分かんない、左の位置が。
左分かんない。多分さ下ってるかその頭位置かメルトステラ。
気をつけて俺。
シアビもらった右ちょっと見てない。シアビもらったやばい俺絶対。
バンガルトあって 2% で溜まる。
ここまで取られた。
バンガルト溜まり
俺左いないの？
左はもう見えてない。
右戦おう。
オッケー、バンガルト溜まるまで待って。あと 8% で溜まる。これ入らねえか。
61万。
54バル。ここの裏。
テレミキルそれ。
オッケー。
ここの裏で。
置いてない。キューッと。それ。
バンガルト。
ホラキュー。
これホライゾン Q 使ったからさ、バンガルト切っていいこれ。
いいよ。
いくよ。
もう鍛えてほしいここに。それバルキリー打とう。
Ladies and gentlemen, the team right in front of Fnatic is TSM. Opportunity to eliminate the Japanese favorites. The nade is gonna land. What a sky nade! Enemy shield broken. UKF gets one. Reps neutralizes with another. It's a 2v2.
It was a trade-off right here too. UKF falling incredibly low though. He's literally one shot. He's forced to back up in time. The 0 for 0 right now as they manage to come and clutch TSM. It's Hal, the last one up currently before he can try to see if he can get reps and Verhulst up.
And you see some of the devastation from the crowd here. A lot of people rooting for the Japanese. Meanwhile, Yuki is frying. They're in a 3v3, but EXO is entering the fight. We got Alliance, EXO, and one other in a massive fight with Northampton.
EXO has not given up this spot. They went back to where they were sitting and they were like, wait, there's more happening. There's more going down. We want to get involved. Huge grenade getting set right in front of Mandy, but the knockdown shield is going to help tank that for him.
And not what you want. The gold knockdown shield in Hakis' hands. He's the one knocked for those. They won't be able to benefit, but they will have all the damage. But they're going to melt. Look at the team fire. Look at the focus. Alliance. See you later.
There was a plethora of arc stars getting tossed in their direction, bombarding them, even taking care of the gold knockdown shield.
EXO Clan is having their way with this lobby. I love how they're playing so aggressive, flying at any third parties that they can. You'd think they'd be playing Kings Canyon and Ranked or something, Vicky.
They're playing Ring Around the Rosie between holding the high ground on Lava Fisher and going down to that no-name spots to the south of that geyser where they were continuously finding third-party opportunities like we just saw again.
Well, let's set the stage a little bit. We got TSM, NRG, SSG all still alive, and the Guard. Meanwhile, Ascend representing EU, Dreamfire still alive, Passion still alive, and of course, NorCal representing South America. It's a global affair.
Passion playing up the low ground now, finding in themselves inside this fight. You know that Space Station Ascend are in the area too, playing off the low ground as NRG already on the high ground. Passion just trying to take some shots with the wingman here too.
Right below Passion is TSM. Dreamfire, I think, is a solo. Passion's gonna push. No, it's actually a full squad. So here we go. We got Passion, Dreamfire, and TSM below them. The ultimate's gonna get placed. That's a great Seer ult. They're gonna get all the intel they need here. Does TSM some way somehow enter this fight with the Horizon Q is the question.
They're on the outside though of the Seer ult. They see the team that's inside. Oh, they walk right inside to the left. I wonder if they saw that right there at the very end. They're just gonna put the Watson fence out. The other team's gonna wrap around. They get the crack. The Bangalore smoke is gonna block their vision.
They're gonna actually neutralize. It's a 2v2. Hal gets the knock on Urban. Hal is entering the fight. Enters the chat. And guess what? He's gonna get the full kill.
He's off to the other side. You see the grenade toss coming in from Zero. They lose out on Urban. They can't get the res. Let's see if they're going to be able to get the banner here. They set up another fence line, but they're trying to get out of the line of sight of the squad that's right behind them.
Right, DF, full team of 3, they're going to get a knock, but they're going to go down as well. This is just helping TSM as both teams lose one. TSM needs a third party, needs to do so now.
The res that came in onto reps TSM. Even while Hal was getting those knocks, Burrows was able to also get reps right back in. Now Burrows is able to get the shields up. They have the death boxes at their feet, and they're going to be able to take this fight.
Dreamfire got the res as well. The shield battery's being popped right along the wall. Are you kidding me? TSM is not able to capitalize.
The circle's closing in. They have to start rotating. They're going to try to circle keep them
They're
instead.
going to gatekeep. Wise decision from TSM to back out there. They had the 3v2, they had the knock, they knew it, but instead they said, let's just chill and play this textbook, an NRG-esque play. Hal beams with the headshot on Tau. TSM's playing this perfect.
But on the other side, it's EXO versus NRG. Look at the painting that NRG have set up for us with the Watson fence, the Bangalore smokes to block out the vision.
Are you not entertained right now? Apex Legends, we got fights north, we got fights south, we got EXO Clan down to 2, NRG gonna profit.
NRG and TSM right now finding these knocks, sweep finding 2, finding the entire squad out here. There is still one more member, I believe, still alive. TSM get eliminated in the feed. Space Station getting involved.
It's NorCal, the underdogs, the Cinderella story from South America, trying to represent an entire region, much like Godfire did in South America at Sweden. Nathan now pushing, knockdown shield's gonna get taken out. And there it is, the kill comes through for Nathan, well played. NRG fans, stand up right now and make some noise.
Look at it, clean up the rest of the EXO, hearing the crowd support NRG. So many fans in the arena right now as NRG are gonna still stay on the high ground on top of these train tracks to let that last member of EXO go if they have to. They know that they're gonna be in the line of sight of the other teams that have to funnel outside of the building into the line of sight of Space Station and Descent.
Vicky, what's your favorite color to wear when you wear dresses?
Oh, it has to be red.
Look at NRG right now, dressed the same. They know what gets you excited. You know what I'm saying? It's a nice full kit, full suit. NRG looking good right now. Meanwhile, everyone else in the lobby, purple shields, a couple blues as well. Take a look. Ascent, team of 3. SSG, team of 3. Zicky's ratting. We have a rat alive. It's Zicky from EXO Clan.
EXO holding on to what they can. NC on the low ground after taking care of TSM with the guard on the high ground.
It all comes down to this. Game number 5. The guard's gonna push through. They have to make a play. NC gonna beam. The crypto ult's gonna be here. And Rambo down to 5 HP. 1 HP. Rambo's gonna get knocked. No.
He avoided the storm.
Are you kidding me? Rambo gets a shield battery off.
He's playing Umbrella underneath the beams right now. It's gonna be a squad that has to rotate from the low ground. That's gonna be NC. They're beaming them. NC get eliminated.
The guard is still alive. How? I repeat, the guard is still alive. NorCal's eliminated. What a play from Rambo. What a call from RKN.
4 squads left. You got the guard, you got Ascend, Space Station, and NRG.
That's right. And the guard has essentially a win condition, which is the zone dropping close to them. No lava where they need to position themselves. They're going to sit under this bridge as long as they can, but they have a favorable zone pull here, Vicky.
I want to see real
Here comes
quick.
push. NRG's going to ape.
Oh, no. No, they're going to stay on the high ground here. They have the opportunity for two of these teams to be right in front of them. The Gen immediately destroyed.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. Look at this positioning. NRG right above, the guard right below. SSG drops, going to push through. No, does not connect. He stays up.
Space Station on the other side right now. They're finding some of these damage ticks right now here too, blocking their vision with the Bangalore smoke, playing right behind the crate. Which team is going to fully send it first? It's a send up to an NRG currently. They get the trade, and it's free for Space Station. Well, we know the squad that's playing on the low ground.
Meanwhile, the guard is just waiting. The guard is just collecting. SSG still alive. The Skyward Dive is up, and the guard is on top. The guard is going to win this game. Are you kidding me? RKN, with the best calls of his career, makes a play that changes the fate of the guard in this tournament, securing them a guaranteed place in the winner's bracket. Rambo, Keon, RKN on top.
Look at that pop-up from Rambo. Look at him feeding himself. He's radiating the energy from the crowd.
Soak it in, Rambo. Soak it all in. You just punched a ticket to the winner's bracket, guaranteed. What a call from RKN. What a little bunny hop. That was a cute little bunny hop from Rambo. But Rambo, that was a cute bunny. I don't know if you can hear me, man. That was a cute little bunny hop you had to stay alive from your tournament shield bat. He's like, yeah, it was.
That was
How did he stay up?
That was disgusting. So the only win condition, playing up the low ground, the circle was still going to close in behind them because we saw the circle pull in towards where Ascent had sent it onto NRG, Space Station behind the crate. The Skyward Dive, they didn't have a horizon, they didn't have a gravity lift. The Skyward Dive, behind by on top of the building while the circle was still closing in. Everyone was so fixated on fighting on the high ground, the Bangalore smoke disrupting the vision, Ascent taking advantage of the Bangalore smoke to then send it onto NRG on this other side. Space Station's like, okay, NRG sandwich, let's get involved. The guard's like, wait, there's more. Got that 2-for-1 deal, the BOGO coming through the guard.
You know what I'm saying?
Getting game number 5.
Insane. So well played from the guard right there. We said they have a win condition. They played that win condition perfect, which was sit, wait, and enter the fray at the perfect opportunity. RKN on top of the world right now. I know his wife is watching from home. Big shout out to her. But hey, there's a lot to talk about here. What a World's Edge. I mean, this is the best 2 maps of World's Edge I've ever casted. We've casted hundreds of World's Edge maps. There's a lot to break down, a lot to talk about. Let's throw it down to some guys that know a thing or two about World's Edge. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you so much, Fallout, Vicky, Katie. Great cast on that one. It was a fun game. The guard, clearly fan favorites here in the Copper Box Arena in London, but also they know what they're doing in terms of we don't need fans for our flashy play. We just want to play the right way, notably loving the zone, not getting too many of their points on kills. This, another example of RKN and that squad, Keon and Rambo, waiting till the right moment to strike and striking perfectly.
And it was nervy moments for a second when Rambo was down to the most slitherest of slithers when it comes to HP, but just about gets the battery off, and then it was just a matter of patience. We say it all the time. You really need to bide your time, and you need to assess when you get involved in the fight. And sometimes it's about just watching that kill feed, seeing what's happening, one of those knocks going down, and then joining the fray, and it was time to perfection.
Sometimes timing, most important thing, Mark.
100%. It's about making that move at the right time. It kind of reminds me of the win we saw yesterday from J-Links on the main stage, where they were down on that low ground. Once again, just waiting for the moment, keeping their eyes in the kill feed. Couple of knocks being exchanged, and then you take that opportunity. That time it was a gravity lift from Horizon. This time it was the Skyward Dive. So the guard had a little bit more time in the air to kind of survey the lay of the land, see where they wanted to play from. But we always talk about a game plan, execution just as important, and that's exactly what they did.
And it's situational too, Gino, because in the same situation, and you have only one team there, you Skyward Dive, everyone's just aiming up. Nobody could do that. There were 3 teams up on top still fighting. That's how deep it got in terms of that final circle as we take a look at the highlights here of Game 5 in our second series of the day.
Yeah, I mean, there were smokes everywhere. It was really hard for them, I think, the other teams to get vision of them as they took that Skyward Dive. And I think with that comparison you made to the play from J-Links, it was even harder because it's not a tactical. They're using an ultimate. It's even less likely that they're going to have that available, or the amount of storm that they had to weather. I mean, you saw how low all 3 of them were on that low ground, just waiting for that to be able to come up and make the rotation.
All of that, all well and good for the guard, a team that we have waited to see how they would perform. This is a group that would definitely be a challenge for them, and they've taken on the challenge head on, Dan. Fallout said they secured their spot into the winners finals. I don't think we have the final map on that on our end, but it certainly looks like already being in that position now, adding this many points to their tally, they should have no problem.
And I cannot stress enough how important it is to get a victory under your belt in a tournament that will conclude in match point format,
That's
right?
right. That's
and you
right.
saw the pop-off. You've seen it from several teams now, how much it means to these guys to get a win. It's all well and good securing points, being consistent, but an actual victory, it hits different. It doesn't matter if you're playing on LAN, doesn't matter if you're playing at home, doesn't matter if you're a bronze, doesn't matter if you're a friend, it always hits different, and you could see the joy on their faces. And I think it's just the weeks, the months of preparation that goes into it, and it all explodes and it all happens in that final moment.
Yeah.
And then of course you're going to celebrate naturally, but I do think that we are going to be seeing Guard in the winners bracket, and I do think that they have what it takes to go all the way into the final.
Mark, your comment on that. Guard have what it takes to do it all?
Why not, right? They've proven that they can get to those end zones consistently. That's part one, especially like we always keep talking about, match point being such a big factor. If you can get cumulative enough points to hit the threshold, even if there's a couple of teams with you, knowing that you've got a win under your belt, knowing that you've won games previously in Pro League splits, it gives you a huge chance. So the Guards certainly, I would say, a dark horse to maybe pick up that trophy at the end, but confidence is everything, right? And a win at the end of the day like it is today is massive for them moving into tomorrow.
Well, Keon, we know he's got the skill. Arcane has definitely been one of the more veteran players in Apex Legends. He's been to most, if not all, of the lands, and he's taken that IGL role very seriously. And Rambo, he's already clutched up in a live environment, made his name in that way, Genome. So I say they've got the right formula, not maybe a recipe. Let's get off the cooking side of the metaphors here. Let's leave that to KCP, but the Guard, for sure, are the right formula for this.
And they play towards their strengths. Obviously, as we mentioned before, a very placement-heavy team. They're landing landslide here, very close to where that final circle was. But I mean, the loot in landslide, like, you're leaving with a paper fork and a loincloth basically every time. It's not great, but as long as they make it to that final circle, they have shown that they can convert.
Was that a dig at lunch, by the way, or dinner? I got some paper.
Dinner was good.
Yeah, loincloth as well. Mark was snapping that up. I'm sure we will all be very excited to talk about this for a long time as we finish off the day. We were one game away from doing that, but guess what? On top is TSM, and that is the sign of a team. And we had mentioned it, Dan, the 5, the 7s. You don't have to win every game. TSM already know they can win, but it's what do you do in those in-between games? They're doing enough to stay first, even though we're talking about a lot of other teams.
It is the champion's mentality, isn't it? It's doing enough even if you're not playing at your very best. And I know that sounds critical of a team that is in first place at the moment, but it's because we always see TSM performing at the very top, at their very best.
Yeah.
But I think that is only good news because it means there is only room for improvement in TSM. And I'm sure they'll be looking at it saying, look, if we win this, if we get enough points, if we can get into the winners finals, we're going to keep getting better. All we need to see, realistically, is TSM getting into the grand final and they become instant favorites, right?
And it's because they're constantly reminding us of how high their expectations are of themselves. That's why we're so critical of them, and that's why we expect so much of them, because they expect it of themselves.
It's an easy story to talk about a team that obviously gets a lot of media coverage around the world. I see mixed opinions. Obviously, Twitch chat, we love you, we appreciate you. Talk about them a lot, so do we. But I think that's the element. When you win, when you put yourself in a position, you have to get talked about. And that's the thing that every single team right now has an opportunity to do. We're talking about the Guard because they just won. You got to go out and play, Mark. That's what is going to get you the coverage that you need.
Yeah, TSM have been really, really good today. I was very impressed with what I saw from them on the main stage. The team fighting looks extremely strong, which has always been something that TSM have been famous for, but there's a confidence about them now, right? And I think a lot of that came from Hal switching over to controller, and he just seems to be growing more and more comfortable as the weeks and the months go by. He knows that he can get into those engagements and win so many of those battles. And Volholst as well, he's been shooting really straight today. He's been playing very smart though, never overcommitting too much. Yesterday you could say the adrenaline got a little bit too much for him in the first 2 games after a few big plays and went down first in a few fights, but Volholst today, he's been a different animal, and of course Reps the glue, holding them both together and just doing what he does best.
Gorilla glue, man. Reps bringing in biceps, maybe to match yours. That man
bigger
is
than mine.
No,
we all know that.
Not bigger than yours. There's no way that is not possible. I was almost going to say,
I'm uncomfortable.
Get a little
everybody.
flex to the camera. You know, we don't have to make him do that. He'll do it maybe one day during the show. I'm excited, Dan. I mean, we have one more game coming up. What are your expectations? TSM take this all the way through? Do we see another big game from Alliance? Do they go back-to-back in the final circle to decide it all? Does maybe the Guard pull out a 20-plus game? What are you thinking?
As we've had a lot of winners in this group, I feel like we might see a different one. I feel like there might be still a story to be told about another team that perhaps we haven't been talking about enough that needs a big game here to get into that winners bracket, because there are probably, 5, 6 teams now really fighting on the edge for that 20th position. So we need to see someone else step up, take this by the scruff of the neck and say, hey, we want to be in the winner's bracket. And maybe it's going to be a different team. Maybe it's going to be a new team.
Becoming a champion isn't just on Sunday or tomorrow. It starts now. Let's see who can take this game, Game 6, and make it their own. All right, it's time to send it up one more time to the God spot. We've got our casters ready to go. Fallout, Vicky Kitty, take it away. Let's make it happen.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. That's right, Fallout here, joined alongside Vicky Kitty for one final game. It is time for game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, in Copper Box Arena, make some noise and let's get ready and set the stage for game number 6.
You feeling the hype, you're feeling the energy for this final game for the day, the final game on World's Edge. And I don't know, these teams really taking us for a ride, Follow. These final games have been absolutely insane. TSM also with a heavy frag game, at least the first double-digit game that they've had in this series alone.
Yeah, that was massive. 10 kills to their name, and they've been relatively quiet in the kills category. That's one thing TSM's known for, an ability to play a hybrid playstyle. They can play edge, like we saw right there, when they're rotating from Lava Siphon to a Lava Fissure finish, or they clearly rotate and get 5, 6, 7 kills. So we've seen a little bit of both from them, but we haven't seen that pop-off 16, 17 kill game that sometimes we see from them. But again, that's kind of the par for the course for them in terms of their playstyle, always just consistently solid. And guess what? Going into game number 6, TSM currently on top in first place right now. Can they close out this series and take home what I think is their first place win of group stages? They haven't won a group stage yet, have they?
I don't recall at the moment right
top
here.
2, top 3.
They started really strong, but the thing is, it's snowballed is the problem. But right now, they've stayed pretty consistent. They had a pretty rough game 1, but after that, it's nothing but 4th place back-to-back, and then starting things off strong on World's Edge with that 2nd place finish in 7 KP.
That's right. Let's take a look at the south side of your map right now. Launch site into Dome. GHS and Alliance have just been teasing a potential fight. And it looks like we won't get it. GHS can go to Dome, which is so interesting because their drop spot is launch site, and they kind of claimed that spot, but Alliance said, we're going to take it. And ultimately, GHS said, okay.
It's been since the beginning of World's Edge 2. I don't know if there was like some gentlemen's that we just don't know yet right now, but the
deals were made. Hockey's out here swinging, swinging deals, you know?
After their experience with Flora earlier on today, they were like, you know what? Hockey's told you, you've got something different going up, and they ended up landing all the way here down to the south, and they have the beacon that they can work with too.
And that's how it works, right? They're all in a Discord together. All these players are kind of claiming and talking about POIs. Whether or not you listen to that claim is the question. It looks like GHS said, okay. But interestingly enough, unlike their peers in Japan, the Koreans opt to not fight Alliance. Meanwhile, Flora, well, they've had their way with Alliance in Thermal Station. They're going to get a hot zone here.
This is going to be interesting for the Guard, who just came out on top in that intense game number 5 where they were forced to skyward dive into the high ground. Let's also not forget, I don't know if you guys remember earlier on, that Rambo had originally started off with this team playing on the Watson, but Rambo is one of those aggressive players who doesn't really play that support role. So making the swap over to now playing the Valkyrie and Keon playing the Watson has worked beautifully for this team, finding the success that they definitely need. Starting off a little slow, we saw them being one of the first teams to go down game number 1, and I believe game number 3 as well, but now they've completely turned the results around. Now with the Crypto, they're going to also be able to scan the beacon, as I call it, Grandmother's Building, to the north side of Fragment West. We know that Ascend is very quick with the rotates too. They're probably actually the ones trying to contest them over on the other side. I wouldn't be surprised with many other squads that like to specifically go for this beacon. You have to think about the squads exiting out of Survey, exiting out of Skyhook, who want that next set of information.
That's right. Rambo with the Valkyrie of his career. Arcan, I mentioned it, the call of his career in that late game. I mean, talk to me about that, Vicky. We didn't see it on screen. You called it beautifully, though. You saw the Valkyrie. What happened there exactly?
It's the fact that they don't have a Horizon, so there was no other way for them to go up. Horizon or Ashe if they were able to maybe even use a portal, but the Valkyrie is what basically is the only win con that they have in a situation like that. But taking a step back, it's Oxygen Esports, another team that needs to perform, and this is their last chance. The Black Hole coming in from the other side, it's going to break open that door. Oxygen Esports playing off the other side of the smoke grenades, losing out on one. It's Kick inside of the buildings of Geyser. A trade for a trade as Keenswell's incredibly low, but Stelizi's right there to hold his hands.
Yeah, we'll Kick exit early again. This time, no. They're going to take out Oxygen Esports again, and they will fall. And that will be the end to Oxygen's group stage, a severely underperforming group stage for their standards. This is a team, former Atlanta Premier, that burst onto the Pro League as a really most improved team and the rising star team. Hill, rising star IGL, and Enemy, arguably the rising star player. They're played so well throughout the NA Pro League, but unfortunately has not translated to land. They're a team that plays ultra rotate, early rotate and fast, and it hasn't worked. They'll have a chance to recoup in the losers bracket or the elimination bracket. Sorry.
It's difficult though when Cake has been landing, 3 different spots now. NTH got word of the fight and losing out on Satuki immediately after sending out that Cyril. They have the information but lost out on 1 member.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is NTH. Northception is such a good fighting team. Again, a Japanese squad, mostly controller players. Taida is insane, and they are going to lose the first knock to Kings. Let's get it. South America showing up, and guess what? That's a 2v3.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it was a trade right here, too. Kings now trying to go over to the other side, but still easy. Can't clutch it out as he was caught in the middle of climbing right there. NTH instead come out, and they're going to be able to get the res.
That's right. And I was, rooting for the Cinderella story right there. Kings certainly a Cinderella team, but unfortunately, the clock will strike midnight for them as well. And a lot of early game aggression here, Vicky. Typically, we saw 20 teams alive in Ring 2, Ring 3 here in World's Edge so far. A lot of 3v3s, clean. And these teams are taking it with confidence. 2 teams eliminated already. It's Oxygen. And it is Kick from South America.
Man, you gotta hype up Northception. I know Tip was talking about it. Her and I were talking about how we had our eyes on this team. This team qualified for Pro League during the preseason qualifiers, placed second in APAC North in the Pro League, and they're currently right now popping off in top 5 in the overall standings.
Yeah, they played so incredibly well, and they're gonna go into likely the winner's bracket as a favorite for sure. I've been really impressed by them. FC Destroy though, started slow and bounced back a little bit in their second series match earlier today on B-Stream. Meanwhile, 9th place right now. This is a really big game for them. This could actually be the potential difference between top 20 or not. And we'll keep you updated on where things are at, kind of on the bubble right there between the teams from really 15th to 27th place. It was so close, all the way to 29th place was neck and neck coming into this series. And of course, it all comes down to this last and final game.
TD seeing a team right in front of them, just breaking down those Watson fences, but it's the combo for the Storm as they hang out here on the north side of the circle. They already have the information on where the circle is going to be pulling. I'm not surprised if there's so many squads by that choke point that they're originally looking at. Again, it's that beacon building that's to the north side of Fragment West. Gets contested so early. Everybody wants that information. A nice beamage there with the charge rifle. Not only going to get that crack, but build up into that Evil Shield damage so that way you can boost that up to a little quick purple.
That's right. And as things slow down here a little bit, I want to take the time to update y'all because this is obviously really important. What's at stake here is top 20 for a journey to the winner's bracket, or bottom 20 to make it down to the elimination bracket. And guess what? Group A versus D is complete, done, Fiend, and Fun is on top. They're going to win it. Former AD Raccoon roster, first place. They turn up when it matters the most. I wonder if that's going to be enough for them to make the top 20. ESA with a substitute, no Capra, no problem. Yeah. Second place, Luda in his first land showing up big time. So impressed. And guess what? Dark Zero right behind them. The team that's looking to go back to back to back to create themselves a dynasty, much like we saw from TSM in the first era of Apex Legends. Can DZ be that next true dynasty in Apex?
Actually insane out here. Can't wait to see how the overall standings are looking for a lot of these teams, as Alliance sitting in second place overall. Gonna restabilize, looking at Mandy here currently. Pop that Phoenix kit before he goes up onto the higher ground to rejoin the rest of Alliance. They're looking at a team that's right on the other side, but they do have a little bit of a journey into that next circle after they're gonna be able to rotate out of Harvester.
That's right. 18 squads left. Things will continue to be slow, so we'll continue to set things up and give you as much intel as we can. We know you're all anxiously at home watching and trying to keep up. Make sure to check out battlefy.com/ALGS. You can keep up to date with some of the latest standings. You can also check out our community-run website supported by EA and Apex. Big shout out to Liquipedia and every single person that maintains the Liquipedia site. That's where you can get all the up-to-date standings. Just do a quick search for Liquipedia Apex or battlefy.com/ALGS.
All right, so KCP out here, they did take out the Mad Maggie, but they decided to keep the Caustic away. They know I'm out here. They know I'm casting with you. So they put the Caustic away, keep them in that drawer.
Wow.
And they're approaching here from the north side, which I do really like this, because sometimes with the circle, the squads that were able to get that beacon scan could see that it could be pulling up over to the side closer by Skyhook, but it's the choke point between Skyhook and that Grandma's building north of Fragment West where that beacon is that could easily be contested, because we've seen circles end in that building before, this exact building that NRG is neighboring underneath.
That's right, NRG going to find themselves under some duress, but it looks like they will be able to heal back up on low ground in Graham's building. This is always such an intense fight. One of my favorite kind of fights and buildings to cast here. I know you're a big fan of it as well.
Yeah, I absolutely love this building. So quick too, with a lot of teams that notice this, quickly rotating away from landslide, staging in this case with NRG. Onyx on the high ground of the construction building site as Alliance make the rotation around through the railroad tracks here, exiting out. And
this has really been Alliance's MO. They've been playing kind of a hard edge. Every single map you've been seeing them play. Really take your time, get as much loot as possible, find a crafter if you can, loot up, and then just occupy as much space as possible. And that's really where Alliance shines. I mentioned it in a cast earlier, I think on the desk earlier today. Alliance does so well when Hawkeyes is able to really take a lot of space. He used to do it on his signature Wraith back in the day, but hold that thought, Geo finds himself in a fight, and TSM gonna take them out. That 3 kill points already for TSM.
That was so quick. Reps fried them, deleting them, and how was the finishing blow at the very end for Geo? This squad that started off so strong at the very beginning, they were in 7th before this game. They started off with a win in game number 1 on Stormpoint with 8 KP to their name. Unfortunately, they haven't found that same success on World's Edge as TSM now have taken control over this building.
That's right. 17 squads left. You can feel it, the pressure, the nerves. Can you just imagine being one of these players right now, knowing that this is it, your last opportunity to give yourself a chance to stay in the winner's bracket, to place top 10 there, to make it to match point finals and just chill while everyone else is grinding through the elimination bracket, or instead, you are the grinder, the one that's gonna have to just wake up early tomorrow, play a long day, a lot more stress. That's what's at stake here. You love this format, it's brilliant. No Battle Royale does this, no game, no esport provides this level of entertainment. A group stage into double elimination bracket tournament for a Battle Royale with a match point final that is unmatched.
Just gives us the best Apex that we get to see out here, the consistency from the teams that need to perform as Fnatic take to the high ground, just looking at the care package right in front of them. No scope on the charge rifle here, but just waiting to see what other squads may want to rotate from the outside of the circle.
That's right. EXO, who find themselves third-partying so many fights, really aggressive on Edge, known to do so in the Apex South region. Here we go, guess what? More Apex South friendly fire as Dreamfire. We're gonna get Bangalore ulted, gonna back out, reset. We'll outrun that Bang ult, which Rolling Thunder never, typically you don't want to do that. We'll outrun that Bang ult and we'll be just fine.
Ooh, nice little gold helmet that they're just gonna drop real quick here. Dreamfire, wanting to prioritize those scans. See the Bloodhound scan coming out right now. I believe I heard the Beast of a Hunt Deep Breath activated out here, but it's about the information as EXO are inside of this building.
Yeah, and here's what's so interesting. There's always a lot of debate, right? Which scan legend is better? Seer or Bloodhound? Well, guess what? Maybe we'll find out here as a microcosm of the greater discussion. We got EXO on Seer, and we got Bloodhound on the other team.
I like to talk about this too because I feel like it depends on what you're using. Depending on if it's a controller or mouse and keyboard. We talked a little bit about it with Hodsig just last night. And when you have a controller, you typically want your controller player to be on that Bloodhound. If you're using mouse and keyboard, even better if you have that Seer available to you. Even if you're feeling more comfortable on the Bloodhound, if you're using mouse and keyboard, Seer is the more optimal one. Very similar to Watson
basically
too.
Because you got the whole wrist. You know,
Yeah,
that's my argument. When everyone like controllers open, you got your whole wrist. You know, that's what everyone says. But that's the reality with Seer. You can obviously swing around and scan a lot easier, get that intel. Meanwhile, Bangalore down. You got a Bloodhound and a Mad Maggie here, and ask you with Bloodhound. You think they give it to the controller player, but no. Here comes the push. Northeption taking some storm damage here. They have one knock already. Pander's gonna go down. This might be it for KCP. This is massive.
Oh. Playing off the side though, you know the third party could potentially be coming in from Skyhook. NTH cleaning up right now, finding the beam with the Volt. He's got the Wingman as a secondary, and with the Heartbeat Sensor, you know that there's another squad right behind him. He saw it.
They're playing it so well. I love what I'm seeing right now from Northeption, but unfortunate for KCP. If you're a fan of the Pioneers, this might be it. Last member alive is Nasky. See you later. KCP eliminated from the lobby, and I don't think they did enough, Vicky. They were a fringe team that will likely be back to the elimination bracket, but don't worry. You heard Nasky say in the interview, they've been there before.
Yeah, exactly. They know what they got to do out here as EXO also lose out on one of their members. It's Space Station now, finding some heads themselves.
Yeah, and I'm kind of mad because we didn't get to settle the debate, Seer versus Bloodhound, because EXO decided to run away. And then they just ran away just to get taken out by SSG. Are you kidding me? We could have finally ended the debate. This would have been it.
It's into their open arms out here. Space Station now is just trying to chase them down. You see the Skull Piercer in the hands of Frex.
Yeah.
Just avoiding that Rolling Thunder too. At the same time, just slowing them down after they were trying to go in for the chase right through Skyhook.
EXO's gonna have to do something miraculous here. 2v3 fight against Space Station Gaming in their last dance. For those that maybe haven't followed the buzz, this is it for Space Station. Potentially it for this roster of 3. A lot of rumors going around. Drop's been playing with Optic Gaming. Where's he headed? Which org's gonna pick up this team? A lot of people are aware of some of the rumors, but what we know for sure, this is the last dance for Space Station, a team that has been a staple in competitive Apex.
And they've been dancing out here around a lot of the competition as the Rolling Thunder now comes in, seeing another fight happening. It's going to be Dreamfire taking some cover inside of this truck. You see the Bloodhound scan coming in from the squad that's right across from them with the Bangalore Smoke though and the Rolling Thunder to answer right back. They buy in not only some space but some time because the circle is closing in right behind their backs, and it's Flora and Space Station trying to get involved.
And I love how this World's Edge is playing out, Vicky. I mean, again, because it's a global competition, we got Apex North constantly playing Edge and running Bangalore. They're all fighting each other on Edge. Meanwhile, you have North America rotating early, the guard, Space Station, Energy, and more. But right now, it's Roy. He's gonna get the first knock on Pinitzer with the car.
It's the fact that they had to play off of the outskirts here as Yu is falling incredibly low, falls one. He has to hide behind this rock to at least try to restabilize. You can imagine another squad probably right behind him. Yeah, the thermite grenade actually finding the ping on the other side.
Yeah, it's GHS, the Korean squad. A third Apex North team enters the fray. Flora gonna be eliminated. GHS is gonna profit as well. But guess what? Space Station comes right through the choke from Skyhook.
This means that Dreamfire is going to get pinched here with Space Station coming out of the tunnel and GHS now making their approach. Which other squad is going to get involved that heard this action going down earlier on in the game?
That's right, Zanile's gonna do it. And you can imagine with the wingman, you can imagine the calls for dropped right now. We gotta eliminate this entire side of the map. If we don't, we're toast. Dreamfire knocked already. Frex get another one. One of the first players to change to controller, and that's why SSG is gonna take out DF. But guess what? GHS and the guard nearby.
D7 says GG with the hip fire right here too, with the wingman and the digi threat.
Wow.
Important to note, that's how Zanile was able to land those important beginning shots from the previous fight here. Space Station having to reset, drop falling low. He's gonna pop the med kit despite having the gold diva.
Zanile's so good. He's so underrated. Dropped in Zanile on keyboard and mouse. Frex used to be as well. They were an all KBM team until Frex made the switch, the first one to do it. And now Hal, quite a few others have joined him. JMW right after for IG. Now the only sole North American team that's all keyboard and mouse, well, it's 100 Thieves, who I believe have done just enough to qualify. We'll, of course, confirm all of this right now. All we can do is speculate, as we still have a lot of Apex to play here. 13 squads remain, Vicky. It all comes down to this. The guard is nearby. Ladies and gentlemen of Copperbox Arena, if you're entertained, make some noise, and let's get ready for this late game.
They're ready for this, and we're also ready to jump into a listen-in with Space Station to see what their next move is.
Go. We can maybe land hide a building, hide a building.
We can maybe land hide a building or Ubi's, guys. Team high. I'm just looking for something. Land, is that a solo? I'm landing underneath the building. I'm landing underneath the building right here.
I'm just gonna smoke it.
There's a team on the right. There's a team on the right.
Just land on me. No one's underneath.
I'm bang ulting north.
There's a low underneath.
I need cells.
Underneath. No, 100 on Valk. 100 on Valk.
I
got two on scan. Can we angle through the box?
90 out here.
I cracked the Valk under. They're swinging. Careful over here. Listen, I need cells.
I have none.
We got Horizon on the second river.
I headshot Watson.
I'm getting sear queued.
Yeah, I'm dropping cells. I drop more cells.
We're getting nade spammed.
Boys, you guys can get to me.
It's just you.
No, never mind. I'm dead. Yo, come to the tracks. Come to the tracks. On me. Come to me.
We can play this truck.
I need cells.
I have no meds. I have nothing here.
I'm smoking us.
Yeah, play on me.
I'm dropping a bat. Drop the bat. Smoke at 7.
Okay, we just need to chill here.
Yeah, we just got to chill here. They're
wait, in the open, over here, in the open.
I smoke again.
There's 64.
I'm not smoking until we get shot at.
Yeah, you're good. I cracked him.
Break this drone.
Break the drone. I'm healing.
Dead.
Nice.
And what a listen-in with Space Station. The rotation comes through. The damage that was done on NRG. TSM out, so is Alliance in second. That opens up the door for our 3rd through 5th place teams to potentially run away with this. Space Station in 10th with 31.
It's a fact that GHS was able to not only hold that choke point, that force of skyward dive that we just saw from Space Station, listening to amazing comms, by the way. They have no meds. They need to fully set it on a spot so that way they can at least prioritize getting those loot boxes so that way they can at least try to reset here in the situation. At this point, it's just going to be a reset. Yeah, you can see some of the shield bats from Frex, but it's the other teammates here too that also need some of the extra crumbs that they could work with.
That's exactly right. And let's take a look at the map if we can. I'd love to pull it up because wait till you see what we see. This is a nice view. I'd love the overhead map to show you guys. It's going to be a bloodbath. Get ready for what's about to ensue. Look at the top left of your screen. You got NRG, you got PS, and you got FCD, as well as the guard. Only one of them will likely make it. Meanwhile, SSG ascends, so many teams stacked in the top right end zone.
And look at the fact that the the circles, pulling away from where Energy was predicting, by the way. They stationed up in that building 2 circles ago. Ascend called this perfectly, and they had a great rotation, exiting out of Fragment West quickly to try to see if they could get the beacon with the crypto drone.
NRG and the guard tied at 34 coming into this game. Neck and neck, couldn't be closer between the North American Titans who've been trading Pro League wins all season. Meanwhile, Yuka with the Skynet, not necessarily, but trying to get the stick with the Arcstar instead. The guard gonna get a nice Sentinel shot on drop. That SSG's getting griefed by the guard. We previewed that, we foreshadowed it perfectly.
RKN says, don't worry, I got you. Special delivery onto a Taina 2. The Kraber finding player after player as Space Station gets eliminated. Onyx Esports holding Pride Rock.
And welcome to ALGS Onyx Esports. They pick up the Boogie Boarders, the Aussie boys. Fussy trying to show that he can still bang with the best of them, shading to drop low ground.
Oh, he did. He's gonna have nothing with that.
That's right, he's gonna chill right now. Passion out. That's it for their run. We'll see if they did enough. Oh! 1v1, and Fnatic takes high ground. Fnatic takes God spot. Fnatic with a great opportunity.
Fnatic in the best position right now, looking at the rest of this lobby from the high ground, holding the best spot with Ascend also holding at their feet. The Zero Unleashed. They know that NRG are on the other side of this fence line.
Oh my goodness. Every World's Edge has certainly not disappointed so far, and this one might be the best. Northception's gonna be eliminated. Nathan's gonna get a knock on FCD. FCD is out. It all comes down to 3 squads remaining. And guess who's on high ground? I'd love to switch over to Fnatic's point of view right now. Fnatic had to give it up. It's just Yuka sitting there right now.
That Havoc has a white stock, by the way. Amazing recoil control coming out here as Fnatic hold on to the high ground. Ascend still not giving up this space. You see the black market now being unleashed by NRG.
That's massive. This is where Loba is so powerful, especially if there's no other Lobas in the lobby, which Ascend has toyed with but hasn't done. Take a look at Fnatic. It's Zeus and Poseidon on top of Mount Olympus right now. Fill out your bingo card. Yes, I did a Greek reference. It's the best country in the world. I can't help myself. Just kidding.
You won't have follow on the stream without having to make a reference out
Parthenon,
here.
you know, Mount Olympus.
Got
Okay,
to.
more importantly though, it's a good metaphor, right?
I love it.
Thank you. Appreciate the validation. I needed that. Matsutashu on high ground. The calm before the storm. Right now, the win condition is for the team in the trailer. Oh, absolutely. Look where the zone's pulling right to them. That is Ascend. Ascend could have a big game and could ascend in the rankings right now. NRG needs this to get in first. NRG with an opportunity to do so. Look at Fnatic.
Oh, they're taking a different off angles, and as he drops down, Matsutash joining the rest of his teammates. NRG out of the fray, not getting involved, but they're focused on both teams at the same time. No crypto drone, no EMP, which means that they have the green light to unleash the Zero without it getting interrupted.
And I love how Fnatic is playing this, taking up so much space, but no, Matsutash with a misplay, he's gonna go knock. Kashira gets the elim. Ascend is taking matters into their own hands, but guess what? NRG's still alive.
And there's still a Washington off to their left, playing off the cover of the knockdown shield. It's Ascend. They have the number of advances. Lupa with the quick shield swap. They find the damage with the wingman. Fnatic get eliminated, go down in third, and now it's NRG versus Ascend.
But NRG swings on in like Tarzan. Gildersons gets knocked. Nathan fries. It's a 1v1. Nathan, the young king, versus Postkill, the Portuguese sensation. Oh my God, the Lawrence and Fence. Postkill is a madman, but no, Nathan wins it. Nathan wins it. And Sweet celebrates.
The Arcstar coming in while he was in the middle of trying to go for another cheeky fence line. Sven and Apex, gotta give the love over to the analyst from NRG. Sven putting down the information as NRG come out on top for our final game.
Huge, massive. Look at Sweet right now. I don't know, is he just like, you know, shocked?
Stressful.
Emotional stress.
It's been stressful.
Correct.
It's been a stressful journey.
What this guy puts at IG, yelling, literally calling every footstep. You gotta push, and then your shoe's gonna get untied. You gotta tie it, then you gotta look up north. I can't do this as good as Noko. I'm not gonna lie. Shout out to my boy Noko Puffs. Big shot to NRG. Most importantly, though, with a massive game number 6. Is that enough, though? How many kills did they get is the question. Does NRG leapfrog TSM? They needed a lot.
They had 7 KP aside from the dub out here. 7 KP for NRG for that game.
Yeah, and I think Alliance got taken out early. I think they take second from Alliance, but I don't think it's enough for TSM. Nonetheless, you gave love to Sven. Sven Apex, if you don't follow him on Twitter, you should. He drops all the knowledge, all the drop spots, was a coach in the APAC North region. His team did not qualify, immediately got signed by NRG. Chinese player who uses translate tools to communicate with his team. Remarkable human. You see Alliance celebrating here as they know they're likely in top 20 Alliance feels good about it, so do I. NRG as well. TSM locked in. The question is, the fringe. Who will make it into the top 20 winners bracket? Who will have to fight for the elimination bracket?
I want to see what that overall standings is looking like right here, but you could see the emotion with all these players ranging from excitement, hype, relief, stressed. This is what we are here for. This is what LAN is all about.
This is Apex, Vicky. And from the moment I put my eyes on it, in Poland, seeing CLG, Nicewig, Noko, and Madness in arms, locked, waiting to see the results. As compadres, as brothers, we're seeing the same thing here 3 years later. This is the greatest battle royale in esport, the most entertaining package you can imagine. And guess what? We got the most entertaining desk in esports as well. Rain Day, Gaskin, Onset, and Genome. Bring us home, boys.
Thank you so much, Fallout Vicky Kitty. Round of applause for Fallout Vicky Kitty. A great cast to finish off the day, and of course, a great performance by NRG, Dan. They cleaned it up. They were immaculate, as we've said many times, but I think in this situation, when they had to go big, they went big, and this is what we've been waiting for from NRG in the LAN stage.
We knew they were capable of that, right? We knew that when it comes to World's Edge, they are a team that dominates. They had the most wins in North America. They love just picking their fights, and that 1v1 at the end, such a tough 1v1 to try and assess as well, especially when you're going up against the Watson. But clutching up, again, this is going to give NRG so much confidence going into the rest of the weekend. So vital that these teams are picking up victories with match point on the horizon.
One thing that impressed me as well about NRG in that lobby in particular is we had some real heavy hitters in that lobby today, and NRG were involved in a lot of end zones, got into really good positions, but capitalizing, as I say, is the most important thing. There's no better way to close out a day than with a win, especially when it's a 1v1. The little Arcstar just doing a little bit of extra damage to close that one out, but NRG getting into great positions once again, and they look like they're finding the form that's that scary thing, but Storm Point, to me, to Dan's point, is still the question. Can they find enough points across Storm Point games this weekend in order to make themselves a real challenger?
I think NRG obviously performing well under some duress, and that was what we kind of challenged them. I specifically said, can you do things when you get into the face? You know, being very good at adjusting, Gino, but there were so many other storylines throughout this that you could pick apart from teams performing well. Ascend being in that top 2, another team that has a lot to prove. So there's a lot that we got showcased in the 6 games that should lead us into some great stories for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they cop so much criticism for not jumping into scrims and preparing like everyone else here, but when they have games like that, it's hard to, you know, really have a go at them and say, well, you know, you haven't done your homework or yeah, you know, we can't understand your reasoning for not jumping into those scrims, because clearly they are still a team to be reckoned with.
There's something going on up there. I would feel upset if I ever undermine the potential of NRG, and I think we do a good job of saying what they can do, and now the question is, will they continue to do it? Game 6, certainly a nice reprieve from any of that stress for the fans watching here in Copperbox or at home, rooting on NRG. However, in this game, as we saw, Game 6 had a lot going on for it.
Yeah, just to kind of just go back to NRG and the performance they put in, I want to give a bit of a kind of highlight here to Nathan, because understandably, Sweet takes a lot of the spotlight, he's making a lot of calls, but Nathan is one of the highest overall kill totals in all of ALGS. I think he's only behind Imperial Hal in those overall standings for total kills across everything, right? That is an absolutely ridiculous amount of fragging this man is doing, and once again, in the clutch situation towards the end, the 1v1, you can rely on Nathan to do that. Shout out to Gilderson as well. Big damage in that final zone to create the opportunity. NRG is a unit, and everyone seems to be firing, but I just want to give that moment to really appreciate how just damn good Nathan is.
Well, the team's pulling in for the assists for him, right? Because in that game, he had 7, 0 kills for the other 2.
Yeah.
Just by the way, all 7 kills were on Nathan's name.
And that's what you need when you have a fragger like that. You kind of look at it as the brain controlling the arms, and one arm has a fully loaded SMG or Havoc, whatever you like to use it. This time around, Nathan was rocking the turbocharger as well. Not too much energy ammo here with top 4 left, but finishing off the squad, he was able to loot up and face off Ascend. That would put him, Fnatic, and NRG in a position to win it. Ascend would come close, 11th on the day so far after this, Stan, but it would all come down to Nathan and Lufka for a 1v1 to decide who would go and finish off as champions here in this day. It would be, post-skill on the Watson. Almost thought he had him with the fence here. I'm not gonna lie. This looked like a moment but the high ground just proved too vital. Nathan proved too good, and NRG take the dub.
Kind of sums up Ascend's day as well. It hasn't been the best of days. It's kind of, they've almost got there, but haven't really been able to show us their true capabilities and possibilities that this squad really offers.
We just say as well, like it was the perfect end slate there because Watson just got the fence down, was about to die, and just kind of waved.
Yeah, see ya.
she knew the game was over.
Bye-bye. Sometimes waving from the competition chasing her. This time it was the competition that was coming at her in just a moment. Fnatic, FC Destroy, North Eption. Gotta give credit to North Eption as well. Such a team that has caught my eye and impressed me throughout this LAN stage. This is a team we will be talking about in Split 2 if they continue to stay together, maybe even on Sunday and certainly tomorrow. The Guard, Onyx Esports, Passion Space Station, and ExoClan rounding out the top 10 in Game 6. As we head to the bottom side of things, Mark, obviously it's easy to point out what goes wrong. It's obviously hard to improve upon those things, but still, there were some highlights for teams like TSM that bad games don't do much, but they still get points.
They have a bad game placement-wise, but they'll still pick up KP, like you say. So they'll get those kill points there. 4 in total. Bad game, but still better than most teams' bad games, right? They're still picking up points. The other end of things, Oxygen had a very, very slow day in that lobby. I have to say, really struggled to find any kind of momentum. Same can really be said about Pioneers. They had a couple of good moments, but in that last game there, really didn't quite come to the fore.
And if you look at it right here, TSM, if you were ending it today, as far as a match day, they would have won yet another match day in North America. They've done this multiple times throughout Split 1. This is why they won the overall Split 1 leading into this. And as you can see, 8 points ahead of NRG, who make a big climb, just 1 point over Alliance.
One really important thing that we kind of noticed in that final circle as well is Fnatic needed that. Like Fnatic, we were talking about coming into this tournament as being one of the dark horses who could take the whole thing home. And even though it's 37 points, it doesn't look amazing. They're tied. You can see on 37 points with both GHS and Ascend, it's enough, right? It's enough. And that final game, getting into those positions, picking up those kills, was absolutely vital for them.
North Eption there with 45 points. These guys incredibly consistent across the entire group stage, and they'll easily be making that the upper bracket basically. So I'm really excited to see how they do as we ratchet up the skill level and the tension even more tomorrow.
Starting to figure out who's going to win, right? We're seeing the consistent teams. We kind of have an eye who's going to be in the winner's bracket, but then who's going to separate themselves with the W there.
Yeah, I think the wins is what we'll certainly be looking at when it gets to Sunday, but it's still about consistency going through Saturday, regardless of whether you're elimination bracket or where you're winner's bracket. It's still about getting those points to push yourself into that grand final.
Question is, who did enough? Did KCP do enough? We said they were cooking. Let's head over, though, to A versus D and see what happened there. Fun 1, 2, 3.
Wow.
That's a fun name. And also, fun point total, 61 points. They actually take the W there. I heard a lot of wows.
There's so many things to talk about with this one. One of them is Team Singularity that I'm looking at. Last time we checked in, they were either at 44 or 47 points. So they've got almost nothing in that World's Edge section of the map. That said, 47 still an okay total for them. Dark Zero, 49. That's an excellent result for them. They did mention they were going to be having less contests in this group than they have in the others. So very excited for them to have done very well there. But fun 1, 2, 3 at 61. That's a huge glow up.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge game. Something just to point out here, J-League seemed to just cool off a little bit towards the end of the day. Yesterday looked really hot. This morning looked to continue that momentum, but maybe it was just, again, one of those lobbies. Maybe they didn't get zones. We didn't see it, of course, here on the main stage, but just one of those games, one of those series where they can't really have too much to be too happy about.
Impressed with ESA, impressed with Dark Zero. What does that mean for our overall standings? This is it. You wanted to see who's in our winners and who will be in our elimination. Here will be your winners bracket. TSM overall take first place heading into winner's bracket. It won't mean much, but it will mean that they can have a lot of confidence doing it. North Eption, ExoClan, NRG tied for 3rd and 4th. North Eption in a clear second with Xset rounding it out in 5th. Notice on the bottom side, Alliance, Dan, they've done just enough. So have Pulverix. Our 2-player team, now 3.
I can hear it.
APAC North is screaming in delight.
It's crazy because Pulverix has been playing such a zone-heavy, early rotation style. They got 2nd place with no kills yesterday. They really have just been trying to look for the point consistencies, and it's worked out for them. They've just been able to scrape through ahead of Dreamfire. Dreamfire, who had 2 wins throughout the last 2 days.
Unreal. Right here, though, we have to get serious, maybe a little somber. 10 of these teams are going home immediately tomorrow. That is the stakes. This will be our first elimination bracket, and it is going to be a difficult one to be getting out of. And I think, we talked about not wanting to be in that position. Teams that came in playing Edge, winning games, nearly winning match days like Vexed, they're in there. IG International, JMW, a former LAN winner with Dark Zero in Sweden, with Graceful, with Noises in there. This is Dreamfire. They've been playing amazing. I mean,
1 point off.
Unbelievable stuff. We're going to have to make sure we dive into that one as well. But now the fans know who is doing what tomorrow. It's going to be a great start to our Saturday. But first, of course, we'd like to talk about the players who perform well today. And that's why we queue up our Monster MVPs. All right, Mark, who you got? There were a lot of great performers, but who you have your eye on?
Oh, TSM are on top. You know me, I like to be obvious about my MVP. I think it has to come from the team that's on top. I'm giving it to Big E. Big E's going to get my nomination. I think Verhulst has been incredibly impressive today. And if you're thinking why, it's because I like the fact that yesterday, like I mentioned on the desk before, had a little bit of an early adrenaline burst, had some really big plays, some clutches. But today, he was just picking the right moment to engage and more importantly, disengage to keep himself alive. A huge damage dealer for TSM throughout the day. And for me, arguably the standout.
Is that the family up there as well, by the way, a Big E? I know.
Hey, we got some Verhulst brothers up there.
Supporters.
And a mama thing, maybe.
From what I can see, they have made their way out again to support him. That's awesome.
We love to see it. Big fan of Evan. I mean, I can't not be. Here they are.
Give us a wave.
Now
you're on camera. Give us a wave. There it is.
The Verhulst family. Some of the brothers, I believe that's Evan's mother. What an incredible showcase of support, having your family out here in Europe. That's a big time for the big boy. All right, Dan, what do you got your eye on here?
Well, I mean, I think it was Alliance's day, considering the victory we saw, and that it was eventually enough to keep them in the winner's bracket as well. And why wouldn't I talk about Yuki? We saw the 1v1 clutch, which actually may have been a 1v3 clutch against TSM, and also a 1v2 earlier on as well. With the wingman, doing disgusting things. I think that Yuki is such a key, vital part of this Alliance squad, and it is not easy to make these plays, to be this clutch, to have the patience, especially in this moment, right? We were watching it from Hal's point of view, and we were wondering, why is he using his hands? Why is he using his fists? Oh, he's run out of ammo. Surely this is going to be easy for Yuki. But then we noticed Yuki actually depleted all of his ammo as well. His car went down to 6 bullets, and I was questioning, what gun does he have? Why isn't he shooting when Hal is just throwing fists? And it's because he was being patient. He was waiting for that right moment. He knew Hal inevitably had to push with the melee, and he managed to pick him off perfectly.
One of the things the people were noting is that he has 60 light ammo, but here's the problem. The second he reloads, Hal is free to do a punch that would kill Yuki. So Yuki can't reload in that 60 ammo. He essentially doesn't have it, and he stays into the hip fire. Beautiful play from him, Dan. No wonder why you picked him up to pop off for your Monster MVP. Heading over to Genome, though, I want to tell you, we've been talking about a lot of great players. Who took the cake for you this afternoon?
Yeah, look, I went for NRG Sweet. They're in 4th place right now. They have shown that they are still among the elite team. Sure, it took them a little while to warm up, but Sweet, he's been leading from the front. One of the highest fraggers in this entire tournament so far. He's on mouse and keyboard, and it feels like at this LAN, we're starting to see this switch back where Controller, it's had a lot of vitriol towards it about how easy it is to frag out on Controller, but Sweet's doing it, and he's doing it all with his skill. And yeah, look, it's fantastic to see him do that, and it's so hard to frag out that hard while you're controlling your team, because you're essentially thinking about 2 completely different things at the same time, the macro of your team and the micro as well. The fact that he can do both to such a high level is why he is so highly regarded and why he's got so many fans in the stadium as well.
It's why people scream his name. NRG Sweet, you've got Yuki and the incredible demonstration. All of these players that we mentioned, Verhulst, rounding out and beginning this conversation of our Monster MVPs deserve to be mentioned after their performances today. That's been your Monster MVP for day 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is always fun when we get to talk to one of our players. It's even more fun when we get to talk to 3 of them and their coach. Up on stage with Glitter Explosion, it's none other than TSM. It's Evan, it's Reps, it's Hal, and it's Lord Palpatine, the Mafia boss himself, Raven.
Thank you so much, Rain. I could not bring up the entire squad to close out the day with a performance like that. Hal, after today is said and done, coming out on top by 1 point, you have to walk me through what was going through your head the entire day.
We weren't really worrying about the overall leaderboard. We were just trying to improve based off of the first day when we played.
So yeah, we weren't really caring about the overall leaderboard or overall kills or anything. We were just kind of playing our game and improving on or adapting to the lobby. So.
I mean, speaking of overall kills, I heard you guys bickering when we were waiting to come out here for the interview about who had the most kills on the day. It was a very close number. Reps.
I had 12.
We got it. How many did you have?
I had 12.
How many did Hal have?
I had 13.
Evan, how many did you have?
12.
That could not be any more even across the board of performance from all of you, but I love the internal kind of mini competition reps. Are you guys always going back and forth like this?
Say that again.
The competition amongst the team. Are you guys kind of always going back and forth trying to one-up each other and improve?
This guy is the most competitive guy I've ever met in my life. And whatever we do, it doesn't matter. Whatever we do, there's always a competition in life, no matter what. Anything. So yes.
All right, I love that. And speaking of the competition, we heard Onset pick you, Verhulst, as his MVP for the day. Not only because of your ability to know when to engage in the right fights, but the timing with your disengage as well. How do you feel about your performance overall today?
I feel like I played pretty well today. I don't think I made any major individual mistakes, but I mean the whole team was playing super well today, and I don't think I did anything crazier than they did. I thought we all played well, and yeah, I thought we all played super well today.
I mean, winning by 1 point after a lot of what we saw today was definitely playing super well. On top of the fact that you now own Reddit and all of social media with the amount of memes that have happened because of you, Raven. How does it feel to be the current meme of the entire event?
It's pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. I've definitely played the villain persona online. So I'm actually kind of a softie in real life, but we'll just keep convincing everyone that I'm evil.
It works for this event, so keep playing the role for now. Now, obviously, heading into tomorrow, what is on your mind? I mean, don't reveal the plan, but what's the mindset heading into tomorrow?
We're just gonna play our game. We're gonna VOD review. Probably we might watch losers bracket or something, but we're not looking out for anybody. We don't care about anybody who's in the lobby. We gotta play our game and adapt. So that's all that matters.
When you're at the top, you literally don't have to worry about everyone. Everyone's still in the stands. Can we give it up one more time for TSM, please? Absolutely crushed it today. Rain, we're gonna send it back on over to you.
Fantastic interview. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in TSM on the stage. Always fun to get the whole gang back together. Guys, what an incredible time. I want to give your final thoughts as we close out the day. Dan, I'll start with you.
Surprised that Raven's showing a weakness, actually saying he's a softie. I would have stuck on the hardball and just said, no, actually, I am an evil villain and everyone should be terrified of me. But yeah, great to see TSM up there. A solid day. There's always the questions coming into an event. Are TSM going to live up to expectations? They have, and we know their ceiling is much higher, so it's very exciting going into tomorrow.
My thought is step one complete for TSM. Step one, but there's a long, long way to go. And if you know those three gentlemen plus Raven on stage, right? First place is all they care about. Second place is disappointment. Third place, disappointment. So they've done what they had to do. They're at the top of the pile, but it doesn't really matter until we get to that final day. Those three gentlemen will want to be picking that trophy up when it's all said and done. And for the rest of the lobby, for the rest of the teams, they know that better than anyone as well. So they're going to have to be on top of their game if they want to push them all the way.
Yeah, we've already seen how from Pro League to LAN, things start to change. And as we go into the bracket stage tomorrow and then into the finals on Sunday, they will continue to change. And the teams who do well in those different situations do differ. TSM's done well so far. They're going to have to do even better tomorrow and the day after if they want to keep going.
Gentlemen, you've been fantastic on the desk. It's been so fun to ride these last 6 games along with you and see the drama and the action. Tomorrow, sneak peek at what's coming up. We got a little content for you. Let's take a look at that.
It's with pressure that you can do your best work. We did our work. We know what we came here to do.
I feel like this was fun.
I've found out a lot about myself.
We've got into the inside of what makes Rambo Rambo.
This is Hal and Sweet. Take one.
Some fun stuff tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. Some great pre-recorded stuff that we did on Thursday. Hopefully you are here bright and early because that is when we're starting all your time zones here. But if you're in the UK at the Copper Box, 10 a.m. is when our first match begins. We will then end up doing another 6 later on in the afternoon and another 6 at night. It is going to be a jam-packed Saturday as we finally eliminate 20 teams who have been playing out of the 40 and set up 20 to make it all the way to Sunday. What an event. Thank you so much to all of our talent, our production crew for an incredible day 2, and all of our fans who have stayed here, who have supported, and those who have watched at home. We love you. We miss you. Remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and good night from London. Welcome to London, ladies and gentlemen, to the Copper Box Arena. If you are here, make some noise right now as we kick off our final group stage day.
GO is all but taking this game home. There's just one player standing between them and the first win of the series.
And just like that, North Action win another one.
Left side, Valk. 70, cracked him.
No, you cannot res. Get out of here, Gambare.
It's time. World's Edge. Cloud's gonna get 2. It's a 2v1, and Down does it. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Yuki clutches up against Hal in a 1v1. How did he do that? Still alive. The skyward dive is up, and the guard is on top. The guard is gonna win this game. Are you kidding me?
I cracked him.
Oh my God! The wands and fence! Post kill is a madman, but no! Nathan wins it!